Capitulo 66, Brave New World 3. Coast City, 2012. The sky was Hal Jordan's cathedral, a vast expanse of twilight and possibility. The F-22 screamed across the horizon, contrails cutting the air like green-hot scars. Hal grinned as the jet climbed almost vertically, blood pounding in his ears. The G-force pressed him into his seat, but the fear that had haunted him since his father's death, the spiraling crash that had stolen Martin Jordan from him, was no longer a chain. It was a spark. "This one's for you, Dad," Hal whispered into the rush of wind, stick trembling in his hands. Memories of the crash, of fire and smoke, threatened to intrude, but he shoved them aside. Every loop, every dive, every barrel roll was a conversation with the ghost of the man who had taught him courage before teaching him fear. "See me now? I'm not afraid." Tonight, Hal leaned into the G-force, pushing his F-22 into a near-vertical climb over the Pacific coast. The orange sun kissed the horizon, clouds streaked like molten metal across the sky. He grinned, fingers tight on the stick. This was life. This was him. As Hal's jet streaked back toward the airstrip, the last of the sun's orange bled into the waves of Coast City. He was driving back home, another calm, uneventful night awaiting him. Then, without warning, a flash of green fire tore across the sky, brighter than any meteor, hotter than the engines of his own jets. Hal squinted, heart hammering. Something wasn't right. A ship, not any kind he recognized, plunged from the heavens, slicing the clouds apart, and crashed just beyond the shoreline. Instinct and curiosity won over caution. Hal turned his Mustang and sped toward the crash site, tires screaming against the asphalt. The wreckage was surreal, metal twisted impossibly, glowing faintly with a strange green luminescence. Smoke hissed, curling into the night like phantom fingers. The beach was torn, sand was vitrified where the massive object had slammed into the earth. Smoke curled from a fissure in the sand. The object was a craft, alien and impossibly designed, glowing faintly with a green pulse that seemed almost alive. And then Hal saw him, a figure, humanoid but unlike anything from Earth, kneeling amidst the debris. Purple skin, emerald armor with intricate glyphs etched into it, and a cracked, flickering ring that seemed to hum with willpower. Abin Sur's violet eyes opened, meeting Hal's in recognition, pain flickering through them. His armor glimmered emerald, eyes hidden behind a visor that radiated quiet authority. Hal slowed, unsure whether to run or help. "Stay back," the alien rasped, voice hoarse yet commanding. "I do not have much time." Hal approached cautiously, curiosity burning brighter than fear. Who are you?" "You are not afraid," the alien rasped, voice strained against the tide and wind. Hal froze. What the hell? "I am Abin Sur, Green Lantern, of Sector 2814. My duty must not end," he coughed, blood dark on his lips. Hal blinked, unsure if the exhaustion and terror of the scene were playing tricks on him. "Green Lantern? Core." Then the ring leapt from Abin Sur's finger, spinning through the air toward Hal. The light it emitted bathed him in green brilliance, circling him like a predator assessing its prey. "The ring chooses you have. Will, you are worthy," Abin Sur said, voice barely audible. Before Hal could react, the glowing emerald ring snapped onto his finger. The surge of energy was immediate. Pain, power, and awe collided in his chest. His muscles glowed, and a green aura encased him, forming armor that shimmered and pulsed with every heartbeat. Every nerve ignited. He staggered backward, nearly falling into the sand. What is happening?" Hal yelled, his voice swallowed by the sound of waves and wind. "The ring will guide you," Abin Sur whispered, the life leaving him with every word. "Protect my legacy." Abin Sur's chest slackened, and silence fell, except for the waves, the wind, and the whisper of the green energy. Before Hal could respond, the distant rumble of helicopters broke the trance. Government forces were closing in, searchlights piercing the darkness, weapons drawn. Panic surged. "Hands up, step away from the body." Hal's instinct screamed run, but his fingers tightened around the glowing ring. He raised a hand, flailing, and a shimmering green bubble enveloped him. Bullets hit it harmlessly, clattering against the force field. His heart pounded. He had no idea what he was doing. Then another light appeared. Cerulean, soft but strong, wrapping him in warmth. Hal felt the green armor dissolve into blue light for a heartbeat, lifting him out of danger, over the beach and over the cliffs. "What the hell?" he yelled, flailing inside the strange cocoon. From the shadows of the cliffs, a figure emerged, floating. A woman, tall and graceful, with silver hair flowing like liquid moonlight and eyes twinkling with calm authority. She smiled as if this was all completely normal. "Relax, flyboy," she said. "You'll thank me later." Before Hal could ask more, she extended a hand. The blue force field lifted him gently off the ground, floating him above the incoming soldiers. "Hold on, this will be smoother than you think." The people around shouted and kept firing, but it did no harm to the blue construct. After a few moments, they were out of sight from the government agents. "Okay, I need answers," Hal said, eyes wide, fingers still tingling from the ring. "What the hell just happened?" "I'm Carol Klaus," she said, voice warm yet commanding. "You stumbled into something bigger than any Air Force contract you've signed, Hal." Hal's eyes went wide. "You say it like that explains everything, lady." Carol ignored the interruption, continuing, "The ring you're wearing is a Green Lantern ring, intergalactic police. Each lantern represents willpower, the ability to overcome fear. That ring chose you. Abin Sur is gone. You are the new Green Lantern of this sector." Hal's brow furrowed. "Intergalactic cop? Lady, I can barely land an F-22 without having an aneurysm." Carol chuckled softly. "The ring saw your determination. You'll manage." "And the blue light you hold? Something tells me that's not because of aesthetics," Hal asked, pointing nervously. Her eyes softened. "Blue represents hope, Hal. We, the Blue Lantern Corps, channel hope. Where Green Lanterns wield will, we help the universe avoid despair. Different corps, different purposes, but the effect, powerful, together, unstoppable. We also don't report to your guardians." Hal blinked, trying to digest her calm explanation. His mind raced, piecing together fragments of alien ships, glowing rings, and this enigmatic woman who had just whisked him away. "Wait, you're not human." Carol smirked. "Human is a rather broad term according to our founder. For him, anyone could be human even if they don't look human. As long as they possess the qualities that make humans what they are, even aliens could be considered humans." Hal's jaw dropped. "So you're like the Smurfs to our lanterns. Who do you work for?" She shook her head. "We work for someone you might know from Earth's legends and stories." Hal was stunned. "Who's that lady? And I don't believe in fairy tales." Carol laughed. "But some of them are true. In fact, the story of Snow White was inspired by a man who is loved by nature. Anyways, you do believe in Santa, don't you, Hal?" Hal scoffed. "I'm not a kid anymore. I stopped believing those things years ago. Santa could not bring my dad back, so not much of a miracle worker is he." She smirked. "Careful, or I'll put you on the naughty list." Hal stumbled, trying to process her words. "Hold on, wait, you're saying?" "Yes," she said, giving a small bow. "Other than being a Blue Lantern, I'm also known to humans as Mrs. Klaus, though Carol works fine when we're off sleigh duty." Hal staggered back. "Wait a goddamn minute, Santa's real." Carol laughed, soft but melodic. "Not a very respectful tone if you want presents this year." Hal rubbed his face. "Oh my God, I just met Mrs. Klaus, who is cosmic and stunning. This is insane." She tilted her head, amusement in her eyes. "Careful where your thoughts wander, pilot. I know when you've been naughty." Hal flushed. Okay, don't read my mind. Geez." Her smile softened. "Remember this, Hal. Your ring burns with will, mine with hope. Alone, either can falter. But together, they light the way through darkness." A sleigh descended from the clouds, spectral and gleaming, drawn by reindeer shadows that shimmered in the night. She stepped aboard. "See you at Christmas, Lantern Boy, ho ho ho," she said, winking, and the sleigh lifted, disappearing into the sky. Hal stood for nearly an hour, staring at the empty sky, jaw slack. What the actual fuck just happened? Months later, Oa. Hal had been found by other Green Lanterns. Taken by them to Oa, standing now on the crystalline floor before the Guardians. Training was brutal. Kilowog's drills bruised him, and Seinstro's words cut sharper than blades, but Hal grinned through every scrape and every failure. His willpower, honed through years of Air Force rigor and personal tragedy, kept him alive and laughing. "You're reckless, Jordan," Sinestro sneered one evening, "but you have spirit." "Reckless, buddy, I call it style," Hal quipped, wiping blood from his lip. He became infamous in the Corps, bold, brash, infuriating, and unstoppable. But the lessons of Carol were never far. Hope, she had said. Alone, either will or hope could falter. Together, they were unstoppable. Hal applied it in his first mission. A rogue Ranian cruiser threatening an uninhabited colony constructs flickering and failing at first. He faltered, hesitated, then remembered her voice, soft but clear. "Your will burns, Hal, but hope guides it. You are never alone." Hope, he whispered to himself one night, alone in the training chamber. The green energy hummed around him, reflecting his inner resolve. That's what she meant. Hope, as a weapon, as a shield, as a reason to fight. The construct surged forward, precise and unerring. No lives lost. Victory was quiet, efficient, and complete. Even after years in the Corps, fighting Red Lanterns, Sinestro's rebellion, and cosmic crises, Hal never forgot that first encounter. He asked the Guardians about the Blue Lanterns, but they said little. Only that they had been created to serve one of the endless as agents of hope across the universe. They act as the final line of defense against threats that would consume the world. Their powers were unimaginable. Together, they were far stronger than the Green Lanterns. That only made the memory of Carol Klaus shimmer brighter in his mind. Hal Jordan, Earth's Green Lantern, test pilot, daredevil, wielder of will, and now a believer in hope, was ready. The universe was vast, the stars endless, and somewhere above, a sleigh traced the night sky, proof that even legends could be real. The Pirate King wannabe who became King of the Seas, 2013. The storm outside the lighthouse raged as though the ocean itself was at war with the land. Waves crashed against jagged rocks, thunder split the sky, and the wind howled like a wounded beast. Inside, a young man of 20 leaned against the wooden table, arms folded, eyes defiant. His dark blonde hair was wet from the rain, his sea-green eyes filled with fire. He looked every inch the rebellious son of the ocean, Arthur Curry. Before him stood an old man with tired wisdom carved into his face, Vulko, loyal advisor of Atlantis. Beside him, a young woman with hair like wildfire and eyes like polished jade, stood rigid, her patience fraying with each passing second, Mira, warrior princess of Zebel. Vulko's voice trembled with urgency. "Arthur, your mother was Queen Atlanta, you are her only son, her heir, your bloodline binds you to Atlantis. It is time you took your place, time you came home." Arthur scoffed, waving them off. Yeah, I've heard this bedtime stories before, Dad. Mother was a queen, I'm heir to some shiny throne, supposed to unite the sea and earth, blah blah blah. You want to know what I want? I want the seas, the horizon, the wind in my face. I want to be the Pirate King and find the One Piece. He grinned like a child. Mira pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. Pirate, King. Arthur grinned, leaning back with boyish arrogance. Damn right, my crew's waiting for me on the Black Manta. My first mate David's gonna kill me if I vanish mid-journey just to sit on some fancy coral chair. Mira's emerald eyes flared with anger. Whatever treasure you chase, it will never compare to the throne of Atlantis. You ignorant, stubborn buffoon, all your strength with no intelligence. With a king like you, Atlantis would be doomed. Arthur winced, offended but not angry. Whoa, easy there, gorgeous. Just because you're pretty redhead and my type doesn't mean you get a free pass to insult me. My master taught me all about gender equality, mock my dreams, and I'll punch your face, royal princess or not. Mira's jaw clenched, but a faint blush betrayed her. But the last part made a vein pop on her head. Vulko raised a weary hand. Arthur, listen to me. Your mother entrusted me to guide you. You were trained well by your master, yes, but not for this foolishness. Your first mate, David Milton Hyde, he was a criminal before you found him. He's not fit to be brother-in-arms for a king. Arthur smirked, pulling a cracked, old compass from his pocket, dangling it between them. Its needle spun wildly before pointing straight toward the horizon. And what about this? His voice was tinged with reverence. This belonged to Captain Jack Sparrow himself, a compass that points to what you want most, and it's not pointing to whatever place you are from. Don't you dare insult my crew again. David is my brother in all but blood. I'll forget your previous help, and send you to an old home for handicapped old men." Volko shook his head. "Whoever filled your head with these fantasies? He trained you well. You are strong, Arthur. Stronger than I imagined. Strong enough to be a great king." Arthur's grin widened. "So you've known of my hacky powers, huh? Guess you already know I'm acknowledged by my master who can beat all your asses. Stop with these Atlantis stories. I've got treasure to find." He turned to leave, waving casually, when Mira's voice rang out, trembling but desperate. "Wait, you care about the surface world, don't you? About humans?" Arthur froze. Mira's voice rose, urgent. "Orm, your half-brother, seeks war. He plans to drown the surface world, every city, every nation. He'll wipe out humanity and every treasure with it, even your one piece that you searched all your life for." Arthur's eyes darkened. For a moment, everything fell in silence. Then it came. An invisible, forceful pressure rolled off him like a tidal wave. The air thickened, crackling with invisible power. Red lightning lanced across the room as Volko and Mira fell to their knees, gasping under the weight. This was the power gifted to him by his master, who trained him as a boy. Any One Piece fan would not mistake this. This was the power of Conqueror's haki, the proof of one's path to kingship. Arthur's voice was low, dangerous. "Nothing will stop me from becoming Pirate King. If Orm wants to flood the world, I'll stop him. I'll beat him until he sees reason. My master once said, if someone doesn't listen to reason, beat them up until they see reason. I'll kick his ass." If Edward was here, he would have beat up Arthur like his childhood while yelling, "All the good things I taught you, yet you remembered only the joke." The pressure withdrew, leaving the room suffocatingly still. Volko and Mira shared a look, equal parts fear and awe. He wasn't refined, wasn't wise, but his spirit was unbreakable. For better or worse, Arthur Curry was Atlantis' only hope. The submarine cut through the depths like a blade, sleek and menacing. Its name was painted across the hull in bold black letters, Black Manta. Inside, Arthur sat at the helm, while David Milton Hyde, his first mate, his brother, leaned against the console, arms folded, a grin plastered across his scarred face. They were about to reach Atlantis soon. Fate had a way of being ironic. David, who was supposed to become Black Manta, a villain and Arthur's nemesis, was his best friend and brother in this timeline. They were both inspired by the stories of Jack Sparrow and set out to find the Pirate King's treasure. They met on the seas, and after a fight, became friends who decided to sail together. "So," David drawled, "tell me, Captain, we're not taking this long detour and fighting a civil war because of a certain redhead that charmed you, are we?" Arthur stiffened. "What are you talking about? Are you drunk again?" David smirked. "Come on, man. I saw the looks you two were giving each other. If we weren't marching straight into a civil war, you two would already be." He gestured vaguely with his hands, testing the durability of this sub's storage room. Arthur flushed crimson. "Oh, shut the hell up. She's sharp-tongued, yeah, but she's a good warrior, a respected ally. Sure, she's beautiful, interesting, maybe even my type. If it was another situation, then maybe." He trailed off as David's grin grew impossibly wide. Arthur's expression fell. "She's standing right behind me, isn't she?" David nodded with his grin widening. Arthur turned slowly, mechanically. Mira was in the doorway, her face as red as her hair, eyes wide. She and Arthur stared at each other for a few moments awkwardly. Without a word, she turned and fled down the corridor. Arthur groaned, dragging his hand down his face. "You really suck, man." David's laughter boomed across the control room. "Love you too, buddy." None of them knew that this would be the last time they would laugh freely like that. Atlantis was a jewel of the sea, a sprawling metropolis of coral towers and glowing domes, filled with the hum of bioluminescence and the roar of ancient waters. But it was not welcoming. Orm, Arthur's half-brother, had twisted its armies with rage, rallying them against the surface world. War was inevitable. Arthur stood at the gates with Volko and Mira at his side, his crew flanking him aboard the Black Manta. The civil war raged for 3 days. Coral streets ran red with blood. Soldiers clashed beneath the crushing pressure of the deep, and at the heart of it all, Arthur faced Orm. The duel was brutal, Orm's trident against Arthur's fists and haki. The ocean itself seemed to rage with them, waves trembling, currents twisting. Blow after blow, Arthur fought not for Atlantis, not even for the throne, but for his crew, for David, for the dream that had bound them. And then tragedy struck. Orm, in desperation, threw his trident through the Black Manta's hull. "If you want to save those damn surface dwellers, let's see if you can save your precious friends first," he yelled furiously. The explosion tore the submarine apart, killing Arthur's friends and crew in a single instant. David, who was trying to stabilize the ship, flew and crashed into one of the coral beds, his body broken and battered, blood flowing from his body. Arthur's scream of pain shook the waters. The Haki flowed out uncontrolled and furious. The nearby merfolk and the sea creatures all widened their eyes and passed out immediately. It covered all of Atlantis and more. The whole sea, even the planet, was shaking, as if feeling the loss he felt. Arthur punched Orm unconscious and rushed to the location of crash. He caught his best friend as he lay collapsed there, blood blooming in the water like dark ink. His voice cracked as he shook him. "No, no, 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 you can't die. Dave, open your eyes, damn it. We were supposed to find the one piece together. What about our dreams? I can't do this without you." David coughed, choking on seawater and blood, yet a faint smile curved his lips. "You fool, don't you see yet? We didn't follow you for treasure. We followed you because we believed in you." Arthur's tears blurred his vision. "Don't say that. You're not leaving me like everyone else. Not you, brother, not now." David's grip tightened weakly on Arthur's hand. "It was my honor to be your friend and call you, brother, to sail with you, to dream with you, was truly a glorious journey. You'll be a great king. Arthur, carry our dreams with you." His hand fell limp, his eyes closed. The man who turned over a new leaf in this life fell to the cruel irony of fate. Arthur's howl tore through the ocean, raw and heart-wrenching. Mira rushed forward, tears streaming, pulling Arthur into an embrace as he clutched his friend's body. Her voice trembled. "I am so sorry, Arthur. He believed in you. We all did. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain." Arthur's heart shattered in that moment. He had won the war, but lost everything that mattered. Orm lay defeated in chains, Atlantis' armies shattered. The throne was Arthur's by right of blood, by victory, by will. But when he sat upon the coral throne, it felt heavy, empty. The pirate king's dream had died with his crew. He looked out over the people of Atlantis, their eyes filled with both fear and hope. Mira stood beside him, her hand steady on his shoulder. And though his heart still ached, Arthur Curry swore he would not fail them. He would be their king. He would protect them, as he could not protect his brother of the sea. And though his story was carved in grief, it became legend. The pirate who had once sought treasure became the king who bore the weight of an ocean. Arthur Curry, Aqueman, the king of Atlantis. Capitulo 67, Brave New World 4. The Machine with a Human Heart, 2014. The laboratory lights buzzed faintly in the dead of night. Rows of monitors lined the walls, their green text spilling endless code across the glass. At the center of the room stood an alien box, ancient, inscrutable, humming with a quiet energy that no Earth technology had ever been able to fully decipher. The mother box. It had been stolen from Atlantis over a century ago by treasure hunters who had no idea what they carried. Passed through shadowy hands, seized by governments, buried in classified files, it had ended up in the possession of the United States by the 1960s. For decades, it had sat beneath the hands of scientists, probed and tested, but never understood. And now, in 2009, it had become the obsession of one man, Dr. Silas Stone. He even sacrificed his personal life and time with family to find out its truth. That increased the growing distance with his young son, Victor Stone. His wife acted as the bridge between them, but soon, even that bridge would crumble. 5 years later, Victor Stone was 20. Star athlete, football prodigy. Charismatic, strong, adored by teammates and fans alike. Yet beneath the cheers and the glory, his relationship with his father was fractured, two men who shared blood but little else. 2 years ago, Victor's mother passed away from a car accident. She was on her way to pick up Silas after he had forgotten it was the championship night for Victor. She never made it. That accident broke both father and son, and their distance increased. But tonight, Silas had invited Victor to his work as he was nearing a breakthrough on decrypting the mother box. He wanted to share that moment with his son. Maybe try to mend things. Victor had grown used to disappointment. His father was always late, always distracted, always chasing something that mattered more than him. Tonight would be no different. But fate intervened. That night, a catastrophic accident rocked SDAR labs. A containment breach. Fire, shrapnel, chaos, and Victor Stone caught in the heart of it. His body was torn apart, flesh broken beyond saving. Silas found him barely clinging to life, his blood staining the sterile tiles. His son, his boy. No, 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 Silas wept, cradling Victor's body. Please, stay with me, Victor. Please, God, not like this. Not you too. I can save you. I will save you. In desperation, Silas turned to the mother box. His greatest failure became his last hope. The night was heavy with frustration. Dr. Stone leaned against the reinforced glass of the chamber, his hands pressed together as if in prayer. He was a man hollowed by failure. Failure as a scientist, failure as a father. The mother box mocked him with its silence, its alien metal surface refusing to yield. He whispered into the void, voice breaking. Please, if there is anyone listening, God, devil, fate, whatever you are, help me. I've given up everything. My career, my family. My son doesn't even look at me anymore. I need something, anything. Show me there's still a reason I keep fighting. Unseen by Silas, a figure arrived in the corner of the chamber, invisible to the human eye. A tall man wreathed in a faint golden glow. His presence was calm, steady, the living embodiment of hope. It was Edward. He had been listening for some time, to the broken words of Silas Stone, to the countless prayers whispered by mankind into the dark. This one, however, carried weight, desperation, love buried under guilt. Edward sighed softly. Always the same story, a father who has given too much and too little. His voice carried warmth, though no one could hear it. He lifted a hand, and light shimmered between his fingers. Very well, hope should not go unanswered tonight. He extended his hand, and from within him surged the radiant power of hope. It washed over the mother box like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. The ancient device stirred, its hum deepening, its glyphs flickering awake for the first time in centuries. But Edward was cautious. He reached into its circuits, weaving his will through its alien heart. Carefully, he erased the tendrils of malicious code embedded within, the shadow of Darkseid, the spyglass of apocalypse that had plagued countless worlds. The mother box was made clean. Edward looked at Silas Stone, who had fallen to his knees, overwhelmed as the impossible unfolded before him. This is all I can give, Edward whispered. The rest must be his choice. And then, like a specter, he was gone. Victor opened his eyes to a world of static. He gasped, staring at the reflection in the glass. Half his body was gone, replaced by gleaming alien metal. His chest pulsed with a faint blue glow. His left arm reshaped itself into a cannon before his very eyes. His face, half human, half machine. He stumbled back, clutching his head. No, no, what did you do to me? Silas reached for him, voice trembling. Victor, listen to me. You were dying, I had no choice. The mother box. You turned me into a freak, Victor roared, slamming his fist into the wall. The metal bent like paper. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want this. Silas's eyes welled. I couldn't lose you, not again. I couldn't watch my son die. You're all I have left. Victor's breathing slowed, his rage cracking into something deeper. He looked at his trembling hands, at the alien circuits running through his veins. Yet there was something else, a whisper in his mind, a warmth, a quiet presence telling him he wasn't broken, that he wasn't alone. Hope. Victor blinked, tears burning his eyes, his volatile emotions stabilizing. The storm in his heart dulled, not gone, but soothed. Somewhere deep inside, Edward's gift lingered, steadying him. He wasn't a monster, he wasn't a mistake. He was alive. In the weeks that followed, Victor didn't leave the lab, not out of despair but discovery. His body was no prison. It was a key. With a single thought, he could connect to any system on Earth. Satellites bent to his will. Secure networks unfolded before him like open books. He could watch the world from 1,000 eyes, hear whispers in governments, glimpse secrets meant never to be known. Knowledge was his ocean now, and he sailed it endlessly. Silas would watch from afar, torn between guilt and awe. His son, more brilliant than any scientist, more connected than any machine, more human than ever. Victor didn't resent his new form, not fully, but he didn't embrace it either. He lived in the liminal space between man and machine, a being caught between worlds. And yet, in his solitude, he found peace. He told himself, "This is enough. I'll watch the world from here. I don't need the spotlight anymore." But fate had other plans. It came without warning. Anomalies, disturbances in the network, whispers of something coming, something ancient, vast, hungry. For the first time since his rebirth, Victor felt fear, not for himself but for the world. He remembered his father's desperation, his teammates' laughter, the roar of the crowd when he scored his final touchdown, the life he once had and the life he now carried. He looked at his reflection, half man, half machine. And for the first time, he did not flinch. "This world needs me." His voice was steady, resolute. The machine with a human heart would step into the light. Victor Stone was no longer just a man, no longer just a machine. He was cyborg, and his story had only just begun. The child who would be a savior, 2014. The rain that night was merciless. Gotham's forgotten streets, cracked, unlit, and littered with the bones of old factories, seemed to echo the loneliness of a 14-year-old boy running as fast as his legs could carry him. Billy Batson's sneakers splashed through puddles, his backpack thudding against his side, the laughter of older kids chasing behind him. "Run, Batson, you think you're hot stuff, huh?" one of the bullies shouted. Billy's lungs burned, but he didn't stop. He'd learned the hard way that people didn't show mercy. Not foster parents, not social workers, not street thugs. Nobody. He ducked into a subway entrance, heart hammering. The flickering light above the platform painted his face in harsh shadows. His reflection in the grimy glass showed a boy who looked tougher than he was. Messy hair, eyes that pretended to be hard but couldn't hide their loneliness. The train screeched into the station. Without thinking, Billy darted inside. But this wasn't like any train he had ever taken. The moment the doors slammed shut, the graffiti, trash, and rust dissolved. The carriage elongated, its dull steel transforming into polished brass and marble. Sigils burned faintly along the walls. The seats shimmered into velvet. The train hurtled forward, though there was no track, only swirling tunnels of light. Billy stumbled, gripping a pole. "What the hell? Okay, Billy, calm down, you're just hallucinating. Yeah, maybe those bullies hit you harder than you thought." The train slowed and came to a stop before massive double doors carved from obsidian. They creaked open by themselves. A chamber stretched beyond, ancient, cathedral-like, with towering statues lining either side. They were figures of gods and heroes, chipped and cracked, their eyes hollowed with time. At the far end, upon a dais, sat a man draped in white and gold robes, beard flowing, staff in hand. His face was weary, lined with centuries. "Welcome, Billy Batson," the man intoned, voice rumbling like a mountain. Billy froze. "You know my name? Okay, creepy. Look, old man, if this is some kind of cult recruitment scam, you picked the wrong kid. I don't do robes or prefer getting molested." The wizard's eyes narrowed, sparks of lightning dancing faintly in his pupils. He was annoyed but didn't show it. He rose slowly, leaning on his staff. "I am the last of the council of wizards, guardians of magic and balance. For centuries we chose champions to defend mankind against darkness. But time has thinned our numbers. My brothers are gone. Their seats empty. I am all that remains." Billy gave him a flat stare. "Cool speech, really, but you've got the wrong guy. I'm no hero. I can barely keep myself alive, let alone save the world." The old man slammed his staff against the stone floor. Thunder cracked overhead, shaking the chamber. "You misunderstand. The world needs more than strength. It needs one who carries courage even in despair, one who protects though abandoned, one who gives though he has nothing. That is you, Billy Batson." Billy's voice faltered. "I'm just a screw-up. I'm none of those things." The wizard's gaze softened. "And yet, you still get up when the world knocks you down. That is what makes you worthy." Billy's chest tightened. For a moment, he saw flashes, his parents smiling in the car before the crash, the sirens, the flames, the loneliness that followed. Every rejection, every slammed door, and yet here he stood, still alive, still fighting. So what? You're gonna give me a magic sword or something? The wizard shook his head. More than that, the council's gifts remain. We choose a champion who is worthy to bestow upon divine might. The wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Horus, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, the speed of Mercury, and, he paused, eyes gleaming. A gift entrusted long ago by one who changed the world, the will of Edward to protect humanity. Billy blinked, his sarcasm slipped, replaced by stunned wonder. Wait, Edward? As in, the Edward, the guy who stopped the World War, the guy who everyone prays to even now when things go to shit, you're saying he was real? The wizard allowed himself the faintest smile. He was as real as the stars above you. He left his mark upon the council. His courage, pure and unyielding, is yours if you accept. Billy's mouth fell open. That's insane, that's awesome. His grin cracked wide despite himself. I get the Edward's will? Man, I would have preferred his power, but this is still sick. For the first time in centuries, the wizard chuckled. Then speak my name, Billy Batson. Speak it with conviction, and the power shall be yours. Billy crossed his arms. Aha, and what's your name? Gandalf, Merlin, Dumbledore. The wizard lifted his staff, lightning coursing through the chamber, his eyes twitching. Speak, S-H-A-Z-A-M-E. Billy flinched at the boom but muttered, fine, whatever. At least you added an E to avoid getting sued by them. He spoke loudly. S-H-A-Z-A-M-E. The instant the word left his lips, the chamber erupted with light. Bolts of golden lightning engulfed him, crackling through his bones, tearing away his frail body. He screamed, but not in fear. It was exhilaration. Power poured into him like fire and thunder. He felt taller, stronger, unbreakable. His heart no longer carried just pain, but hope. When the light faded, Billy stared at his reflection in the polished floor. Gone was the scrawny boy. In his place stood a man in red and gold armor, a white hooded cloak fluttering behind him, lightning insignia blazing on his chest. His fists glowed faintly, humming with raw power. He stumbled back, voice deeper, richer. Holy crap, I'm jacked. Look at me. I have abs, I've never had abs. The wizard leaned on his staff, his body flickering like smoke. His time was ending. You are more than muscle, child. You are hope. You are balance. You are Shazam, born of gods, of heroes, and of Edward's legacy. Guard mankind well. Billy looked up at him, excitement battling the weight of responsibility. Wait, Shazam, that's my identity now. That's my hero name. The wizard's form began to crumble into dust. Not a name, a mantle. Wear it proudly. His last words echoed as his body dissolved into nothingness, his staff collapsing to ash. Billy stood alone in the chamber, his chest heaving. The silence was deafening. Then slowly he smiled, a real smile. Edward's will to protect humanity? Huh. He clenched his fist, sparks dancing across his knuckles. Guess that means I don't have to be alone anymore. He walked through the door, the chamber faded, the train's rattle returned. Billy blinked, he was back in his seat, but his reflection in the window was no longer a skinny, broken kid. It was Shazam. The train screeched to a halt. The doors opened. Billy stepped out into the night, not as a boy who had lost everything, but as a hero who had been given the world. And for the first time since that crash, he whispered a prayer. Thanks, old man, I'll try not to screw this up. And Edward, I hope to meet you if you're still alive and kicking. Lightning cracked in the sky above Gotham, heralding the birth of Shazam. Avalon, 2014. Avalon was at peace. The eternal island fortress shimmered under the golden sun, a place where time itself seemed reluctant to move. On the sun deck of a villa overlooking the endless sea, Edward reclined lazily in a chair, sunglasses resting on his nose. Beside him, Hera and Hippolyta stretched out in modern bikinis, enjoying the warmth. For two women who had seen countless centuries, they looked no different than goddesses sculpted fresh from marble, yet more real, more alive, more grounded than any statue could capture. Hera sipped from a glass of chilled ice wine, her aura still regal even when dressed so casually. Hippolyta, queen of Amazons, let her hair tumble freely, basking like a lioness at rest. Edward smirked, the corner of his mouth tugging upward as he thought, not for the first time, how absurdly lucky he was. Death was not present. She was the most dutiful of his wives, but also the one most prone to bending her duties by sending avatars in her stead when she wanted to be here. She always made time for him and their son. Edward didn't complain. Her sense of responsibility had saved more worlds than anyone could count. Not far away, Alphonse and Cassie were busy, or rather, Alphonse was. The young man, his first son, crouched by a massive frame of metal, tightening screws and muttering to himself like a man possessed. He had the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, grease smudged across his cheek, his eyes bright with manic glee. The thing he was building looked halfway between a giant knight and a futuristic robot. Cassie, his sister, stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching with little enthusiasm. Unlike Alphonse, she wasn't the tinkering type. She was her mother's daughter through and through, muscles, confidence, and impatience all wrapped in one fiery package. She could build if she wanted to, but more often than not, she preferred smashing her way through problems. "This is so boring, I want to fight someone," she muttered, leaning against the wall. Alphonse didn't even glance up. "You said that 2 hours ago, and 1 hour ago, and 15 minutes ago, and I'm still ignoring you." Cassie rolled her eyes. "Because you're a nerd who'd rather play with screws than do literally anything fun." He grinned without looking. "Nerds build the world, muscleheads just break it." She smacked him upside the head with the flat of her palm. "You say that like you don't beg me to test your toys every time you finish one." "Correction," he said, tightening another bolt. "I trust you to test them because your definition of safety is non-existent. If this thing survives you, it'll survive anything." Sophrosine, the youngest of the siblings, sat quietly nearby with a thick book in hand. Unlike the other two, his energy was calm, his presence serene, but his eyes were sharp and far too knowing for his age. He was reading quietly, only occasionally flicking his gaze toward the bickering pair. Though outwardly composed, he secretly enjoyed these exchanges. It made Avalon feel alive. Edward leaned forward from his chair and called over. "Soph, you're unusually quiet today. You okay, kiddo?" Soph looked up, his face blank but his tone gentle. "I'm fine, father, just reading." Edward tilted his head, studying him. "You always read too much like Destiny. You know your mother worries about you, right? You're her only son. She dotes too much because, well, you're the impossible made real. She never thought she could have you." Soph's lips pressed together. "I know, I've accepted it. I love her for it. But sometimes," he trailed off, shaking his head, "sometimes it feels like I'm suffocating under how much everyone wants to protect me." Edward reached over, ruffling his son's hair despite the inevitable scowl. "That's what family does. We protect, we annoy, we smother, and we love. You'll get used to it." From across the deck, Cassie yelled, "Get over here, Soph. Stop acting like an old man. Al and I actually finished the mecha. It's time to test it." Soph sighed, closing his book with resigned calm. "She's going to drag me either way," he murmured. Sure enough, Cassie stomped over, grabbed his wrist, and hauled him up. Alphonse stood proudly in front of the towering machine. "Behold, my masterpiece, a perfect blend of courage, ingenuity, and brilliance. Say hello to." Cassie cut him off, shouting, "Optimus Prime." Alphonse whipped around, affronted. "Not Optimus Prime, this is completely original, totally different." Soph tilted his head. "It looks exactly like Optimus Prime." Alphonse clutched his chest in mock agony. "Et tu, Soph, betrayed by my own little brother." From the sun deck, Hippolyta cracked one eye open, voice sharp. "Alphonse, we love you and all, but that looks worse than when your father tried to make a cleaning robot. Don't mess with it. You'll get hurt." Edward grinned. That cleaning robot was a masterpiece, it just had a few issues. "Darling," Hera said, glancing at him with concern, "that thing tried to wash the ceiling with acid. No child of mine is repeating that disaster." Edward reached over, stroking her thigh. "Come on, honey, kids will be kids. Let them have their fun. It's not like they can really hurt themselves." Hera gasped, batting his hand away as it wandered higher. "Edward, the children are right here." Hippolyta smirked. "Funny to hear you complain. I still remember how you spent half your time trying to seduce him whenever he came within arm's reach." "And you didn't," Hera shot back, "ambushing him under tables and showers every time you were in heat." Cassie clamped her hands over Soph's ears. Guys, can you not say this in front of me? Or him, he's still too young. Soph calmly pulled her hands away. I can hear everything regardless, sis. Cassie groaned, I'm moving out. Edward, dragged away moments later by his wives with suspiciously heated glares, shouted back over his shoulder. Don't even think about that before you're 100, young lady. Alphonse's eyes lit up. Wait, Dad and Mom's distracted. Perfect time to test the mecha. Cassie cracked her knuckles. Finally. Soph sighed but followed. This will not end well. A few hours later. Edward wiped the sweat from his forehead as he sat up on the bed. Hera and Hippolyta clung to him on each side. Despite being married for thousands of years, their passion never burned away. It got even stronger after the birth of their children. He smiled and caressed them gently. Hera sighed in bliss. Nothing beats some afternoon lovemaking. Hippolyta chuckled. Can't argue with that. She kissed Edward's neck. Now we need to shower again. It's almost time for dinner. Hera stretched and stood up in all her glory, unashamed as she stood in front of the mirror. Honey, check on the kids as we freshen up. They have been rather quiet. Edward got up with a sigh and fondled Hera's delightful ass and gave it a spank before walking away, making her shout from behind. I'll take my revenge tonight for this. You can't just light a fire and walk away, my love. Edward chuckled and walked towards the testing are for all experiments. Smoke rose like a beacon above the testing grounds. Edward jogged over, his instincts flaring, but when he arrived, he had to bite back laughter. The once proud mecha now lay in ruins, only its legs and a few scraps of torso left intact. Alphonse and Cassie stood side by side, completely blackened with soot, their hair sticking out wildly. Soph was unscathed, leaning against a rock, book once again open, his face unreadable. Edward raised an eyebrow. So kids, what happened here? Soph, without looking up, replied coolly, it started sparking when Al and Cassie tried to take off. Cassie thought throwing water at the flames would help. It didn't. It went kaboom. Hey, Alphonse shouted, don't make it sound that bad. Cassie crossed her arms. Yeah, don't snitch on us. Edward folded his arms, his dad mode expression kicking in. Well, I see you were trying to recreate Terminator. Alphonse spun, scandalized. Terminator? Are you kidding me? It was a transformer, Dad. That was intentional slander. Edward smirked. Well, it terminated your lab privileges for a month, son. Alphonse fell to his knees. Nuo, you're a monster. Edward grinned wickedly. Hello, Monster JR. I'm Monster SR. Cassie tried a different approach, blinking innocently and getting closer. Come on, Dad. You wouldn't punish your adorable baby girl, would you? She even squinted to squeeze out some tears. Edward ruffled her hair. Sorry, sweetheart. Diana already pulled that trick on me for centuries. I'm immune. Now go wash up before your mom finds out. She's in a good mood, don't ruin it. Both kids groaned. Edward scooped up Soph, placing him casually on his shoulder. Despite being over 50 years old, he still looked like a 7-8-year-old kid. Come on, buddy. Let's go make clouds into weird shapes till they freshen up. Soph spoke in his usual monotone. Are you going to ruin my shapes again with your terrible drawing skills? Edward gasped. That was one time. Soph's eyes narrowed. The sky dimmed ever so slightly. One time, when I was 10, I made clouds shaped like Mother, my uncles, and aunts. I left to fetch her so she could see. But you were jealous that I made better clouds. And when I came back, you turned them into those obscene sexual things. Mother was horrified. She spanked me for the first time ever. Edward winced. Okay, maybe twice. But come on, kiddo. That was, 30 years ago? Time to let it go. Soph leapt off his shoulder, glaring like a cat. I told you I hate that song. Edward chuckled sheepishly. All right, no frozen jokes. Soph, despite being one of the most powerful beings in the universe, had some weird prejudice against some random things. One of them was Disney and the fairy tale stuff. He hated the Frozen movie for some weird reason. Edward even joked he was a Warner Bros. Executive in disguise. He reached out, taking his son's hand. All right, my bad kiddo, come on, dinner's soon. Let's go find some clouds anyway. Soph snorted but followed without protest, his eyes slightly squinted in happiness. Edward chuckled at his soon-dear son, who seems to have inherited it from his mother. For all his immense power, for all the weight of divinity and legacy resting on his shoulders, Edward never felt more alive, more complete, than in these small, ordinary moments. Walking hand in hand with his son, listening to the laughter and groans of his children, and knowing despite everything, they were together, safe and happy. It was a peace he would never take for granted. Capítulo 68, The Man Who Laughs. The city crouched under low clouds and sodium lamps, orange light puddling on rain-sheened streets. Gotham National Bank loomed like a mausoleum for money, granite ribs, brass doors, a clock that had been 5 minutes fast since the 20s. It was late enough that the sidewalks were thin, and the night watch inside had started counting minutes instead of hours. A black van rolled to a stop half on the curb, tires chirping. The passenger door opened with a creak that sounded like a laugh. Men in discount clown masks piled out, jackets too big, gloves too new, rifles held like promises they weren't sure they could keep. Their steps were quick, jittery. Streetlight caught gloss paint, red grins, blue teardrops, eyes that didn't blink. Then he climbed down from the back. He didn't hurry. He slid to the pavement like he'd dropped out of a painting, hair the green of a mossed-over dollar, face a white ruin under grease paint, black-rimmed eyes that drank in the building as if it were a dessert he'd ordered for himself. He stretched, vertebrae clicking audibly, jacket hanging loose and purple and wrong. He rolled his neck, tongue dragging thoughtfully along the inside of a scar. "Home sweet home," he rasped, looking up at the carved stone letters, Gotham National. "Let's take their temperature." A goon with a mask painted like a weeping clown swallowed. "Boss, you said easy in and out." Joker's head bobbed, indecisive. "In and out. Yes, we go in, we go out. Somewhere in there," he wobbled a hand, "we rearrange the furniture." He clapped once, sharp as a starter pistol. The back doors of the van banged open. Out came the battering ram, cheap welds and borrowed bolts, and a duffel of charges that smelled like a fireworks stand that had decided to grow teeth. Joker hefted a canvas bag, marked with a cartoon $sign somebody's joke, and slung it over his shoulder. "Remember your lines," he sang softly. "We're doing a comedy. No one shoots unless I laugh." He didn't wait for replies. He strutted toward the revolving brass doors. A gloved hand jammed a wedge of steel into the rotor. The ram swung, 1, 2, and the glass burst inward in a spray of bright stars. Silence inside cracked. The security guard on duty, late middle age, paunch under a too-small belt, blinked awake with a shout that died in his throat when he saw the masks. He got the pistol halfway out. A goon surged at him and would have fired if Joker's single tap on the rifle barrel hadn't angled it into the ceiling. "Hey," Joker murmured cheerfully, pushing the muzzle down with 2 fingers. "Manners, count to 5, inside voices." He leaned across the counter toward the guard, close enough that the metallic scent of his breath pushed past the bank smell of wax and paper. The knife flashed and rested, leisurely, against the guard's throat. "Let's not be tragic, Gary." He peered at the name plate on the desk. "Gary, good. Gary, would you like to live to retire?" The guard stared, Adam's apple bouncing under the blade. He nodded, tiny, terrified. "See?" The Joker beamed at the room. "Consensus!" He lifted the knife, patted the guard's cheek with the flat of it, then pivoted and vaulted onto the teller counter with a suddenness that made 3 people yelp. He slid along the marble, boots squeaking, spreading his arms. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." Joker's voice cracked through the air like broken glass wrapped in velvet. He clapped his hands, mock applause echoing through the chamber. "Welcome to your early retirement fund redistribution program." He kicked over a guard who tried to crawl away, planting his foot firmly on the man's chest. His tongue darted over his scarred lips. Now, don't be shy. This is a bank, isn't it, where money comes in and occasionally goes out, like right now." Guns swept the lobby with shouts to get down. Tellers raised trembling hands, customers flattened themselves to the floor. A mother clutched her teen son, a man in a gray suit muttered, "Oh God," on a loop. The oversized clock ticked. A fountain burbled. Somewhere deep, a phone started to ring and wouldn't stop. A banker pleaded, "Just take the money, don't harm anybody." Joker crouched face inches from the trembling banker. "See, I don't really care about the money. No, money is boring." His eyes widened, intensity radiating like a fever. But you know what isn't boring? Watching the look on your faces when the rules you cling to stop working. Joker hopped down and strolled through the middle of the chaos, humming a children's rhyme off-key, letting his fingers skate along polished surfaces as if he were blind and reading by touch. He paused at a bronze plaque listing donors. Names, he breathed, almost lovingly. So much heavier than numbers, all this to make a column taller on a piece of paper somewhere. Behind him, the crew worked. 2 masked men dragged the ram to the inner steel gate, another pair zip-tied wrists, stacked phones in a satchel, kicked them under a desk. One hustled across the floor with a coil of plastic explosive, teeth gripping a pull strip, eyes too wide for sanity. They weren't smooth, but they were motivated. Fear made a tight choreography. At the security desk, the guard slid his panic button hand toward the underside lip. The Joker, already 10 feet away, didn't even glance back. He lifted his left hand at shoulder height and snapped his fingers. A goon's boot crushed the guard's wrist to the desk with a wet crunch, and the guard howled. "Gary," Joker said without turning, "we talked about retirement." The guard bit off more noise, teeth pink. The goon looked sick under his mask. Joker drifted along the line of tellers, head cocked. He stopped at a young woman who couldn't stop crying. Tear tracks cut little roads through powder. "Hi," he said, peering at her nameplate. Madison, this is your lucky day. You get to help me with a magic trick." He slid a single chip-like disc from his sleeve and clicked it into place on the counter. "Hold this button if anyone decides to be heroic. You'll know it when you feel like pressing it." He leaned close, conspiratorial. "Trust your instincts. They were screaming for a reason when you married Kyle." She blinked, thrown through her fear. "How?" He tapped the disc. "Listening device, secured, you people talk too loudly in break rooms." He walked away, making her sigh in relief, but he suddenly spun back and returned. "Oh, almost forgot to ask. That's not good manners now. Pardon me, Madison, do you want to know how I got these scars, Maybe you want a facial surgery to smile more like me? Kyle would love to see you smile more." Joker asked her as if he was kindly offering help. Madison cried in fear. No, I don't want to, please don't hurt me." Joker sighed. "Party pooper, no wonder he is sleeping with your best friend. This marriage is a bad joke." Madison widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at her friend who flinched away. Joker giggled and spun away, trench coat flaring. At the vault corridor, the crew slapped charge putty into seams, hands shaking. One of them, the smallest, checked his phone, cursed. "Cops'll be here in 3, 2, Joker corrected softly, drifting behind him. He plucked the detonator from the man's belt. The police admire punctuality, which is why they're always late. He patted the man's shoulder and sauntered back toward the lobby center, speaking without raising his voice, and somehow everyone heard him. "We're on a clock, boys, and the clock is being rude." He casually shot the big clock, making it shatter. "They're now all better." The vault charges thumped, 4 dull, concussive blows that made the building grunt. The heavy door didn't so much open as admit defeat, its locking teeth surrendering with a grind. Hot air gusted from the vault like a machine exhaling. "Go fetch," Joker waved. 3 goons disappeared inside with sacks. He didn't follow. He found a spot under the clock, put his back to a marble column, and stared up. He licked his lips slow, eyes tracking the second hand as if it were a small animal he might pounce on. He spoke to the empty air beside him. "He's late." A goon muttered, "Who?" Joker didn't answer, his head tilted, he smiled without happiness. "Showtime." The vault door groaned open under another henchman's work. Cash spilled like a flood. Joker twirled, arms spread wide, as though conducting an orchestra. Then, the lobby went dark. Imagine if someone played Undertaker theme music skull. The sound of glass cracking high above drew every gaze upward. A single shape dropped from the shadows and landed with a thundering crash on the marble floor. The figure rose slowly, cape spreading like the wings of a gargoyle. "Oh, Batman, it's rude to keep your friends waiting," Joker whispered, his grin stretching impossibly wider. "End of the line, Joker, give up now." Batman growled, voice a low rumble that shook the hostages from their paralysis. A second shadow followed, faster, younger. Robin dropped in a three-point landing that snapped into a spin, twin sticks in his hands flashing steel. The yellow of his cape's lining flashed under the cold lights and went dark again when he settled it. Joker clapped delightedly, spinning on his heel. "Oh ho ho, I knew tonight was going to be fun. Robin, too. What's the matter, Bats? Didn't trust yourself to play with me alone anymore." The room gasped. Joker clapped, polite and delighted. "He brought a +1, he said brightly. "We should have made more cupcakes. Someone, please order a kid's meal from McDonald's." Robin stepped forward, staff extending with a metallic snap. "You're done, Joker. Put the money down." Joker tilted his head, mock hurt on his painted face. "Money, money, money, money. Did I say this was about money? Oh no, bird boy, tonight is about fun, about chaos." His voice dropped into a guttural snarl, "about watching your city bleed from the inside." Batman advanced, his cape sweeping the floor. "You're not leaving here," his eyes already scanning the bank for plans. Guns snapped toward the caped pair. Joker didn't move to stop it. He watched. He wanted the music to start. It started. The first rifle cracked and Batman moved, not away but toward 2 steps. A twist, the shot smacked into his raised gauntlet and died. He slammed the shooter's wrist. The rifle clanged away. A knee drove up into a floating rib. The man folded. Another goon fired wild. Robin's stick flicked and the muzzle jerked aside. The ricochet bit marble. The second stick slid under the man's forearm. Leverage popped shoulder. The scream was high and shocked. "Left," Batman said. Robin spun left without needing a reason and intercepted the butt of a rifle, rebounded with a heel to a knee. He didn't look 16, he looked like a blade that had grown legs. A third goon charged Batman from behind with a knife and met darkness. Cape wrapped, sight gone, the knife whipped harmless in the shroud. 2 punches broke ribs through Kevlar. A headbutt turned lights out. Batman let him tumble unconscious and turned with the cape's trailing edge snapping like a flag. The vault team came sprinting out, sacks slamming against their thighs, and saw a demon in their way. One panicked and squeezed the trigger of a submachine gun, the muzzle firing. Batman moved through the burst, armor taking a few sparks, the rest spatting into the floor. He caught the man's forearm and shoulder, twisted, and the gun went flying. He used the man to knock the next down, then stepped into the third with an elbow that lifted teeth from jaw like a magician stealing coins. The sacks sprawled, money flowed like confetti. Joker watched, charmed. He clapped twice faster. "God, you're good at this." Robin barreled through a pair that tried to flank Batman, sticks beating a rhythm, wrist, temple, hip, a sweep, a stomp, and then he was between a screaming teller and a trembling goon trying to look big. "Walk away," Robin said. Calm, firm. "Now." The man's finger tightened by reflex. Robin's stick crunched the trigger guard in a spark shower and the man yelped, dropped the weapon, held his hand like it had bitten him. Robin lifted the stick and the man raised both hands, backing toward the floor with the others. Joker didn't join immediately. He danced backward, clapping and laughing as his men fell one by one. "You can stop now. We can get you the help you need," Batman said across the room without raising his voice. Joker tilted his head. "Oh, I can stop lots of things. I stopped drinking dairy." He wagged his eyebrows. "Sadly, chaos is lactose tolerant." He reached into his coat and with a sudden flick of his wrist, tossed a metallic device across the room. It clattered against the marble. Batman's eyes locked on it, a tear-shaped device with too many seams. "Get down," he shouted. The explosion tore through the far wall, a deafening roar of heat and flame. Hostages screamed, ducking as rubble crashed around them. The blast didn't hit Batman or Robin directly, but the shockwave staggered them both. Smoke filled the air, choking and thick. Through the haze, Joker's cackle split the night. "Can't have you ending the party too early." From his pockets, Joker produced several small canisters, painted crudely with mocking smiles. He hurled them to the floor, one after the other. Green gas erupted instantly, spreading in rolling clouds across the lobby. Scarecrow's fear toxin. Batman yanked his cape forward, shielding a group of hostages, his respirator kicking in. Robin snapped his mask tighter, filtering the air. But even with precautions, the toxin burned in their lungs, clawing at their minds. "Breathe it in," Joker shrieked, arms wide, spinning amid the chaos. His laughter grew wild, unhinged. Smell that, that's the scent of truth. When you strip away the rules, the masks, the lies, you see what people really are. Hostages screamed, some clawing at invisible terrors. One banker curled into a fetal ball, sobbing about demons in the shadows. A guard fired his pistol at nothing, eyes wide with madness. Batman pushed through, determined, his voice hard even as the gas tried to worm into his thoughts. Joker, stop this now. Robin fought back panic, his staff swinging at hallucinations before he forced himself to focus, grounding in his training. He shouted through the haze, he's getting away. Joker was already backing toward the broken wall, his silhouette framed by smoke and fire. He bowed theatrically. Thank you, you've all been a wonderful audience tonight. But the curtain must fall and the clown must crawl. His voice dropped, chilling. See you around, bats. Batman took 3 quick steps to Madison, whose hands were frozen above the panic button Joker had left her. She couldn't breathe, pupils blown. Madison! Batman's voice cut through the fog, low and steady. Look at me. He put a rebreather between her hands and made her hold it to her face. Slow breaths, she did with a choked sob. Good, stay down. Robin waded into gas and chaos. He dropped to a knee beside the mother and son, pressed filters into their hands, wrapped his cape around them to shield them from the worst of the cloud. You're okay, he said, flexing his voice into something soft. Big breaths, it's a bad dream, that's all. The boy stared up at him with dilation and awe, nodding. Robin squeezed his shoulder and rose in one smooth ignition of motion, eyes up. Batman cut the distance between him and Joker. Batman's first jab went to the shoulder to scatter balance. Joker let it hit and rolled with it, grinning and slashed up. The blade scritched along the armor where the plates met and left a superficial kiss of silver on matte black. You changed the stitching, Joker crooned, delighted. Somebody's been reading their fan mail. Batman's counter was brutal. A forearm to Joker's knife wrist, a grab, a twist. The blade flashed away, skittering across marble. Joker didn't go for it. He leaned in close, breath sour with chemicals, and whispered like they were conspirators. You can't fix people. You can barely fix plumbing. Wanna hear a joke? Then he head-butted Batman. The motion was sudden and nasty. It rang a little behind Batman's eyes. Joker giggled and flowed out of reach with a boneless drop to his back. Behind them, 2 last goons stumbled out of the vault with sacks. Robin planted himself between them and the world. Don't, he said. Kid, you don't want? One started, raising the bag as if it were a weapon. Robin stepped in and sideways at once. The bag whooshed over his head, his stick tagged the man's knee, the joint buckled, and Robin's second stick wrapped the back of the skull. The man dropped bonelessly. The other blanched and tried to run, found Batman in his path, and put his hands up so fast the bones cracked audibly. Joker peeked around Batman's shoulder like a child at a theater trying to see above grown-ups' heads. You got yourself a pet bird, he sing-songed. Didn't you learn? Birds fly away when you open the cage. Batman didn't look back at Robin. He's not like you, he said simply. Something nodded in Joker's expression at that, something unreadable that went quick and gone. He tutted once, twice, tempo rising. I was going to take the money, he said, more to himself than anyone, and then louder to the room, but loot is so, yesterday. He pulled a small remote from his pocket and waved it, tiny red light blinking. What matters is headlines. Batman lunged, Joker laughed and thumbed the butt. Joker stood at the base of the ramp, framed in the hard rectangle of street lighting, as if he'd arrived on a stage that had been waiting to be born. He had one hand in his pocket and the other lifted in a little wave. We should do lunches, he said brightly. Do you like Thai? I love Thai. The spicy stuff makes me feel alive. Put it down, Batman said. Put what down? Joker asked innocently. The remote. Oh, Joker produced it between thumb and forefinger like a magician revealing a coin behind your ear. This old thing? He rolled it across his knuckles. You're not listening, Bats. I don't need it anymore. He tossed it. Batman snatched it out of the air by reflex, read the design in a blink. There were no more paired frequencies. Joker grinned, knowing exactly what Batman had seen. Robin's eskrima sticks hummed softly as he rolled them in his palms. You're not getting on that bus. Oh, I am. Joker rocked on his heels, pleased. I love public transit, the little ads, the smells. The way strangers pretend you're not there while you bleed on their shoes. He whistled. The bus door hissed open. Inside, a driver in a clown mask sat too still. 2 more masked men were already in seats, hands visible empty. "New friends?" Robin asked, glancing quick. "Old friends with new jokes," Joker said. "I'd invite you, but you'd ruin the punchline." Batman stepped forward. Joker didn't back away. He lowered his voice to something intimate and cruel. "Do you ever get tired? Rushing in, hauling out, patching leaks in a boat made out of rules?" He leaned forward, eyes hungry. "What happens the day it breaks and you finally swim?" Batman stopped a yard away. "It won't be today." "It's always today," Joker whispered. He flicked a tiny glass sphere down at Batman's feet, a bead no bigger than a pearl. It was magical in origin. The burst wasn't sound or heat. It was worse, a metal taste that made sinuses burn and eyes water and muscles twitch out of command. Batman stumbled a half step. Robin did too, teeth clenched. Joker laughed, delighted. "Ah, magic, where would we be without it? A little gift from my new friends." He threw his calling card down at Batman. "And for my next trick, I'll make myself disappear." Ha 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 ha, he threw a smoke bomb and left with the people who came to pick him up. Batman and Robin walked back into the bank's high hall after recovering, Cape dragging water that drew black calligraphy across the marble. He took everything in: the sprayed cash, the crater of the first explosion, the chemical sheen on puddles, the trajectory of the bus's tires outside across the alley's wet. He knelt by one of Joker's canisters, picked it up with tongs, and sealed it in a capsule from his belt. He glanced up at the clock. It was still 5 minutes fast. Robin trotted to his side, breathing steadier now that the worst of the gas had thinned. "We almost had him." "We interrupted him," Batman said. "Feels the same until it doesn't." Police lights strobed red-blue beyond the shattered doors. The wail of sirens hit the lobby and bounced, dizzying. A shouted command from uniforms in the street, then the measured thunder of boots. Commissioner Jim Gordon's voice cut across, sharp, already pissed. "Batman, you're still inside. Anyone injured?" "Multiple, fear gas exposure," Batman called back. "We contained it. You'll need medics with charcoal kits and respirators." Gordon moved into view, jaw tight, eyes doing calculus on the chaos. He took in the trussed goons, the unconscious ones, the civilians breathing through filters, Robin's steady presence by the crowd. He exhaled through her nose, a non-laugh. "Clown again." Batman nodded once. Gordon lit up a cigarette. "You reckon we can find him tonight in Gotham?" Batman's eyes lifted to the skylight's ragged mouth, where the rain had just begun to fall in pinprick points. "No," he said, and the certainty was worse than doubt. "He's already somewhere else." Somewhere else was a bus threading through late-night traffic. Heater rattling, lights flickering, 3 clown-masked men sitting too straight. The driver's hands at 10 and 2 in a grip that had nothing to do with safe driving. The Joker stood in the aisle, swaying with the motion, peering out the slatted window at skyscrapers sheening rain, at pedestrians scurrying with collars up and heads down. He licked his lips and checked the looped feed on a cheap phone, interior bank cameras replaying on delay, the moment Batman dropped through the skylight, the exact instant the cape spread like a threat. He paused it there and looked at the frozen frame. He smiled, but it wasn't joy, it was appetite. "See you soon," he told the tiny, unmoving Batman on the screen. Behind him, 2 goons finally exhaled. One found his courage. "Boss, you could've, we could've." "One," Joker finished, turning his head slow. He let the word hang until it went sour. "I'm not interested in winning." The goon swallowed. "Then, what?" Joker's smile widened, cracked grease paint flaking at the edges. "Growth." Back at the bank, Batman and Robin stood on the marble beneath the broken skylight. Rain tapped the floor in staccato circles. EMTs moved through the shaken, oxygen masks blooming like plastic flowers. Gordon gave orders without raising his voice, and they were obeyed because he was tired and reasonable and exactly the kind of cop who didn't get medals. "Go," he told Batman without looking at him, which was how you spoke to a ghost you used. "Before the cameras get a good angle." "We'll send the fear gas analysis," Batman said. Gordon snorted, already cleared a desk for it. He glanced at Robin and softened a breath. "Good work, kid." Robin gave her a quick nod that tried not to be proud and failed a little. They fired grapnels in sibling chords. Lines sang, boots left the ground. For a heartbeat, they were only black arcs passing through open space, the rain making halos of the lines, the city opening its throat to them. They rose through the jagged mouth in the glass the way a note rises through an octave, and then they were gone, the wind swallowing them up. Robin turned to Batman. Are you going to contact the clock tower? Someone is giving Joker new tools, and clock tower deals with magical things. Batman said with a frown. Somewhere a bus door hissed open, rain came in sideways, and the Joker stepped down into a puddle like a king descending into his kingdom. He raised his arms to the weather, face tipped back, tongue tasting the sky. I love this town, he said to no one. Reminds of that good joke. It's so funny that it always makes me laugh. Ha 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 ha. He walked away wobbling. Soon, Batsy, I'll prepare a killer joke for you. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Capitulo 69, Trouble Comes Without Invitation. Edward was relaxing in Avalon as usual, stretched out on a couch in the warmth of a golden-lit room. The air carried the faint scent of wildflowers drifting in through the open balcony doors, and the hum of life in that otherworldly sanctuary set the mood into one of peace. His head rested in the lap of Death, his wife. She gently stroked Edward's hair with long, delicate fingers, humming quietly as they both watched television. The news anchor's voice was serious, speaking over footage of fires, panicked civilians, and heroes in brightly colored costumes clashing with dangerous individuals. Reports of metahuman activity continue to increase globally, the anchor said. While some are hailed as heroes, others are feared as emerging threats. Edward's sigh was heavy. Looks like it's about to start soon. Death's hand slowed. She glanced down at him, her smile turning inquisitive. What's about to start, dear? Edward turned slightly, nuzzling against her stomach with the casual affection of someone who had known her since before the rise of civilizations. World-ending threats, alien invasions, those sorts of things. Her chuckle was soft, like the ringing of a bell at a funeral, tender yet knowing. You know you can always ask me and the others for help. He tilted his face up to look at her. I know, but I don't want to get you or our children hurt. It's my duty to take care of you all. Death scoffed, a sound both amused and proud, then leaned closer until her lips nearly brushed his ear. Honey, I am Death. There's pretty much nothing that can harm me. Edward chuckled, brushing the back of his hand against her cheek. Sorry, dear, I often forget that since you're so adorable and loving. A faint blush touched her pale face, though her eyes stayed firm. Don't change the subject. What is it that's got you worried? Edward sat up, stretching his back with a slow crack, then smiled gently. It's nothing much, just thinking about how to do things with minimum damage. Knowing what will happen, it feels bad to not interfere. But if I do, then they won't learn and grow. Death drew him into her arms and pressed his head to her chest. Her voice lowered, warm and reassuring. You are not perfect, dear, but you are doing the best you can. The clock tower is keeping magic in check. Your blue lanterns are monitoring the galaxy. Even the heroes you've taught are doing rather well, much better than their original counterparts. Stop worrying too much. She kissed the top of his head, lingering. Now let's go play with Soph. I took the time off so we can spend more time with our son. Edward laughed quietly, the heaviness in his shoulders easing. Very well. That kid really needs to go out more. He spends too much time reading. But before they could stand, the television screen flickered. A loud crackle of static filled the room, drowning out the anchor's voice. Death raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this a new one? Edward exhaled sharply, his jaw tightening as the image shifted. No, dear, the TV is fine. That's because the first nuisance is here. The static gave way to a blurry image, a grim, hard-lined face that slowly came into focus. His voice was deep and commanding, carrying with it the weight of military discipline. Greetings, people of Earth. I am General Zod of planet Krypton. We came here today to bring back one of the Kryptonians who has been living among you, the one you call Superman. Hand him over to us peacefully within 24 hours. Otherwise, we will have to use force, which won't end well for your planet. The image dissolved, the screen flashing back to the regular broadcast. But outside the peaceful walls of Avalon, the entire world was thrown into uproar. Edward shook his head slowly. I hope Clark can handle it. Death gently embraced him. Let us see if he can. If not, we can always intervene. The world below reacted in waves of chaos. In crowded living rooms, people gasped. Did he just confirm the existence of aliens? A man exclaimed. Superman is an alien. I knew a guy so perfect couldn't be a human male, a young girl said, eyes wide with shock. In the Senate chamber, politicians whispered heatedly. Since they are his people, we should return him to them before they start a war, one said nervously. Another snapped back. That alien just threatened us. Who does he think he is? The Von Arland Council, their voices like thunder, shouted for military action. Some even debated launching the Gungnir V missile toward the unknown Kryptonian ship in orbit. Across cities, bars, schools, and newsrooms, the debate raged. Some argued Superman should be handed over to preserve peace. Others said he had lived as one of them, saved them countless times, and therefore was human in every way that mattered. And some, cynical and opportunistic, whispered of bargaining for Kryptonian technology in exchange. Meanwhile, in the quiet Kansas countryside, Clark Kent sat tensely in his small home. His large frame was hunched forward, his hands clasped tightly, the weight of the entire world pressing down on him. Martha Kent, his mother, stood behind him and placed a gentle hand on his broad shoulder. Son, you don't have to follow their words. Do what your heart tells you. Clark's voice was low, heavy with conflict. I heard about him in the recording my father left me. Zod can't be trusted, but if they are as strong as I am, Earth might be in danger. Martha chuckled softly, trying to bring warmth to his storm. Oh, we'll be fine. You're not the only hero watching over us. We have him after all. Clark shook his head, staring at the floor. We can't hope for someone who's been gone for nearly a century to show up and save us. Martha smiled. Sometimes you need to have faith, son. 24 hours later, the world held its breath. At a secured military location, the U.S. Army and government personnel stood in formation, weapons at the ready. Generals barked orders, soldiers adjusted their rifles, and armored vehicles lined the perimeter. The sky darkened for a moment. Then, with terrifying grace, 3 figures descended. They landed with heavy thuds, the ground cracking beneath them. Black mechanical armor glinted under the sunlight. Their presence radiated raw power. The first was Uragsel, a muscular brute, his towering frame casting a shadow like a fortress wall. His fists clenched and unclenched, eager for violence. Beside him stood Feorol, tall and lean, her face cold yet beautiful. Her piercing eyes scanned the humans around her with quiet curiosity. At their center stood General Zod himself, broad-shouldered, his expression one of grim authority, every step exuding command. His voice was like a blade cutting through silence. Where is Kal-El? Are you not willing to hand him over? General Samuel Lane, standing his ground despite the sweat beading on his forehead, stepped forward. You have come to our planet, making demands without explanation. We can't just hand over one of our own to you without negotiation. Zod's lip curled in disdain. You consider yourself equal to us. Negotiations only happen when 2 parties have similar strength. Since you have refused, prepare to perish. Feora's eyes flicked to Zod, her voice low and edged with hesitation. General, killing these people won't help our cause. We can take them hostage to force them to bring us Kal-El. Zod's gaze snapped to her, cold and sharp. Are you questioning me, Feora? We don't need these weaklings as hostages. We need an example. He turned toward the human soldiers. A tank had been positioned directly in front of him, its cannon aimed squarely at his chest. Fire, one of the commanders shouted. The shell erupted from the cannon, slamming into Zod at point-blank range. The explosion engulfed him in fire and smoke, the blast rattling windows miles away. For a moment, soldiers dared to hope. But when the smoke cleared, Zod was standing exactly where he had been, barely a scratch on his armor. His expression was one of amused contempt. This is your weapon? It's weaker than the toys Kryptonian children play with. No wonder this planet is a backward one. He paused suddenly, his head turning toward the horizon. There, cutting through the air like a crimson comet, a small dot was racing toward the battlefield. Zod's lips pulled into a predatory grin. So you showed up finally, Kal-El. Meanwhile, Edward was watching this from above, invisible. He had a bucket of popcorn as he watched it unfold. It's like watching a remake of an old movie with a new twist. He spoke while munching on some popcorn. He raised his eyebrow when Clark didn't spend any time talking and punched Zod immediately into the stratosphere, then following up with the other two. Huh, that's new. What happened to get him so pissed? The wind howled through the broken city. Smoke rose in black columns, the stench of burning steel and concrete choking the air. Clark hovered above the ruins, his cape torn at the edges, his chest heaving as he scanned the battlefield below. Across from him, descending slowly through the haze, was General Zod. The Kryptonian armor was dented, scorched, smeared with rubble dust, but his eyes burned with purpose. Every step he took down onto the cracked pavement echoed like a drumbeat in Clark's chest. "You think you can stop me?" Zod's voice carried in the air, sharp and full of contempt. "This planet belongs to us now. We will rebuild Krypton here. These people," he spat the word like poison, "they will kneel or they will burn." Clark steadied his breath, his fists clenching at his sides. "As long as I'm here, that won't happen. I will stop you." Zod scoffed. "Just you? These ants can't even touch me. You alone can't protect them." Clark scowled. "Is that why you sent someone to attack my mother? Because you are so confident?" For a moment, silence stretched between them, broken only by the crackle of fires and the groaning collapse of a half-destroyed building nearby. The two Kryptonians stared each other down, warriors from the same lost world, standing on the edge of another's destruction. Zod spoke calmly. "I live for the sake of Krypton. I would go to any lengths to restore Krypton." Clark sighed. Krypton had its chance, not anymore. Zod tilted his head, eyes narrowing. "Then you choose extinction. I'll rip out the genetic code from your corpse if needed." And then he moved. The ground shattered under his step, a sonic boom erupting as Zod shot forward like a missile. Clark braced, the impact hitting him like a freight train. The collision sent shockwaves rippling across the street, windows exploding outward in a chain reaction as cars flipped from the blast. The two slammed into a skyscraper, concrete and steel splintering around them. Clark gritted his teeth, shoving back, the fight exploding upward through the building's levels. Office floors shattered as they rocketed through, desks, chairs, and glass raining like shrapnel. Zod drove a fist into Clark's jaw, the blow cracking like thunder, sending him spiraling upward through another ceiling. But Clark recovered, twisting midair. He stopped barely before crashing into another building. People screamed and ran away, but a young girl in a wheelchair watched with horror as she pointed behind Clark. "Watch out!" Clark gave a reassuring smile and turned around, then punched with all his might. His fist connected with Zod's chest, the general roaring in pain as he was blasted through the top of the skyscraper into the stratosphere, debris trailing like fireworks. He turned back and smiled as he carried the girl away. "Thanks, little girl. Let me get you somewhere safe." He gently put her down near an ambulance and waved, then flew away to beat Zod. Clark saw the people in the destroyed buildings around him falling to their death, so he moved at speed beyond anything human and rescued all of them, even the toy of a little boy who was crying. He didn't stop until he could save all who was alive. Grief tore at him seeing the dead people around him. He gritted his teeth as he saw Zod recovering above. Clark yelled in anger, bursting into the sky. They met above the clouds, the sun blazing behind them. For an instant, it looked almost majestic, two figures silhouetted against the heavens. Then Zod struck again, his blows relentless, furious, each one echoing across the sky like cannon fire. Clark blocked, countered, their movements a blur of speed and strength. Zod snarled, his rage pouring out. "I was born for this. I was bred to lead, to rule. You." Another strike, nearly breaking Clark's guard. "You were a mistake." Clark shoved him back, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Then this mistake is going to stop you." He lunged, fists hammering into Zod's armor. One strike, then another, ribs denting, metal cracking. Zod reeled, but retaliated with a headbutt that sent Clark tumbling back through the clouds. Clark steadied himself, only to see Zod already diving after him, eyes blazing with fury. They slammed into the city again, carving a path of destruction through towers and bridges. Every collision sent tremors through the earth. People screamed and scattered below as the giants warred overhead. "You could have been a god to them, Cal," Zod's voice thundered, gravelly and edged with venom. "Together, we could have rebuilt Krypton, but you chose them. You chose these humans." Clark's jaw clenched. "Krypton had its chance. I was born here. I'll protect them. I won't let you destroy this world." Zod sneered, the lines of rage etching deeper into his face. "Then you are my enemy." Like a blur of black lightning, Zod launched upward, fist cocked. The first strike crashed into Clark's guard with such force the shockwave shattered windows for blocks. Clark slid back through the air, cape snapping wildly, but recovered just in time to counter. His punch landed square on Zod's chest plate, sending the general tumbling through the side of a skyscraper. The building groaned, its steel frame twisting before it collapsed in a cloud of fire and debris. Zod roared and threw everything he had behind the next punch. Then it happened. Clark ducked beneath Zod's swing, his fist rising in a desperate uppercut. It smashed into Zod's helmet with a deafening crack. The mask split open, shards flying away into the wind. Zod froze. For a moment, his expression twisted, not from pain, but from something far worse. His eyes widened, breath ragged, and then he screamed. The flood of earth sensations, sounds layered on sounds, sense from every corner, the infinite details of light and shadow, crashed into him all at once. His body convulsed midair, eyes darting wildly as he clutched at his head. "It's too much," he roared, thrashing, spinning as though the very world was tearing him apart. Clark hovered, panting, watching him. He remembered that first week, the agony of sensory overload, the way every detail had stabbed into his skull like knives. For Zod, it was happening in seconds, raw and merciless. Then, a blur of movement. Feora shot upward, catching Zod before he could tumble into the wreckage below. Her arms locked around him, steadying his spasms. "General," she yelled, her voice sharp, desperate. Zod's eyes burned red, but his body was failing him. Feora glanced once at Clark, then without hesitation blasted away, retreating into the distance with her commander in tow. Clark didn't chase. His muscles were taut, every nerve alive, but he knew he had to deal with the others. Another shadow loomed. Urag Sul rose from the rubble below, his massive form cutting through the smoke. His armor gleamed, barely scratched from the earlier battle. His face twisted in a feral grin as he launched into the air. Clark braced, but Urag was already there, slamming into him like a living tank. The two rocketed skyward, fists and elbows colliding in a blur of violence. Clark grunted, blocking, countering, but Urag's strength was brutal, unyielding. "Your fight is with me, pretender," Urag bellowed, his voice shaking the air. Clark yelled, "Stop, this is not what you want. Krypton can't be rebuilt over the bones of innocent." Urag Sul laughed. "All that strength, yet you think like those pathetic weaklings. Civilization isn't built without blood and tears." They clashed above the city, tearing through clouds, carving thunder out of the sky. Clark managed to land a blow to Urag's jaw, sending the soldier spinning, only for Urag to recover instantly, roaring with strength. "You're strong, but you're not enough, just like these puny humans." Then something weird happened. As they were fighting, Urag's body slammed into something mid-flight, something invisible hovering high above. The impact rang out like steel against stone. Urag's eyes went wide. He opened his mouth to snarl. But then a fist appeared in front of his face. It was fast, too fast. Clark barely saw it. One strike, glowing faintly with a dark aura, connected with Urag's chest. The sound wasn't thunder, it was silence, followed by a detonation of air. Clark blinked confused. Urag Sul was gone. The Kryptonian soldier's body shot upward like a meteor, breaking the atmosphere in seconds, hurled into the cold void of space. The power of the blow reverberated through the air, through Clark's bones. He froze midair, his heart pounding. And then he felt it. A presence, cold, suffocating, terrifying. Whoever or whatever had delivered that punch was still up there, hidden beyond sight. Its aura pressed down like a shadow, a dread that wrapped around Clark's spine and wouldn't let go. He swallowed hard, sweat running down his temple. His instincts screamed at him, "Do not fight this." Without another glance, he turned, streaking after Zod. I'm not going to anger someone who can one-shot a Kryptonian, he muttered nervously. Meanwhile, Edward was watching with a cold face as appeared in space where Urag Sul was floating. He spoke calmly. I let you guys fight without interrupting, but you dare smash into my home, where my children are? You should feel lucky. My wife would have given you the most painful form of death. Urag Sul's eyes widened in fear as he saw the unknown stranger take out weird-looking sword. Edward didn't even fully chant, perish in ignorance, Enuma Elish. Urag Sul screamed for about a second before his body was destroyed down to the atoms with a single strike. He died with regret, not even knowing who killed him. Edward scoffed and looked at the spaceship floating not far. He almost wanted to destroy it and end the stupid plot, but he controlled himself as he flew back to Earth. I really need to think about moving into a different dimension. In the distance, Zod had recovered somewhat, his breathing still ragged but his eyes burning with grim focus. Feora flew beside him, supporting his weight. His eyes, still adjusting to the sensory flood, glowed with rage and determination. General, Feora said, her tone crisp, professional. Enough, Zod rasped, straightening, his hand clenched into a fist as his vision sharpened. Kal-El has delayed us long enough. The time has come. He reached into the folds of his armor, pulling out a device. Sleek alien, humming with power. She stared at it, her breath catching behind the mask. A Phantom Zone singularity bomb, she muttered. Zod nodded grimly. It will open the Phantom Zone and consume everything within 100 kilometers in an instant, a singularity of inescapable pull. Superman will not escape it. None of them will. He pressed it into Feora's hand. Stall him, Zod growled, his voice hoarse but commanding. I'll deploy the world engine, buy me time. Feora's fingers tightened around the device. Its dark core pulsed faintly, whispering of oblivion. Her eyes flicked to Zod. This will kill me too. Zod didn't hesitate. You are a soldier of Krypton. You know what must be done. It's our honor to die for Krypton. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Feora's face. A shadow of something human, perhaps fear, perhaps regret. She inhaled sharply, then nodded once, like a warrior accepting the inevitable. She turned, gripping the device firmly, her gaze on the distant figure of Superman. As she flew downward toward Earth again, the words left her lips, filled with sadness. A good death is its own reward. Her form blurred into a streak of light as she descended, leaving Zod to vanish into the dark sky, heading for his ship. Capitulo 70, the plot has gone to shit. What the actual fuck just happened? Wakanda timeline is this? Edward blinked in surprise as he saw Feora and Superman get dragged into a wormhole-like portal. Without Clark, Zod will activate the world engine and destroy Earth. Or will other heroes step in? Where's the nudist blue dude? Flashback. The skies above Metropolis trembled with the clash of two Kryptonians. Buildings reflected their blinding streaks of motion as Feora and Clark tore across the horizon like thunder and lightning, locked in endless pursuit. Clark's punches were sharper, heavier now, refined by the brutal duel with Zod earlier. He had grown, not just stronger, but smarter. He anticipated movements, shifted weight mid-flight, adjusted to strikes with a veteran's instinct. Feora, however, wasn't Zod. She didn't try to overpower, she flowed. She was a dancer of death, her speed razor-precise, her attacks calculated to exploit every angle. She lunged at him in midair, faster than the human eye could track. Her arms snaked around his throat, locking him into a brutal chokehold. The grip was like steel cables crushing his windpipe. The air shimmered as they broke the sound barrier, tumbling upward in a violent spiral of speed. Feora's lips brushed against his ear as she tightened her hold. Her voice was low, filled with a strange sorrow. My apologies, Kal-El. I wish you could have joined us in rebuilding Krypton. Clark's jaw clenched. His hands gripped her arms, and with a roar he burst upward, dragging her with him, soaring high above the city, higher still, until the blue curve of Earth bent beneath them. He twisted and threw her off after they exited Earth's atmosphere. His voice thundered across the thin atmosphere. Stop this, it's not too late. Krypton can't be revived on the bones of billions. For the first time, Feora's eyes flickered, an ember of doubt breaking through her cold soldier's facade. The earth spun beneath her boots as she hesitated, but duty hardened her once more. "I am just a soldier following instructions," she whispered. And then, with chilling calm, she produced a small, ominous sphere, resting like death itself in her palm. Its surface shimmered with dark Kryptonian glyphs, pulsing with an unknown energy. Clark's eyes widened, his stomach twisted. "What is that?" Feora's gaze didn't waver. "If you resist further, I have to use it. This will destroy us both. At least you brought me here, where no other life is nearby." Her grip tightened around the device, her voice cold with finality. "So surrender, Kal-El." The words stabbed deeper than the threat itself. Clark's heart hammered in his chest. He could hear the faint ticking within the device, the way it seemed alive, hungry. His voice cracked with fury. "Are you so foolish, so heartless that you would kill yourself and billions of others? For what? Krypton is gone already, and Zod sure ain't no savior. He wants to rule Krypton." Feora's eyes softened, not with weakness but with something far more human. She sighed, her face framed by the stars. "I am sorry, but I have my orders. I need to fulfill my mission." Clark reached for her again, desperate. "Don't you even value yourself? Are you willing to die for such an order? Don't you have any hopes, any dreams?" For the first time, she laughed, not the cruel, arrogant laugh of a superior, but the hollow one of someone who had nothing left. "Everything we had ended when Krypton died, Kal-El. We were banished, stripped of our world, our future. We merely held on because of the general, because he promised us rebirth. There was 7 of us, but now," her eyes clouded with loneliness. "Only I remain. I have nothing to lose, no purpose. Perhaps I should have died along with my home." The stars flickered in her gaze, fragile, fleeting. She steadied herself, her fingers brushed the bomb almost tenderly. "But I don't wish to kill another Kryptonian, not when we are about to go extinct. So go, Kal-El, save your people, stop the general if you can. Don't let this planet end like Krypton." Clark's voice was sad, torn with desperation. "You don't have to die, you can come with me, start over here like I have. We can build something new together, you don't have to be the last. I don't want the last of my people to die like this, not when I can stop it." Feora's lips trembled, a storm of emotions fighting in silence. For a heartbeat, her armor didn't look so unbreakable, but she shook her head, retreating a step back through the void. "It's too late for me, Kal-El. Don't follow, don't get closer. Otherwise you'll be dragged along. Leave and go save someone who needs to be saved." Her eyes locked on his one last time. For the first time, she smiled, a fragile, fleeting smile carved out of centuries of war. "Farewell, Kal-El, live on, carry the memories of Krypton." And then she pressed the device. The space around them shattered. The sphere pulsed twice, then split open with a violent scream. Not fire, not an explosion, but something far worse. Space itself fractured as if glass, a vortex tearing reality into jagged shards. A roaring, howling abyss formed below her, swirling with tendrils of black lightning, pulling everything toward its center. Feora's hair whipped wildly as her helmet cracked, her body straining as the pull seized her. Her feet slipped, dragging her downward into the screaming abyss. She made no sound. She set her eyes and accepted it. But then her arm jolted. Her eyes snapped upward in shock. Clark's hand clutched her wrist, his grip iron, his face burning with defiance. "What are you doing, Kal-El?" she screamed over the deafening roar. "Are you insane?" Clark's teeth gritted as his body strained against the vortex, muscles screaming. His cape snapped violently behind him, nearly torn away. "Maybe, but I'm not letting you die. If I'm supposed to bring hope to others, how can I give up without trying?" Feora froze, her chest tightening with something foreign, something terrifying. This wasn't pity. This wasn't duty. It was something deeper, something the soldier had buried long ago. For the first time in her life, Feora felt her heart skip a beat. She muttered softly, "Why now?" The void screamed louder, hungry. The portal widened, stretching like a maw across the stars. The gravity spiked, ripping asteroids apart, bending light itself. Clark's eyes locked with hers. Even as the pull dragged them both downward, he held on tighter, refusing to let go. And then the vortex surged. It expanded violently, swallowing them whole. The stars vanished. The earth below blinked out. There was nothing but darkness. The phantom zone consumed them both. Flashback ends. Edward's eyes remained fixed on the fading ripple in the sky, where the wormhole had snapped shut as if it had never been. His head tilted, expression blank, then he muttered aloud. What the actual fuck just happened? Meanwhile, far above the Earth, General Zod's ship loomed like a blade in orbit. Inside, Zod's hands danced over Kryptonian controls, the world engine primed, humming with ancient energy. His plan neared completion. But Edward wasn't going to let him. He pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering under his breath. The others are busy, of course. Diana's off smashing tanks somewhere, Alphonse hates fighting, Soph would rather talk it out. Guess it's Cassie's turn to blow off some steam. He pulled out his sleek, glowing Eternian magical smartphone. The call barely rang once before an excitable voice practically exploded from the other end. Daddy, are you finally letting me fight that crypto guy? I promise I won't break too much stuff this time. Cassie's voice was bursting with barely contained glee. Edward chuckled, shaking his head. He's in space, sweetheart, and it's Kryptonian. There's not much around to break, but if you can, try to keep the ship intact. Your brother would love tinkering with it. From the background, Hippolyta's stern voice cut in. Are you sure about this, my love? She's reckless and doesn't think before acting. She could get hurt. Or worse, start smashing everything. Mom, Cassie groaned, dragging out the word like an annoyed teenager. I'm over 50, I can handle myself. Hippolyta's eyebrow arched audibly in her tone. Since last week, because last week you destroyed the top floor of a building in Dubai just trying to practice your flight. It became the third tallest building from first. Edward coughed into his hand. It's fine, dear, it's space. She can't break anything if there's nothing to break. Hey, Cassie pouted audibly. That's mean, don't you guys trust me? Edward smirked. Of course we trust you, sweetheart. Hippolyta's voice carried a smirk of her own. We absolutely trust you to somehow find something to break, even in space. Cassie sputtered, that's not fair. Edward laughed, the sound light despite the apocalypse brewing. All right, Cassie, get here. I'll throw him somewhere safe for you, Mars maybe. You can fight him there, less collateral damage. Cassie beamed through the receiver. Can I go all out? Nobody will miss Mars, right? Edward groaned. No, sweetheart, we talked about this. Mars stays intact. No planetary demolition. He cut the call before she could whine more, sighing as he pinched his nose. Then, without ceremony, he appeared behind Zod, who was hunched over his console, fingers flying across controls. Zod didn't even notice until Edward's hand clamped around his neck. Yoink! With a casual flick, Edward hurled the General of Krypton across space like a ragdoll, straight toward the barren red surface of Mars. Then, with another snap, Cassie was teleported after him, Hippolyta trailing behind, arms crossed, ready to make sure her daughter didn't obliterate the planet in excitement. Edward dusted his hands, muttering to himself. All right, that's one problem handled. Now to figure out where the hell Clark went. Edward was about to manually scan for Clark's life signature, his eyes narrowing as streams of mystical light traced across the void in front of him. His hands hovered in the air, fingertips glowing faintly with the pulse of his spell. He was close. He could almost feel Clark's presence out there, distant but not lost. Just as he was about to push deeper into the search, a calm, mature voice entered his mind through the clear hum of telepathy. Master, are you there? I need to speak to you. Edward exhaled sharply through his nose, lowering his hand. Not a good time, Johnny, my boy. I'm looking for something. The voice didn't waver, its calmness laced with quiet amusement. I believe I have what you're looking for. Edward paused, raising an eyebrow, his lips curled into a crooked grin. What you got? The voice chuckled, the sound carrying a maturity that belied the playful edge. Still the same as ever. I'm talking about the Kryptonian from Earth. Edward's grin faltered into confusion. What are you doing in the Phantom Zone? Weren't you supposed to be on that healing journey? The voice let out another soft chuckle, patient and unhurried. I am not in the Phantom Zone, Master. I was on the planet Maltus, helping the people there. Then I sensed a special anomaly, something wrong in the fabric of space. When I followed it into dead space, I found 2 Kryptonians unconscious. One of them is Clark Kent, the Superman they call him here. Edward tilted his head back, a laugh escaping him. "Thanks, kid, that's a big help. Now I just need to bring him back." He smirked to himself. "You earned yourself a reward, my dear disciple." The voice answered with gentle warmth. "I am happy to help you always, master. No rewards necessary. You helped me find myself, that is all I need." Edward chuckled again, shaking his head. "That's why I prefer you the most, kiddo. Not like the others, all hard-headed and stubborn. You're polite, calm, you make things easy. When you're done, return to Earth. I'll give you a gift, Jonathan." The voice softened, like the faint glow of starlight. "Then I will return as soon as possible, master." The telepathic link faded. Edward smiled faintly to himself, snapping his fingers as the coordinates arrived in his mind. In an instant, he teleported. The dark expanse of space twisted, and Edward materialized at the location Jonathan had sent. What he saw immediately froze him mid-step. Superman was there, but not how Edward expected him. Clark's arms were wrapped tightly around Feora, the hardened Kryptonian warrior. His voice was low, saying something softly, words of consolation, maybe even hope. Feora struggled at first, muscles tensing, her face defiant, but Clark didn't let go. He held her as if trying to stop her from vanishing into nothingness. After a long moment, Feora's resistance faltered. Slowly, cautiously, she lowered her head against his chest. Her shoulders loosened as if she had been carrying centuries of weight. Words slipped from her lips, fragile and quiet, and Edward, thanks to his keen hearing, could catch enough of the tone to realize it was no threat. It was confession, vulnerability. What surprised Edward most wasn't Feora's reaction. It was Clark. Superman's face was flushed, awkward, his eyes darting around as if searching for escape. He looked like a farm boy caught in his first dance, not the savior of Earth. Edward blinked once, then a grin split his face. With a flick of his wrist, a bucket of popcorn appeared in his hand. He sat back on nothing, legs casually crossed in the void, munching loudly. "I've totally messed up the timeline," he muttered to himself with a smirk, "but I'm not even mad." The Kryptonian chick shyly saying to Superman that he better take responsibility for making her hope again, and Superman blushing like a hormonal teen, this is peak content. He dug into the popcorn and pulled out his phone. "Lemme just snap some pics." The moment stretched between Clark and Feora. Their eyes lingered on each other, unspoken emotions swirling in the void of space. Clark's hand trembled slightly as he lifted a finger under her chin, guiding her gaze back to his. Feora's eyes softened. She closed them, waiting for something. Then, snap! The sudden camera flash shattered the fragile silence. Clark and Feora jerked their heads at once, their bodies stiff, like deer caught in headlights. Their faces were a perfect mix of guilt and shock. Edward whistled innocently, sliding his phone into his coat. "Nothing to see here, kids. Continue what you were doing." Feora's composure cracked. Her cheeks flared as she shoved Clark away and charged straight at Edward, fury in every motion. "Delete that photo," she snarled, her voice sharp enough to cut stone. Edward's grin only widened. "Nope, this'll make a fine addition to my collection. Now go back to Earth, you horny kids." He snapped his fingers casually, the air cracking like glass. In an instant, both Clark and Feora vanished from the dead space and reappeared on Earth, standing side by side in shock, their surroundings spinning back into existence. Clark blinked rapidly, adjusting. Then he felt something odd against his chest. He looked down and found a bright sticky note plastered on his suit, written in bold, playful handwriting. "Good luck, kid, the will of D is with you. Go repopulate Krypton, Ganbear." Beneath it was a crude doodle of a thumbs up and a wide, mischievous grin. Clark's eye twitched violently. He clawed at the note, trying to peel it away, but it clung to his suit as if welded by magic. With a long sigh, he gave up. Beside him, Feora stood strangely quiet, her eyes distant. Clark softened his voice, glancing at her. "What's wrong, Feora?" She blinked, startled, a faint blush painting her cheeks at the sudden intimacy. Her voice faltered as she spoke. Kal-El, why is General Zod and his spaceship gone?" Clark frowned, closing his eyes to concentrate. He reached out with his senses, scanning the sky, listening for the faintest trace of Zod's heartbeat, but there was nothing. His brows furrowed. "Strange, I can't sense him. I thought with me gone, he would devastate Earth. Wait, He opened his eyes, suspicion flashing across his face. Could it be that guy? Feora's eyes widened in realization. Yes, the magician who sent us back. Where is that bastard? Her voice carried frustration, but also uncertainty about whether she truly wanted the answer. Clark chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Without hesitation, he reached out and took her hand. She flinched at the sudden touch, instinctively stiffening, but he didn't let go. "What?" she asked, her tone defensive, though not entirely unkind. Clark smiled gently. "Let's go check it out. If he's truly gone, that means a hero of Earth probably took care of it. And do you know what that means?" Her eyes narrowed slightly, cautious curiosity taking hold. "What?" He met her gaze, his voice steady, his words sincere. "It means you're truly free to start over." His eyes softened, and for once he looked away, almost shy. "I'd love to help show you around the planet. Help you get accustomed to living here. Yeah, that's right, it's just helping you." Feora studied him for a long moment. His nervousness was written clearly on his face, the sincerity in his words, the earnest awkwardness of a man who carried the weight of two worlds. Her lips curled into a small, genuine smile. Then, unexpectedly, she giggled, light and sweet, a sound that seemed foreign even to her. "Then I'm counting on you to show me how to live again, Kal-El." Clark coughed awkwardly, his face flushing crimson. "Why, yeah, you can always count on me. Let's go to my home first. We'll find a place for you after we look around." Feora's smile lingered, warm and soft. "I would like to meet your mother. I wish to make her acquaintance." Clark grinned despite himself. "Sure, Mom would love to meet you. You'll love her cooking." Together, the two Kryptonians lifted into the air, their capes fluttering as they soared side by side across the sky. Below, passers-by stopped in their tracks, mouths agape. "When did we get a superwoman as well?" one muttered, eyes wide with disbelief. Far away, Edward stood with his arms crossed, facing his daughter. Cassie knelt before him, her head bowed low, guilt radiating from her posture. Edward's eyes narrowed, his voice was cold. "What did I tell you?" Cassie mumbled under her breath, almost too quiet to hear. "Don't blow up the planet." Edward's voice sharpened. "And what did you do?" Cassie lifted her head, her expression torn between guilt and frustration. "I blew up Mars, but Daddy, it was an accident." She turned toward her mother for support, her eyes pleading. "Mom, tell him." But Hippolyta merely stood beside Edward, arms crossed, a small smirk playing on her lips. "This time, you're on your own, Missy." Edward's temple throbbed, a vein pulsing on his forehead, his teeth clenched. "What kind of lunatic destroys a planet accidentally? I let you out of my sight for less than an hour, and you redesign the bloody solar system. I sent you to fight Zod, not the whole damn planet." He bonked her on the head hard. "Owie, Daddy, I'm sorry," Cassie yelped, rubbing her scalp with watery eyes. He turned to Hippolyta. "And why did you not stop her?" She smiled guiltily. "I was just distracted for a moment watching the new episode of my favorite show." Cassie spoke up. "There was nobody living here. What's wrong even if I break it?" Edward growled. "You're grounded for a year, young lady. I shouldn't have let Diana go on her own. She kept you kids in line." Hippolyta stepped closer, her eyes softening as she pressed a kiss to Edward's cheek. "That's enough, dear. It's already done. Let's go home. We can continue this later." Edward exhaled, shoulders relaxing slightly. "Yeah, it's already done. No point arguing. I'll just fix it before we go home. Maybe renovate a little to make it habitable again." Hippolyta sighed. "I still can't get used to you talking about casually fixing a planet." He winked. "Your husband is awesome. Go ahead, shower me with praise." She giggled despite trying to act stern in front of Cassie. "Of course, my dear husband is the best I could ask for." Cassie groaned. "Can you guys not do that in front of me? You've been married for over 3,000 years. Give it a rest." Edward flicked her on the forehead. "I am here fixing your mess, yet you dare talk back. Should I increase your punishment?" Cassie immediately folded. I'm good, carry on, pretend I'm not here." Edward pulled the planet together and restored it with his magic. Then he activated his powers of nature. Trees and fauna started growing from the desolate soil. Soon, the barren wasteland of Mars was full of life again, although there was no living creatures. Edward's eyes lit up. Maybe I can take animals from Earth and make my personal ecosystem tank? That would be a fun hobby. Alphonse would love it. Hippolyta chuckled, embraced him. All right, dear, let's go home before you start a new project. He nodded with a smile, then he gave Cassie a glare. We will continue our talk at home. Cassie deflated like a balloon as they teleported back to Avalon, their home. Meanwhile, there was an awkward situation at the Kent farm. Martha stood with her hands covering her mouth in shock as she stared at the armored woman who was kneeling respectfully after addressing her as mother-in-law, and asked for permission to procreate with her son and revive Krypton manually. Clark had a silly grin despite blushing like a tomato. He was rather naive in relationship matters, considering his inability to have a regular human girlfriend. Now he somehow landed his perfect match without knowing how. He was already thinking about baby names in his mind. Fate is often rather mysterious. Feora, who should have perished in other timelines in the invasion, had now found love and learned to live again. Clark, who would have ended up with Lois Lane, now found a different person as his partner. How would that affect the timeline? How would that alter fate itself? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z, My Bad Old Habits. Heh, bet you didn't see that coming. Next chapter will begin the official Justice League arc. I honestly have so many arcs planned that it could be stretched over 300 chapters, but I don't want to drag it on, so I cut out the Marvel vs. DC arc I planned along with some other stuff. If you guys agree unanimously that you want to extend the journey, I'll consider it. But so far, there's like 141 chapters left for this story. As always, keep them votes coming to unlock the bonus chapter. I have a dream that one day this story will be on top rankings, and I will rub it to a certain troll who ruined my other work. I can reach the top without farming votes from countless fake ids like him and harassing competitors to feel validated. Skull. If you guys love the story and feel like buying me some milk so that I don't run off for 20 years to get it, you can follow the link below to join my Patreon. Remove the space after https. https://www.patreon.com/c/virtuoso777 redirect equals true. Capitulo 71, the beginning of it all. The stars burned faintly in the void, smothered by a deeper shadow that stretched like a stain across the cosmos. Where the black fires of apocalypse roared, the universe seemed to retreat in dread. Its forges thundered day and night, feeding machines of war older than empires. Smoke pillars rose like the breath of titans, blotting constellations that had guided travelers for millennia. On the great obsidian spire at the heart of Apocalypse, Darkseid sat upon his throne, immovable, eternal. His silhouette was carved from inevitability itself, as if even the stones of his palace bent under the weight of his presence. His eyes burned with the fire of Omega, twin beacons of destruction. He did not pace, nor speak without reason. His silence was its own command, suffocating, shaping the will of billions. Before him, his court assembled. Caliban the brutish, slavering at the chance to unleash his rage. Granny Goodness, smiling with perverse delight as her furies clanged their weapons in ritual rhythm. Vermin Vundabar whispered logistics, numbers, troop strengths. Mantis twitched with insectal agitation, hungry for conquest. Darkseid raised a single hand, and silence fell, save for the groaning of the molten world. Earth, he said, the word was ash and stone, final as a death sentence. Its defenses grow bolder, its champions may unite when threatened, they believe themselves strong. Granny Goodness bowed low, eyes gleaming. And in their arrogance, great Darkseid, they gather the very power you seek. Their relics, their mother boxes, they will deliver them to you by resisting. Caliban roared, slamming his axe against the ground. Then unleash me, Father. Let me break their cities, tear their armies, and bring their gods to heel. Darkseid's gaze flickered to him, a weight that nearly crushed Caliban to silence. You will have your war, my son, but you will not lead it. Murmurs rippled. Darkseid rose, towering, and the chamber darkened as if afraid of his wrath. It will begin with the parademons and my generals watching as the situation unfold. The world will break not with one blow, but 1,000 wounds. And when their hope rallies, when their champions gather, then I will step forth and show them despair. He paused, then added, "Do not engage if the Godslayer shows up. I will personally deal with him." The court bowed, yet not all present found comfort in his vision. At the edge of the gathering, half shrouded in shadow, Grail stood, daughter of Darkseid, born of Amazon blood and apocalyptian cruelty. Her crimson eyes glowed faintly, but behind them flickered something no one else there dared feel: doubt. Later, when the generals dispersed to marshal their legions, Grail lingered in the vast halls. Her footsteps echoed across black stone as she made her way to the outer balcony, where the burning horizon of apocalypse stretched in all its ruinous glory. She stared into it, and for a moment, she imagined another world, a green and fragile one she had glimpsed once before. Edward. His name slipped into her mind unbidden, a fracture in her otherwise iron will. She had seen him stand against the fury of gods, had felt the weight of his defiance echo even into her father's realm. Part of her demanded she scorn him, dismiss him as mortal arrogance given form, but the memory of his strength, his certainty, gnawed at her. And the last time they met, when he called her beautiful despite her ruthless and ugly heritage. She sighed, trying to get the thought away from her mind, but a question kept ringing in her head. Could he truly challenge Darkseid? She gripped the callum until stone cracked beneath her fingers. She hated the question, hated that it even existed within her. Darkseid was inevitable, eternal. No one could oppose him, not the old gods, not even the new gods, and yet Edward's image would not fade. If Earth's heroes united with him, if they stood not scattered but together. Grail's eyes burned hotter. Then perhaps father is not the only inevitability, she whispered. Far away, on the small blue world that was about to be tested, whispers of doom spread in ways most did not yet comprehend. At Star Labs, technicians stared at their monitors with mounting panic. Energy spikes blinked across the globe in erratic bursts, gravitational distortions pulling at the tides. Satellites caught glimpses of shapes blotting stars, only for the feeds to die seconds later. One scientist muttered, "It's like something's feeding on the void itself." Mages too felt the tremors. In London, Constantine woke from uneasy sleep, muttering curses as his wards cracked like brittle glass. Clock Tower's head, Nostradamus kept checking to sense the location of anomaly. He ordered the executors to deploy and monitor Earth for any anomaly. In Eternia and Von Arland, mages who had studied the hidden currents of magic for centuries huddled in prayer, sensing a storm unlike any before. They asked Edward for guidance, but the only thing they heard was, "An invasion is coming from the stars. Gather your soldiers and prepare for war." So they followed his words as always. Eternia's guardian Callan, the current white lion, and the beast warriors who has been blessed with animal spirits gathered, watching the sky warily. Even Zatanna, performing for an audience, faltered mid-illusion as her incantations backfired with sparks of raw, alien interference. She hesitated, then contacted Dr. Fate, Kent Nelson, her adoptive father who took her in after her father died fighting demons. But even Dr. Fate did not answer her doubts. He only spoke in his usual detached tone, "This is beyond your powers. Do not intervene." People around the world laughed nervously at first, blaming climate change, freak weather, superstitious nonsense. But unease settled like lead in the bones of humanity. In Gotham, Bruce Wayne read reports in the cave. Missing persons spiking in clusters across the globe, entire ships lost at sea with no trace, unexplained fires in forests and industrial zones. He charted them, pinning red markers across a world map, lines converging. Patterns only he could see, his jaw set as the picture became clear. Clark felt it too, not through data but in the silence of the skies. When he flew at night, the stars he had known since boyhood felt dimmer. Sometimes he thought he saw shadows moving among them, huge and formless, gone when he blinked. Feora noticed it as well, though she said little, only sharpening her blade against threats she could not yet see. Elsewhere, Hal Jordan's ring pulsed warnings, cryptic and insistent, impending incursion detected. No matter how he questioned it, the ring refused to give more than fragments. Barry Allen dreamed of running through darkness so thick it choked even the Speed Force. He woke up with a startle and sighed. He looked at Caitlin sleeping soundly beside him and muttered, "Just a dream, huh?" Arthur Curry, sitting on the throne of Atlantis, felt something bad was coming. Mira, his wife now, stroked his face gently and asked, "What's gotten you so worried, my love?" Arthur relaxed a little, but his worries didn't vanish. "I feel something is coming, something evil. My master often said it's like a premonition. Let's increase the guards around Atlantis." Diana also felt a disturbance. She decided to investigate it on her own. Her father always told her to trust in her instincts and be prepared for anything. She even thought about asking him, but she chose not to. She was already a mature woman. She couldn't keep relying on her father forever. She wanted to walk beside him and carry some of the burden he bore. On Apocalypse, the war engines roared. Billions of parademons swarmed in the breeding pits, their shrieks rising like a storm wind. The generals sharpened their blades, tested their machines. Whole armadas began their march toward the dimensional gates. Grail stood apart, watching. Every instinct drilled into her screamed to obey her father, to glory and conquest. And yet she hesitated, imagining Edward standing on a battlefield littered with the broken, raising his blade not just for Earth, but against the tyranny of Darkseid himself. If he fell, Earth would burn, but if he triumphed... A thin, dangerous smile touched her lips. "Perhaps I will see for myself." And so, as the heavens darkened and the first cracks between worlds began to open, the pieces moved into place. Earth's heroes felt the pressure building, though none yet knew the scale of the storm. Humanity lived its ordinary days, unaware of how close its nights were to ending. And in the silence between heartbeats, in the pause before the plunge, the universe held its breath. The invasion was about to begin. The night sky over Gotham was a suffocating blanket of gray, clouds hanging so low they seemed to scrape the tallest towers. No stars broke through, and even the moon hid itself as if unwilling to watch what was about to unfold. The city breathed its usual chaos. Sirens blaring across districts like a constant pulse, the scattered screams of crimes unanswered, the mechanical hum of neon bleeding into the puddles on the streets below. Yet tonight, something moved differently in Gotham's veins. The shadows felt thicker, crawling not just with the city's own filth but with something else, something foreign, something that did not belong. Batman crouched atop a gargoyle jutting from Wayne Tower, the stone beneath him eroded by years of weather and Gotham's acid rain. His cape swayed against the night wind, black as a void, cutting the skyline like a second set of wings. He did not move, not even a twitch of muscle, but the cowl's white lenses tracked everything. The chaos below was familiar, almost comforting in its routine. What wasn't familiar was the tone of the voices hissing through his comm. "Unit 4 down, Unit 7 down, Jesus Christ, it had wings, it took Sanchez, it just flew off with him." The panic was uncharacteristic of Gotham's hardened police. Bruce's eyes narrowed behind the mask. He had heard the whispers before, word of winged creatures disappearing into alleys, whole blocks blacked out as though smothered. Bruce kept investigating and found some strange boxes which was clearly alien technology. His mind kept calculating the purpose behind it. Gotham was a city of rumors, but he'd learned long ago that patterns of whispers usually led to something real. And then the real revealed itself. A shape burst through a skyscraper window across the street, glass shards raining down like ice. A man screamed, dragged helplessly by a clawed arm. The creature carrying him unfurled jagged wings, each beat slicing the air with unnatural sharpness. Its maw spat green fire, lighting its armored body in sick reflection. Batman fired his grapnel instantly, no hesitation, swinging from the gargoyle with a precision honed through years of practice. He collided with the creature mid-flight, momentum carrying both into a rooftop in an eruption of shattered glass and metal debris. They rolled across the concrete, sparks scattering as talons scraped. The parademon rose first, mandibles snapping as it screeched. Its sulphurous yellow eyes locked onto him, an otherworldly glow radiating menace. Batman rose without pause, cloak trailing like the wings of something even darker than the beast before him. His voice was low, unshaken. "Speak. Who sent you here? What is your objective? Why are you kidnapping people?" The creature lunged, no hesitation, snarling. Batman sidestepped with surgical precision, driving a batarang directly into the exposed joint of its throat. Sparks exploded as alien armor cracked. The parademon shrieked, writhing against the assault. Batman's gaze narrowed. Not from this world, he muttered, watching every twitch, every unnatural movement of its limbs. The parademon suddenly convulsed, its body shaking as if controlled by a force far beyond it. Then, through a warped voice, words scraped out. For Darkseid. The words were final. A pulse of energy surged through the creature's body before Batman could react. It detonated in a burst of emerald fire. Bruce dove behind a vent, his cape wrapping tight around him like a shield as the explosion tore across the rooftop. The blast shattered glass, ripped steel, and sent a wave of heat crashing against him. When silence returned, only ash remained where the creature had been. He rose, jaw tight, eyes already calculating. He tapped the comm inside his cowl. Alfred. Cross-reference this energy signature with Star Labs. Quietly, someone's testing Earth's defenses. Alfred's voice came steady, though concern edged his words. Of course, sir. Though if I may, whatever that was, it looked nothing like one of your usual rogues. No, Batman replied, voice flat as stone. It's much worse. Without realizing it, his gloved hand brushed the amulet at his neck, a habit since the incident with Joker. Something big is coming, and Earth might not be ready for it. Maybe I should gather the others, form a team to protect Earth. He muttered absent-mindedly, wondering if his master had the answers. Metropolis basked in the golden light of afternoon, a world apart from Gotham's endless night. The city thrived with motion, laughter spilling from street corners. Phones tilted skyward, eager to catch blurs of blue and red streaking across clouds. Superman had returned after weeks of absence, and with him came the familiar security of knowing the city was safe. But today, he was not alone. Feora soared beside him, her black and silver armor gleaming like obsidian under the sun. The sight of her unsettled the people at first. Memories of Kryptonian's destruction were still raw. Panic had rippled when she first appeared at Superman's side, but when they saw her working alongside him, saving lives, their fear slowly gave way to cautious curiosity. You don't need to stay glued to my side, Feora. Clark's voice was calm, reassuring, as they hovered near the daily planet globe. You can do whatever you want, maybe even find things that interest you. Make a life here. Metropolis isn't Krypton. People here, they'll take time to trust. Feora's lips curved faintly, something near a smile. You underestimate them. They look at you and see hope. They look at me and see what nearly destroyed them. That's fine. I'll earn it. I don't mind if it's for your sake. Clark's chest warmed. He masked it with a grin. You sound like someone I know. I still can't believe you asked my mom if we should have children. A faint blush colored Feora's pale cheeks. We are the last of Krypton. It's our duty to ensure our race does not perish. Clark chuckled, watching the woman who had once been only a soldier blush like any ordinary woman. Maybe I should get you a ring to make it official. Their exchange was cut short by a piercing screech. Both turned sharply. Across the city, a shape dived like a missile, smashing into a commuter train on its raised tracks. The sound of twisting metal screamed through the air as cars tilted, threatening to crash into the streets below. Clark, let's go. Feora's eyes sharpened instantly. Superman was already moving. A sonic boom cracked the sky as he shot forward, bracing the derailing train with both hands. Sparks showered across his shoulders as he held the cars steady, teeth clenched, muscles straining to keep hundreds of lives from plunging to their deaths. Above him, Feora intercepted the diving parademon with a strike so fast it blurred to the human eye. Their collision sent shockwaves rattling windows across Metropolis. She moved with lethal precision, each kick and punch calculated, but the parademon's savagery matched her blow for blow. Superman shoved the train back into place, forcing the mangled cars onto the rails with controlled strength. He didn't pause. He launched skyward, colliding with the parademon from behind. His fist slammed into its armored back, sending it spiraling. Feora caught it mid-spin, locking her arms around its neck in a chokehold. Her voice was low, almost pained. These things, they're soldiers like I was. Clark hovered close, his jaw tightening, but he reached out, steadying her with a hand on her shoulder. Then someone's sending an army. We'll stop them, together. Below, people cheered. Superman and Superwoman, they saved us again. Feora smiled, happy that they were finally warming up to her. Clark also smiled watching her, but the worry still lingered in his mind. Coast City, Hal Jordan leaned against his jet, sunglasses perched carelessly on his head as the other pilots joked around. He wasn't laughing. The ring on his finger pulsed with a rhythm he'd learned to dread, warnings only it could sense. "What now?" he muttered. The air above the base rippled. Shadows streaked across the sky, blotting out the sun. Hal's eyes widened. Dozens of winged monsters descended like a swarm, blotting out light. "Clear out, this is an emergency," Hal barked, already lifting his hand. Emerald light burst forth, wrapping around him, forming the protective hard light suit of the Green Lantern. He rocketed upward as the parademons swooped in. "There goes my secret identity," he muttered with a sigh. They came at him like wasps, claws and teeth snapping. Hal gritted his teeth, manifesting a construct machine gun, spraying the air with emerald bullets. Parademons shrieked as constructs shredded their wings, sending them plummeting. "Yeah, come on, plenty of Jordan to go around," he taunted, weaving through the sky. But for each one that fell, two more took its place. One slammed him into the sand below, claws screeching across his shield. "Batman's gonna be pissed at me for this," Hal groaned, blasting it off with a massive emerald boxing glove. The creature flew, regrouping with others that veered toward Gotham. Central City. Barry Allen was halfway through a cheeseburger when the first scream split the night. He sighed, stuffing the rest into his mouth in a blur. "Can't even finish dinner in peace." Caitlin chuckled and spoke warmly. "Go save the day, hero." Barry chuckled and kissed her before changing into his suit. In seconds, he was gone, a crimson streak cutting through the streets. Around the corner, he skidded to a halt. 3 parademons had lifted a police cruiser into the air, officers inside screaming. Barry's eyes widened. "Whoa, discount gargoyles. Are these the aliens Edward warned us about?" In a blur, he was on top of the car, pulling officers out one by one, setting them safely on the street. The parademons screeched, confused by the red lightning darting among them. Barry smirked. "Sorry, Goth boys, wrong city, Gotham's that way." He jabbed a thumb east, then unleashed a storm of punches so fast the air cracked. The cruiser crashed harmlessly onto a rooftop, as the parademons spiraled, dazed. Barry exhaled. "Okay, this is officially above my pay grade." Star Labs. Alarms wailed. People kept running around with urgency to find out what's happening. Victor Stone stared at holographic screens, heart pounding. Energy spikes, gravitational distortions. He turned to his father. "Dad, this isn't natural. It's coordinated. You need to get away from here." Silas Stone frowned. "Victor, step back. Let the government handle this." But he didn't dismiss his son's worry. Victor suddenly turned warily and spoke. "It's too late. They are here." But the walls shattered before he finished. Parademons poured through, claws reaching for the mother box suspended on its pedestal. Victor lunged instinctively, placing himself between them and the artifact. Energy flared, exploding across his body. He screamed, collapsing as alien fire surged through every nerve. When the smoke cleared, he was no longer entirely human. His body had changed, reshaped into living technology, battle systems activating instinctively. "They are looking for this." He looked at the mother box. Philadelphia. Billy Batson ducked into an alley, breath quick, nerves shaking. "Aliens? Seriously? Can't I just have one normal day?" He clenched his fists, calling the word that defined him. Shazam. Lightning split the night, and the boy was gone. In his place stood a man in red and gold, a god's power etched across every line. Shazam grinned, cracking his knuckles. "All right, ugly, you picked the wrong planet." He punched them with crackle of thunder and blasted their bodies. "I guess it's time to show I can also protect humans like Edward did." He grinned despite the situation. New York. Diana strode into the light, sword in one hand, shield in the other, her expression hard as steel. She slashed at the parademons coming from the boom tubes, slicing them like butter. The people around screamed and ran away to safety. "If war is what they seek," she declared, voice carrying like thunder, "then they shall find it." The parademon plague spread like wildfire, searing across Earth cities. Each hero fought their own battles, each overwhelmed by the sudden tide. Many of them not yet grasped the scale of what was unfolding. Only Batman realized the depth of the situation. He started hacking into the communication network and sent messages to the other heroes anonymously, telling them this might lead to a war that engulfs the planet. Far above, in the void between worlds, Darkseid's generals watched from their warships. Mantis, Vermin Vundabar, Granny Goodness, Calabac, Kanto, the female Furies, all sharpened blades and prepared for descent. Earth's defenders were scattered, untested. Soon, they would learn what true war meant. And from the clouds above, Edward watched with a grim expression. "So it begins," he muttered. "Let them unite and fight together. I won't step in unless it's beyond them. I don't want them always looking toward me, halting their growth." His voice was heavy with something like sorrow. Sometimes, it's difficult being a parent. You have to watch your children stumble and fall so they can pick themselves up again, but they need to feel the pain they grow as a human. Capitulo 72, The Great War -1. The world trembled under the onslaught of winged nightmares. Across every major city, the parademons poured from burning portals, green fire lighting up the skies. But soon, the vanguard of terror was replaced by something worse, the generals of apocalypse themselves. They were watching the whole resistance and decided to take on Earth's heroes themselves. Metropolis. The city had become a war zone. Fires licked across shattered buildings, the shrieks of parademons mixing with the roar of car alarms. Superman hovered above the street, cape whipping in the violent air, his eyes glowing red as he scanned the chaos. Beside him, Feora floated like a dark mirror, her black Kryptonian armor catching the firelight, her stance taut and soldierly. The sound of collapsing buildings echoed like thunder across Metropolis. Superman steadied a crumbling tower on one shoulder, heat vision welding steel beams to keep it upright. Citizens fled below, panic like a living tide. Clark, Feora's voice cut through the chaos. She hovered midair, her body marked by scratches from her earlier brawl with parademons, her sharp eyes pointed upward. Then came the boom. The air split open in the middle of the avenue, a vertical tunnel of searing white light tearing reality apart. From its maw emerged a towering, broad-shouldered woman. Her pale hair was tied back severely, her armor gleamed black and red, and in her hands she clutched a rod crowned with an omega-shaped crest. Behind her, the boom tube disgorged a squad of female warriors, each uniquely terrifying. Lashana, her electrified whips crackling with blue sparks. Stampa, the massive brute whose armored boots were designed to crush stone. Mad Harriet, shrieking with claws extended, her eyes wild. Bernadette, cold and sharp-eyed, gripping her deadly foreign knife. The female Furies spread out across the street, like wolves encircling prey. "Well, what have we here?" Granny's voice was mocking, sharp as glass. "The great Kal-El, last son of Krypton, and, oh, a little deserter. Feora, child, did you betray your people to play house with this pretty boy?" Feora's lips pressed thin, anger flashing in her eyes. "I serve no master, not Zod and certainly not you." Clark clenched his fists. "This city's under my protection, you're not taking it, and you're sure as hell not taking her." He nodded toward Feora. Feora smirked at the declaration, her eyes hard but her lips betraying the faintest curl. "Then let's show them, Kal-El." Granny's staff slammed against the asphalt, sending a tremor through the ground. "Then you'll die as nothing. Furies, tear them apart." They hit like meteors. Stampa landed with enough force to crater the street, shockwaves rattling parked cars. Lashana's whips cracked with lightning, striking toward Feora. Mad Harriet's claws swiped at Superman with unhinged laughter, while Bernadette raised her deadly foreign knife, the blade glowing with sickly green energy. Lashana smirked at Feora. "Zod's little soldier girl, you can still save your life if you serve Lord Darkseid." Feora blurred forward, intercepting Lashana's whip, yanking her midair into a brutal knee strike. "I said, I serve no one," she roared, throwing her into a wall. Superman caught Mad Harriet mid-pounce, slamming her into the asphalt, but the foreign knife nearly pierced his chest before he caught Bernadette's wrist. Her strength shocked him. "Oh, Kryptonian," she hissed, "you bleed just like the rest." He gritted his teeth, heat vision blasting inches from her face, forcing her back. Granny watched with amusement, tapping her rod on the ground. "So much strength, so much wasted. Lord Darkseid will break you both." Her rod flared, a beam of omega energy erupting from it, striking Superman across the chest. He staggered, the blast burning through his suit, knocking him into a skyscraper. Glass exploded outward in a shower. Feora's eyes widened. Clark. She charged Granny head-on, fists blazing, but Lashana and Stampa cut her off, whips binding her limbs while Stampa's massive boot slammed her into the pavement. Feora cried out, the ground cracking beneath her. Superman roared back into the fight, fists swinging like hammers. He smashed Mad Harriet into the street with one blow, turned, and intercepted Stampa before she crushed Feora again. The two titans clashed, shockwaves rippling outwards. Feora, blood at the corner of her mouth, twisted against Lashana's bonds and snapped them, yanking the whip free and wrapping it around her foe's throat. With a furious pull, she hurled Lashana into Bernadith, both crashing into a bus. Together, Clark and Feora stood, battered but unbowed. He looked at her quickly. "We finish this together." Feora smirked, blood on her teeth. "Just try to keep up, Cal." Lashana's whips lashed out, cracking through the air toward Clark. He dodged the first, but the second wrapped around his forearm, sending volts of electricity surging through his body. Clark grunted, sparks dancing across his chest. He yanked hard, dragging Lashana off her feet and slamming her into a wall, breaking concrete. Feora met Stampa head-on. The towering woman leapt into the air and slammed her boots down. The street fractured, sending cars flipping like toys. Feora absorbed the shockwave, teeth bared, before darting forward with blinding speed. She rammed her shoulder into Stampa's gut, lifting the brute off her feet and hurling her through a burning bus. Mad Harriet shrieked and lunged at Clark, claws flashing like blades. He blocked with his forearm, her claws scraping against Kryptonian skin and leaving faint sparks. Clark's heat vision burst to life, forcing Harriet to dodge, but she came back with rabid ferocity, slashing at his face and chest. Bernadith circled Feora, her blade glowing with sinister energy. Feora parried with her bare hands, moving like liquid steel, redirecting slashes and countering with bone-shattering punches. Still, Bernadith's strikes left shallow, glowing cuts across Feora's armor, evidence that the knife could pierce far deeper than normal metal. And through it all, Granny stood calmly in the street center, watching with cruel amusement. "You fight like children," she mocked. "This is the best Krypton had to offer, no wonder it burned." Clark's eyes narrowed, rage flaring, but Granny's staff erupted with a beam of searing omega energy, forcing him to raise his arms in defense. The blast hammered him backward through a skyscraper, the building groaning before collapsing in a rain of glass and steel. "Clark," Feora shouted, just before Stampa's massive fist slammed into her ribs, sending her hurtling into a bridge pillar with a deafening crack. The Furies regrouped, circling the battered Kryptonians. "You're finished," Granny hissed. But slowly the rubble shifted. Superman rose, his suit scorched, cape torn, blood trickling at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes burned brighter than ever. Feora staggered up beside him, coughing, one hand pressed to her side. She looked at him, and for the first time since he'd met her, there was something like pride in her gaze. Together, they surged forward. Clark smashed Lashana's whip apart with a single punch, then grabbed Mad Harriet by the scruff and slammed her into the pavement hard enough to crater it. Feora blocked Stampa's earth-shattering stomp with crossed arms, then kicked upward, breaking the woman's jaw with a sickening crack. Granny roared in fury, leaping into the fray herself. She swung her staff with shocking speed, striking Clark across the jaw, then driving its crackling tip into his chest, sending jolts of energy tearing through him. He collapsed to one knee. Feora darted to intercept, fists flying. She traded blow after blow with Granny Goodness, the two women a blur of fists, staff strikes, and guttural roars. Feora finally slammed a knee into Granny's gut, lifting her off her feet. Clark rose beside her, seizing the moment, and together they unleashed twin beams of heat vision. The combined blast engulfed Granny and her staff, hurling her backward through her own boom tube. She spat blood, snarling. "You think this is victory? Darkseid is coming." With a burst of omega light, she vanished, the surviving Furies dragged with her through a retreating boom tube. The portal collapsed with a snap, leaving only scorched asphalt and silence. The remaining Furies, battered and broken, hissed and retreated into the shadows, leaving Metropolis in ruin but standing. Clark panted, shoulders heaving, sweat dripping down his brow. He turned to Feora, offering his hand. She stared at it for a moment before clasping it firmly, a warrior's grip. "That," she said softly, "was a good fight. Not bad, farm boy." He gave her the faintest smile as he pulled her up. "Not bad yourself, soldier girl." Gotham. The night in Gotham was suffocating with smoke. Batman crouched atop a ruined crane, eyes scanning the docks below. He'd expected more parademons. Instead, a single figure stepped from the shadows, impeccably dressed in a long military coat, hands clasped neatly behind his back. Vermin Vundabar stood at the center, squat but regal in military garb, his voice amplified through sonic devices. Parademons shifted around him like disciplined soldiers. "People of Gotham," Vermin's voice boomed, "your world is weak. Surrender to the glory of Apocalypse or burn in its fires. Submit to Lord Darkseid." Batman's lip curled beneath the cowl. "Not on my watch." He moved like a shadow, picking off parademons one by one. Silent takedowns, explosive batarangs, chokeholds in the dark. The swarm panicked, breaking rank. "Ah, the famous Batman," Vermin said smoothly, his Germanic accent crisp. "Darkseid spoke of you. A tactician, a detective, a mortal who believes he can fight gods. Are you willing to submit?" Batman didn't respond. His silence was answer enough. Vermin's lips curled. "Then let us see which strategist triumphs tonight." Without warning, parademons swarmed from the shadows, hundreds of them. Batman hurled smoke bombs, detonators, and electrified batarangs in quick succession. Explosions rocked the docks, fire blossoming as he grappled through the chaos. But Vermin never moved, his hands behind his back, calmly directing the battle like a conductor with an orchestra. Left flank pin him, rear assault cut off his escape, fire. Batman dove, rolled, and fought like a man possessed. His blades sliced wings, his fists shattered carapaces. Still, the numbers overwhelmed him. He was dragged down into the dirt, claws scraping at his armor. Vermin stepped closer, smiling coldly. So predictable. Then Batman triggered his contingency. His gauntlet screen lit up, and in an instant, explosives planted earlier across the dockyard detonated. The entire pier erupted in fire. Parademons screeched as flames consumed them, the shockwave hurling Vermin off his feet. Batman rose slowly, cape torn, chest heaving. He loomed over the tactical general, who now coughed blood onto the gravel. "Predict this," Batman growled, before slamming a shock-charged fist into Vermin's jaw and jumping back as he tried to hit him. Vermin snarled, "Coward, face me." Batman dropped from the rafters, cape spreading wide. His voice was cold steel. "Gladly." Vermin swung a crackling baton, but Bruce sidestepped, striking nerve clusters with surgical precision. Vermin's tactics were precise, but Batman's mind was sharper. Every feint answered, every move countered. Finally, Batman disarmed him with a bone-breaking twist, then slammed him into a control console. Sparks erupted as Vermin gasped, stunned. Batman leaned close, voice low and terrifying. "Tell Darkseid this city isn't his. It never will be." He struck once more, knocking Vermin unconscious, and vanished into the shadows as the boom tube whisked the body away. "These portals might be connected to their home planet. If we can reverse engineer it, we might be able to send them back before the damage spreads," he thought as he made his way towards another location. Fawcett City. The streets were chaos, lit by flames and broken streetlights. Shazam stood tall, sparks of magical lightning crawling across his gauntlets. Opposite him, Kanto, the master assassin of Apocalypse, drew his blade with casual elegance. Lightning split the sky as Shazam clashed with Kanto, the master assassin of Apocalypse. The man in elegant dark garb wielded twin blades that hummed with energy, his movements surgical. "You're fast," Shazam admitted, blocking strike after strike. Sparks flew as divine power clashed with alien metal. "You are a child," Kanto said, his voice silken, mocking, "pretending to wear the mantle of gods." Shazam grinned. "Yeah, well, this child's about to put you in timeout." Shazam gritted his teeth, charging forward with raw power, but Kanto danced around him, blades carving shallow cuts. Each one sizzled with poison. Kanto blurred forward, his blade slicing the air. Shazam barely blocked, sparks erupting as metal clashed with magical aura. The two fought across rooftops, each strike leaving shockwaves that shattered windows. Kanto's precision was flawless, every strike aimed to kill. Shazam countered with raw power, lightning bursting from his fists, frying parademons in the vicinity. Shazam winced, stumbling. His magic resisted the toxins, but Kanto pressed the advantage. Darkseid doesn't want you dead yet. Consider yourself recruited. Yeah, not happening. Shazam's eyes glowed. He rushed forward and grabbed Kanto. The assassin slashed across Shazam's chest, leaving a glowing cut. But he endured, bellowed, Shazami. The lightning bolt struck, divine fury engulfing the battlefield. Kanto shielded himself, but the sheer force blasted him into a crater. When the smoke cleared, Billy stood tall, chest heaving. You messed with the wrong wizard, pal. Kanto staggered and fell, eyes burning with hatred, then vanished in a boom tube, his blade smoking. Central City and Coast City. The night sky above Central City was fractured by a streak of green light, a sharp flare of emerald slicing through clouds and smoke. The streets below were chaos, cars overturned, lampposts torn down, and terrified civilians scattering in every direction. A swarm of parademons screeched overhead, their leathery wings beating violently, glowing yellow eyes sweeping the city for prey. Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, gritted his teeth as his ring pulsed with energy, erecting a shimmering barrier that shielded a group of civilians hiding in an alleyway. All right, folks, stay down. This isn't exactly rush hour traffic. He turned sharply, his eyes narrowing on the winged creatures above. Okay, freaks, you want this city? You'll have to go through me. The parademons dove. Hal's fist tightened, and the ring responded instantly, shaping glowing green fighter jets that roared upward with blinding speed, missiles of pure willpower firing into the swarm. Explosions rocked the night as several parademons disintegrated in green fire. But more kept coming, clawing and shrieking, diving toward him with reckless fury. Hal cursed under his breath. Why is it never just one, always a damn swarm? Then, an electric flash ripped through the streets, lightning crackling as a red blur darted across cracked pavement. The parademons chasing down civilians suddenly found themselves colliding with blinding speed punches. Their bodies sent crashing through walls and lampposts before they even knew what hit them. The red blur skidded to a halt beside Hal, forming into a man with a crimson suit, golden lightning bolt emblazoned across his chest, and a grin that carried more confidence than the situation probably allowed. Wow, the newcomer said breathlessly. I was just grabbing a late-night snack after cleaning up trash, and I end up running into a bug problem the size of a horror movie. Hal arched an eyebrow, lowering his ring slightly. And you are? Flash, the red-suited speedster, gave a quick mock salute. Fastest man alive, who's this green glowstick? Hal smirked. Green Lantern, strongest will in the universe. He let the green glow pulse brighter for emphasis. Flash chuckled. Yeah, okay, sure. Let's test that against flying alien cockroaches. Another shriek cut through the air as the swarm regrouped, charging both of them with burning hunger. Without another word, Flash blurred into motion, circling the incoming horde at blinding speed. His feet sparked against the pavement, lightning arcing outward as the slipstream of his run whipped up debris. Caught in the whirlwind, several parademons spiraled uncontrollably before being slammed into the sides of buildings. Hal, not to be outdone, summoned a massive glowing fly swatter. Time to clean house. With a swing that cracked the air, he smacked half a dozen parademons into the ground with comedic force. Flash reappeared beside him in a blink, panting slightly. Okay, that one I didn't see coming. Stick with me, kid, Hal grinned. I've got a million of these. Together, the two fought in perfect, if unplanned, sync. Flash zipped across the battlefield, striking with pinpoint precision, knocking enemies into positions where Hal's constructs could obliterate them. Hal's ring created shields, barriers, and weapons that kept the swarm at bay, while Flash turned the battlefield itself into his weapon, cracking concrete to trip the monsters, disarming them before they could even react. But then the air shifted. A heavy hum filled the city, and the streetlights flickered as though the very energy around them was being drained. The parademons, rather than retreating, scattered suddenly, giving way to something larger. The ground cracked violently as a hulking figure descended, his body encased in dark chitin-like armor that shimmered with green and yellow sparks. His insectoid form radiated menace, glowing compound eyes scanning both heroes with predatory focus. Mantis had arrived. "You are pests in Darkseid's garden," the creature hissed, its voice layered with mechanical distortion and insectal clicking. "You will be crushed beneath his will." Flash muttered, "Great," he brought the bug zapper. Mantis leapt forward with terrifying speed for his size, slamming into Hal with such force that his emerald shield cracked, sending the lantern flying through the side of a skyscraper. Hal groaned, coughing through the dust as he forced his ring to stabilize the construct. Flash zipped forward instantly, throwing a series of supersonic punches at Mantis's carapace, each strike echoing like gunfire. But Mantis barely flinched, his armored shell absorbing the blows. With a sudden swipe of his clawed arm, Mantis swatted Flash across the street, sending him tumbling through a row of parked cars. "Okay," Flash groaned, sitting up among the wreckage. "Definitely not a cockroach, more like a tank with legs." Hal reemerged, his ring glowing brighter now, his jaw set. "Guess we're gonna need to double-team this guy." They did. Hal constructed massive green chains that wrapped around Mantis, trying to bind him in place, while Flash raced around him at supersonic speed, creating a vortex of lightning. Sparks cascaded, tearing up the pavement and forming a storm of raw energy. But Mantis roared, his body glowing brighter as he discharged a wave of electricity. The shockwave shattered Hal's constructs and hurled Flash across the asphalt. The two heroes slammed into the ground, groaning in unison. "All right," Flash coughed, dragging himself up. "New plan, don't get hit by the bug's personal power plant." Hal spat out blood, lifting his ring hand again. "You run interference, I'll go big." With a nod, Flash blurred back into motion, circling Mantis and throwing distracting strikes at every angle, never staying still long enough to be caught. Mantis snarled, swiping wildly, his claws cutting through empty air as the speedster taunted him. Meanwhile, Hal focused. His eyes burned with willpower as the ring glowed so brightly it illuminated the entire block. A massive construct formed, an emerald battlesuit, towering over the battlefield, with gauntlets large enough to crush a bus. "Eat your heart out, bug-themed Iron Man," Hal muttered, slamming the construct's fist down onto Mantis with bone-rattling force. The street shattered under the impact, a crater forming as the villain screeched in rage. Flash zipped in with the finishing touch, channeling all his momentum into a single, lightning-charged punch. The blow connected with Mantis's jaw like a thunderclap, sending the massive warrior crashing unconscious into the rubble. Breathing heavily, Hal deactivated the battlesuit, slumping slightly. Well, that wasn't so bad. Flash, panting beside him, grinned. "Not bad, my heart's still doing the Macarena. But hey, we actually made a pretty good team." Hal smirked, "Don't get used to it, rookie." The two exchanged a look, not of friendship yet, but of mutual respect. The war wasn't over. This was only the beginning. Capitulo 73, The Great War II. New York. The heart of New York was fire and smoke. Sirens wailed as buildings crumbled, and terrified crowds poured through the streets. Amid the chaos, a lone figure moved with unshakable purpose, her dark jacket ripped away, revealing bronze armor gleaming under the streetlights. Diana of the Messira, known to the world now as Diana Elric, or more quietly as Lara Croft, stood tall, her sword in one hand, shield in the other. Her eyes were calm, but her actions merciless. A parademon screeched and dove, claws outstretched. With a flick of her wrist, Diana hurled her sword like a spear. The blade spun through the air, impaling the creature mid-scream before embedding itself in a taxi door. She caught it effortlessly on the rebound, never breaking stride. "Come demons," she scoffed, "send me more." And more came. Waves of parademons swarmed down Broadway, their shadows blotting out the neon lights. Diana met them head-on, shield raised, sword flashing in arcs of steel. Every strike was precise, every movement honed from centuries of war. Wings were severed, bodies crashed into the pavement, ichor staining the streets. But the ground shook. A new roar split the city. From the smoke emerged Calabac, son of Darkseid, towering, broad-shouldered, his massive weapon crackling with raw energy. His eyes locked on Diana with primal hunger. "You," he bellowed, "Amazon, I will break you, and your bones will honor my father." Diana planted her shield, her chin rising in defiance. "You will find me harder to break than anything you know, invader." Calabac charged, the street cracking beneath his weight. Diana met him with a roar of her own, shield slamming against his weapon as sparks flew. The collision sent shockwaves down the block, glass shattering in nearby buildings. They fought like gods among men. Calabac's swings were monstrous, each one heavy enough to crush a tank. Diana blocked, deflected, and countered with blinding speed, her blade slicing across his armor, drawing sparks and roars of pain. He swung wide, and she rolled under, driving her sword into his thigh. Calabac howled, staggering back, ichor spilling. He snarled, slamming his weapon into the ground. The shockwave cracked pavement, hurling cars into the air. Diana leapt, her lasso flashing out, wrapping around Calabac's arm. With a furious pull, she yanked him off balance and slammed him face first into the asphalt. The battle raged block after block, their blows leaving craters and toppled buildings in their wake. Civilians fled in terror as two titans clashed in the heart of the city. Diana struck with unyielding grace, each movement both brutal and beautiful. Calabac fought with raw power, his rage burning hotter as blood spilled from his wounds. Finally, she slammed her fist covered in lightning, knocking him back through the facade of a skyscraper. The building groaned, glass and steel raining down. Calabac staggered to his knees inside the wreckage, blood dripping from his mouth. Snarling, he raised himself. "Father will send reinforcements. This world shall perish." He jumped back into the boom tube to report and regroup. Far beyond Earth, in the abyss of space where light itself seemed to falter, the burning glow of apocalypse churned like a dying sun. Firestorms raged across its surface, ash clouds curled endlessly, and a fortress unlike anything in mortal imagination floated in eternal orbit. Inside the throne hall of obsidian and flame, silence reigned. Darkseid sat upon his throne, a monolith of stone carved as if by the cosmos itself. His form was as immovable as the world he ruled, colossal, cloaked in power, eyes simmering with a smoldering red that never faded. Every inch of him radiated inevitability, as though the universe itself bent around his presence. Before him, the battered visage of Calabac flickered on a war screen, his voice carrying the growl of a wounded beast. "Father, I fought her, the Amazon. She is no ordinary warrior. She injured me. She has the power of the old god Zeus." His words trembled between shame and fury, the ichor still dripping from his wounds visible through the projection. Darkseid's voice rumbled like tectonic plates grinding beneath the earth. "And still she lives, which means you failed to finish your mission." Calabac bowed his head, beaten but unbroken. "They are not scattered, father. They are gathering, mortals they may be, and yet they resist us." The throne hall darkened further, if such a thing was possible. The air itself seemed to shudder as Darkseid slowly leaned forward, the dim light carving shadows across his chiseled face. His glowing eyes did not blink, did not waver. "They would dare resist," Darkseid said softly, the words heavy enough to shake the chamber. "Then I shall break them myself." From the side of the hall, footsteps echoed, deliberate, elegant, predatory. Grail emerged from the shadows, her pale gray skin luminous in the firelight, long black hair flowing like a storm. Her crimson eyes shimmered with disdain and the faintest trace of hesitation. "Father," she said, her voice smooth as silk yet edged with steel. "At last, I had hoped you would no longer let your dogs off the leash alone." She cast a disdainful glance toward the war screens, where the faces of Granny Goodness, Canto, and Vermin Vundabar had also appeared, each scarred, bruised, or humiliated by their own clashes with Earth's defenders. "Enough," Darkseid commanded, and the generals fell silent instantly. But Grail lingered by his side, tilting her head ever so slightly, lips curving in something that was not quite a smile. "Earth resists. Interesting. They call themselves heroes, don't they?" Darkseid did not answer her question. He did not need to. His silence was more powerful than any affirmation. Yet Grail's gaze shifted, just for a moment. Somewhere, buried beneath her lethal calm, her mind drifted. "Edward." His absence burned like an unanswered question. She had felt his presence, long ago, as though he were a shard of destiny itself. Where had he gone? Would he appear in this war? Does he even remember her? She would find out. Her crimson eyes narrowed, burning with secret resolve. "Father," Grail murmured, "if you descend, the world itself will shake. Perhaps that is what it needs. A reminder that there is only one true God." Darkseid rose. The throne groaned under the shift of his colossal form, the weight of inevitability unseating itself. He did not move quickly, for he had no need. Every step was deliberate, echoing like thunder through the hall. His shadow fell long and infinite, reaching the feet of his generals, swallowing them whole. "Prepare the armada," he commanded, his voice carrying across dimensions. "This earth dares to imagine itself defiant. I will teach them despair." Calabac bowed his head, shame turning to savage joy. Granny Goodness cackled softly, hiding her bruises behind the mask of devotion. Kanto inclined his head with assassin's grace. Vermin Vundabar muttered strategies under his breath, already scheming. And Grail followed at her father's side, her crimson eyes gleaming, not with fear but with anticipation. Far below, on the small blue planet whose cities still burned with the echoes of paradum and wings, the heroes gathered in scattered places, still separate, still bloodied, still unaware of the storm descending upon them. But above them, in the cold of space, reality itself bent and cracked. The boom tubes began to stir. And from the heart of Apocalypse, the true war was about to begin. Meanwhile, Edward was watching Cassie destroy the swarm of parademons near Avalon, then flying off to New York, where her older sister Diana was without waiting. Alpone was operating a giant mecha, which looked suspiciously like Optimus Prime, and blasted the remaining ones left. "Phew, that was fun. Hey Dad, aren't you gonna do something? This looks pretty bad." Alphonse spoke to Edward. Edward smiled. "They don't need me, not yet," he then joked. "But are you going to let your sisters have all the fun?" Alphonse shrugged. "I'm just an inventor who makes the toys. I don't need to test them myself when I have volunteers." There was a shimmering portal beside Edward that appeared suddenly, and a figure walked out. He didn't look and asked, "Hey Soph, where's your mom?" Sophrosine sat beside Edward and swung his legs. "Mom's busy. So many are dying. She said their leader is coming soon." Edward sighed. "Well, looks like it's about time. Let's see if they can stop him." The sky over Earth was changing. Boom tubes ripped open across the globe like jagged scars in reality, and from each one poured parademons by the thousands. Cities burned, skies darkened, and the smell of scorched asphalt and ozone clung to every gust of wind. Humanity panicked, crowds running, cars overturning, military jets screaming overhead. But the soldiers quickly realized their bullets, and missiles did little more than sting the invaders. And high above the chaos, the real storm was coming. Darkseid's personal armada hovered at the edge of Earth's orbit, colossal ships blotting out the stars. At the forefront stood the Lord of Apocalypse himself, his crimson eyes glowing faintly, his body towering with menace. Beside him, his daughter Grail watched silently, her black armor gleaming faintly under the fire of distant explosions. Her gaze wasn't on Earth, however. Her thoughts lingered elsewhere. "Still no trace of him," she murmured, almost too softly to hear. Darkseid's gravel-deep voice rumbled like a landslide. "The Godslayer hides. Let him. When I burn this world, he will come crawling out. They always do." But Grail's lips tightened. Something in her gut told her Edward wasn't hiding at all. He was watching, waiting. On the ground, the scattered heroes began to converge. Batman stood on the charred remains of a rooftop, cape flickering behind him in the hot wind. His cowl was cracked at the temple, dust and blood streaking his jaw. He'd just finished dismantling Vermin Vundabar's forces, leaving the tactician unconscious in the rubble of his own command post. He planted the bomb on him before the boom tube could take him away. And when he returned to his ship, the bomb exploded, destroying the ship. Through the smoke-filled sky, Batman saw them, silhouettes moving across the horizon, converging on the same war-torn city's center. Metropolis. He thought inwardly, they are converging, their leader must be arriving. He tapped the comlink in his ear directly to reach the hero's human counterparts. All defenders of Earth, anyone still alive and fighting, converge on Metropolis. Now, That's where this ends. No names, no identities, just the voice of a leader despite not being the strongest. Superman floated above the burning city, his cape snapping in the inferno winds. Beside him, Feora hovered, her eyes scanning the horizon, her jaw tight with unspoken conflict. The battle with Granny Goodness and the Furies had left both of them battered a little but standing, blood streaking Feora's cheek, Superman's suit torn across the chest. Clark's gaze hardened. He could see the shadow of Darkseid's flagship eclipsing the stars. This is it. Feora's voice was quiet, softer than it had ever been in her years of service under Zod. Kal, this isn't just a war, this is destruction. Superman turned to her, eyes burning with conviction. Then we stop it together. She looked at him for a long moment, something flickering in her chest she hadn't felt since Krypton. Then she nodded. Together. Flash stood in the middle of a ruined street, still breathing hard from the fight with Mantis. His crimson suit was scorched in places, and his chest heaved like he'd just sprinted a marathon. Green Lantern floated down beside him, the emerald glow from his ring lighting up the cracked pavement. Gotta say, Flash panted, pointing at the still-smoking crater where Mantis had been blasted back into the boom tube. For a bug that big, you'd think he'd be harder to swat. Green Lantern smirked, though his jaw was set with determination. Don't get cocky, rookie. That was just one general. The big boss hasn't even arrived yet. Flash tilted his head. Big boss? You mean those guys are not the ones in charge? Lantern's eyes narrowed. Those were not the leader. Their leader was waiting, but something tells me he's out of patience. They exchanged a look, unspoken understanding passing between them. The world was on the line, and they couldn't do this alone. Then they heard the message from Batman to head to Metropolis. Flash asked curiously, "Whoa, who is this guy, and how does he know who we are?" Green Lantern smirked. "That's probably Batman. I can recognize his grumpy voice from the last time we met." Flash widened his eyes. "Wait, Batman's real too? Are you gonna tell me next that Santa's real too?" Green Lantern raised a glowing fist and smirked. "Good guess. Anyway, we don't have time. Metropolis. Let's go." Flash grinned, "Race you there." Then blurred into lightning, running beside Lantern's emerald streak as they shot toward the city. Diana, no longer Lara Croft, but Wonder Woman in her full Amazonian armor, stood among burning skyscrapers, sword still dripping ichor from where she had cut Calabac across the chest. He had retreated, roaring in rage, but his words echoed in her mind. Father will come. Father will destroy this world. Her jaw clenched, and she sheathed her sword across her back. Let him come, she whispered to herself. The Amazons do not run from gods. She then smirked. My father is stronger than his. He will come, even if it's just to protect me. For now, let's head to Metropolis. She spread her arms, the wings of her armor unfolding, and launched into the sky. The city of Metropolis had become the focal point of the invasion. Parademons swarmed like hornets, streets cracked under tank fire and collapsing buildings, civilians screaming as they scrambled for cover. And then, like a scene drawn from myth, the heroes arrived one by one. Superman and Feora descended from the sky, their landing cracking the pavement. Green Lantern and Flash followed, emerald energy streaking across the sky, lightning lighting up the ruined streets. Green Lantern stood firm, while Flash bounced on his heels, unable to stop moving even in this tense moment. Superman spoke warmly. Hey guys, you might know me as Superman, and this here is my partner Superwoman. Feora just nodded and didn't pay much attention. Flash extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I've read stories about your deeds. I'm Flash and that guy's called Green Lantern. Superman shook it with a smile. Thank you, Flash. Pleasure to meet you. Feora also gave him a little nod. Green Lantern muttered softly, Suck up. From the other side, Diana dropped like a spear from the heavens, her golden armor gleaming through the firelight. She straightened, eyes blazing with determination. She spoke calmly, Greetings, warriors. You may call me as Wonder Woman. I also go by Lara Croft among humans. Flash whistled. Is that freaking Lara Croft? Who would have thought the billionaire philanthropist is a warrior capable of smashing aliens? Green Lantern patted the dust away and said, Dibs, before trying to approach her with swagger. But much to his annoyance, Batman landed next to Diana from the Batwing, his cape fluttering as he surveyed the battlefield. His eyes narrowed as he observed the giant boom tube on the sky. Flash immediately stood in front of him, extending a hand. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Batman. I've read stories about you growing up." Feora raised an eyebrow. "You must be the one who told us to gather here, I believe. I don't sense any power from you other than that amulet." Batman shook Flash's hand. "Thank you, Flash. I have known about you as well. You have done a good job in Central City." Flash grinned sheepishly. Batman looked at Feora. "I indeed called you all here. We can't win unless we fight together." Diana watched him with interest. She remembered her father talking about training some emo kid in the Himalayas. Somehow, she felt this guy might be him. And then, lightning split the sky as Shazam arrived, a boyish grin beneath a man's godly frame, electricity sparking around his fists. "Hope I'm not late to the party. The name's Shazam." He looked around and whistled. "Damn, we got so many super folks, and two pretty ladies, hola." Feora glared while Superman stood in front of her protectively. Diana scowled and spoke. "This is no time for jokes." Green Lantern also shook his head. "Too disparate, my dude." Flash chuckled nervously. "It's okay, nothing serious, just some harmless awkward flirting." Shazam winced in shame. The seven of them stood together for the first time, the air around them crackling with power and tension. For a long moment, they just looked at each other, sizing up strangers who might have to become allies in the next few minutes. Batman was the first to speak, his voice gravelly but calm. "We don't have much time for introductions. You've all seen what's coming." Superman stepped forward, his presence radiating authority. "We need to know our plans if we are to work together." Green Lantern spoke with a smirk. "No problem is too big for Green Lantern. Batsy knows how good I am." Batman spoke without emotion. "If your definition of good is on the ground wiggling from fear toxin, it's concerning." Green Lantern scowled. "That's uncalled for." Feora interrupted. "The army belongs to Darkseid, ruler of Apocalypse. He destroyed galaxies and civilizations for millennia. After I was banished from Krypton with my fellow soldiers, we met him. He killed 3 of us before we escaped with General Zod, although we were weakened at that time." Flash muttered, trying to inject some levity. "So, we have a world-ending space tyrant with billions of army invading us. And we are 7 people. That's great. Totally not terrifying at all." Diana's voice cut sharp through the noise. "This is no time for jokes. The enemy is not just Darkseid. His armies, his generals, his will, they will not stop until this world kneels." Feora folded her arms, her gaze steady. "And he's stronger than any of you realize, stronger than Zod." That drew silence. Even Superman frowned at that, though he placed a hand on her shoulder gently, steadying her. Shazam broke the pause, his voice youthful even through the thunder. "So what, we quit, or do we actually fight back?" There was a whistling sound, and Cyborg arrived and landed beside them. They got alert, but Victor spoke disarmingly. "Calm down, guys. I got Batman's message. Name's Victor Stone, but you can call me Cyborg. I've got information about the invaders." Green Lantern raised a hand. "We already know. Darkseid, Cosmic Conqueror, has billions of mindless army. We fought his generals." Cyborg sighed. "That's not all. He is looking for this." His chest compartment opened and a mother box came out. Diana widened her eyes. "How did you obtain the mother box?" Cyborg replied. "It was at Star Labs. My dad used it to bring me to life. This is related to Darkseid. There are 2 more. Once they are united, it will restructure the whole planet and changing it to Apocalypse. We must stop him before that." Batman's mind raced. "We need to locate the other 2 boxes and protect them." Diana spoke. "We don't need to worry about them. They are hidden away safely. Even if Darkseid found them, he won't be able to take them away. We need to protect the one we have." Flash pointed out, "Even if he has 2, he needs this one. If we hold on to it, won't it make him come to us? We can set a trap." Batman's eyes flicked across each of them, calculating, measuring. "We must fight, but not like this. Scattered will fall, together." He let the sentence hang, his eyes narrowing behind the cowl. "Together we have a chance." Diana nodded. "But we must think on how to close those damn portals. We are few in number." Cyborg spoke. If you guys can take me to a high altitude where I can find signal, along with a huge energy blast, I can close those portals. Shazam smirked. I can help with the power supply, but we need to keep the bad guys distracted. Batman nodded. Leave that to the rest. You guys work on closing those portals. If things don't work, we still can improvise. For the first time, Superman and Batman locked eyes. Neither blinked. Two leaders, two visions of what it meant to save the world. Then slowly, Superman nodded. Then we stand together. The air shifted, as though the world itself acknowledged it. The Justice League had been born. Above them, the clouds split with fire as a boom tube larger than any before ripped open. The sky screamed as Darkseid himself stepped through, his frame blotting out the sun. His generals marched beside him, Calabac, bandaged but snarling, Granny Goodness limping yet unbroken, Mantis buzzing with rage, Canto polishing his blades, the Furies hissing with anticipation, Vermin's broken body dragged like a trophy. And last, Grail, her piercing gaze sweeping the battlefield. For a brief moment, her eyes flickered away from the heroes, searching the horizon, searching for Edward. Darkseid's voice thundered across the city, shaking the glass from towers, rattling the bones of mortals and gods alike. Earth will be mined. The war for the planet was about to begin. Capitulo 74, The Great War 3. The situation had improved in Metropolis somewhat. The heroes managed to cut down the parademons despite the continued onslaught, but more of them kept coming through the boom tubes. Batman spoke as he threw a batarang at another parademon. Everyone, conserve your strength. I think the invaders are trying to wear us down and strike hard when we are weakened. This is about to get worse. Diana slashed down a parademon and shouted, "How can you tell?" Batman spoke calmly, "Well, for one thing, the river is on fire." Hal chuckled, "Can't believe that I agree with you on that, Bats." Flash asked while running, "What's the other thing?" Clark looked above grimly and spoke, "Look above you and you'll know." Batman spoke on his communicator, "Alfred, initiate protocol point break." Alfred's voice came through, "Are you sure, Master Bruce? That is still not tested." Batman looked above and replied solemnly, "There's no time, Alfred, and, in the off chance this doesn't work out, activate the Nightfall protocol and leave Gotham with Dick." Alfred remained silent for a while. "I'll follow your wish. Good luck, Master Bruce." Diana spoke out, "Something is coming from above. It's way stronger than anything I have sensed." The skies over Earth tore open. A soundless rupture spread across the atmosphere like shattered glass in reverse, a hole ripping through the fabric of reality. From that crack in space came fire, light, and shadows, the outline of a shape so massive it blocked out the sun for an instant. Darkseid had arrived. The Armada descended first, burning warships shaped like jagged blades, releasing swarms of parademons like hornets pouring from a nest. And then, stepping through the rift as if the vacuum of space itself bent to his will, came the god of apocalypse. Gray skin and a hulking muscular form, wearing dark blue full body armor with an Omega symbol on chest. His eyes burning red with power. He wore a dark utility belt that had a glowing, red new god symbol on it. His sheer presence was enough make lesser beings submit. Flash gulped, "I guess that's the big boss." Diana's eyes narrowed. "Yes, that's Darkseid. I have seen the murals. He looks just like that." Darkseid's boots crushed pavement as he landed in the ruins of Metropolis, his sheer weight cracking concrete, sending shockwaves through the street. He stood like a mountain in humanoid form. His red eyes scanned the battlefield as if daring the world to resist. The League gathered on the streets, scattered among shattered cars and debris. Superman hovered just above ground, his cape whipping violently in the gale of the incoming armada. Beside him, Feora floated silently, armored and poised like a spear, her expression steel but her hand instinctively close to Clark's arm. Wonder Woman stood tall with sword and shield in hand, her stance wide, chin high, her very presence daring the god before her. Batman was crouched half a step back, cape drawn tight, eyes sharp behind his cowl, every muscle tense though he knew brute force wasn't his weapon here. Green Lantern floated in emerald light, ring already humming with constructs swirling around him, swords, cannons, shields, everything he could imagine. Beside him, Flash jittered on the balls of his feet, a lightning storm of restless energy waiting to explode. Cyborg's weaponized arm clicked, shifting from cannon to blaster as his systems synced with satellite uplinks overhead. And Shazam floated just above the cracked asphalt, lightning flickering along his arms, his face a mix of awe and determination. Darkseid spoke with a voice that made them shiver. "I am entropy," his voice thundered, deep and cold. "I am death, I am Darkseid." His eyes flared up with Omega energy. Behind him, a strong and graceful figure in shadow stepped forward, her presence sharp and dangerous. It was Grail. She moved like a phantom, her dark cloak swirling. Her crimson gaze flicked across the city, not at the heroes but at the landscape itself. "Father," she said softly, "the mother boxes call to me. I will go find them." Darkseid gave a single nod. "Go, let none stand in your way. Once the unity is complete, I will raise this planet for its defiance." Grail bowed, vanished into the shadows, leaving only her father to confront Earth's last defense. But only Bruce saw she had a cunning smile on her face. "Alfred, monitor that woman's activity. Someone needs to keep an eye on her." An unknown voice entered Bruce's mind, making him widen his eyes. "You guys focus on the battle, I'll check on her." Bruce asked warily, "Who are you? You must be a telepath." A soft chuckle came through. "My name is Hank Henshaw, but you can also call me Martian Manhunter. I am not of Earth, but I have lived here for a long time, which means this is also my home. It's about time I fought for it." Bruce nodded. "Although I don't know you, I will be counting on you, Hank." The voice chuckled. "I will pray for your good fortune, Bruce." Bruce shook his head. He turned towards Darkseid and prepared himself for what was about to come. Superman landed hard in front of Darkseid, his cape billowing in the heat rising from burning cars. Fiora touched down beside him, her eyes narrowed, standing tall like a soldier even in this alien world. Behind them, Wonder Woman emerged from the smoke, sword gleaming, shield raised. Green Lantern descended next, ring glowing bright, a cocky smirk barely hiding the sweat running down his brow. Flash zipped into view, vibrating with restless energy, red lightning crackling around his boots. Shazam floated down, electricity sparking across his fists. Cyborg systems whirred as his arm shifted into a sonic cannon. And then Batman, walking calmly from the shadows. No powers, no glowing armor, only a man in a cape, his eyes sharp, mind even sharper. They stood together for the first time, not as friends, not yet as a team, but united by necessity, for the survival of their planet. Darkseid's shadow fell over them. 8 against 1, he said, almost bored. "It will not matter, your world will perish." Superman clenched his fists. "We'll see about that." Darkseid moved first. His Omega beams ignited, twin lances of burning crimson that split into jagged branches mid-flight, chasing Superman and Fiora like predators. Clark shoved Fiora out of the way and blasted upward, the beams following him with impossible precision. He twisted, Dove tried to lose them, but they curved after him, never relenting. Superman shot forward, fist cocked, the sonic boom of his flight tearing glass from nearby buildings. He wanted to hit Darkseid with his own attack. His punch collided with Darkseid's jaw, only for the new god to turn his head slightly, taking the blow like a breeze. Before Clark could register it, Darkseid's massive hand clamped around his throat, slamming him into the pavement so hard the shockwave flipped cars like toys. Fiora screamed and charged, driving a knee into Darkseid's side. The impact cracked the street, but Darkseid barely shifted. He caught her by the throat mid-swing and hurled her into a skyscraper, glass and steel raining down as she vanished into rubble. "Fiora!" Superman shouted, and that moment of distraction cost him. The Omega beams struck his side, tearing through buildings before detonating in a fireball that lit up the city. Clark hit the ground hard, smoke rising off his suit. "Too slow," Darkseid rumbled. Batman's voice cut sharp across comms. "Omega beams, don't let them lock on, move unpredictably." "Noted," Hal barked, whipping a massive emerald battering ram down on Darkseid. The construct smashed into his shoulders, but Darkseid merely raised one hand, crushed the construct with his fingers, and yanked Lantern forward by the throat. Hal choked, his aura flickering. He created a big green spring to launch him away from Darkseid. But Darkseid smirked and threw him into a build. Hal smashed into the building with a groan and fell into the street. A bunch of parademons converged into his fallen form, not letting him get up. "Die, monster!" Diana shouted, already sprinting. She leapt, shield first, smashing into Darkseid's chest. The impact reverberated like a cannon blast. For the first time, Darkseid moved back half a step. His eyes glowed. Twin beams of burning red omega energy shot from his gaze, curving unnaturally midair to chase Diana even as she rolled aside. The beams gouged through 3 buildings, detonating them into plumes of fire. Darkseid backhanded her with casual brutality. Diana slammed into the hood of a burning car, crumpling metal like paper. She rose, blood on her lip, and snarled. "My mother hits harder than this." Darkseid had an amused grin on his face. "Ah, a hybrid. Amazon who holds power of Zeus. Your father was killed by the Godslayer, right? Join me, and I will grant you vengeance against him." Diana was stunned for a second, then burst out laughing. "Ahahaha, I never heard such a ridiculous thing in my life. You want me to join you? And to even suggest about killing the man who raised me with love. You will die without leaving a trace." Her voice turned cold and her body started crackling with lightning. She clenched her fist and punched. Darkseid met her fist with his own. Boom! The shockwave destroyed the nearby buildings instantly. Batman used his grappling hook to move away beforehand. Green Lantern hastily conjured a shield to protect Cyborg, who was trying to hack into the boomtube's technology. Darkseid grinned as their fists remained locked, and shot Diana with his Omega beams, blasting her far away. She broke through multiple buildings laid inside the rubble, bleeding. Diana coughed up blood and shakily stood up leaning on her sword. She charged forward again with a Warcry. Darkseid reeled his arm and punched with the full strength of his avatar. Diana was buried deep into the ground. Hal charged in to rescue her, but Darkseid caught him easily. Darkseid smirked. "Tenacious. That was nearly my full strength, yet you survived. Maybe I should kill you right here." Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze locked onto him. Darkseid immediately floated high above and looked around, but didn't find anything. But his instincts were screaming danger. "Interesting. I can't locate the source, but whoever it is, he can defeat my current avatar, which has nearly half my strength. That being would have unleashed his wrath if I killed her, it seems." Darkseid spoke with a grin. "Is that the Godslayer? So this woman is truly related to him somehow. I should take her hostage." Then crack. Lightning split the air. Shazam flew in like a meteor, shoulder-tackling Darkseid and ripping Hal free. "Hands off the glow stick," he shouted, fists already sparking with raw divine energy. He pummeled Darkseid's torso with a flurry of lightning-infused punches, each strike like thunder cracking the sky. Darkseid simply caught one fist mid-swing, twisted, and hurled Shazam through 3 blocks of cityscape, his trail burning like a comet. "Okay, that's bad," Flash muttered, then blurred forward in a storm of speed. He circled Darkseid at lightning pace, striking with rapid-fire blows to knees, elbows, ribs, anything to topple the giant. Dust whipped into cyclones from the sheer velocity. But Darkseid's eyes flickered. Omega beams lanced out, splitting, curving, chasing Barry through the chaos. "Aw, come on, that's cheating." Flash yelped, zigzagging through the collapsing city blocks, beams scorching at his heels. Cyborg locked in, shoulder cannon charging with a high-pitched whine. "I got you, Flash, move." Barry veered right, the beams following, only to be intercepted by Cyborg's blast. A torrent of white-hot energy struck Darkseid's chest full force, shoving him back across the ruined avenue. The new god barely raised an arm to block, the force sizzling against his skin but failing to pierce it. "Not enough," Cyborg muttered, recalibrating. Superman was back up, dirt and blood smeared across his face. He flew in tandem with Feora, who had torn free of rubble. Together, they rammed Darkseid at full force, fists colliding with his chest in a double impact that echoed like thunderclaps. The shockwave shattered the street, sending parademons tumbling like leaves. Darkseid grunted, low, guttural, but still far from fatally wounded. With a single stomp, he released a shockwave of his own, a seismic wave that blasted Clark and Feora apart, tumbling them into the sides of skyscrapers like meteors. He blasted them with couple more Omega beams. "I should take away these Kryptonians. They would make fine soldiers in my army." From the rubble, Superman surged again, lips curled in a snarl. "You're not destroying my world." His fists hammered Darkseid's jaw in a flurry, each strike cracking the sky with sound. Feora was beside him, moving with deadly precision, slamming knees, elbow strikes with the precision of soldier. Darkseid had enough. He roared enough. His arms lit up with glowing red energy and emitting a dangerous feeling. He smashed both of them into the ground at the same time. Crack! The ground broke like glass. Superman coughed up blood as he felt his ribs shattered. Feora had her arm and spine nearly broken as she tried to shove Clark away. She passed out on top of her lover's body. Clark was also hurt badly. "We need to recover, that previous fight consumed a lot," he thought. He dragged his battered body, along with Feora, above the sky, trying to use the solar energy to recover. Darkness scoffed. "My generals, take care of them. This is your chance for redemption." Calabac, Granny, Vermin Mantis, Kanto all rushed towards their location, eager to regain Darkseid's favor. The others saw their strongest hitters getting knocked out and felt desperate. Batman communicated with them. "Everyone, we need to work together and hold Darkseid here, and wait for Superman and Superwoman to return after recovering." Shazam winced as he was hit by a punch from Darkseid. "How? All of us got our asses handed to us." Flash replied while moving, "It doesn't matter. If we don't hold him here, Earth will be gone." Cyborg nodded. "I need just a little more time. I can send them back. You guys hold him off for a while." Batman gave the instructions. Lantern, put on a light show to distract him. Flash, run around him and keep him from using those Omega beams. Shazam, blast him from above and retreat. Wonder Woman and I will engage in close combat till Superman gets back. Hal spoke with hesitation. Batman, I am not putting you down or anything, but a single direct hit from him will kill you. You are just a regular guy." Bruce turned and smirked. "I have a plan." As if on cue, a small jet swooped in and dropped a crate with a loud impact. Darkseid watched them with amusement. To him, they were nothing but insects to be crushed. He only acknowledged the strength of Superman. The crate hissed open, and inside, a bulkier and metallic armor rested. It opened itself as Bruce walked forward and scanned his biometrics. Hal raised an eyebrow. "The armor looks cool, I'll give you that, but I don't think it can take that guy's punch." Flash pointed out, "It looks advanced, cutting-edge tech, feels expensive. What's it called?" Bruce got into the armor with ease. The armor snapped back in position, lit up, and readjusted. He just spoke in his usual calm tone. "This is something I developed after watching the destruction Kryptonians brought to Earth. I needed something that can stop powerful threats on par with Superman. I call it the Trinity Armor." Shazam gulped. "You saying you can beat Superman with it?" Bruce didn't respond, just smirked and walked ahead. Hal paled. "Holy shit, I think he just might." Diana jumped in front and spoke as she walked. "There's no time for delay. Onward. Let us defeat this tyrant who thinks he can take our home." Hal muttered as he followed her. "If I have the chance after this, I'd so try to charm her somehow." Flash chuckled from below as he ran. "You don't have a chance with her." Hal quipped back, "Don't underestimate my charms. The Greek lady will be smitten." Cyborg sighed. "Guys, you know she can hear you. She is a literal goddess." Diana laughed from ahead. "I have been pursued by many suitors. I have set a single rule, get my father's approval first." Hal lightened up. "See, I can convince her dad. Dads love me." Diana added, "If you don't, however, you'll be castrated." Bruce shook his head but smiled under the mask. This team was dysfunctional, but he felt with time it could become the protector Earth needs. He touched the amulet on his neck and whispered, "Watch over me, Master. I shall prove your trust wasn't misplaced." Darkseid grinned as he saw them return. "Have you come to surrender or struggle more for nothing?" Diana pointed her sword at him and charged, "We have come to take your head." Green Lantern shot another massive construct, a fighter jet screaming across the street before colliding with Darkseid. The explosion flared green, hurling debris into the sky. Hal grinned. "That's right, ugly. Welcome to the big leagues." The smoke cleared. Darkseid stood untouched, unimpressed. "You humans are weak, all except that one." He raised his hand, swatting aside another construct as if shattering glass. Before he could strike back, red lightning darted between his legs. Flash circled him in a blur, a whirlwind rising around Darkseid's feet. Barry's voice echoed as he zipped around. "So, what's the plan, guys? Just hit him until he falls over, 'cause I can't do that all day." He launched a flurry of punches, each faster than the last, rattling Darkseid's torso like a jackhammer. For a heartbeat, it seemed to work. Darkseid shifted slightly, his massive frame turning to follow the blur. And then, with one motion too fast for the eye, he caught Flash mid-run by the throat. Barry gagged, "Oh, crap." Darkseid slammed him into the pavement, leaving a flash-shaped crater. Before the god could finish him, a thunderclap split the sky. Shazam. A bolt of divine lightning struck Darkseid square in the chest. He staggered, smoke curling off his armor. Shazam floated above him, electricity coursing across his body. "Okay, big guy, let's see how you handle the power of the gods." He dove, fists crackling, hammering Darkseid with blow after blow, left hook, uppercut, lightning-charged right hand. The last hit sent the god stumbling back several steps. Shazam smirked. "Yeah, that felt good." Darkseid reached out, grabbed him by the face, and hurled him through 2 skyscrapers. Cyborg fired his sonic cannon point-blank, the sound wave ripping across Darkseid's side and forcing him to shield his ear. "Systems locked, full output," Victor shouted, firing again. Darkseid snarled and turned, hurling a chunk of debris at him. Cyborg shifted his arm into a shield, the impact slamming him against a wall. Sparks showered from his shoulder joint. "Systems, not optimal," he groaned. Batman was already moving, throwing smoke pellets, grapnels, and explosives, circling Darkseid like a predator in the dark. He wasn't trying to fight directly, only distract, keep him guessing. Darkseid's eyes flared. Omega beams split again, hunting the bat. Bruce Dove rolled, barely staying ahead of the beams that carved molten trenches into the ground. His cape caught fire at the edge. "The targeting system's locked," Cyborg muttered, redirecting. For a split second, Victor hacked into Batman's armor with his tech, firing weapons and shifting their trajectory. The crimson bolts and solar rays clashed and slammed into Darkseid's own parademons swooping in from above. Dozens incinerated instantly. Darkseid turned his head toward Cyborg, his expression darkening. "You are born of the mother box, yet you don't have its conscious. Interesting." Batman landed beside Victor, voice low but steady. "Buy us time, that's all we need." Diana leapt back into the fray, shield raised. She blocked a backhand strike that would have shattered steel, her knees buckling under the impact. She twisted, using his momentum to slash his thigh, sparks flying from the cut. Darkseid looked down at the shallow wound, then back at her. All that for a drop of blood. Diana smirked, spinning her sword. "And I'll take more before this ends." She fought him blow for blow, sword ringing against his fists, shield blocking searing beams. The clash shook the earth like thunder, neither yielding. For a moment, the Amazon held the line alone. Superman shot back into the fight, his fist smashing into Darkseid's jaw with enough force to make the god stagger. Feora followed, unleashing a flurry of precision strikes, elbows, knees, a soldier's relentless rhythm. Together they forced him back several feet, carving a trail of shattered asphalt. Clark shouted between punches, "We don't care who you are, this planet is our home." Darkseid caught his fist mid-swing, eyes glowing. "Then you will die with it." He blasted Clark point-blank with Omega beams, hurling him into the stratosphere. Feora lunged, stabbing with a shard of rebar like a spear. The tip glanced off his armor, and Darkseid slammed her into the ground so hard the street caved in. Shazam flew out of rubble, gritting his teeth. Flash zipped to his feet, brushing dust from his suit. Green Lantern hovered above, constructs glowing anew. Cyborg reset his systems, arm cannon charging. Batman stood, cape torn, eyes calculating. They gathered around Wonder Woman, who planted her shield firmly in the cracked street. Darkseid loomed over them, unscathed but slowed. His voice was steady, absolute. "You are strong, for mortals, but your strength is not enough to face me." Superman stood tall, chest heaving. "Maybe not alone, but together." He looked around at the others. "Together, we're more than enough." Batman nodded. "If we fight together and coordinate, we can beat him. I have prepared a couple strategies, but we must act as one." The League exchanged glances. For the first time, understanding sparked between them. Flash cracked a grin. "Okay, I'm in, let's save the world." Hal tightened his ring's glow. "About damn time we had a plan." Shazam wiped blood from his lip. "Plan's simple, hit him harder." Batman's voice cut through. "We hit him smart together, no hesitation." Diana raised her sword. "Then let us stand as one." And as Darkseid advanced, the Justice League charged as one. Capitulo 75, The Great War 4. The ruined heart of Metropolis burned like a battlefield from myth. Skyscrapers stood as shattered husks, glass rained in broken shards, and the sky above churned with smoke and fire from apocalyptic warships. The ground was a jagged scar of concrete and molten craters, every inch of it echoing with the clash of gods and mortals. Darkseid loomed at the center, a living monolith, his massive frame unbent even after the Justice League's first desperate assaults. His glowing red eyes scanned them, cold and merciless, as if the chaos around him were nothing more than insects buzzing in the air. He had shrugged off blows that could topple mountains, yet the heroes stood again, battered but unyielding. This time, they moved not as scattered fighters, but as one. Batman stepped forward first. His Trinity armor locked into place with the sound of grinding servos and magnetic seals. Its plated wings extended like jagged blades, its glowing eyes burning with a light that made him seem less man than machine. The others glanced at him with surprise. This wasn't the Dark Knight of shadows and stealth. This was a warrior prepared to stand toe-to-toe with a god. Beside him stood Wonder Woman, shield cracked and sword ready, her face streaked with dirt but her gaze burning with unyielding fire. Superman hovered above the street, cape torn and singed, chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. Feora was not yet back from recovery. Clark came down to help the other before even recovering properly. Flash buzzed with nervous energy, arcs of lightning crawling across his skin as he struggled to steady his breath. Green Lantern hovered overhead, emerald aura flickering, his ring battered but still alight with will. Cyborg's body sparked where alien claws had torn him, but his cannon was already humming with a deadly glow. And Shazam, young Billy's heart hammered inside a body of godlike power. He clenched his fists, eyes locked on Darkseid, muttering to himself, "Don't screw this up." They were Earth's last line of defense. Darkseid's voice thundered across the ruins, shaking dust from shattered buildings. "You think yourselves united? Pathetic. You are ants standing before a storm. I am inevitable, I am." "You talk too much," Diana muttered, then she moved. Wonder Woman led the charge, sword gleaming in her hand, shield strapped to her arm. Her armor was dented, her lip bloodied, but her spirit burned hotter than ever. She sprinted across the cracked street and hurled herself into the air, shield first. The clang of divine steel colliding with Darkseid's chest echoed like a thunderclap. He staggered half a step, growling in annoyance. Darkseid tilted his head, unimpressed. "You rise again, pointless." His voice carried like an earthquake, reverberating through their bones. "This resistance is a flicker of light against eternity." Diana slammed her sword into her shield, sparks hissing. "Then let eternity tremble before mortals." Batman's voice cut through, steady and commanding as he fired his attacks. "Now, together, hit him from every angle. Don't give him a chance to counter." Green Lantern's sword above, constructs already forming at his command. "Round 2, ugly. Hope you brought aspirin." A barrage of emerald missiles rained from the sky, slamming into Darkseid's shoulders and back in rapid succession, green fire exploding with every impact. Shazam came from the opposite side, lightning sparking across his arms. He dove down like a thunderbolt, fists crashing against Darkseid's ribs. "Shazam!" The impact cracked the pavement, sending out rippling shockwaves. Darkseid growled, irritated by the combined blows, and swiped with one hand. The casual backhand sent Shazam tumbling into a building, brick and steel collapsing around him. "Pathetic," the new god muttered. Barry was next to strike. In a blur of scarlet and gold, he darted forward, fists flying in a storm of punches across Darkseid's torso. Each blow cracked the air like thunder, vibrating the god's stone skin. For a heartbeat, it looked as if speed itself might overwhelm him. Then Darkseid swung. A single backhand cleaved the air, the force blasting apart concrete and steel in its path. Barry dodged, but even skimming past the strike sent him tumbling across the pavement, lightning scattering around him. "Okay," Flash coughed, pulling himself up. "Definitely felt that one." Cyborg's cannon roared, white-hot plasma streaking across the battlefield. The blast slammed into Darkseid's chest, hurling fire and molten debris skyward. For a moment, the god staggered. Victor poured everything into it, his mechanical voice strained. "Stay down." But Darkseid emerged from the flames unbowed, his hand shooting out to seize Cyborg by the throat. Victor's systems screamed in warning as crushing strength tore at his frame. Omega energy built in Darkseid's eyes, ready to end him. Diana leapt with a warrior's cry, her fist covered in lightning smashing into Darkseid's jaw. The blow knocked him a step back, forcing him to release Victor. She didn't pause. Her sword slashed in a bright arc, cutting across his face. A line of blood welled from his cheek. Darkseid snarled, his eyes igniting. Twin Omega beams lanced toward her, curving in the air like living fire. Diana rolled aside, her shield raised, but the beams pursued her relentlessly, bending to strike no matter how she moved. Superman saw the chance and swooped in, grabbing Darkseid from behind and used his heat vision on him. Green Lantern created chains that locked his leg. Batman kept shooting the parademons who tried too. With a warrior's roar, she hurled her shield into the beams, breaking their focus just long enough for her to lunge. Sword flashing, she drove the blade deep into Darkseid's left eye. The scream that followed was not human. The ground cracked beneath it, rubble shattering as the god reeled, crimson ichor spilling from his ruined eye. "You will know pain," Diana said, standing tall, sword gleaming red, lightning crackling around her. Hal seized the opening. His ring flared, willpower blazing as he formed a massive construct, a suit of emerald armor towering over Darkseid, matching his size. The construct's fist smashed into Darkseid's chest, driving him back into the remains of a skyscraper. Flash blurred into motion, his body a crackling storm of red lightning. He zipped around Darkseid's legs, striking his joints, ribs, and sides in rapid succession. Each blow might not break mountains, but at that speed they rattled Darkseid's body like machine gun fire. Barry's voice echoed as he ran, half panicked, half determined. "Don't just stand there. Hit him harder while he's distracted." Cyborg responded instantly, shoulder cannon whirring to life. A white-hot blast of sonic energy struck Darkseid in the chest, forcing him back another step, his roar drowning out the whine of the cannon. Victor's systems lit up with warning signs, but he held steady, recalibrating power output for another strike. "I've got him locked. Keep the pressure on." Above, Hal Jordan gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of willpower the ring could muster. A massive emerald chain lashed down from the sky, wrapping around Darkseid's torso, pulling tight like bindings of light. Hal shouted, sweat pouring down his face. "He's not unbreakable. Hold him down." Darkseid snarled and strained, muscles bulging against the construct. Cracks formed in the emerald links, but for the first time he was restrained. He snarled, "No more holding back." Darkseid showed his strength again, tearing through the construct with raw strength, shattering the green armor apart. Hal cried out as the backlash hit him, sending him crashing into the rubble, ring flickering weakly. He then hurled Superman to space with another punch, where Feora was still recovering. Suddenly, a boom tube opened and dragged her unconscious body. Clark saw this barely and shouted in anger and guilt, "Feora, no?" He didn't care about anything and rushed through the same boom tube before it closed. Inside, he was greeted by the remaining generals of Darkseid who stood with a malicious grin. Calabac smirked. "Surrender, Kryptonian." Clark clenched his fist and prepared to fight them all. Feora coughed lightly and opened her eyes. "Where are we?" Clark helped her get up. "They dragged us here. Are you all right?" Feora spat out some blood. "I'll live. What about Earth?" Clark gritted his teeth. "I hope they can hold on for a while." Feora nodded. "Let's finish them quickly and protect our home." Clark smiled gently despite the situation. "You have finally accepted it as your home." She snorted, "Don't get sappy now, farm boy," but she didn't hide the smile that appeared on her face. Back on Earth, Darkseid took the chance to knock away Green Lantern and Cyborg. He wanted to kill Diana first, as she was the strongest threat after Superman, but he was wrong. Before Darkseid could move in, Shazam descended like a thunderbolt. Lightning cracked the sky as his fist connected with Darkseid's jaw, the sound booming across the battlefield. "Yeah," Billy shouted, exhilaration sparking through his fear. He unleashed another punch, then another, lightning dancing with every blow. For the first time, Darkseid staggered. "You dare mock me, child," Darkseid growled. "Child," Shazam grinned nervously, trying to mask the quiver in his voice. "Buddy, I'm your worst nightmare." He was wrong. Darkseid caught his arm mid-punch and twisted. Bone cracked, and Shazam screamed as he was hurled aside like a broken doll. But Batman was already moving. The Trinity armor gleamed as Bruce stepped forward, its reinforced plating humming with power, servos locking into place. Hydraulic whirs echoed in the ruined street as the helmet snapped shut, his voice coming through in a low growl amplified by the suit. "Your conquest ends here." Darkseid scoffed. "A human with no power thinks he can take me down? How absurd." Darkseid turned his one good eye toward him, recognizing no threat in the mortal. But then Batman charged. The Trinity armor slammed into Darkseid with the force of a meteor, the mechanism whirring, fists reinforced with alien alloy striking against Darkseid with fury. The armor's thrusters ignited, propelling him like a missile. He slammed into Darkseid's chest with full momentum, the street exploding beneath their feet. Bruce's gauntleted fists pistoned forward, every blow backed by the raw power of the armor's tech and his own relentless precision. Each strike landed with bone-cracking force, 1, 2, 3, 4, battering Darkseid's jaw and ribs in a flurry. To the other's shock, Darkseid reeled under the assault. He caught one punch, snarling, but Bruce twisted, the armor's servos whirring as he slammed a knee into Darkseid's stomach. The new god actually grunted, forced back a step despite himself. Flash blinked mid-run. Wait, he's actually holding his own. Batman fought with ruthless precision and accuracy, every movement measured, every strike placed where the armor could channel maximum power. Hal used his chains to restrict Darkseid's legs, while Shazam hurled lightning bolts from distance to aid. Darkseid swung again, but Bruce's wings folded forward, shielding him from the blow. The impact shuddered through the armor, but he held firm. Hydraulic pistons hissed, counterpunching into Darkseid's ribs, staggering him back. The League froze for a moment. Batman, the only man with no powers, the human among gods, was fighting toe-to-toe with Darkseid, and even getting an advantage. Shazam muttered, "Holy shit, he's actually doing it. He's kicking his ass old school." Hal laughed breathlessly, conjuring more chains to lock Darkseid in place. "I take it back, Bats. That thing's badass." Diana smiled. "He's no mere mortal after all." She charged again. Darkseid used his one good eye to shoot down Shazam. "Oh, come on," Shazam yelled before blasting into some rebels. Batman's voice was steady inside the helmet, amplified through the suit's speakers. "He's not invincible. Push him now." And they did. Together they struck. Diana's sword flashed again, cutting across Darkseid's chest. Cyborg's cannon burned against his armor. Flash darted in, striking joints and pressure points at supersonic speed. Hal, battered but not broken, formed chains of emerald energy, binding Darkseid's arms. And Batman, in the Trinity armor, drove a gauntlet into Darkseid's jaw, forcing his head back. Shazam burst free from the rubble, blood on his lip but eyes burning. He soared upward, calling lightning from the clouds. It struck him, then channeled into his fists as he dived again. "Let's end this bastard." He smashed into Darkseid's back at the same moment Bruce's armored fist slammed into his jaw. For the first time, Darkseid stumbled and fell to his knees after millennias. His roar of fury split the city, a sound that rattled windows miles away. Cyborg fired another blast, this time straight into Darkseid's wounded eye. The beam struck with a high-pitched crack, searing into the socket. The smell of burning flesh filled the air as Darkseid clutched his face, enraged. "You dare." "Yeah, we dare," Victor shouted, recalibrating for another blast. Wonder Woman charged again, her shield up. She leapt, slamming the edge into Darkseid's jaw with a clang, then rammed her sword into his thigh, driving the blade deep. He roared, staggering further, now bleeding from multiple wounds. The League surrounded him on all sides. Batman pounding in relentless armor-enhanced strikes, Diana slashing and shielding with divine might, Hal's constructs binding him tight, Flash darting with lightning speed to disorient him, Shazam hammering him with divine lightning, and Cyborg blasting again and again with his cannon. For the first time, Darkseid was pushed to the brink. He bellowed, the ground cracking under his fists as he slammed them down, shattering Hal's constructs and sending everyone flying back in a shockwave of pure force. Buildings collapsed inward, dust and fire exploding skyward. Batman's armor locked down, hydraulics straining as the shockwave battered him, but he stayed on his feet. He staggered forward again, fists raised. Darkseid turned toward him, one eye blinded, armor dented, ichor dripping from wounds cut by gods and mortals alike. "You are just a mortal." Bruce's voice came back through the armor, steady, unflinching. "And still, I'm the one standing in front of you. We humans are known for our tenacity." He lunged again, gauntlets slamming into Darkseid's jaw in a flurry of strikes that forced even the new god to stumble back a step. Diana rose at his side, bloodied but unbowed. She raised her sword high. He does not stand alone. The others regrouped, battered and bruised but alive, rallying around Batman and Wonder Woman. They stood as one line, the League united at last, their combined assault having nearly brought the god of apocalypse to his knees. But Darkseid still rose, fury radiating off him like heat from a star. His ruined eye burned with rage, his one good eye glowing with Omega fire. He straightened, towering over them, his voice cold and resolute. "You will not win." The League braced themselves, standing bloodied and weary in the smoking ruins, facing Darkseid as he loomed over them, one eye ruined but unbroken. His sheer presence pressed down on them like the weight of mountains. Even injured, even bound and cut, he was still Darkseid, the tyrant who had raised worlds and enslaved countless civilizations. But then the sky split with thundering noise. A streak of blue and red blurred through the smoke, slamming into Darkseid with such force the impact rattled the city blocks. Darkseid staggered, skidding back across the broken street, plowing a trench into the pavement. Superman floated in the air where he'd struck, chest heaving, cape torn, but his eyes burning with resolve. "Miss me?" Clark asked, voice ragged but steady. Behind him descended Feora, her armor scorched from battle but her poise unbroken. Blood streaked her cheek, and her blade dripped with ichor. She landed lightly beside him, gaze locked on Darkseid with a soldier's focus. "Your generals are finished," she said coolly. Only Calabac and the hag escaped. Flash blinked, nearly tripping as he slowed his run. "You're telling me you two just cleaned house, like it was nothing?" Clark shook his head. It wasn't nothing. His jaw clenched, eyes narrowing on Darkseid. "But it's over now, all of it tonight it ends." The League straightened at his words, drawing strength from his return. Even Bruce, hidden behind the Trinity armor, allowed himself the smallest flicker of relief before tightening his gauntlets and stepping back into position. Darkseid rose to his full height, fury rolling off him like a storm. His voice was a low growl. "You think the death of my children weakens me? You think I need them?" His remaining eye blazed with Omega fire. "I am the end." Superman shot forward again, fists striking Darkseid's chest in a barrage. Each blow cracked like thunder, forcing the god back a step, then another. Feora was at his flank in a heartbeat, her blade flashing in precise arcs, carving into Darkseid's armor at the joints. The League moved as one around them. Shazam soared upward, calling another lightning strike into himself, then hurled it like a javelin. The bolt lanced across the battlefield, striking Darkseid's shoulder and searing the flesh beneath the cracked armor. Hal Jordan summoned constructs, this time a pair of massive clamps, locking around Darkseid's arms, trying to hold them apart. He gritted his teeth, every ounce of will poured into keeping the tyrant restrained. He's not breaking free this time. Cyborg systems synced with orbital satellites, calling down a rain of precision blasts. Each one hammered into Darkseid's frame, pushing him further to the brink. "I've got him lit up like a damn Christmas tree, keep pounding." Flash blurred around Darkseid's legs again, creating a cyclone of red lightning that whipped debris into the air, disorienting him further. "Come on, big guy, ever get dizzy?" Batman, armored and relentless, charged with calculated strikes. pistons in the Trinity suit driving each blow like a battering ram. He landed one strike to Darkseid's ribs, another to his jaw, keeping the pressure on, never giving him a second to recover. And then Diana came again, sword flashing with divine light. She leapt, spinning midair, and drove the blade straight into Darkseid's ruined eye. The scream that followed shook the heavens. Darkseid staggered back, blinded in one eye completely now, blood and smoke pouring from the wound. He lashed out blindly with a fist, but Superman caught it. Clark grunted, his arms trembling with the effort, but he held. Feora flew in from the side, slamming her elbow into Darkseid's arm joint. Together they twisted. Bone cracked like thunder. Darkseid roared, staggering as his left arm bent unnaturally. "Now," Diana shouted. The League converged. Shazam blasted lightning into the joint, Cyborg unleashed a focused sonic beam, Hal reinforced the hold with a massive clamp construct, and Superman pulled with all his strength. Feora added hers, the two Kryptonians straining together. With a sickening crack, Darkseid's arm broke. The tyrant bellowed, stumbling to one knee. His power rippled out in a wave of raw energy, hurling several of the League back. Hal slammed into a building, constructs flickering, while Flash rolled across the pavement in a blur of limbs. But Clark did not let go. He flew forward again, seizing Darkseid's other arm. Feora mirrored him. They locked hands with Diana, Bruce, and Shazam all pressing in. The world seemed to hold its breath as mortal and god, alien and machine all strained together against the living Colossus. Darkseid's second arm shattered under their combined force. The ground cracked, fire rising around them. For a moment, victory seemed within reach. The League staggered back, panting, staring at the god before them. His arms hung broken, blood steaming from the wounds. But still he rose. Darkseid towered above them, broken arms at his sides, but his gaze unwavering. His voice was a guttural growl of fury and defiance. "You believe this ends me?" His one remaining eye blazed brighter, omega fire pulsing with murderous intensity. "I am eternal. I am Darkseid." Even broken, even beaten down, his presence pressed on them like the crushing weight of a collapsing star. The League exchanged glances, each one knowing it wasn't over. Not yet. Darkseid grinned. "Since you have pushed my weakest avatar this far, let me show you true despair." The League gulped instinctively. If this was his weakest avatar, how strong is his other avatars and his main body? Bruce unconsciously touched the amulet on his neck and muttered, "Should I call him?" Far away, on a barren stretch of wasteland where no city stood, Grail walked in silence. Her crimson cloak trailed behind her as she knelt, pressing a hand to the cracked earth. Strange markings glowed faintly, a sigil carved deep into the planet itself. The anti-life equation, etched like a wound. She reached for it, hesitating as the dark power pulsed beneath her touch. She crouched, tracing a fingertip along one of the carvings. The mark pulsed under her touch, as though the anti-life equation itself stirred. For a moment, uncertainty flickered across her face. "That's a dangerous thing to touch," a voice calmly said behind her. She didn't turn right away. A faint smile curved her lips. "I wondered how long it would take you to get here." She rose up, turning to face Edward. His presence was as steady as stone, his gaze calm but edged with warning. Edward shrugged. "Here I am. I hope you don't repeat last time and try to fight me. It won't end well, especially since you are part of the invasion." Grail tilted her head, studying him with curiosity. "You came here to stop me." "Yes," Edward's voice was even. "I came to warn you. Some things aren't meant to be handled, not by gods, not by mortals." She looked back at the pulsing earth, then at him again. A faint laugh slipped from her lips. "Perhaps, but at least it brought me to you." For the first time, her smile was genuine, though her eyes still glinted with something unreadable. Edward sighed. "Are you still going on with that baby-making plan? Just give up. I don't do crazy chicks even if they are hot." Grail chuckled and licked her lips. "Oh, honey, you have no idea. You have kept me waiting for so long, but I never forgot my words. You will be mine." Her eyes gleamed red, but not with omega energy like before. It was something far dangerous. Edward recognized the familiar look and stepped back instinctively. "Oh, come on. Why did you develop from crazy bitch to a Yandir?" Sadly, there was no one to answer his question. Actually, there was one, but he was even more clueless than him. Martian Manhunter, who was following Grail secretly, looked closely at the scene before him and rubbed his eyes. Is that him, the greatest hero of Earth, and the villainess wants to have his child? What is going on here? Capítulo 76, The Great War 5. The battlefield was a ruin of fire and shadow. Entire blocks of Metropolis had been leveled, streets cracked open into molten scars, and the night sky burned with the glow of apocalyptic fire. The Justice League stood their ground anyway, their battered figures defying a god who refused to fall. Darkseid's avatar, already blinded in one eye and stripped of the use of both arms, was staggering but not defeated. He towered over them, his hulking frame radiating an aura that made the air itself feel heavy. His flesh was split in places where Diana's sword had cut deep, where Superman's fists had cracked him, where Feora's strikes had gouged through the armor. Blood like molten rock oozed from the wounds, but even in this state, his presence was overwhelming. His body slowly regenerating thanks to his new god physique. The Justice League closed in again, bruised, bleeding, and exhausted, yet unwilling to back away. Superman hovered near the front, his cape torn, his breathing ragged. Beside him, Feora stood in silence, her sword dripping with ichor, her eyes locked on Darkseid. Diana lifted her shield again, muscles trembling, but her spirit burning as fiercely as ever. Shazam floated barely a few meters above, his energy low. Batman's Trinity armor hissed and groaned with each movement, the blue lines glowing faintly across its frame as the mechanism strained. Cyborg systems were screaming warnings, his cannons sparking with overuse. Flash paced in a circle, lightning flickering, too fast to stay still but visibly slowing as exhaustion set in. Hal Jordan's constructs flickered with strain, but his jaw was set. Together they pressed forward. Diana struck first, sword arcing across Darkseid's thigh, biting deep into cracked flesh. Feora followed, her speed almost a blur, slashing his side. Superman slammed a fist into his jaw, snapping his head back. Shazam dove down with a thunderclap, lightning crackling from his fists into Darkseid's chest. Darkseid roared, staggering, his massive frame shaking under the flurry of blows. The pavement split beneath his knees as he buckled, one hand pressed to the ground to keep himself upright. For the first time since the battle began, the League felt it, real progress, the sense that he could fall. Push him back, Batman spoke through the armor, his gauntlets hammering into Darkseid's ribs in a blur of piston-driven strikes. He's weakening. Hal poured his will into the ring, chains lashing down around Darkseid's torso, binding him in emerald light. You're not going anywhere, you bastard. Barry darted in, fists striking pressure points along Darkseid's legs and back, his movements a blur of red lightning. This is it, come on, stay down. The air shook as Darkseid let out another guttural roar. He staggered back onto one knee, ichor dripping from dozens of wounds, his body trembling under the combined might of gods, aliens, and mortals. And then he smiled. It was a terrible thing. His lips pulled back into a jagged grin, teeth bared, his one remaining eye blazing with cruel amusement. You fight well for ants, he rumbled, but you still know nothing of cruelty. He grunted and focused his regeneration on his arms. His broken right arm snapped back into position. His left arm also showed signs of recovery. From the shadows of his broken armor, he drew out a small, black orb. The League froze, watching as the sphere glowed faintly in his palm, Apocalypse sigil etched into its surface. They pulsed, each line shimmering as if carved by the universe itself. Before anyone could stop him, Darkseid clenched his fist and crushed the orb. The effect was immediate. His body convulsed, the cracks across his skin widening violently. From beneath them, a red glow began to spread, searing through like molten veins. The air warped and bent, reality itself shuddering as though it could not contain the energy being unleashed. The ground splintered outward, the streets trembling beneath the god's body. Bruce's voice came sharp and grim through the armor. He's triggering a failsafe. His eyes narrowed as he processed every detail, the glow, the distortion, the patterns of energy radiating outward. He's trying to detonate himself as last resort. Hal's constructs faltered, the weight of his words sinking in. Detonate, you mean? Not just himself, Bruce cut in, cold and certain. That kind of reaction. He'll take the planet and us with him. Superman's eyes widened as he hovered closer, the red glow reflecting in his gaze. No, not just the planet. That kind of energy levels. He clenched his fists, his voice low and grim. It could wipe out the solar system. The words hit harder than any blow. Barry's face went pale, his lightning flickering erratically as he stammered. The whole solar system? Gone. Bruce didn't look at him. Yes. The red light spread faster, lines of glowing cracks racing across Darkseid's body. He trembled, but not with weakness. This was power, contained only by the shell of his form, seconds away from ripping apart. Hal cursed under his breath, his ring spinning in frantic motion. We've gotta get him off-world. Now, I'll fly him out, hurl him into deep space before he goes off. Barry blurted, his words tumbling over each other. Yes, that's it. I'll spin a vortex, I'll push above Earth with everything I've got. We just need to throw him far enough, get him away from here before he... Batman's growl cut through their desperation. You won't make it. The buildup is accelerating. By the time you clear orbit, he'll detonate. You'll be dragging the bomb with you. Then what the hell do we do? Shazam shouted, his voice raw with fear and frustration, arcs of lightning sparking from his fists. Cyborg, crouched low, his systems overclocked to the point of smoking, slammed his hand into the ground. I've got something. I can hack his armor's boomtube tech, reverse engineer it. I can pull the captives back to Earth and send him and his army back. His mechanical eye flashed, data streams racing. I've almost got them. Yes, I've got them. They're safe. Dozens, hundreds of boomtubes snapped open across the city. People, soldiers, innocents, all those taken by apocalypse, fell back onto Earth, coughing, confused, terrified, but alive. Green Lantern conjured giant hands to catch the falling people and put them down safely in a distance. Cyborg slumped, smoke rising from his shoulder. They're back, all of them, but... He looked up, his face grim. I can't push him through. His energy, it'll fry the system. Nothing I've got can move him. The League froze. Their greatest victory, saving the captives, was meaningless if the entire solar system was about to be vaporized. Darkseid's body pulsed again, the cracks glowing brighter. He laughed, low and guttural, his voice vibrating the air. Perish with your pitiful planet. For the first time, silence fell among the League. They had given everything, every ounce of strength, every desperate plan, and it still wasn't enough. Superman spoke calmly. I can fly him to space, but I won't be able to escape the blast. Me and Feora are still weakened. I'll take him away. If my life can save everyone else's, it's a fair trade. Feora glared at him. Don't even think about playing savior. I won't let you harm yourself. If you die, I'll follow you to the end. She emphasized by grabbing his arm tightly. Clark smiled wryly, but he knew she was serious about it. Diana exhaled slowly, lowering her sword. Her shoulders sagged as she looked at the impossible sight before her. For once, her warrior's pride faltered. She turned her head slightly, her voice almost a whisper. I need to call my father. Flash chuckled nervously. Hey now, it's not like it'll happen immediately. No need to call our loved ones to bid farewell yet. Shazam muttered, I don't even have anybody to call. The others looked at her, confusion flashing across their faces, but she paid them no mind. Her eyes lifted, searching, reaching, not here, not in this battlefield, but beyond. She sighed and took out her damaged magic phone and called him. Father, she repeated, her voice firmer now. Hear me, we need you. Bruce narrowed his eyes. Is she calling Zeus? Darkseid said she had his powers. Hal scratched his head. We all couldn't do anything. What could her father do? Clark sighed. Whatever it is, we can only place our hopes on her. The wasteland was quiet, lit only by the smoldering embers of anti-life. Edward stood by the carving, looking out into the distance, his expression unreadable. Beyond the horizon, chaos rumbled, the sounds of war, of gods clashing and dying. He said nothing for a long time. Grail leaned against the rock opposite him, arms folded, black hair spilling around her shoulders. Her expression was unreadable, though her eyes never left him. You don't have to keep walking this path, Edward said finally, voice even but firm. You've carried your vengeance long enough. Drop it. Start anew. Grail tilted her head, her lips curling faintly. Start anew? Her tone was mocking, but underneath there was exhaustion. You think I can simply lay it down, like putting away a weapon? My entire life has been built for one purpose, killing him. Edward turned, his gaze steady. And if you succeed, what then? What will you be when the only thing driving you is gone? That path doesn't end in victory, Grail. It ends with you destroying yourself. She pushed off from the wall, walking slowly toward him. That's easy for you to say. You've lived lifetimes in peace. You've seen worlds rise and fall. Me, I was born in blood, molded by it. I don't know what peace looks like. You could, Edward replied, softer now, if you just let yourself. She cut him off with a sharp laugh, though her eyes glistened in the firelight. Don't speak of things you know I can't have. You want me to stop? Then kill me, because I won't give it up, I can't. Edward stepped closer, his hand reaching as if to steady her shoulder. There's always another way. You don't need to walk into the abyss. For a heartbeat, she seemed to falter, her eyes lowering. Then, just as quickly, her expression twisted into something mischievous. Before Edward could react, she shoved him backward, strength exploding from her lean frame. He stumbled, landing hard on his back against the stone floor, the air rushing from his lungs. Grail was on him in an instant, straddling his chest, pinning his wrists above his head with surprising strength. Her grin was sharp, wild. Another way, she whispered, leaning close. I can think of one. Edward growled under his breath, muscles tensing as he tried to break free. Grail. She silenced him with a sudden kiss, forceful and hungry. Her lips pressed hard against his, her black hair falling around them like a curtain. Edward turned his head to break away, but she tightened her grip, holding him in place. He could have punched her, threw her off. He was going to, but he noticed how her eyes closed in peace, her expression softened. She looked like just another woman, trying to confess her emotions. You fight me like you fight everything, she murmured against his ear, her voice low and heated. But what if I offered you something better than vengeance? What if I gave you myself? No more tricks, no more. Battle. Her body pressed against his, every line of her frame molded to his. She shifted deliberately, dragging her full breasts against him, her movements slow and teasing. Edward twisted, trying to push her off, but she only laughed and clung tighter, her breath hot against his neck. You want me to let go of revenge? She whispered, lips brushing his skin. Then give me something else to live for. Accept me, not as an enemy, not as a weapon, as your partner, your lover. Show me why I should give up everything. Her tone was hesitant yet hopeful. Edward's teeth clenched, his breath quickening despite himself. You're out of your mind. Why are you so crazy about me? We never had anything romantic between us. Her grin widened, eyes gleaming with dangerous amusement. Am I? Perhaps I am. You could have killed me, yet you showed mercy. You tried to help me. Everyone is only scared of my powers, hated me for my birth. But you saw me as a person. You are the first person to call me beautiful, to give me another chance. You have my devotion, Edward, completely. Every night, every morning, every hour. Do you know what I'd do to you if you let me? Aren't you supposed to be inexperienced in that regard? Edward showed an annoyed expression, but his lower half betrayed him. Grail gasped, feeling it, then smirked evilly. She leaned closer, her voice a sultry whisper, dripping with promise. Looks like your body is rather honest, dear. I'd show you pleasures no queen or goddess ever could. I'd keep you awake until you begged for mercy. I'd show. A sudden vibration cut through the heated air. A sound that didn't belong in the moment, the sharp, insistent buzz of a phone. Both froze. Edward's head turned slightly, his breath rough, his eyes relieved at the interruption. Grail blinked, confusion flashing across her face before she realized what it was. The phone in his pocket. Edward didn't hesitate. In the instant her focus wavered, he shifted, rolling his body with a burst of strength. Grail yelped as the world flipped, and suddenly she was pinned beneath him, her wrists held firmly, his hand clamped over her mouth. Her red eyes blazed up at him, but beneath the defiance was the unmistakable flush of embarrassment. Edward snatched the phone with his free hand, breathing hard as he raised it to his ear. Good timing, daughter, he said dryly, his tone casual despite the situation. You were almost about to get another mommy. There was silence on the other end, then Diana's voice, sharp with confusion. Wait, what? Edward's smirk widened, though his own breath was still heavy. He glanced down at Grail, who was squirming beneath him, her face red with both anger and something else entirely. Her muffled protests were lost against his palm as she glared up at him. Diana's voice came again, louder this time, baffled and tinged with exasperation. "Father, what are you talking about?" Edward chuckled, the sound low and maddeningly amused. "Never mind that. Tell me what's wrong. You don't call unless you are in a pickle." Beneath him, Grail twisted, her blush deepening as she tried to writhe free. But Edward's grip was unyielding, her muffled noises mixing with the pounding of her heart and the faint crackle of flames still burning in the room. "Why am I enjoying this?" she thought with helplessness. The absurdity of it all, an immortal human restraining the daughter of Darkseid, while casually answering a call from his daughter, made Edward grin all the wider. Edward held the phone to his ear, keeping his weight steady against Grail's struggling body. Her muffled protests vibrated under his palm, though the blush in her cheeks betrayed that her fight wasn't entirely fueled by anger. His lips curled into a half-smirk as he listened to the other end. "Father," Diana's voice came sharp with both urgency and confusion. "What in the world is happening? Who were you talking about? Another mother? Are you doing it again?" Edward chuckled low in his chest. "Ah, my sweet Diana, over 3,000 years old, and you still get flustered over the strangest details. Shouldn't you be more worried about the glowing doomsday god about to blow up the solar system?" There was a beat of silence, then Diana's voice hardened, though a touch of embarrassment colored it. "This is not the time for your jokes. We're at our limit. He's going to end everything." Her voice softened almost to a whisper. "And I don't know what else to do. You are the only one I can turn to." Edward's expression shifted, the teasing lilt fading just slightly as he heard that tremor. For all her age, for all the centuries behind her eyes, she still carried herself like the girl who once hid behind his cloak during storms. She had grown into a warrior, yes, but he knew her heart. She hadn't lived in the furnace of endless battle like the original timeline. That dependence was still in her bones. 3 millennia, and here you are," Edward said warmly, though his grin returned. "Still calling your father when the monsters get too big. What happened to that pride of yours, The girl who swore she'd never need anyone's help before storming off after stealing my wallet? You know that would make your corporation technically mine." Diana huffed audibly, the kind of sound she made when trying not to sound like a child. "Father." He laughed amusedly, shifting his hold as Grail wriggled under him, pressing her thighs together in frustrated resistance. Edward ignored her. "Don't pout at me, Diana. You sound just like you did when you first begged me to train you. Do you remember? You said, 'If you don't teach me, I'll sneak your sword and stab the villains myself.'" Even through the urgency, Diana groaned softly in mortification. "I was young." "You're still young," Edward teased. "Even a few centuries ago, you tried to get me to give you a piggyback ride." On the other end, she tried again, her voice tinged with both desperation and the faintest edge of pleading. "Father, please, I would not call if there was any other way." That word, please, it softened him. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing at the ceiling as if considering whether to drag it out longer just to hear her beg. But her voice, earnest, strained, yet trusting, carried something warmer than pride. "Ah," Edward said with mock gravity, "so you can still ask nicely. My little Diana has grown, but not too much, Fine." His tone shifted, firmer now. "I'll take care of it, but don't get used to it. You are supposed to be independent now." For the first time since she called, Diana exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Father," she whispered. Edward smiled faintly. "You'll owe me for this, of course. Perhaps you'll bring me wine next time you visit. Or better yet, admit to your cool new friends that your father is still the one you call when the sky falls." "Father," Diana's exasperation came with a warmth of its own now, her voice caught between annoyance and affection. "You are impossible." "True," Edward said, "but I'm also the only one who can stop him." She didn't argue. He could almost see the small smile tugging at her lips, the same one she had when she was a child and finally got her way. "Come, Father," she said quietly. "I'll hold them together until you arrive." He smiled mischievously. "Aren't you forgetting something, sweet daughter of mine?" Diana was embarrassed, but she knew her father would nag her till she said it. She moved further away and softly spoke. "Yes, My amazing father is the greatest. I love him more than the stars in the sky. She cringed. There, I said it. I still can't believe you keep making me say that even after thousands of years. Good girl, Edward smirked. I still miss when you used to be so attached to me. You'd say this every time I was leaving. Then, with his usual irreverence, he added, Now stop worrying. Daddy's got this. Diana smiled. Thanks, love you, father. The line went silent after that, leaving only the crackle of the fire and the muffled noises of the woman still pinned beneath him. Edward slipped the phone back into his pocket and sighed, finally looking down at Grail. Her red eyes glared up at him, though the blush in her cheeks was unmistakable. She squirmed again, twisting her hips in a way that made his hold more precarious. He frowned, tightening his grip. Stop moving, he said gruffly, putting more pressure. Her muffled reply was indecipherable, but the heat in her expression told him it wasn't polite. It was then he realized something was off. During her struggles, somewhere between her attempts to break free and his efforts to keep her restrained, her upper clothing had shifted. The neckline of her dark armor had been tugged askew, pulled lower with each squirm. And now, pressed uncomfortably against his arm, was a supple softness of skin. Edward's eyes widened slightly. He glanced down further. His elbow was resting firmly, unmistakably, was rubbing directly against her bare nipple. His elbow moved unconsciously, making her gasp in pleasure. He froze. Grail's body shuddered beneath him, her black hair splayed wildly across the ground, her face red as she writhed. And then, before he could shift away, a small sound escaped her throat, half moan, half sigh. Edward jerked back instantly, leaping to his feet as though burned. That was not. But Grail wasn't listening. She had gone limp beneath him, her chest rising and falling rapidly. A silly, dazed grin spread across her face. The firelight caught her parted lips and closed eyes, her entire expression softened in a way Edward had never seen. She had passed out from the stimulation. Edward stood frozen, staring down at her with his jaw slack. Then he ran a hand through his hair, muttering under his breath. Perfect, just perfect. Fuck you, Lucifer. This is all your fault. He looked again at Grail, sprawled on the floor, blissfully unconscious with that ridiculous smile. Wonderful, he sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. My daughter calls me for help, and here I am, accidentally knocking out Darkseid's child with my elbow by. Questionable methods. Truly, the universe enjoys its jokes. Still muttering, Edward knelt and carefully adjusted Grail's clothing back into place, tugging the fabric over her chest so she at least wasn't indecent. Her grin didn't fade. He held back the urge to give them another squeeze. He stood again, brushing the dust from his clothes, shaking his head with a rueful chuckle. Another mommy, indeed. Capitulo 77, The Great War 6. Edward glanced one more time at the unconscious Grail sprawled on the stone floor. Her black hair was in disarray, her lips curled into a faint, idiotic grin as though she had just won some personal victory. He sighed, heavy and annoyed, though a trace of amusement flickered at the corner of his mouth. Unbelievable, he muttered. He reached into his sleeve, tore out a strip of parchment, and began writing in quick, sharp strokes of his hand. His handwriting was impatient, yet perfectly legible. With a small flick of his finger, the note fluttered downward and stuck itself neatly onto her forehead. Keep an eye on her. She's greedy for my body, and I might have sexually assaulted her accidentally. Edward exhaled through his nose, folding his arms for a moment as if reconsidering whether the wording was too much. Then he shook his head. Let my wives deal with you for now. Hopefully death doesn't beat you to a pulp before you wake. He pressed 2 fingers against Grail's temple, and her body shimmered with golden light. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, transported to Avalon's timeless halls where others could handle her mess. Now unburdened, Edward rolled his shoulders, his joints cracking faintly. His eyes sharpened, turning away from the distraction of Grail to the greater danger looming across the city. Time to deal with the real problem. In a flash, he cut through the veil of space and emerged high above Metropolis. The winds howled at his sudden appearance, the heavens bending faintly around him. Below, the city burned in patches of fire and smoke, skyscrapers cracked and broken from the shockwaves of godly battle. His gaze swept the battlefield below. Darkseid's unstable avatar, towering amidst wreckage, his cracked skin glowing with an ominous red light from within. The Justice League, battered and tense, circled him in a half-ring, each ready to strike again if necessary. Edward's voice resonated inward, reaching the spirits bound to him. Any takers? The chorus of voices answered in his head. Some were eager, some reluctant. Argument flared among them until one voice rose above the others with arrogant certainty, the same smugness that always accompanied it. Gilgamesh, I am the king, none of you are qualified to object, this is mine. Edward chuckled, as arrogant as ever, his lips curved upward. Fine, equip archer. Golden light engulfed him, radiant and absolute. Ancient Sumerian armor assembled piece by piece across his frame, a war king's regalia made manifest. Behind him, the gate of Babylon unfolded like an endless treasury, countless weapons gleaming and hovering in celestial formation. The air itself crackled with power. The sky above Metropolis split faintly as though the world itself strained to contain his presence. Below, civilians hiding in the rubble felt the surge of divine energy and looked up in awe and dread. The League noticed the anomaly immediately. Superman squinted upward, feeling the sheer pressure emanating from Edward. Flash glanced quickly toward Batman, who remained stony-faced, though his eyes narrowed behind the cowl. Wonder Woman alone seemed calm, her gaze fixed and steady. But their focus returned to Darkseid's avatar. His grin widened as his body continued to swell with unstable energy. He looked as though he could erupt at any second. From high above, Edward intoned with a faint grin, time to put a leash on the mongrel. He raised his hand, and the gate of Babylon responded. From within, something older than God surged forth, Enkidu. The divine chains of heaven rattled and burst outward, each link shining with golden brilliance. They slithered across the sky like living serpents, vibrating in anticipation, each clink of metal echoing like judgment itself. The Justice League flinched at the sight. Green Lantern frowned, his ring flaring instinctively. What the hell is that? Flash stopped moving long enough to gape. Shiny chains, please tell me those are on our side. Batman's eyes narrowed, voice low. They are restraints, possible divine grade. Darkseid's burning gaze lifted toward the heavens, locking on Edward. His smile sharpened even as his skin split further, red cracks spreading down his arms and chest. You. Edward's eyes met his, cold and unblinking. He gestured once. Enkidu, fetch. The chains howled as they descended, twisting through the air before wrapping around Darkseid's limbs and torso with terrifying speed. The sound was deafening, a thunderous crash as they tightened, glowing against his crackling skin. The avatar staggered, his grin faltered. He pulled against them with titanic strength, but the chains only constricted harder, glowing brighter. Superman's eyes widened. It's binding him. Batman's voice was level, calculating. Not just binding, it's sealing something inside him. Indeed, the moment Enkidu locked in place, the furious divinity radiating from Darkseid's body dimmed, as though choked out by the chains themselves. The unstable god force that had been boiling over was suddenly suppressed, his attempted self-detonation stalling mid-process. His body shuddered, cracks glowing faintly but no longer expanding. Green Lantern exhaled in relief. You're telling me all it took was magic chains? Where were those 10 minutes ago? Flash zipped in place, shaking his head. Man, don't question it, I'll take it. But their relief was short-lived. In the next moment, the chains tightened again, pulling Darkseid's avatar upward. His massive form was yanked from the broken streets of Metropolis, dragged skyward by the golden light. The ground cracked under the force of his removal as he was torn from the battlefield and hurled into the open skies. The League shielded their faces from the shockwave as the Titan was yoinked upward, vanishing into the clouds within seconds. Silence fell across the battlefield. The dust settled slowly, leaving only rubble, smoke, and the bewildered heroes standing where a god had stood only moments before. Superman lowered his arm, scanning the sky. What just happened? Green Lantern turned toward Diana, still clutching his glowing construct. Seriously, did we just win without side assist? Did someone actually tied up Darkseid like a Christmas present and yanked him to space when we barely held off against him? Or is this some new kind of nightmare? Flash zipped back into place, frowning. I swear, if he just got dragged off to get even bigger, I'm tapping out. Batman said nothing, still staring upward, calculating the implications, his jaw tight. His face relaxed into something like ghost of a smile. I think I probably know who that was. He wouldn't let Earth and humanity be destroyed after all. He mused to himself. Diana, however, remained calm. She lowered her sword, her expression softening faintly. A small smile tugged at her lips. It will be over soon, she said simply, her voice steady, carrying quiet certainty. We are safe. The League exchanged glances, doubtful of her strange confidence. None of them fully understood what they had just seen, only that Diana's tone left no room for doubt. Above, high in the stratosphere, golden light and chains continued to pull the struggling Titan further away from Earth, toward a fate only Edward could deliver. The silence of space was absolute. No screaming civilians, no collapsing towers, no thunderous crack of Superman's fists or flashes lightning tearing through the air. Only the faint hum of Edward's aura, golden light burning against the black void, and the blue marble of Earth suspended far below them. Darkseid writhed in the chains of Enkidu, the divine links rattling with each attempt to break free. His form was cracked and glowing, his unstable avatar leaking light and fury like molten rock bleeding through fissures in stone. His burning eyes locked on Edward, and to the surprise of any who knew the tyrant, a grin split across his granite features. So, Darkseid rumbled, his voice booming even in the vacuum, reverberating through space itself. The Godslayer finally shows himself. His arms flexed, chains grinding against him as black energy bled outward in waves. Good. I would rather fall with you than waste another moment with these weaklings. Edward hovered a few feet away, arms crossed, a casual smirk on his lips. The arrogance in his posture only deepened Darkseid's scowl. You mean the weaklings who have been kicking your ass all evening? Don't worry, I've got receipts. He snapped his fingers. A projection shimmered in the void, playing out like a living memory. Darkseid watched as images of his humiliation unfolded, Superman slamming him through skyscrapers, Diana carving her blade across his armor, Flash evading his Omega beams in blinding streaks, and Batman, ever stubborn, harassing him with calculated strikes and traps. The final blow replayed in loop, Superman's fist caving into Darkseid's jaw and cracking the street beneath them. Edward tilted his head mockingly. Doesn't look too impressive from where I'm standing. The grin on Darkseid's face faltered into a deep snarl. His aura erupted violently, chunks of burning debris floating upward as gravity twisted around him. Mock me while you can, Godslayer. This avatar may be unstable and weak, but my others are far stronger. My true self still watches. Kill me here, and I will return stronger. Again and again. Edward's smile faded into a thin, cutting line. Then I'll just kill every last one of you. No half measures. He raised his hand. From the gate of Babylon, a weapon unlike any other emerged. Its golden handle extended outward, circuits of scarlet light crawling across its surface. The weapon hummed with a dreadful resonance, each rotation of its cylindrical segments grinding against the laws of existence. The sword of rupture. The void bent unnaturally around it, light splitting into impossible hues. The very fabric of reality seemed to recoil in fear. Darkseid's eyes narrowed dangerously. What is that thing? Edward smirked, holding the weapon loosely at his side. That mongrel is your death. Darkseid's body trembled with fury. His unstable form cracked wider, leaking raw energy that drifted into the void like embers. You think you can end me so easily? I am Darkseid. His roar reverberated across space as his muscles strained against Enkidu, the divine chains groaning in resistance. Edward raised an eyebrow, unbothered. Oh, you can still resist. Inside his mind, a familiar voice stirred. Gilgamesh. HMPH, this one irritates me. Hand over the reins. Edward quirked an eyebrow. You're unusually eager. Normally, you don't care enough to get involved directly. Those mongrels on Earth are beneath my notice. But this one, this ugly pretender who dares call himself ruler of galaxies, he offends me. I will show him what it means to stand before a true king. Edward sighed softly, staring at Darkseid. Sorry, mate, you ticked off the wrong person. His demeanor shifted instantly. The playful arrogance vanished, replaced by something sharper, heavier. His clear blue eyes turned crimson, radiating unbearable pride and authority. The aura that bled from him was suffocating, each ripple of power screaming of absolute supremacy. Darkseid froze, recognizing the shift. This was no longer merely Edward. This was Gilgamesh, king of heroes, wearing Edward's body as his vessel. Gilgamesh scoffed, voice booming with disdain. "You mongrel dare think you can rule over my garden, and to even try to destroy it, death is far too merciful for you. I will carve your insignificance into the void itself." With a casual wave of E, the gate of Babylon roared open. Hundreds of golden portals erupted around them, each spitting forth a weapon forged from humanity's treasury of legends. Spears, swords, axes, and lances screamed forward, streaking across the void like meteors. Darkseid bellowed, thrashing violently as divine steel pierced into him. Each strike punctured his armor, embedding into flesh, glowing bright with sacred power. Yet his fury only grew. "You dare," he roared, eyes blazing with hatred. "You dare mock me? I have ruined countless worlds. The universe trembles at my name. And you," his voice cracked with rage as blood seeped from fresh wounds, "you dare mock at me." He glared at Edward's possessed form with venom. "I will remember this name, Edward Elric. If you survive what comes, I will hunt you down to the end of existence itself." Darkseid's unstable form convulsed violently. The glow from his cracks intensified, a rising storm of destruction boiling inside him. The weapons embedded in his body shattered into nothingness, consumed by the maelstrom. Enkidu shuddered and retreated, the divine chains instinctively withdrawing to avoid being obliterated. Gilgamesh sneered. "Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. Then I shall perform this final blow as a parting gift to you. Perish knowing your pathetic existence was ended by this king." He raised E high, its segments spinning faster, tearing at the seams of reality. The void groaned, stars flickering at its hum. "I will tell you of the beginning," he spoke, voice resonating like scripture. "Heaven and earth split, and nothingness praised creation. My sword of rupture cleaved the world." The void trembled as colors bled unnaturally, matter convulsing in waves. Darkseid's body erupted further, the unstable energy within spiraling outward in a scarlet crescendo. A miniature singularity churned in his chest, threatening to swallow everything. "Then let us both be destroyed together," Darkseid roared, forcing the explosion outward. His avatar became a collapsing star, a furnace of annihilation. Gilgamesh's crimson eyes narrowed, a cruel smile playing at his lips. "You think you can harm me? Very well, then let it be spectacular, as befits the king." He exhaled slowly, raising E, and chanted, "Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now you shall die, and be silent." E roared to life. Its segments whirled faster, the sword screaming as it tore apart existence itself. "Enuma Elish." The attack erupted, a colossal storm of distortion unraveling space and time. It crashed against Darkseid's suicidal detonation. The clash was apocalyptic. Time fractured, streams of light tearing across the void. Space convulsed, bending and splitting into shards. The stars themselves recoiled from the collision. From Earth, the night sky turned to day. For a moment, it seemed as though the sun had ignited in the heavens. Windows shattered across Metropolis, shockwaves rippled through the oceans, and the very atmosphere howled under the weight of divine destruction. The explosion raged endlessly. For 10 whole minutes, the sky above Earth was nothing but fire and distortion, the clash of Gilgamesh's ultimate weapon and Darkseid's annihilation burning into eternity. The world below fell silent. Heroes and mortals alike could only stare, their breath caught in their throats, as two gods tore the heavens apart. On the battlefield below, the Justice League stood in stunned silence. Superman shielded his eyes, his cape billowing in the shockwaves. Flash muttered something under his breath, but no one heard him. Batman's jaw tightened, the only outward sign of his concern. Diana's heart clenched. Her gaze stayed fixed on the light tearing the sky apart. Then, without hesitation, she spread her wings and soared upward, leaving her comrades behind. "Father, please be safe," she whispered, worry and resolve laced in equal measure. The League remained rooted, watching the heavens burn. The night sky lit up with a blinding light, as if the sun had risen. The humans who were rescued clutched each other in despair, praying this would be the end of Thy's battle. None dared move, none dared speak. They could only wait. The light died like a wound slowly closing. For minutes the world had been a furnace, a dawn burning at midnight, a sky torn open and bled into impossible colors. Then, as if some great hand had eased away, quiet returned. A tremulous, stunned silence that lay over metropolis and reached across oceans. When the dust finally thinned and the glare receded, one figure hung in the void above the blue marble of Earth, alone and unhurt. Golden armor caught the last dying flare. The gate of Babylon folded away, its weapons withdrawing like obedient hounds called back into their kennels. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, his presence folding into the man who wore him like a mantle. Edward opened his eyes and let the arrogance and amusement ripple off him in a private, slow smile. "How pathetic," Gilgamesh said with disinterest, contempt and boredom braided together. "For a mongrel who claims to be ruler of galaxies." He then vanished inside Edward's soul, letting him regain control. Edward let the remark hang in the vacuum for a heartbeat, then chuckled. The sound was small and oddly intimate against the endless dark. He watched the world below with something like the fondness of an observer who had just trimmed a wild branch rather than felled a tree. "Talk about overkill," he murmured, voice calm, almost casual. "But it did the job, clean, efficient." He folded his arms and allowed himself the brief pleasure of watching the dying ripples of energy unmake themselves across the heavens. I wonder how Darkseid's main avatar on Apocalypse is thinking right now. Below him, the city smoldered but stood. Buildings that had been scorched or ripped open were not gone as a civilization. People would rebuild. Grave as the stakes had been, they had not been erased, and that fact landed heavily in the chest of every watching hero and survivor. Down in Metropolis, the silence was deafening. On the cracked avenues where the League had stood, the survivors gathered slowly. Superman hovered lower, eyes rimmed raw with the ache of exertion. Feora sat on a slab of shattered concrete with her hand at her ribs, breathing through pain. Diana landing with the steadiness of someone who had put her faith somewhere else and returned relieved. Shazam stood awkwardly scratching over a wound that had dried blood on it. Batman's Trinity armor shuddered and retracted with a mechanical cough. Bruce stepped out, muscles tense but unbroken. Hal Jordan floated down, his ring sputtering back to a dim glow, while Barry moved like someone who'd run the length of a continent and found his legs shaking at the end. Cyborg, still smoking from his system's overclock, scanned the surroundings and the survivors with practiced detachment that barely masked the exhaustion. "All the captives are accounted for," he said, voice a gritty machine sparkle. "Pulling them through the boom tubes destabilized every relay I could patch, but I held them. They're safe. I got them home." The news spread in immediate relief. Shouts of thankfulness cut through the heavy air as families reunited with ragged embraces amid the ash. It was small, sacred, a human proof that the horror had not consumed everything. The League gathered, a circle of ragged defiance, watching the sky where the duel had occurred. They were not unharmed, none of them were, but the certainty of survival underpinned the tired relief on their faces. They exchanged looks, a shorthand built of hard experience and a long night in the teeth of war. Flash was the first to break the silence. His voice was unsteady, half a question, half a gasp. "Are we going to talk about what the hell just happened?" Hal Jordan hovered above the rubble, his construct flickering weakly as his ring threatened to gutter out. He looked around at the others, eyes wide. "Did anyone see who it was? 1 second, we're nearly dead. Next second, boom, chains, space, explosion, and now he's just gone, like it was nothing." Cyborg systems buzzed faintly, smoke venting from cracked plating as diagnostics scrolled across his display. His single human eye narrowed as he tried to trace what he had recorded. "My sensors barely caught it. Some kind of reality-tearing energy." He restrained Darkseid, pulled him off planet, and then unleashed something I've never seen before. Whatever it wasn't from this universe. Superman floated down beside Feora, his cape torn, his jaw still marked from the brawl with Darkseid's generals. His expression was carved with disbelief. "That wasn't just power," he said grimly. "That was ancient, older than us, older than Darkseid, like a legend come alive." Batman said nothing at first. He stood apart, his armor battered and sparking, the Trinity suit hissing with feedback. He removed the helmet slowly, his face shadowed but his eyes cold and analytical. "There's only one man capable enough to do that," he murmured, as though speaking the name helped anchor the impossibility of it. "A myth, a ghost from the world's oldest stories, and yet, here." Hal frowned, still trying to steady himself. "So, wait, you all know him? Because, I've got zero context here." Guy shows up, one-shots the intergalactic tyrant, and vanishes like a bad Tinder date. "I'm gonna need someone to explain." Barry snorted, shaking his head. "If I had an explanation, I'd give it. All I know is, we just got saved by something way above our pay grade." He was geeking inwardly. Oh my god, it was definitely him. As expected, my favorite hero. Cyborg closed his arm cannon, forcing his systems back into cooling mode. His tone was heavier now. And he didn't stay, no debrief, no answers, just gone. Diana had remained quiet through it all, standing with her sword lowered, her chest heaving from the battle. She finally spoke, her voice steady but softer than usual. "He doesn't linger. Not for thanks, not for questions." Clark turned his head toward her. "You know him." Diana chuckled. "He is admired globally. As an history enthusiast, it'd be a miracle not to know him. I won't say more, for it's not my place to say it." Bruce's jaw didn't release its tension. "That golden man," he asked, already parsing possibilities. "Was that him?" Superman's voice was a low rumble, less interrogative and more the sound of a man rediscovering his bearings. "It must be," he said. "That man just showed up, wielded something impossible. He removed Darkseid's avatar from Earth and finished it casually, and saved the world, yet again." Barry, fidgeting, tried at levity that didn't stick. "So that's how we win, send in a mythical hero with a massive sword. Who knew?" Meanwhile, Edward descended above Metropolis while staying invisible, solidifying into presence in the ruined avenue like someone returning from a stroll. He wore his regular clothes again. The king's voice had receded, leaving only the man's humor and a tiredness beneath it. He brushed ash from his sleeve and surveyed the League with a casual, half-sardonic smile. "It's fun to see them so confused," he said, that dry amusement in his tone. He thought back to the note he'd left stuck to a girl's forehead, a ridiculous postscript to the evening's chaos, and found himself still smiling at the absurdity. Grail, now safe in Avalon's strange halls, would be watched by more competent guardians than he trusted his own bedside manner to provide. He looked at them all. Bruce with his steady, human mind sharpened by loss, Clark and Feora bruised but present, Hal and Barry and Victor and Billy, and of course his daughter Diana. There was something like respect in the glance that Edward gave them. They had all stood. They had all struck. They had been the instruments of his chosen curtain call, and he respected that they had not broken. "You guys did well for your first time," he muttered softly before leaving. "You held long enough for me to step in and make the ledger neat." There was no swagger in it. It was simply the truth. For all his flippancy, Edward understood that their victory had been hard-bought and that arrogance alone would not safeguard what lay ahead. The world exhaled slowly. People began to cry, some laughed. Emergency crews surged forward. The League organized, pulling survivors away from danger, setting up triage. The sound of industry and life returned, like a heartbeat finding rhythm after arrhythmia. Far across the void, in a place where fire was not light but life itself, the throne room of Apocalypse seethed with fear. The stone floor was lined with kneeling figures, the remnants of Darkseid's elite, Calabac scarred and restless, Granny Goodness, her twisted smile absent for once. Glorious Godfrey, Dr. Bedlam, Devilance, generals returned from their campaigns. Behind them, the Furies who had not been dispatched to Earth, Gilatina, Bloody Mary, Knockout, Artemis, Malice, and Sweet Leilana, all bowed their heads in silence. None dared raise their eyes. At the center, on a throne carved from the essence of desolation itself, sat Darkseid. His true form, immovable, eternal, yet the air around him rippled with such fury that it bent sound and light. None spoke, Not until Desaad, trembling, shuffled forward with a bow so deep it nearly broke his spine. His voice quavered. "My liege, your daughter, she has also betrayed you." The room grew even colder despite the flames, if such a thing was possible. "She uncovered the anti-life equation on Earth," Desaad continued, sweat beading on his brow. "Yet she dared not inform you. She consorted with the enemy, frolicked with him. What shall be done?" For a long, crushing moment, the only sound was the distorted hum of Darkseid's aura. Then came a laugh, low, rumbling, a sound so alien and cruel that even the most hardened generals flinched. "At least," Darkseid said at last, his voice like the grind of tectonic plates, "she found anti-life for me." The generals dared not lift their heads. "With it, I will rule not just worlds, not just galaxies, but all life itself," Darkseid continued. His eyes burned with a steady, eternal fire. "Every will bent, every soul mine to command." He leaned forward, massive hands gripping the throne. The stone groaned. "The humiliation of today shall be repaid in full." "Replenish our forces," he commanded. "Every soldier, every weapon, every beast. When we march again, we march with inevitability." He paused, and the weight of his words sank like chains into every kneeling soul. "This time," he said, voice as final as a verdict, "there will be no mistakes." The generals bowed lower. None dared breathe too loudly. And above them all, Darkseid sat silent now, patient as a blade left in the forge, knowing that Earth's reprieve was nothing but the calm before conquest. Back on Earth, the League watched the horizon with a sober awareness. The immediate danger had been blunted, but the war itself was not over. Peace, they knew, was a brittle thing, and the enemy had been wounded, not erased. Diana remained staring at the space, eyes on Apocalypse direction, as if she could feel the tide turning even now. She bowed her head slightly, then looked at the sky with an odd mixture of helplessness and gratitude, a daughter's look that lasted an instant before she tooled the mantle of her station again. Silence fell again, broken only by the sirens of emergency crews now flooding the city. Survivors cried out, embraced, or stood stunned. The Justice League exchanged glances of acknowledgement. They had stood, but the end had not come from their hands. And that realization sat uneasily in all of them. Around them, the world began to stitch itself back together. The heroes moved, limping and tired, to what would be the long work ahead, rebuilding, guarding, learning. The night had been won, but the war's book had many more pages. And somewhere on a throne of black rock, a titan began to refill his ranks. The next chapter had already begun. Capitulo 78, sorting out the mess. The shimmer of golden light tore through Avalon's air, and with it came a sudden crash. Grail fell, landing awkwardly in the soft grass of the villa's gazebo. She let out a grunt as the impact knocked the wind out of her, and her limbs splayed across the floor like a fallen warrior, albeit one completely out of place in Avalon's serene gardens. Moments later, the rustle of movement announced the arrival of the household's first observers. Hera's sharp voice rang out immediately. "What in the world?" Hippolyta's laughter followed. "Someone's made quite the entrance." Grail's eyes flickered open, confused and still processing her surroundings. Her gaze landed on two imposing figures, dressed casually in robes of soft fabric that did nothing to diminish the centuries of authority they exuded. The aura around them made her flinch reflexively, but her new god heritage didn't allow her to submit. Hera's eyes narrowed as she stepped closer, her gaze sweeping over Grail with a mixture of suspicion and interest. "You there? Identify yourself." Grail struggled to her feet, brushing herself off. "I'm Grail, daughter of Darkseid," she began, but then noticed the small strip of parchment fluttering against her forehead. She instinctively reached up, peeling it away. Hera and Hippolyta also craned their necks to read. The note read, "Keep an eye on her. She's greedy for my body and I might have accidentally assaulted her." Hippolyta snorted, a sound that carried genuine amusement. "Oh, my, that is exactly like husband. Didn't he went off to kill her father?" Hera's expression shifted from suspicion to incredulity. "Absolutely infuriating. Of all the women in the universe, you're the girl he just sent back, Darkseid's daughter. This is weird even by his limits." Grail straightened her back, meeting their gaze with confidence. "Yes, he sent me back here although I might have forced his hand. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just wish to make a declaration. I want him as my partner. I want to bear a child with him, a strong child. I am ready to accept all that entails." Hera blinked, her usual composure momentarily shaken. "Are you being serious? So the part about being greedy for his body was true." "I merely wish to have the one I consider worthy of me as my partner," Grail said, her voice unwavering. "I am not weak. I am not here to cause a mess. I just want to know more about him, to have his affection, and I will be by his side." Hippolyta's eyes glimmered with both amusement and appraisal. "Well, that is certainly bold. You have no illusions about the women of this household, yes. You knew he has married 3 wives before you showed up." Grail lifted her chin. "I know, I do not fear you, nor do I disrespect you. I simply know what I want, and I am willing to fight for it." Then her look changed. "Wait, who's the third one?" Hera pinched the bridge of her nose, letting out a low sigh. "Bold, reckless, and her mind is like mine when I first fell in love with husband. Definitely Edward's type." She looked at the voluptuous breasts of Grail, making her squirm a little. "He likes big ones all right." Hippolyta chuckled. "I look forward to seeing Sister Death's reaction to this one. She will probably teach husband a lesson. I hope she doesn't scare this one." Hera looked at Hippolyta and sighed, then back at Grail. "Very well, you will stay under our supervision. Consider it, for your safety. But don't misunderstand. If you try to overstep, there will be consequences. If you are truly willing to start over, we will give you that chance." Grail's eyes narrowed slightly, but her confidence didn't waver. "I understand. I am ready to be judged by you. I have done many bad things, and I accept them. I only wish to prove myself capable of standing beside him." Hippolyta chuckled softly. "Prove yourself, yes, but don't think we won't interfere if you act too foolishly. We are already tired taking care of the kids being chaotic. And Edward's chaos is challenging enough without someone else rushing into it." "I am aware," Grail replied, meeting both women's gazes steadily. "I did not come here lightly. I know his wives are not idle, and I respect your power, experience, and authority. I am not here to replace you. I am here to claim my place with him if he will allow it. He is the only one I can turn to now." Hera tilted her head, observing her carefully. "Interesting. Most people arriving here would be cowering or trying to curry favor. You are just horny, even after being thrown into our garden." "I do not know what you mean," Grail blushed, her gaze lowered. "I will not be dismissed, and I will not be ignored. If Edward is willing, I will be his partner, fully and without hesitation. I want his trust, his guidance, and his child." Hippolyta smirked, the teasing edge returning to her voice. "Well, someone has ambition. I suppose Edward will be entertained by this. He has a soft spot for her if he sent her here." Hera let out a short, incredulous laugh. "Entertained is one way to put it. Infuriated would be another. You have no idea the kinds of nonsense Edward does, the things he says, the chaos he leaves behind. You really want to jump into that." "I do," Grail said firmly, "because it is him, and because I feel attracted to him." The two women shared a look, half amusement, half approval. "Very well." Hippolyta said, "You may stay, but remember, Avalon has rules and we enforce them. Step out of line and you'll regret it." "I will respect that," Grail replied calmly, "and I will prove my worth." Hera shook her head, a small smile tugging at her lips. "Edward will have a field day when he returns. I will go prepare the popcorn." Grail's eyes glinted with a mix of determination and mischief. "Let him. He will see soon enough that I am serious, that I am capable, and that I will not be ignored." Hippolyta laughed softly. "You are certainly unique, and you dare to make claims about our husband. Bold, dangerous, interesting. We will watch and perhaps be entertained." Hera added, "Yes, definitely better to watch a live drama." Grail nodded once firmly. "I understand, I am ready." For a moment, the gazebo was quiet, the tension easing slightly. Grail had landed unexpectedly, with nothing but a ridiculous note and a weirdly straightforward demand. Hera exhaled, shaking her head, amusement and exasperation warring in her expression. "I suppose we shall see just how long she survives Edward's chaos, and how well she adapts to our interesting family." Grail's eyes gleamed with determination. "I will survive, and I will be by his side no matter what." Hours passed, and the villa settled into its usual rhythm. The children returned from their own activities, curiosity piqued immediately by the new presence. Alphonse's eyes were wide as he spotted Grail in the garden. Who's that? Cassie leaned forward, eyebrows furrowed. Yeah, seriously. Who fell from the sky and landed in our gazebo? Grail straightened, trying to look composed. I'm Grail, I was sent back here. By him. Alphonse frowned. By him you mean, Dad? Grail nodded. Yes, he apparently left. A note. Sophrosine, ever calm, raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. A note? You mean like a warning label? Grail held the parchment carefully and turned her head with embarrassment. Something like that. Alphonse leaned closer, curiosity winning over caution. Can we see it? Hippolyta quickly stepped between him and Grail. No, that note is not for children, and certainly not for you, she said pointedly. Cassie's gaze darted to the note and back to the family. Is it something sexual? We are old enough to know that stuff. Hera pinched the bridge of her nose. No, you're not, and don't talk like that. I'll have your dad give you another spanking. Cassie crossed her arms, smirking. Sounds like a typical day with Dad. Sophrosine simply observed, expression neutral. That explains a lot about why he needs supervision from Mom. Alphonse's eyes gleamed with mischief. I think it's hilarious. Hippolyta's jaw tightened, but a flicker of a smile crossed her face. You're ridiculous, Al. That's wrong, and don't laugh at it too hard. Hera guided her away from there. Tell us more about yourself. Grail sighed. Well, my mother was Amazon who escaped Themyscira after falling for the wrong guy. She thought she could convince my father with her sincerity. She gave birth to me, but Darkseid didn't care much for her. Eventually, her love turned to hatred, and she raised me to hate him. Darkseid found out and killed her in front of me, saying it would kill my weakness. I was taken, trained like a warrior to kill my whole life. I knew I was weak, so I devoted myself to become stronger, so I could take my revenge. Everyone saw me as a monster, same as my father. But not him. Despite my excessive tantrums, he didn't kill me or harm me. He was the first man to defeat me so utterly, yet didn't stake his claim over me. I guess that started my obsession with him. Hera whistled. You've been through a lot. Hippolyta sighed. So that's what happened to Myrna. I am sorry for what happened to you, and I'm glad that you could look beyond revenge. Grail smiled sadly. I still wish to kill Darkseid, but I want Edward to care for me more than that. I want to show that despite everything, I really do care for him. The shimmer of golden light returned to Avalon once more, but this time it was not accompanied by crashing bodies or the scent of battle. Instead, it heralded Edward's return, and the villa's air seemed to hold its breath, aware that the storm had passed, but its aftermath was about to arrive. Edward stepped onto the sun deck, the faint glow of exhaustion in his eyes hidden beneath his usual cocky grin. He had just left the chaos of Darkseid's collapse behind him. Avalon, serene and eternal, welcomed him like the calm after a storm. His gaze swept over the area. The children were scattered across the sun deck and gardens, involved in their usual mixture of mischief and learning. Alphonse was fussing over some mechanical contraption, smudges of soot and oil marking his hands and sleeves. Cassie leaned against a railing, arms crossed, pretending disinterest but clearly keeping an eye on her brother's antics. Sophrosine, as ever, sat quietly with his book, his sharp gaze noting everything without disturbing a single leaf. But Edward's eyes were drawn elsewhere, to the gazebo, where the golden sunlight caught the shimmer of another presence. Grail stood there, shoulders squared, eyes bright, a smirk curling her lips. The note on her forehead had long been read, discarded, but the memory of it lingered like an echo of Edward's characteristic absurdity. Hera's voice broke the quiet, laced with both relief and irritation. Edward, finally! She stepped forward, her casual attire doing little to diminish the centuries of authority she carried. You've been gone far too long. I was beginning to think you'd abandoned the concept of family dinner entirely. Edward smirked, hands casually resting on his hips. And miss all the fun waiting for me? Never. His eyes flicked toward Grail, lingering just long enough to tease. Though, someone seems to have settled in quite comfortably in my absence. Grail tilted her head unabashed. I've been waiting for you. I told your wives the truth. I want to be your partner. I want... To have a strong child with you. I have betrayed my father, you're all I have. Her voice was clear, unyielding, and the audacity in her gaze made even Hera blink. Hippolyta's arms crossed, amusement and disbelief mingling in her expression. You really don't waste time, do you? No, Grail replied, stepping forward unbowed. I don't. If I want something, I take it. I want Edward, and I will prove I am worthy of him. Edward's grin widened, almost teasing. Well, my hot and crazy stalker, you certainly have. Spirit, I left you here under my wife's watch, and it seems you've survived there. Special brand of supervision. Hera shook her head, exasperated but smiling despite herself. Special supervision? That's one way to put it. Edward, you leave the strangest things in our care, and this is why we have rules. Grail's eyes met Hera's. I understand your concerns. I will follow your rules if they keep me here safely. But I will not hide who I am, and I will not hide what I want. Edward chuckled, finally stepping closer, tilting his head as he studied her with that mixture of admiration and mischief he reserved for few. And you think you can stand up to me, after everything you've seen, after everything you've been through? Stand beside you, she corrected firmly. I will, because I am not afraid, I never have been, and I will not start now. Alphonse's head popped up from his half-repaired machine. Dad? His voice held curiosity tinged with caution. Who's she really? Are you guys actually? Edward glanced at his son, eyes twinkling. That, my nerdy yet gullible son, is Grail. She just arrived while I was gone, and apparently she's in line to be your new mommy. Cassie leaned forward, smirk tugging at her lips. Ambitious, huh? She looks like trouble, but I'll support her if she becomes my sparring partner. She is trouble, Edward said, mock solemnity in his voice. But, interesting trouble, definitely not boring. He turned his gaze back to Grail. I have to say, I admire your confidence. Most people who land here like that would be shaking in their boots. I have never been the type to shake, Grail said, stepping closer to him. I want you, I am willing to prove it in every way. I want a child with you, and, maybe even what they have, a family. Her eyes didn't falter. Hera and Hippolyta exchanged a look, their amusement barely contained. Hera's lips curved in a faint, exasperated smile. Well, she's certainly audacious. Edward, did you train her to be this bold? Edward shook his head slowly, still smirking. Nope, she's all her own kind of crazy. He looked back at Grail, voice softening just slightly, and that makes her all the more interesting. Cassie leaned forward, hands on her knees. Dad, seriously, and you're just okay with her saying all that? Edward gave her a playful glare. Why not? Confidence is rare, and she clearly has certain assets. Alphonse frowned, muttering under his breath. Assets, Dad? Really? She's got the whole dark and mature vibe going on like anti-death. You just want an excuse. Edward glared at him. And what do you know about it, Mr. Never Got a Girlfriend? Alphonse winced. That's a low blow, Dad. Grail's eyes glimmered with determination. I will claim what I want. We will be together. Cassie rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath. I can't believe this is happening. My dad has 3 wives and a new lover. Alphonse, on the other hand, brightened. This is exciting. Someone new to test our house rules and see how things go. Finally, some action. Soph spoke calmly. Mom said she will be coming home soon to discuss your new lover. She said you should prepare yourself. He chuckled nervously. Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Edward's eyes scanned his children, pride and mischief both present. That's the spirit. But remember, the first rule of Avalon is never underestimate anyone, and never harm your family, ever. Grail's gaze softened slightly, directed at Edward. I understand, and I will not fail your expectations. She then stepped closer to hug him, and her previous demeanor changed, replaced by a silly smile. You smell nice. Since you accepted me, we could be considered as partners. She whispered softly. I can't wait to have you shower me with affection, dear Edward. Edward tried to push her back. The kids are watching, keep your lewd body away from me, but his push didn't have much strength. Grail tightened her grip and smirked, breathing on his ear. You should be happy, dear. You are my first man, and you have me all to yourself. I will make sure you are charmed by me so much that you won't be able to keep your hands off me. Alphonse choked. Guys, we can literally hear you. We have super hearing, although I wish we didn't. Cassie was also disgusted. I lost my appetite. Soph was reading as usual. I am glad I can erase parts of my memory. Edward smirked, finally taking a step back and stretching his arms casually. Well then, welcome to Avalon, Grail. You've arrived in style and declared your intentions. That's more than most can do. Now, let's see if you can keep up. I thank you all for your acceptance, Grail said, firmly bowing to others. Then she turned to him. And I will not falter. I will make you feel the same way as I do. Edward clapped his hands together lightly, satisfied. Good, now, let's see what chaos we can all survive together. The sun cast its golden light over Avalon, illuminating Grail, his wives, and the children in a serene scene of authority, warmth, and playful mischief. Edward's grin widened as he observed the unusual family dynamics at play, knowing full well that chaos was only beginning. He felt entirely at home. Capitulo 79, The World After the Invasion. The smoke had not fully cleared from Metropolis, but the cheers had already begun. Civilians poured out from the shelters, their voices echoing in the half-ruined streets. They clapped, waved, and shouted until their throats were raw. It didn't matter that the buildings were cracked, or that pieces of alien tech still smoldered on the sidewalks. To them, the sight of their protectors, bruised, bloodied, but standing tall, was hope made real. They didn't know the full truth of what had just unfolded. They didn't see the being who had truly broken Darkseid, but they understood instinctively that this group had fought for them, bled for them, and survived. That was enough. Superman stood a little apart from the others, looking over the sea of faces. His expression tightened as the chanting grew louder. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. The people listed every name they knew, and some they didn't, but none called for the man who had actually carried the final burden. Clark inhaled, ready to speak, but a hand touched his arm. Diana shook her head gently. Wait, Superman, she said, her tone firm but not unkind. I know your intent, but the people need heroes to look up to. They need to believe in something that will last. Let them. His jaw flexed. They should know who truly saved them. This credit doesn't belong to us. It does, in part, Diana countered. We fought, we stood, we didn't run, that matters, and the man who struck the final blow, if he wished to be known, he would stand here beside us now. He doesn't care about these things. Superman hesitated, then looked away, conceding her point. The crowd's cheers washed over them, and for a moment he allowed it. Batman's voice cut through, low but absolute. She's right, he doesn't care about recognition. My guess, he wants humans to stand on their own feet, to grow stronger without leaning on him every time something goes wrong. His eyes narrowed, shadowed beneath the cowl. That's why he probably left. Billy, still in his Shazam form, rubbed the back of his neck. Well, it's not like we didn't do anything. We kinda got our asses kicked by Darkseid to buy people time. We also rescued them. That's worth something, right? Barry snorted, crossing his arms. Yeah, sure. But what happens when that guy comes back? Or worse, when something even bigger shows up? We're not exactly in the same league as him. Bruce glanced at him sideways, voice steady as steel. Then we adapt. We train. We get stronger and work together. That's the only way forward if we want to protect this planet. For a moment, silence hung over them. Then Superman exhaled, his gaze drifting to Feora where she stood slightly apart, watching the crowd but stealing glances at him. He gave her a faint smile, and when he looked back at the others, his shoulders squared. He's right, Clark said. We can't rely on anyone else, but together we can do it. We proved it today. Hal Jordan leaned casually on his ring hand, smirking like he was only half invested. Yeah, about that. Look, I've got an entire sector to worry about. Earth isn't my only problem. And you guys each have your own cities. If you're talking about turning this into some kind of full-time club, I don't see it working. Cyborg straightened, calm but firm. Doesn't have to be full-time. We don't need to sit in the same room every day. We've got comms, satellites, encryption. If something happens, we coordinate. We cover for each other. That's how a team works. Bruce nodded faintly. And we may not be 8 after all. During the battle, I crossed paths with another. He called himself Martian Manhunter, said he'd keep watch on one of Darkseid's remaining generals. Diana's eyes lit with interest. A Martian? Then Earth may not be as alone as we thought. We should seek him out. She paused, thoughtful. And Atlantis. Their armies are strong, their technology advanced. Their king could be a valuable ally. I will reach out. Shazam widened his eyes. Wait, Atlantis is real too. I don't know what else is actually real out there. Hal patted his shoulder. Hey, at least Santa is real too. Shazam almost passed out. Stop messing with me, now you are just making things up. Hal chuckled, you'll see if I am kidding. Barry raised his hand suddenly, grinning. Okay, wait. If we're gonna be a team, shouldn't we, I don't know, have a name? Billy perked up instantly. Oh, how about Super 8? The groans were unanimous. Hal barked a laugh. What are you, 12? That sounds like a bad reality show. Shazam winced. Hey, it's catchy, and what's with the age-shaming, man? You sound like my, uncle. Clark's lips curved into a smile despite the exhaustion. We are a league of heroes who stood together against an alien tyrant. We fought for justice. Maybe, something like that. Bruce's eyes flickered, and he gave a short nod. Justice League. Hal scoffed. Oh yeah, that's so much better. Real creative bats. Barry ignored him, his grin widening. No, I like it, Justice League, and we could even have a catchphrase like, you've just been served, some justice. Clark chuckled, and before anyone could stop him, he and Barry high-fived like school kids. I was thinking the same thing, Flash, he admitted with a grin. Diana actually laughed, shaking her head. Justice League it is then. Hal muttered under his breath, I hate democracy. Before the banter could devolve further, officials from Metropolis approached. The mayor, still pale from the ordeal but determined to appear strong, gestured for them to join him at a hastily erected stage near the city square. Microphones crackled as he spoke, thanking them for their defense, praising their courage, assuring the people that Earth had guardians now. One by one, their names were read aloud. Superman, Superwoman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, The Flash, Shazam, Cyborg. The final word sealed it. Together, they are the Justice League, the defenders of Earth. The cheers were deafening. For a few minutes, even the scars of battle seemed forgotten. When the stage cleared and the civilians dispersed to tend their wounded city, the heroes regrouped in the shadows of a ruined tower. The weight of what they had agreed upon settled in, heavier than any applause. This won't be the last time, Bruce said flatly. Darkseid will come again, others will come too. We can't let today make us complacent. Clark met his gaze steadily. Then we'll be ready. It didn't happen overnight, but in the weeks and months that followed, peace returned. The destroyed cities were rebuilt with the help of magic and human workers. Slowly, life returned to its usual routine. Months after the battle, Metropolis had healed enough to hide most of its scars, but the heroes who fought Darkseid hadn't forgotten. Even Hank Henshaw, Martian Manhunter, also met them, but he left Earth to check on something after saying something happened in his home planet Mars. They had kept in contact sparingly, through comms, brief check-ins, and the occasional joint fight, but the question of a central base lingered. Bruce Wayne, being Bruce Wayne, answered it first. One of his old properties, a stone and steel structure near the edge of Metropolis, had been gutted and remade. Cyborg threw himself into the design, integrating a central hub of alien and Earth tech, linking it into global defense satellites and hidden subfrequencies. When the League gathered for the first official tour, Victor was practically glowing. All right, so check this out. He tapped into the holographic console, and the room lit up with shifting blue light. Real-time monitoring across the planet. Seismic activity, energy signatures, atmospheric anomalies, you name it, I can see it. We're basically plugged into the pulse of the Earth. Barry let out a low whistle. Man, it's like NASA and Google had a baby, and then that baby got jacked on steroids. Hal smirked, arms crossed. Cute toy, Cyborg, but what happens when it glitches out, huh? You ever heard of turning it off and back on again? Victor gave him a flat look. It won't glitch out. It's literally fused with my systems. If it crashes, I crash. And if I crash, well, you lose the only guy who knows how to reboot this whole setup. Hal raised his brows and muttered, Guess I better keep you alive then. Diana walked along the edge of the room, her fingers brushing the new walls. She gave Bruce a sideways glance. So this is yours. He didn't look up from his tablet. One of many. Clark raised a brow. Just how many safe houses do you have? Batman answered without a trace of humor. Enough. Bari leaned toward Shazam, stage whispering, translation. A creepy billionaire with too much free time. Billy snorted, barely stifling his laugh. Diana cut across their noise. Enough distractions. This headquarters is a symbol, not just a tool. If the people believe in our unity, then they'll believe they are not defenseless. Hal, predictably, rolled his eyes. Yeah, I get it. Symbolism. But can we talk about how this Hall of Justice name still sounds like something out of a Saturday morning cartoon? Bari grinned. I like Saturday morning cartoons, better than Super 8. Billy immediately perked up. Hey, that was a good idea. Sure it was, kid, Hal shot back, smirking. Victor sighed. Focus, people. The group settled in around the main table. The first meeting of the Justice League, officially underway. Superman started to speak about coordinating schedules and patrol responsibilities when Bari suddenly leaned back in his chair, curiosity flashing in his eyes. So, I gotta ask, Diana, back during the invasion, you made a call before Mystery Guy showed up, right? Said something about calling your father. The table grew still. Diana's expression didn't flicker, but her posture straightened. That is a personal matter. Bari raised his hands. Whoa, hey, just asking. It's not every day someone like him drops in, chains up Darkseid, and drags him into space like it's Tuesday. Hal leaned forward, smirking. Yeah, I've been wondering too. You called him, then bam, he's here. Pretty big coincidence. You know him, don't you? Even Victor, who usually kept detached, chimed in. From what I saw of his power set, he wasn't just anyone. If we're going to coordinate defenses for the planet, it matters if one of us has ties to someone like that. Feora, standing near Clark, crossed her arms. Her voice was measured but pointed. I was raised to respect strength. That man, he wasn't like Cal or me. His power felt different. And you spoke to him before he appeared. Who is he to you? We won't press if it's inconvenient. All eyes turned to Diana. She inhaled slowly, jaw tightening. I told you, it is personal. Batman's voice cut in, dry as ever. She knows him, probably related to him. That would explain her reluctance to disclose the information. Diana's head snapped toward him, her glare sharp enough to pierce steel. You presume much, Batman. Bruce smirked, only when I don't get a clear answer. Bari muttered under his breath, pretty sure Bats is never wrong about this stuff. Shazam leaned forward eagerly. Wait, so is he like your uncle? Or cousin? Oh, is he your dad? You did say father. Diana's hand slammed down on the table, not hard enough to break it but enough to make the sound echo. Enough. The group quieted immediately. Hal whispered to Bari, Is it weird that I feel turned on by that? Bari looked at him weirdly and moved away. You need help. Diana's gaze swept across each of them. What matters is that he came when called, he stopped Darkseid, and he left without asking for recognition. That should be enough for you. Hal whistled low. Someone's rather defensive. Diana sighed. Look, we all have our secrets. Some we can share, some private. Even if I was related to him, I would prefer to be seen and treated as myself, not just as someone's relative or blood. Maybe I will talk about this one day, but not today. Clark stepped in gently, trying to diffuse the tension. She's right. Whoever he is, he's not here now. What matters is us, this league, and what we do moving forward. Bari still looked like he wanted to press to inquire if she was indeed the daughter of his idol, but one look at Diana's face kept him quiet. Diana exhaled through her nose, her composure slipping back into place. Good, then let us focus on work, not gossip. The awkward silence that followed was broken only when Victor pulled up a new holo display of the Earth, bright with data streams. Right, assignments. Coverage, let's get to it. The meeting moved on, but the question of Edward lingered unspoken in the room. And though Diana said nothing more, the slight tension in her shoulders betrayed the truth. The subject wasn't closed. Soon they got busy with life and work. They eventually formed bonds between them as more than just colleagues, they became friends. Their first awkward interactions became more and more closer. Batman and Superman formed an unusual friendship. Diana and Feora became good friends, being the only two women. Flash and Green Lantern had their friendly dynamics as well. Shazam, the talkative guy, and Cyborg, the introvert also formed an unusual friendship. It looked like everything was going well, but none of them knew that the next crisis was already approaching them. And it would be coming from the magical side of their planet that held a lot of secrets. Yeah, I added the fate stuff for a reason, so get ready to DDDAUL. Oops, wrong anime. It's been a while since someone died. Cracks knuckles. Capitulo 80, make your wish. Bruce woke up with a sudden jolt, the morning sun slicing into his room through the half-open blinds. His heart was beating faster than usual, and it took him a second to push away the fog of sleep. The dream clung to him, stubborn and heavy. He could still see it when he closed his eyes, a dark chamber lit only by a glowing magic circle, humming with power. 7 golden cards floated above it, each one etched with strange, otherworldly symbols. The image burned with such clarity it felt more like memory than imagination. Bruce rubbed his face and sat up, muttering under his breath. Probably just a dream. He stood and moved into his morning routine, forcing his mind back into order the way he always did. Today wasn't a day for distractions. He had a rare lunch date scheduled with Professor Athena Pallas of Gotham University, and unlike most social or business obligations, this was one he actually looked forward to. He'd never admit it aloud, but she was more than an acquaintance, and from her demeanor, it was clear she was also interested. Bruce enjoyed how she was smart and beautiful and always knew the right words to say without holding back. He made sure to never miss their meeting. As he dressed and left his room, his eyes didn't catch the faint markings that had appeared on the back of his left hand. 3 small crimson symbols glowed faintly, intricate and sharp, almost like they had been carved directly into his skin. Bruce never noticed, and by the time he locked his penthouse door, the glow had already faded into his flesh. Meanwhile, across the ocean in New York, the mood was entirely different. The dining table was crowded, voices overlapping in a mess of warmth and chaos that only a family could create. Diana sat among them, surrounded by faces that belonged to people she called family. Her father Edward at the head, her mother Hippolyta seated beside him with quiet confidence, Hera across with her wry composure, death serene and untouchable as ever, and even Grail, who still shifted awkwardly in her seat like someone who wasn't sure she belonged. Her siblings were also chattering excitedly on the side. Diana leaned back, her eyes narrowing slightly at her father with a teasing smirk. So, father, you have no self-control it seems. Hooking up with the enemy's daughter? What kind of twisted power play is that? Edward chuckled, unbothered, reaching for his wine glass. Almost like stealing your dad's wallet and building a company with that money, daughter. The table erupted. Cassie burst into laughter, pointing a finger at Diana and almost falling off her chair. Alphonse slapped the wooden table so hard it rattled the plates, wheezing as he tried to breathe. Even Soph let out a rare, quiet chuckle, glancing sidelong at his blushing sister. Diana's face turned red instantly. I was going to return the money, she snapped, her voice climbing in pitch as she tried to defend herself. Do you really want your daughter begging on the streets for survival? And I only took about 5 million worth of things. Alphonse choked mid-laugh and stared at her. 5 million? Did you just say only? Big sis, that was the 1980s. Do you know what that's worth now? 30, maybe 50 million. I only get 10 million in research funding and you. Cassie cut in, nodding furiously with mock seriousness. Yeah, sis, you shouldn't complain. Because of you, Dad tells us to get jobs to cover our own hobbies. Do you even know how much the latest weapons cost? And the antique ones? I begged Dad for weeks to get me Billy the Kid's Colt. It costs 6 million. Soph shook his head, unimpressed. You're all so spoiled. Everyone turned to him instantly, their expressions the same unspoken thought. Really? Coming from you. Soph didn't flinch, folding his arms and staying calm under the collective stare. Death chuckled from her seat, her hand waving lazily. With a small tug of power, Soph was pulled off his chair and floated straight into her lap. He sighed, resigned, while she cradled him with gentle affection. So, honey, Death asked softly, brushing his hair back, read anything interesting lately? Are you sure you don't want to go to school like a regular kid? Soph frowned. I know everything they'd teach me, Mom. I could teach them, it's pointless. Edward leaned closer from his seat, voice calm but insistent. School isn't about the lessons, Soph. It's about the experience. Friends, mistakes, all the things you can't learn from a book. You could use a different kind of life, it'd be like a social experiment. Death smiled faintly, looking down at their son. Listen to your father, we only want you to be happy, but we also want you to live a little. Try new things, have adventures, maybe find a cute little girlfriend. From the other side of the table, Cassie groaned loudly, flopping onto the surface with her arms spread. I don't care about school, I just want to fight someone. This is so boring. Alphonse's eyes caught something on her hand and he froze mid-bite. Cassie, since when do you have a tattoo? And it's glowing. The whole table turned. Edward's head snapped around, his eyes narrowing. Cassie instantly pulled her hand back, but the glow couldn't be hidden. 3 bright red marks, intricate like runes, glimmered on the back of her hand. What did I say about tattoos, young lady? Edward's voice dropped, sharp and firm. Cassie raised her hands defensively, panicking. It's not a tattoo, Dad. Look, I didn't get this done. She held her hand out, showing the symbols. Edward's face sank into his palm, muttering under his breath. You've got to be kidding me. Who the hell chose her as a master? What kind of wish would? He stopped himself, realization dawning as he looked back at Cassie. Wait, you were wishing to fight someone, weren't you? Cassie's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, Daddy, I'm so bored. Are you gonna take me to fight some bad guys? Death's lips curled into an amused smile. Those aren't just marks, Cassie. You've been chosen for a secret war between magi for a wish-granting cup. Your father invented it when he was bored. The Holy Grail War. Cassie nearly leapt out of her chair, clapping her hands in excitement. Daddy has an underground magical fighting ring? That's so cool. Edward groaned, rubbing his temples. Of all people, why her? Does the Grail want to destroy a country or something? Hippolyta leaned forward, studying the marks with a frown. Her tone was firm, the kind of voice that left no room for argument. I don't know what madness your Magus society is playing at, husband, but if our daughter is chosen, you're going to oversee it. She will not be left alone with this. And if she causes damage, she will not go at all. Edward sighed, defeated, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. Yeah, might as well see what they've been up to. Come on then, let's take a look. Cassie threw her fist in the air, grinning from ear to ear. Yes, finally some action. The dinner table broke into mixed reactions. Alphonse muttering about the sheer stupidity of it, Soph shaking his head in silence, Hera chuckling under her breath, and Grail quietly watching, still trying to figure out how exactly she fit into this chaos. And in the center of it all, Edward leaned back in his chair, already thinking of what mess his daughter was about to drag him into. Hall of Justice. The Hall of Justice had only just begun to settle into its new role as headquarters. The main chamber was still raw around the edges, steel beams exposed in some corners, screens humming with half-calibrated feeds, scaffolding tucked in behind the polished surfaces. Batman stood near the central table, his usual posture. Shoulders square, cape draped, jaw set. The others trickled in, their conversations filling the cavernous hall with a mix of levity and unease. It wasn't often he called them together without Diana present, but this time he hadn't had a choice. Superman arrived first, his cape brushing the floor as he landed. You said it was urgent, he said, eyes narrowing. Urgent enough, Bruce replied flatly. Green Lantern strolled in with a casual grin. Urgent enough for a morning roll call? Must be serious, or maybe Bats just missed us. Not likely, Flash said, zipping to his chair with a blur of red. What's going on, Batman? Shazam flopped down beside him, leaning forward. Yeah, what's up? You look like you swallowed something sourer than usual. I removed the E, hope you're happy lol. Batman didn't respond right away. Instead, he lifted his left hand and pulled off the glove. 3 glowing red symbols gleamed across the back of his skin. They pulsed faintly, as if alive, shaped like a sequence of runes none of them recognized. The hall went quiet. Superman stepped closer, eyes hardening. When did that appear? This morning. Bruce's voice was calm, deliberate. I woke up with it. Does it hurt? Flash asked. No. Hal leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. Okay, so glowing magic tattoos, not really your style, Bats. I'm guessing this isn't just body art. I wouldn't have called you here if it was. Cyborg tapped the side of his head, his tech eye glowing faint blue. Hold still, I'll run a scan. A beam of light flickered across Bruce's hand as Victor's systems hummed. After a moment, his expression tightened. That's interesting. Spit it out, Hal said. Victor's voice shifted into the careful, measured cadence he used when something truly didn't add up. These aren't just random marks, they're magical seals. Command seals, to be exact. I cross-referenced their structure with mystical archives and a few black sites that catalog the weirdest stuff we've seen. They're connected to something called the Holy Grail War. The words hung heavy in the air. Flash blinked. Okay, pause, did you just say Holy Grail? Like Knights of the Round Table, Indiana Jones, Monty Python. Yes, Victor replied. The cup that was touched by the blood of Jesus. This is a little different, however. It seems it underwent some changes. He turned, projecting a holographic display above the table. The seals expanded in glowing red, rotating as data scrolled alongside them. From what I can piece together, the Holy Grail War is a ritual, a summoning system. 7 magi are chosen as masters. Each is marked with 3 command seals, like what Batman has. With them, they summon powerful spirits called servants, warriors pulled from history, myth, or legend. Heroes, monsters, gods, then they fight. Shazam leaned forward, his face lighting up. Wait, so you're telling me it's like a magical battle royale, with history's greatest warriors? That sounds awesome. Not awesome, Batman cut in. Lethal. Flash nodded. A battle like that can destroy cities, but why haven't we heard of them before? Superman folded his arms, frowning. So these servants, they're forced to fight to the death. Victor nodded. That's the system. The last master-servant pair standing claims the Holy Grail itself, which supposedly grants a wish. Any wish. Hal raised his eyebrows. That sounds insanely dangerous. You're saying someone just stamped Bruce into this thing without his consent. Seems that way, Victor shrugged. Flash rubbed the back of his neck. Okay, but how did you of all people get chosen, Bats? You don't exactly scream wizard material. Bruce didn't flinch. I don't know, it probably resonated with a wish of mine. Shazam smirked. Maybe they saw your resume and thought, yeah, this guy broods hard enough to summon King Arthur. Hal snorted, more like the Grim Reaper. The joke didn't land. Everyone could see Batman's hand, glowing brighter as if the seals themselves were listening. Superman's tone stayed even. If this is real, it's not just your problem, Bruce. It's a global threat. 7 beings of unimaginable power dropped into the world, fighting across cities, maybe countries. The collateral, he shook his head. We can't ignore it. Victor swiped through more data, pulling up scattered reports. There are already spikes in magical activity across the planet. London, Tokyo, Istanbul, something stirring. Meaning I'm not the only one marked, perhaps others like me. Bruce narrowed his eyes. Yes, Victor confirmed. There are others, 6 more, and apparently a ruler servant to oversee the war. Flash leaned back, whistling. So somewhere out there are 6 other poor souls with the same magic ink, and they're all about to call up their own Hercules or Achilles or whoever. That's terrifying. Hal raised a hand. Hold on, if they summon people from history, do we get to pick? Like, could Bats pull up a friendly wizard or something? Cyborg shook his head. Doesn't work that way. The system chooses. Each master summons a servant tied to their own soul and circumstances. It's random, and it's binding. Bruce finally pulled his glove back on, covering the seals. Whoever orchestrated this knows what they're doing. It's not random I was chosen. That means there's a design here, and I intend to find out whose. Question is, Flash said, what do we do about it? 7 demigod death matches sounds like a bit much even for us. Superman looked around the table, his voice carrying that quiet weight that drew them in. We do what we always do. We stand together. If this war is spilling into our world, we make sure it doesn't destroy it. Hal groaned. Great, another crisis, and here I thought we'd earned a week off. Victor glanced at him. The seals won't wait for a week. Once the summoning starts, it escalates fast. We'll need to track energy spikes and contain the fallout. And we'll need to figure out what kind of servant Batman's going to end up with. Shazam's eyes gleamed. Can I just say, this is the coolest thing that's happened since we fought Darkseid. I mean, come on, summoned heroes from the past. How is that not cool? Flash elbowed him. Cool until one of them decides to level Metropolis. Batman cut across their banter, his tone final. We don't waste time. Victor, build a monitoring system. Try to track the others. Clark, Hal, coordinate with your contacts. If you see unusual magical signatures, flag them. Flash, Shazam, your backup. We keep this quiet until we understand it. And Diana? Superman asked, glancing at the empty chair. Bruce hesitated. She's with her family. Leave her out of this for now. The table fell into silence again, the weight of what they'd just learned sinking in. The seals pulsed faintly beneath Batman's glove, a reminder that whether they liked it or not, the Grail War had already begun. LexCorp Tower, Metropolis, late afternoon. Lex Luthor stared at the hand that didn't belong to the moment. He had felt the tick, the small, impossible prick under the skin, as if some precise instrument had been pressed into him. Now 3 red sigils gleamed along the back of his hand, neat as if stamped by a practiced clerk. He did not flinch. He set the palm flat on the polished glass of his desk and watched the city tilt away beneath him. He had been taught not to be surprised by the impossible. He had learned to catalog it, to turn it into proof and leverage. This, whatever it was, would be the same. He flexed his fingers once and the mark shimmered. He smiled, thin, practiced, and reached for his private line. Within an hour, a small, carefully curated circle of occult consultants, antiquarians, and a few less savory friends had arrived at LexCorp under sealed NDA and legal disclaimers. They brought grimoires bound in dust, fragments of reliquaries, and a cautious respect that bordered on fear. Luthor watched them sift artifacts and mutter half-recognized phrases over the seals. He let them work and listened. When the explanation came, delivered in a voice that tried too hard to be neutral, Lex's lips curved. Someone used the old phrase, a summoning system. Then another, less careful scholar said, the Grail War, 7 masters, command seals, servants. They tried to hide their own nervousness with academic phrasing. He could see the panic beneath their erudition. How interesting, Lex said softly, and the words were dangerous in their calm. He tasted opportunity. Wish-granting relics, legends that bent reality, 7 human nodes directing avatars of history and myth. The equation was not about mythic poetry for him. It was leverage, control, profit power. He thought about insurance policies and contingency funds, about the patents he would file and the factions he would manipulate. Most of all, he could finally take down Superman and Superwoman. He closed his hand into a fist and imagined the shape of advantage. The world would change, and it would change under his influence. London, dusk. A pub on the edge of the Thames smelled stale and honest. Cigarette smoke, wet wool, cheap beer. John Constantine sat alone in a corner booth, the light from a neon sign washing half his face green. He was not a hero and didn't pretend to be. He was a man who'd met demons over cheap whiskey and had the teeth to prove it. He cupped his glass in both hands and glared at the 3 red seals on his knuckles. He had met a lot of things he wished he hadn't. This felt new and obscene. He muttered and spat, then poured a slug of his drink right over the marks as if that could burn them out. I don't want to be bloody part of a murder-kill ritual with ancient heroes, he said to the empty booth, voice raw with the edge of a man who had seen enough of other people's deaths. He scrubbed at his skin with the heel of his palm, grimacing when they didn't fade. On instinct, he checked the street outside, as if looking for someone who might have signed him up for this without his consent. No one, just rain-slick pavement and the neon spill. He was a reluctant player. He swore under his breath, then reached for his phone. If this was a war that dragged others into myth for the sake of a wish, he'd find a way to cheat the rules. He'd first call in favors, then make enemies. Constantine made plans like other men breathed. He cursed the world into motion. Tokyo night. In an alley that smelled of ramen steam and exhaust, a girl stood under a single shuttered street lamp, a white half-mask tied to the side of her head. In the neon glare, she looked like a ghost from an old play. The red marks on her hand were almost austere against her pale skin. She watched them for a long, silent beat. "Is this another chance?" she whispered, not sure whether she asked fate or herself. The mask hid part of her face, but the tilt of her head carried something else, hunger or resolve, perhaps both. In Tokyo, opportunity often wore the same face as risk, and she had learned to accept that. She slid the sleeve of her jacket down to hide the sigils from passers-by and pushed her hands deep into her pockets. Her life so far had been a string of half-moves. The odd job here, the night shift there, training in shadows and on rooftops to stay alive. The idea that some force had chosen her felt like a damage and a promise, a new doorway opening where all she'd known had been walls. She looked down at her hands again, fingers flexing. Her voice was softer, private. Maybe, she wanted to say, yes, absolutely, bring it on, but caution lived in her soul. Still, her mouth curved into something like a smile. A chance to change everything, to step out of the small fights into something that mattered, if it could be won. Istanbul, evening. The streets of Istanbul were a braid of old and new. Minarets cut the sky, satellite dishes pooled on roofs, bazaars smelled of citrus and spice. A boy in a black hoodie moved through the crowd with the casual attention of someone who learned how to vanish into a city. He never stayed long in one spot. He liked movement, not to mention he was on the run. He glanced at his hand more than once, the 3 sigils bright as a warning beneath the fabric of the cuff. He didn't want to be special. He just wanted to be left alone. He muttered to himself, voice brittle with resentment. Are they trying to track me or something? Why can't they just let me live? The words tasted like an accusation he didn't always have the right to make. A vendor shouted somewhere about coffee. A tram rattled. He kept walking, trying not to feel the eyes of the world, because in his experience the world saw you and then it labeled you as good or bad. Few would care about the circumstances. A continuous steady stream of information flowed into his mind magically. The thought of fighting for some cosmic prize in which wishes were the currency felt ludicrous and threatening in the same breath. He slipped into an alley, arms wrapped tighter around himself, and practiced breathing like someone taught to survive. Each moment was separate, different cities and voices and small private panics, yet they shared the same ridiculous, red reality binding them. Whether it would make them pawns, kings, saints, or monsters depended on who or what answered their summons, and on what they were willing to become. The world, meanwhile, had begun to collect strangers. Their seals pulsed faintly, a distant heartbeat that none of them could yet name. Capitulo 81, The Stories They Hold. The roar of applause filled the theater, bouncing off velvet walls and crystal lights. Zatanna bowed with her signature flourish, her cape sweeping out as the elephants she had made float high above shimmered, then vanished in a sparkle of light. The audience erupted with cheers, a mixture of children giggling and adults clapping like kids themselves. Magic was everywhere in the world now, but they still loved the showmanship. As the curtains fell, she gave the crowd one last smile, then disappeared in a puff of smoke, reappearing behind the stage before slipping out the side door. Her trailer was parked a short walk away, modest compared to her reputation, but private. She pulled off her hat, tossing it on the couch, and began to remove her gloves. That's when she noticed the folded paper waiting on her dressing table. It was placed too neatly, deliberate, like a signature. She unfolded it slowly. The paper was blank, except for the stark black shape of a bat stamped across its surface. Her lips curved into a tired but amused smile. "Hello, Bruce," she said into the still air, not looking up yet. "What trouble did you bring this time?" The shadows in the corner shifted, and then he stepped out. Cloaked in darkness even in the cramped light of her trailer, Batman's presence filled the room. "Hello, Zatanna," he said, voice calm but edged with that usual grit. His gaze flicked briefly at her discarded hat. "I hope those elephants survived. You don't want Peter on your tail." Zatanna chuckled softly, tossing her gloves onto the table. "If the elephants were real in the first place, don't worry, I know how to keep my axe clean." She turned, tilting her head at him. "So, what do you need, Bruce? I just finished a show and I'm tired, unless you are asking me out on a dinner." Batman didn't waste time. He pulled off one glove, extending his hand. 3 red, glowing symbols burned across the back. Zatanna's eyes widened, the tiredness vanishing in an instant. She stepped closer, reaching for his hand without hesitation, tracing the edges of the marks with her fingertips. The glow pulsed faintly beneath her touch. Oh my, she breathed, eyes narrowing as she studied them. Then her lips curled into a smirk. Who would have thought you would be chosen as a master? Let me guess. Are you going to wish for 24-hour nights so you can play Batman around the clock? Bruce didn't react. I already gathered the basics about the Holy Grail War. What I want to know is more about the servants that can be summoned. Zatanna pulled back, raising her brow. Straight to the point as always. With a flick of her wrist and a murmured word, a thick, leather-bound book floated off her shelf and into her hands. She sat down, resting it across her lap, and began to flip through its brittle pages. Batman's sharp eyes immediately caught the gilded title and the name of the author. Magic 101 for Dummies by Edward Elric. He recognized it. His eyes narrowed. Of course she would have a copy of that. Zatanna smirked when she noticed his reaction. Impressed? You should be. These don't exactly sit on bookstore shelves. She found the section she wanted and tapped it. Here. Summoning a servant usually pulls a heroic spirit most compatible with the master, someone whose personality, nature, or legend reflects yours. But the system didn't stay simple for long. Batman folded his arms. Someone made improvements. Exactly, she nodded. Sir Edward modified it so that a master can use a magical relic or artifact tied to a specific hero. That way, instead of leaving it up to the Grail, you can guide the summoning. Say, if you had a shard of Durandal, you could summon Roland. A cloth from Camelot could summon King Arthur. Artifacts act as anchors. Bruce's expression didn't change, though his mind was already turning through the inventory of relics he kept locked away in his vaults. What about the war itself? He asked finally. His tone carried no hesitation, only calculation. Is it necessary to kill other participants? Zatanna's gaze flicked up at him, her smile fading. No, only the servants need to die. Killing the master is just the faster way to end a contract. Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion in his stare. You know I don't kill, Zatanna. She shrugged lightly, leaning back against her chair. That won't stop the others from trying. These wars aren't polite duels, Bruce. They're brutal. Everyone fights for their wish, and not all of them play fair. You're clever, but don't think clever alone keeps you alive in this game. His expression didn't shift, but she saw the resolve in his eyes. It was the same as always, unyielding. So, she said after a moment, setting the book aside. Do you want me to help you get a relic? I assume that's why you came here. Batman shook his head. I don't need one. I already have more than enough artifacts in my collection. I'll choose from them myself. That's not why I came. Zatanna tilted her head, watching him with mild curiosity. Then, why are you here, Bruce? He slid his glove back on, the seals disappearing under the black fabric. To confirm, to understand what I'm dealing with. He turned slightly toward the door. Thanks for the information. Her lips curved into a teasing smile. The brooding, cold Batman actually thanking people. What has the world come to? But when she looked up, he was gone. Silent as ever, vanished without a sound. Zatanna sighed and shook her head. Hey, typical Bruce. She turned the book over in her hands, her smirk fading. Something gnawed at her mind. If Bruce wasn't here looking for an artifact, then he must have felt the energy spike earlier, the same way she had, which meant he thought she might be one of the chosen masters. But if it's not me, she muttered softly, eyes narrowing, then who could it be? A face flickered in her mind, sloppy blonde hair, smug grin, trench coat that smelled like stale smoke. She frowned, shaking her head quickly. No, that guy probably doesn't have anything to do with this. She hoped she was right. Istanbul. The night air was heavy with smoke and dust. Alarms blared in the distance, echoing down the narrow stone alleys of Istanbul's old quarter. Boots pounded against the ground as black-clad mercenaries chased a single figure darting through the labyrinth of streets. Stop, Subject 032. Surrender and return to Cadmus, otherwise we will use lethal force. One of them shouted through a comm, his rifle raised. The boy ahead of them didn't stop. His raven-black hair stuck to his forehead, his breath ragged. His eyes burned with a mix of anger and desperation. He skidded around a corner, his hands pressing against the pavement. The stone cracked beneath his grip, and with a snarl, he wrenched a massive chunk of the road free. With unnatural strength, he hurled it like a meteor. The mercenaries screamed as the rubble came crashing down, burying 2 of them under stone. Gunfire rattled through the alley before the survivors were crushed, and bullets tore into the boy's shoulder and arm. He staggered, his teeth clenched against the pain, but he didn't fall. "My name is Connor," he shouted, his voice cracking with fury. "I am a human. I don't want to be your experiment. Why can't you guys just leave me be?" He bolted again, clutching his bleeding arm. Each step left a trail of crimson against the cobblestones. After several turns through the alleys, he stumbled into an abandoned wooden house, its door half-rotted from age. He slammed it shut behind him and collapsed on the floor, his vision swimming. His trembling fingers dug into his shoulder, pulling free a small shard of green. The kryptonite fragment hissed as it left his flesh, burning his skin with its glow. Connor dropped it with a choked gasp and stared at his shaking hands. He knew the truth. He wasn't born like other people. He was a clone pieced together in Cadmus labs from the DNA of Superman and Lex Luthor. He wasn't supposed to exist. He wasn't supposed to feel. But Sarah, one of the researchers, had treated him differently. She had taught him how to read, how to smile, how to act like a person instead of a weapon. And she had died so he could escape. Tears welled up as his chest tightened. His voice came out broken. "Why do I even exist? Why won't those heroes, the ones who save everyone, why won't they save me? Why is this world so devoid of kindness?" His fist struck the floorboards, cracking them. He closed his eyes and whispered through his tears, "Sorry, Sarah. No, Mom. Thank you for giving me a chance to see the world. I only wish I could be free, that I could be happy." Unseen at first, a faint red glow spread across the wooden floor behind him. Lines carved themselves into a complex pattern, pulsing with unnatural light. A summoning circle. The glow brightened, humming with energy. Connor squinted through his blurred vision. What's going on?" he muttered, confusion overtaking his grief. The light spread further, wrapping the room in a crimson aura. Gotham Forest. The trees twisted unnaturally, their shadows stretching into grotesque shapes. The air felt heavy, suffocating, as if reality itself was bent around one small figure. A young girl sat alone on a rusted swing, the chains creaking as she moved slowly back and forth. Her dark eyes stared at the ground, her face pale and unreadable. Yet her voice, soft and trembling, betrayed her pain. "That's right, Ace," she whispered to herself. "You don't need anyone, nobody cares about you, just accept it, you'll always be alone." Her swing stilled. She tilted her head back, staring at the night sky, where the stars peeked through scattered clouds. Her lips trembled as a single tear rolled down her cheek. "Why didn't someone come to save me? I just wish I wasn't so alone anymore," she whispered, the words barely audible. The teardrop fell, striking the dirt below. At that instant, the ground beneath her lit up with an otherworldly glow. A summoning circle spread outward in intricate patterns, the energy thrumming against her skin. Ace gasped and leapt back from the swing, her small fists clenched, wary of this sudden intrusion. Then, a sharp sting ran across her hand. She looked down and saw 3 glowing red marks forming on her skin, command seals. Images and knowledge flooded her mind. Knowledge Edward had implanted into the Grail system so that even non-magi could comprehend what was happening. Ace's lips parted in shock as she pieced it together. Holy Grail," she whispered. Her tiny voice carried a tremor of wonder. "Something that can fulfill my wish." The circle's glow intensified, enveloping her in its light. Tokyo, Japan. The abandoned house was silent, except for the sound of the wind rattling its broken windows. Dust coated the wooden floor, and the air smelled faintly of mold and old paper. A lone woman stood in the center of the room, her white half-mask catching the moonlight that poured through the shattered ceiling. Her expression was cold, her posture unyielding. But when she spoke, her voice softened, carrying a hint of sorrow. "I will save you, just you wait." Her fingers trembled slightly as she bent to the floor, tracing a magical circle with practiced precision. When it was complete, she pricked her finger, letting a single drop of blood fall onto the sigil. The lines flared with light, and she stared at them without hesitation. "Let's see if this time," she whispered, almost like a prayer, "there's truly a chance for a miracle." The circle responded, glowing brighter as the summoning began. LexCorp Metropolis. High above Metropolis, in the polished steel and glass of LexCorp Tower, Lex Luthor stood inside his private lab. The lights were dimmed, the city skyline gleaming behind him. At his feet, a complex circle glowed, etched with precision and enhanced with scientific instruments to stabilize its magic. In his hand, he held a relic, the fossilized skin shed from a serpent. Not just any serpent, records claimed it belonged to one of the first, preserved through ages. Lex placed it carefully at the circle's center, his lips curling into a smile. He clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with the confidence of a man who had already won. Soon, I shall fulfill my dreams and change this twisted world, a world where aliens fly over us like gods, lording over humanity. No more. I will surpass them and establish a new world order. The circle flared brilliantly, bathing his smug face in crimson light. Gotham the Batcave. Deep beneath the Wayne estate, the Batcave thrummed with a quiet intensity. Machinery hummed. Bats stirred in the rafters. At the cave's center, Bruce Wayne stood before his own summoning circle. Unlike the others, his ritual wasn't crude or improvised. The circle carved into the stone floor was perfect, cut with laser precision, its runes meticulously copied from grimoires Zatanna had once mentioned in passing. It was order, discipline, and control, everything Batman demanded. At its center rested a shard of ancient steel, blackened with age and battle scars. Rumor said it came from a sword wielded by a forgotten king. Bruce had risked everything to obtain it, cutting through shadows both political and mystical to claim it. His jaw tightened, his gloved hand brushed over the relic. "Let's see what fate has in store for me this time," he muttered under his breath. The circle glowed, answering his challenge. London, an abandoned church. The ruins stank of smoke and mildew. The roof was half collapsed, and rain had left the wooden floorboards swollen and rotten. In the center of it all crouched John Constantine, cigarette clamped between his teeth, his trench coat stained with whiskey and ash. The summoning circle beneath him was crude, sloppily drawn in chalk and smeared with blood. It looked more like a joke than a ritual. But the lines pulsed with power, responding to his hand. Constantine squinted at it, taking a drag of his cigarette, exhaling smoke that mixed with the rising magical fumes. The circle flared scarlet, casting shadows across the ruined pews. The air grew heavy, reeking of iron and sulfur. The cigarette burned down to his fingers. He cursed, flicked it aside, and grinned through the sting. "Well then," he muttered, his voice dry and sardonic. "Hope you're uglier than me, mate. I don't like competition." The glow intensified, promising the arrival of something dangerous. Avalon, the floating fortress. Cassie finally managed to draw the summoning circle. She looked at Edward proudly. "Look, Daddy, I did it. I finally drew the stupid circle." Edward sighed. "After 5 hours and 30 tries. Seriously, Cassie, did you inherit your mom and my strength only and not the brain cells? I thought pranking you to draw it might be fun, but this was just sad." Cassie pouted. Wait, did you say you pranked me? I didn't have to draw this." Edward chuckled. "Of course not. The drawing is just to stabilize the magic. Your will to summon is the main conduit. There could be people who can't draw chosen by the Grail. I wouldn't want them to have a hard time." Cassie roared and launched herself like Cannonball. "Arg, stupid dad, I hate you, I won't talk to you again." Edward laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, that was worth it after spending 5 hours to teach you. Now before I ground you, you know what to say, young lady." Cassie grumbled but still spoke. "Yes, my father is best dad in the world. I am the luckiest girl ever." Edward chuckled and patted her head, to which she tried to bite his finger. He glared at her. "Are you a dog? What kind of 50-year-old tries to bite their dad?" Cassie dodged his fist of love and retorted, "I am stupid because you hit my head too many times. I saw it on Discovery Channel." Edward sighed. "You can't lose what you don't have, Cassie. Anyway, let's see who you summon. You sure you don't want a relic?" Cassie nodded. "Yes, I want to see which heroic spirit I am." Edward shook his head. "This isn't an app, dear. You summon them." Cassie ignored him. Yeah, same thing. Now come forth, my destined hero, and assist me in battle as I murder death kill." The summoning circle lit up, and Edward stood there stunned, unable to speak at the sheer stupidity. Capitulo 82, The Shift in Fate. The Holy Grail War had come again after a century. 7 masters, 7 servants, one stage, the DC universe where myths and legends were about to bleed into reality. The sky above Gotham, Metropolis, Tokyo, London, and every corner of Earth seemed unnaturally heavy that night. The stars, normally defiant even in polluted skies, dimmed as if swallowed by a black haze not born of weather. The clouds pulsed faintly with colors they shouldn't: amber, crimson, green, as if the heavens themselves were a summoning circle. The air vibrated, heavy with a sound no one could locate. Church bells rang in the distance, tolling mournfully, though not a single tower on Earth moved. It was the Grail. The system had awoken, answering some call older than nations, older than cities. Across the world, 7 chosen masters prepared their circles. Some by heritage, others by calculation, and still others by accident. But all shared one thing: fate. As the hour was right, the summons began. Gotham, the Batcave. Beneath Wayne Manor, the cavern was silent except for the hum of machines and the faint drip of underground water. Bruce Wayne stood rigid before the circle etched into stone. It wasn't chalk, it wasn't sloppily drawn. He had spent weeks refining the design, every line carved by laser precision, every rune reinforced with energy regulators cribbed from occult manuscripts Zatanna had once called not meant for mortals. His jaw was set beneath the cowl, his expression as unshakable as the bat carved into his chestplate. In front of him, resting on the circle, was the relic, a shard of corroded steel, pitted and ancient, the kind of artifact most historians would dismiss as scrap. But Bruce had traced its origin across borders, piecing together whispers and black market transactions. If stories were to be believed, this was once part of a sword carried by a king who stood before all kings. He adjusted his gloves. His tone was calm, deliberate, not the voice of someone begging the Grail for power, but of a man stating fact. Steel is my will, justice my oath. By sword once broken, let the king before kings answer my call. Come forth, saber. The shard trembled. Energy surged through the circle, light flaring in pure, blinding blue. The Batcave shook violently. Computers flickered, machinery sparked as reality bent. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, crawling like warriors rising from graves. Bruce didn't flinch, his eyes narrowed. The summoning had begun. Metropolis, LexCorp Tower. Far above the shining city, Lex Luthor's penthouse glowed with sterile light. The summoning circle stretched across marble floors. But unlike Batman's painstaking mysticism, this one was supported by machinery, electromagnetic clamps, stabilizers, and energy conduits. No incense, no candles, no superstition, just science and arrogance in harmony. A relic hovered above the circle, suspended in a magnetic field, a fossilized snakeskin, its surface glimmering faintly. Lex stood tall in his immaculate suit, adjusting his cufflinks, his smug grin reflected in the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. While Batman summoned with grim resolve, Luthor summoned with anticipation. Where others saw danger, he saw opportunity. His voice rang out, confident, arrogant, dripping with superiority. Power is knowledge, and knowledge is mine. By the brilliance of man, I summon the conqueror who will obey me. Show yourself, caster. The relic pulsed violently. The circle erupted in green light, the sound like 1,000 voices screaming all at once. The marble floor cracked under the pressure, and the tower windows rattled as emerald energy spilled out across the metropolis skyline. Lex's smile widened, thin and sharp. His weapon was coming. London, the abandoned church. The ruined church creaked under its own decay. Mildew stained the walls, broken pews lay scattered, and moonlight shone through the collapsed roof. At the center crouched John Constantine, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His circle was crude, almost lazy, chalk lines half-smudged, a drop of blood here, a boot scuff there. It looked like the work of a drunk. Yet the air around it buzzed with Grail power, undeniable and potent. John squinted, dragging smoke deep into his lungs, then muttered with the casual irreverence that defined him. Blood on the cross, lies on the tongue. Archer, come forth, a bastard after my own heart. He took a swig from his flask, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as the circle ignited, bathing the rotten wood in crimson light. "Bollocks," he swore, shielding his eyes. "Forgot my damn sunglasses, didn't think I'd need them at night." The glow intensified, filling the church like a second sunrise. Tokyo abandoned house. The old wooden beams groaned as the wind howled outside. Inside, incense burned faintly, the smoke curling upward around a blade laid carefully across a circle drawn on the floor. Katana knelt in silence, her posture rigid, her hands pressed together. Before her lay the soul-taker, the sword that had claimed countless souls. Its presence pulsed like a heartbeat, merging with the Grail's energy. Her eyes stayed closed, her breathing steady. Her voice was calm, firm, unwavering as she recited the incantation. "O wandering soul, bound by steel and silence, walk once more as shadow." The soul-taker vibrated, humming with resonance. The circle erupted in violet light, thick smoke rolling outward. Wind surged through the house, carrying with it faint, chilling screams, echoes of the dead trapped within the blade. Katana didn't flinch, her servant was coming. Gotham Forest. The night was quiet, but the forest wasn't right. The trees bent slightly inward, shadows twisting unnaturally around a small clearing. At its center stood Ace, the little girl swaying slightly on her feet, her eyes fixed on the glowing circle before her. Her small fist clenched, her voice was soft but it carried. "Can my wish be truly granted? Is it possible for me to live normally?" The Grail had fed her knowledge, whispering what words to say. She didn't understand everything, but she understood enough. She could wish. She could hope. Her lips moved, reciting the chant that had been carved into her mind. Chains and thunder, hunger and guard. Let a mountain rise, let a storm stand, wake and break the quiet. The ground shook. The circle flared brighter than the stars above, enveloping her small frame in its glow. Istanbul, a broken cottage. The wooden walls of the ruined cottage shuddered under the strain of energy it had never known. Inside, Connor stood stiffly before a glowing circle, blood still crusted on his wounds. He looked uncertain, almost broken. His fists trembled as he looked down at the light. His voice cracked as he spoke. "What do I even wish for? And are these things in my mind real?" His lips twisted, bitter. "What do I have left to lose?" He clenched his jaw, forcing his words into something strong, something more than the doubt that weighed on him. "Buy what I lacked and what I will be. By sun and steel and standing free. Come to my side." The circle glowed fiercely, golden warmth spreading through the cold, ruined room. Connor squinted as the light nearly blinded him. "I hope," he muttered, voice raw, "whoever it is doesn't see me as unworthy." Avalon. Far from the mortal world, Avalon shimmered with its eternal glow. In a chamber of marble and starlight, Cassie Elric stood practically bouncing with excitement. The circle before her pulsed eagerly, feeding off her unrestrained energy. Sparks danced across her palms as she turned to Edward, her adoptive father, her eyes wide. "Dad, it says I can only summon Ryder. I wanted Saber," she complained, her tone petulant but playful. Edward's lips curved into a faint smile, his calm voice steadied her. "Be thankful that you got Ryder. It's still a good class." Cassie huffed, crossing her arms before quickly leaning down toward the circle again. "Fine, but Saber's cooler." With exaggerated determination, she recited the chant. "By the shout of the bold and the vow of the bright. By the spear and the stand, by morning's light. Let glory find us." Fire sparked across the rune lines. The air shifted, thick with the smell of blood and sunlight, the clash of morning and battle. Across continents, the 7 circles burned. Threads of black gold light stretched between them, unseen by mortal eyes but binding each ritual to the others. For a heartbeat, the world itself held its breath. Wind roared without warning. The stars dimmed further, shuddering as if recoiling. And then silence. A single moment stretched, weightless and terrible. Then the circles collapsed inward. Reality snapped. Light surged, blue in Gotham, golden in Metropolis, purple in London, violet in Tokyo, white in Gotham Forest, red in Istanbul, green in Avalon. Soil lifted, smoke twisted. The world tasted of steel, ash, and old legends. And one by one, the heroic spirits came into being. Saber Batcave. The cavern roared with blue fire. The circle Bruce had carved a light with precision. The shard at its center pulsed like a beating heart, splitting the darkness of the Batcave with light so sharp it drew shadows against the rocks. The light twisted upward, forming shape, a figure in silver and blue armor, marked not by courtly splendor but by the weight of rule. He stood with the bearing of a king tempered by storms. His beautiful sword, sheathed at his hip, radiated the weight of both law and steel. The man's eyes opened, eyes that had seen both victory and ruin. His voice was plain, yet unshakably firm. "I am Arthur, King of Britain. You who summoned me, speak your name." Bruce did not bow. His jaw was set, his cowl shadowing his eyes as he laid a hand over the relic that had made this possible. "Batman," he said, steady as ever. "I am your master for this Grail war. Together, we ensure the Grail doesn't fall into the wrong hands." Arthur studied him. He saw the discipline, the scars beneath the mask, the darkness caged inside the man who stood before him. A faint smile crossed his lips, small, almost imperceptible, but real. "You will not even give your true name," Arthur said softly. "And yet, your heart is resolute even in shadow. Very well, the pact is sealed. Point me to the battle." Castor Metropolis, Lexcorp Tower. The penthouse floor glowed emerald, the circle carved into marble humming with contained power. Above it, Lex's chosen relic hovered within a clamp of magnetic fields, resonating with the arcane in perfect synchronization. The lights exploded golden. Windows shuddered as energy surged upward, devouring the relic in a storm of brilliance. Out of that brilliance stepped a towering figure, his armor gilded with ornaments older than empires. He did not need to announce himself. His aura filled the room with authority that bent the air. Finally he spoke, each word a proclamation. "I am Castor Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. You are the mongrel who summoned me." Lex Luthor adjusted his cufflinks with deliberate calm, letting a thin smile trace across his face. "Lex Luthor," he answered smoothly. "I called you to help change this broken world. You can look down on me if you want, but we must work together if our wish is to be realized." Gilgamesh's laugh was low and cold, soaked in contemptuous amusement. "You would change this world." His gaze pinned Lex, sharp as a blade testing the strength of a pawn. "Very well, I shall bear witness to your endeavor, and judge if you are worthy." Lex's smile sharpened. For him, that was enough. Archer London, abandoned church. The church reeked of dust, mildew, and stale whiskey. Chalk scrawled over rotting floorboards formed the circle, its crooked edges humming despite Constantine's half-hearted craft. Smoke filled the room, ribbons of golden light unraveling like dawn through broken, stained glass. When it cleared, a man stood dark-skinned, Asian, garbed in simplicity. On his back rested a bow that seemed alive, humming with divine resonance. His presence was calm, yet resolute, carrying the quiet of a man who had seen gods and carried vows heavier than mountains. "I am Arjuna," he said, his tone level unshaken. "Are you my master?" Constantine squinted, cigarette dangling from his lips. His laugh was tired, dry. "John Constantine," he said. "Hope you've got patience, mate, you're gonna need it." Arjuna studied him with eyes kind, but heavy with something deeper, sadness perhaps. "Patience and skill are not the same," Arjuna replied, "but we will learn one way or another." John exhaled smoke and smirked faintly. "Yeah, sounds like you'll be the steady one between us then." Assassin Tokyo. The circle burned violet smoke, the incense curling upward in ghostly trails. The soul-taker lay at Katana's side, the blade's whispers joining the wind as if spirits were gathering for judgment. The smoke condensed, shaping into a woman both regal and terrifying. Horns curled from her head, her kimono glowed a deep crimson, and the air grew thick with the scent of wine and blood. She smiled as if savoring prey. "Oh, a serious little swordswoman," she purred. "Assassin Shutendaji, you look delicious." Katana's hand moved calmly to her blade. Her eyes did not flinch. "Control yourself, we fight together, nothing more." Shuten's laughter was musical, unnerving, like bells ringing at a funeral. "Cold, cold, I like you, we will have such fun." The shrine lanterns flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with Shuten's words. Lancer Istanbul. The broken cottage glowed gold, sunlight erupting from the circle. From that brilliance stepped a warrior clad in armor like dawn itself, his spear blazing with divine fire. His presence was solemn, commanding, and holy. "I am Karna, son of Surya," he declared, his words steady, each a prayer. "Lancer, are you the one who summoned me?" Connor blinked against the light, his hoodie half pulled up as if to shield him from the brilliance. His voice shook, but he steadied himself. "Connor," he said, "I summoned you if you'll have me as your master." Karna bent, bowing with reverence that seemed to honor not just the boy, but the weight of his choice. "Then together we stand in the right. I will fight for you." Connor asked hesitantly, "I am just a clone, my creators didn't even see me as human. Are you still willing to follow me?" Karna smiled kindly. "You are standing right in front of me, and you look every bit human as others. Why should I look down on you for circumstances beyond your control? You'll be under my protection from any who seek to harm you." Connor's throat tightened. For the first time in years, he felt something close to belonging. Berserker Gotham Forest. The earth split, trees groaning as something colossal forced its way into being. The circle exploded in heat, and from it stepped a monster-made man, scarred, hulking, his body a fortress of rage and strength. His voice thundered across the woods. "I am Heracles, berserker friend, I answer summon." Ace stared up at him unafraid, her fist clenched, her voice quiet but certain. "You're big," she said, "don't break my toys." Heracles threw back his head and laughed, a sound like a landslide crashing. "I will guard you, smash what needs to be smashed." It was a promise, blunt and true, and Ace allowed herself a small smile. "Are you willing to be my friend?" she asked hopefully. Heracles grinned and put her on his shoulder. "Yes, I friend." Ace giggled for the first time like a girl her age should. "Hee hee, you're my first friend, although you talk weird, but I'm happy to finally have a friend." Writer Avalon. The summoning circle lit with blinding brilliance, sparks racing along the carved lines. Cassie stood at its center, her hands outstretched, her eyes shining with excitement. The flames folded into a young man, radiant, reckless, grinning like a storm ready to be unleashed. His armor glowed faintly, and his stance screamed speed. "I am Achilles," he announced, bold, fierce. "Rider class servant, who's the one reckless enough to bind me?" Cassie's grin matched his. "Cassie, I want a good battle, fight some strong people and win. You in?" Achilles laughed, quick and eager. "Straightforward, hungry for battle, a woman after my own heart. I look forward to the battles we shall fight together." Edward stood there in the corner, already linking to the Grail, bending the system itself. He wanted to be overseer of this war. He shook his head and thought wryly, of course she summoned someone equally brash and reckless as her servant. Achilles noticed him immediately, tilting his head. "Who is this strangely handsome fella who feels like a servant? Is that your lover?" Cassie gagged, nearly choking. No, that's my dad. Can't you see the resemblance?" Edward's smile was calm, but his tone cut cold. "Nice to meet you, Achilles. Take care of my daughter if any harm comes to her." His voice dropped, steel hard. "I'll castrate you." Achilles gulped, straightening. "Yes, sir." Then, as if nothing happened, his tone turned light. "Since my reckless daughter insists on joining, I'll have to watch over her myself. Can't have her sinking Australia into the sea." Cassie groaned, burying her face in her hands. "Dad, don't ruin my good impression in front of my servant." Edward chuckled, already turning away. It's a dad's job to embarrass his little girl. Cassie groaned under her breath, while Achilles tried and failed to suppress a nervous laugh. Across the continents, the 7 circles collapsed, their energies intertwining. Black gold threads shimmered between them for a heartbeat, weaving an invisible web only the Grail could hear. Wind swept across the stars. For a long moment, the world held its breath. And then, one by one, the heroic spirits stood ready. The Holy Grail War of this century was about to begin. Capitulo 83, The Anchors That Hold Us. The Batcave was quiet except for the hum of machines and the soft echo of water dripping from stalactites. Screens glowed in the background, but Bruce's focus stayed fixed on the armored man before him. Arthur Pendragon, summoned as Saber, had not moved since their first exchange. He carried himself like a man born to lead, every line of his posture sharp with control, yet not rigid. His eyes were steady, weighing Bruce as if the knight could see beneath the cowl. Bruce broke the silence. "You've fought wars, you know what it means to lead men into battle. That's not what this will be. This war isn't fought with armies, it's about deception, strategy, restraint. And when the time comes, killing." His voice was flat, but behind it was a certain tension Arthur caught. Arthur's expression softened just slightly. "And yet you hesitate, I can sense it. The weight of that choice pulls at you, but you endure it." He folded his arms. "It is no small thing to hold back the hand that wishes to strike. Many rulers call themselves just while drowning in blood." Batman replied nonchalantly, "Good thing I'm not a ruler then." "You've chosen a difficult path," Arthur spoke softly. His voice was steady, plain, and cut through the silence. "I see it in you. The urge to kill, chained down by will alone. You've held it back longer than most could." "That is rare, Batman." The unexpected compliment hit harder than expected. Bruce looked away. "Killing doesn't solve problems, it creates new ones. Restraint isn't mercy, it's to separate the good from evil. If I cross that line, I won't come back." Arthur nodded slowly. "Then we are alike more than I thought. A king does not have the luxury of weakness, but neither does he have the right to cruelty. You walk the same path, though without a throne." His eyes drifted across the cavern. "If I had a man of your mind beside me in my time, I wonder. Perhaps my kingdom would not have fallen into ruin." For a moment, Bruce allowed the thought to linger. To be recognized not as a vigilante, but as an equal by a king out of legend, it carried weight. But he moved past it, shifting back into focus. "I need to know exactly what you're capable of. Power, limits, endurance, everything. If I'm going to strategize, I need facts, not myths." Arthur drew his sword just slightly, letting the light of the Batcave catch its edge. "Excalibur is not a myth, it is hope and judgment. Against darkness, its light will cut through. But power without direction is wasted. If you are to guide me, then I will follow your lead." Bruce's jaw tightened. He nodded once. "Good, then we start preparing now. The sooner we understand our roles, the better chance we have of ending this war before it swallows the world." The Batcave's glow dimmed as silence settled, an understanding forged without flourish. Metropolis at night gleamed like a city of glass and ambition. LexCorp's tower shone brightest at its core, but tonight, at the top of LexCorp's tower, the air felt colder, sharper, as if ambition itself had taken shape. Lex Luthor stood across from his servant Castor, Gilgamesh. The king of heroes carried himself with quiet authority, his ornate armor gleaming under the sterile lights. His presence filled the chamber without effort. The Golden King radiated calm authority, his armor ornate yet not ostentatious, every detail designed to command. He studied Lex as if appraising a supplicant. "You built this empire yourself," Gilgamesh said, his tone curious yet patronizing. "For a mortal it is impressive." Lex smirked. "Not impressive, logical. Every stone, every policy, every deal calculated to reshape the world. Unlike aliens who crash down and claim power, I built mine." Gilgamesh chuckled, low and dismissive. "Your arrogance is amusing. Still, it takes arrogance to summon me." Lex bowed mockingly. "I aim to please. I figured of all people, you could probably understand me the most, King Gilgamesh, the first godslayer." "You carry yourself like someone who rules," Gilgamesh continued, voice low but absolute. "And yet you are bound by the trappings of this age. Tell me, mortal, do you think yourself my equal?" Lex smiled thinly, hands clasped behind his back. "I don't need to be your equal. I only need to be smarter than everyone else in the room. That's why I summoned you. Power is wasted without vision. I have the vision." Gilgamesh's laugh was quiet, but it carried disdain. "Vision? Every mongrel claims to see a better world. Few understand what it means to create one. You think to bend me into your scheme? HMPH. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing. "And yet, you do not grovel, you do not cower. You stand proudly not because you are my equal, but because you believe you could be. Your ambition is not hollow. You are a mongrel who claws at the divine mysteries." Lex adjusted his cufflink, unshaken. "Believe? No, I know it. This world is broken. The Grail is the key to rebuilding it. Call me what you like, but you're here because I calculated every possibility and you're the strongest piece on the board. Work with me, and we both get what we want." Gilgamesh regarded him in silence for a long moment. Finally, he inclined his head with a faint smirk. "Then I shall indulge you. For now, prove your worth, Lex Luthor. Show me your word is more than empty speeches. Prove you are worth my presence." Lex returned the smirk. "Trust me, you won't be disappointed." The two men, both kings in their own ways, stood across from one another in perfect balance, ego against arrogance, intellect against authority. The light of the chamber dimmed as the conversation settled into a wary alliance, power circling intellect, like predators testing each other. Far from the cities and noise, Gotham's forests stirred with energy. The night air was broken by the sound of heavy steps, each one shaking the earth. Heracles, summoned as berserker, carried Ace on his shoulder as if she weighed nothing. His massive frame tore through branches, leaping across rivers with thunderous force. On his massive shoulder, Ace laughed, clutching tightly as he leapt across rivers and tore through brush with raw strength. "Faster! Come on, you can do better than that." Her small hands clutched at his broad shoulder, her eyes wide with thrill. Heracles' voice came rough, fragmented by his broken mind, but it was surprisingly gentle. "Protect, Ace, always smash, all threats." Ace leaned forward to look at him, her grin wide. "You're the best, Heracles. No one's ever carried me like this before. This is so much fun." Berserker grinned in response. He slowed down only when they reached a clearing, the moonlight spilling across the grass. Gently, almost delicately, he set her down on a rock. Despite the rage that clung to his form, his eyes softened when he looked at her. There was clarity there, a spark of gentleness untouched by madness. "Water," Ace wanted. Ace took out the water flask and filled it, then offered it first to Heracles. The giant drank the water in a single gulp and handed her back the flask gently. Ace smiled and refilled it, then sat relaxed on the atone, leaning against him. Ace grinned up at him, kicking her legs. "You're amazing, you know that, right? Big, scary, but you're actually the nicest." Heracles grunted and shook his head. "I done bad things." Ace touched his arm, smiling up at him. "You don't talk much, do you? That's okay. You don't need to, I get it. We both done bad things we didn't mean to, right? It doesn't matter anymore. You're my friend, and I'll be yours as long as I live." Heracles' massive hand reached out, resting carefully near her shoulder. "Friend," he echoed, the word heavy but warm. Her smile widened. "Yeah, friends, and don't worry, I'll look out for you too. I may not look like it, but I have powers too." She waved casually and beautiful white flower appeared on her hand. She offered it to Heracles happily. Heracles squinted his eyes and very carefully took the flower. "Thank you." He knelt slightly, lowering himself so that his massive frame no longer loomed but simply stood beside her. In that moment, despite the madness, he was something more: guardian, companion, and, to Ace, a true friend. The forest around them grew quiet, as if recognizing the bond formed in its heart. The sun had begun to climb over Istanbul, painting the streets with gold. In a small apartment, Connor Kent leaned forward on a worn sofa, his eyes wide with excitement. Across from him, Karna Lancer stood like a figure from a legend, his armor faintly gleaming through the morning light. Connor spoke quickly, words tumbling over one another. "So, what do you think of coffee? I mean, it's not exactly legendary or anything, but people here swear by it." Karna tilted his head slightly, listening as if every word mattered. His smile was faint but genuine. "I do not know coffee, but it sounds important to you." Connor chuckled nervously. "It's not important, really, just small things, you know. Even the sunrise, it's different in every city. You probably saw a lot of them, right? When you were alive, I mean, eating new food, even just walking around without being chased. I never got much of that." Karna listened without interruption. His face remained calm, but his eyes held warmth. He inclined his head slightly. "I have seen many sunrises. I am the son of the sun god after all. My days were filled with promises of battle, of duty. But hearing you speak of simple things as something to be enjoyed, it is refreshing." Connor grinned, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, well, I never got much time to just sit and enjoy. I was always training, always fighting in Cadmus. They didn't treat me like a regular guy. Feels good to just relax and talk, you know. Karna's voice softened, carrying a weight that was steady, not heavy. You carry more than you should at your age. Responsibility, expectation, struggle, I can see it in you. But even under that, you still smile. You still find joy. That is strength, Connor. Connor's voice dropped, eyes fixed on the ground. I was raised in a lab without these things. Maybe that's why it feels more real. To me, these simple things are interesting and new experiences to be cherished. I don't really have a purpose. I was raised to be a weapon. Most days, I just feel like I wasn't meant to exist. Karna stepped closer, resting the spear gently against his shoulder. Existence is not measured by the design of others. It is measured by what you choose to protect and how you endure. His tone was calm, reassuring, like an older brother steadying a younger one. If you wish for happiness, Connor, then I will stand with you until you find it. The boy looked up, surprised, then smiled, small but real. Thanks, I've never had anyone say that to me. Karna returned the smile. Then let me be the first. The words caught Connor off guard. His grin faltered, but only for a moment. He looked down at his hands. Thanks, Karna, you are truly kind. Guess I can only try, it's not easy. Karna stepped closer, his tone firm but kind. Then let me be your shield. Not only in battle, but in the burdens you carry. If I can stand beside you, then you need not bear them alone. Connor blinked, then gave a wide, genuine smile. You know, you sound like an older brother I never had. Karna returned the faintest smile. Then let me be that, if you will have me. The bond formed quietly, but it was real, built not on command, but on trust. The light of the broken city caught the edges of Karna's armor, turning into gold for a moment. They both sat in silence, enjoying the peace. Tokyo's neon lights glowed across the skyline, casting long shadows on the alleys below. Katana moved through the streets with her usual precision, the soul-taker sword strapped firmly to her back. Beside her, Shutendaji swayed with an almost playful grace, horns glinting under the city lights. The contrast between them couldn't be sharper. Katana's gaze swept the sidewalks, alert, calculating, already planning their route. Shuten, on the other hand, tilted her head toward every flashing sign and vending machine, as if the modern world was her personal playground. So bright and loud, colorful too. Shuten purred, eyes following a glowing billboard that flashed across the skyline. This age of yours is a banquet, little swordswoman. Wine that flows without end, food from boxes, men who spend fortunes to watch pictures move. It is delicious. Katana's voice was clipped. We're not here to enjoy. The Grail War is not a festival. I summoned you to fight, nothing more. Shuten laughed, soft and teasing. Ah, but that is why you interest me. So serious, so rigid, holding that blade as though it will save you from yourself. Don't scowl, master. Even killers need a drink now and then. They reached a travel agency, the lights inside dimming as the night staff prepared to close. Katana stepped in first, securing 2 plane tickets bound for Australia under a false name. She glanced at her companion, irritation flickering in her eyes. I know what your legend is, she said bluntly. A demon of wine, a devourer of men, you expect me to trust you. Shuten leaned close, her smile sharp but oddly warm. Trust? No, but I like you. You've got fire in your blood and ice in your voice. That mix makes me want to see what you'll do when the cracks finally show. And until then. She spread her arms wide, spinning once in the middle of the street. Let me taste what this world has to offer. Let me drink your sake, ride your machines, see your strange skies. In return, I'll fight. Isn't that enough? Katana's hand rested on Soul Taker's hilt, but she gave a short nod. You fight when I say, how I say, no more. Shuten licked her lips as if savoring the tension. Of course, little master, for now. The city lights reflected in her eyes, hungry and amused, while Katana's stare stayed hard and unwavering. In London, the rain came down in a steady sheet, pooling across cobblestones and glowing beneath street lamps. John Constantine tugged the collar of his trench coat tighter, cigarette smoke curling lazily from his lips. Walking beside him was Arjuna, his posture straight, movements deliberate, the bow on his back silent but imposing. Arjuna, calm and composed, studied Constantine with eyes that seemed to weigh more than the present moment. You are difficult to read. You carry many burdens, but you hide them behind smoke and words. Constantine exhaled a thin stream of smoke. I'm not the type to bare my soul to every spirit that comes knockin'. Name's John Constantine. You'll find I've got more bad habits than good qualities, but I get things done. Arjuna inclined his head, his tone even. You may cloak yourself in cynicism, but I sense purpose beneath it. I have walked among gods, seen men rise and fall. I will walk this path with you. You are walking like a bloody soldier, mate. Constantine muttered, hands stuffed into his pockets to shift the topic. Your back is straighter than a homophobe, face like you swallowed a bloody sermon. Loosen up, mate. You're in London, nobody's watching. And you don't gotta worry about getting cut by a mugger, heroic spirit and all that. Arjuna's reply was calm, but edged with disapproval. A warrior must hold discipline at all times. The body reflects the soul. To stagger in vice is to invite weakness. Constantine snorted. Vice keeps me alive. Drink, smoke, cards, women, demons, you name it, I've lived it. Still breathing, aren't I? Arjuna's gaze narrowed. Survival is not virtue. You cheapen the power you've been given. Constantine flicked ash onto the wet pavement. Virtue? You sound like you've got an arrow shoved right up your arse. Ever think about pulling it out? Arjuna stopped mid-step, frowning in silence. Constantine only grinned wider. The tension carried with them into a pub, the wooden signs swinging against the rain. Inside, the smell of stale beer and fried food hung in the air. Constantine ordered 2 pints before Arjuna could protest. I don't drink, Arjuna said flatly. You do tonight, Constantine replied, sliding the glass across. Think of it as training for the liver. For a long moment Arjuna stared at him, then sighed and raised the pint. The first sip brought no change, but the second loosened something in his shoulders. Constantine caught it instantly. See, not so bad. The world doesn't end if you let yourself enjoy a bit of rot. Their night didn't end quietly. A group of drunken men bumped into Arjuna, words exchanged, fists thrown. Constantine dove in head first, laughing even as a chair splintered across his back. Arjuna, at first unwilling, soon moved with precision, his strikes calculated but firm, breaking up the fight in moments. By the time the two staggered out into the street again, both were marked with bruises and cuts. Constantine lit another cigarette, chuckling. Not bad, mate. Didn't think you had it in you. Arjuna gave him a tired look, but there was a hint of humor in his voice. You are reckless, undisciplined, and yet, perhaps there is strength in the way you refuse to break. Constantine grinned, bruised lip pulling. I'll take that as a bloody compliment. Come on, let's get ready for Australia. Long trip ahead. And for the first time, Arjuna didn't argue. High above the clouds, the Vimana hummed like a living thing. Its golden hull cut through the air, ancient runes glowing faintly against the night. Cassie leaned over the railing, staring down at the city lights dwindling beneath them, while Achilles stretched with an eager grin. Edward stood at the console, hands resting casually on the controls, watching them both. Before takeoff, Diana had called Edward. Her voice carried that mix of concern and command that never quite left her. Cassie told me everything, she said through the line. She's involved in the Grail War, and you always in the middle of these things. I also want to come. Edward chuckled, leaning against the frame of the Vimana's cabin. Always so serious. You'd leave your duties behind just to babysit us. Diana frowned. This isn't a joke, father. Batman is a master as well. You know what that means. If Cassie is caught in the middle of this, she'll probably crush Batman accidentally. Edward's smirk deepened. She has more strength than you think. And besides, seeing Batman and Lex tear at each other in this war might be worth the trip alone. Don't worry, I'll keep her safe. Diana's eyes narrowed, but her voice softened. You'd better. Don't make me regret staying behind. Edward then teased her. My little girl is concerned about the grumpy bat. Do you have a crush on the emo kid now? Dee don't say stupid things, and he is dating Athena of all people, Diana shouted. Anyway, I'm hanging up, stupid father. The call ended there. Diana stayed, bound by her duties, while the Vimana roared to life and carried Edward, Cassie, and Achilles into the sky. Inside the ship, Cassie was still buzzing with energy. This is incredible. The view, the speed, it feels like we're on the edge of everything. Achilles smirked. It's good, but I've seen better. My chariot could outrun this thing. Wind at my back, wheels blazing, gods watching from above. Now that was a sight. Cassie rolled her eyes. Please, I can fly faster than your chariot. You'd be eating my dust before you got halfway across the ocean. Achilles laughed, leaning closer. Big words for someone still learning. Care to test that? Before Cassie could fire back, Edward's voice broke in from the helm. He had one hand on the controls, a faint grin playing across his lips. His fingers danced over the controls, eyes glinting with mischief. You guys want speed? I'll show you speed. The runes flared. The Vimana growled, then shot forward, tearing across the sky in a thunderclap. Clouds split apart, the stars smeared into streaks of light, and the ship became a blur above the ocean. Cassie and Achilles were thrown to the floor instantly, clutching their mouths, their faces pale. The world became a blur of speed and pressure before. In the span of seconds, they reappeared high above Australia. Edward only smirked and steadied the ship, bringing it into descent. Try not to get sick on the battlefield. We're almost there. The Vimana broke through the clouds, descending over Australia. The land below stretched wide, an open plain ringed with rock and the faint shimmer of wards set for the war. Edward guided the ship toward the chosen grounds, the hum of the engines echoing into the night. Cassie and Achilles groaned from the deck. Cassie clutched her stomach, face pale. Ugh, that was horrifying. Achilles staggered up, swaying, then burst into shaky laughter. Thrilling, absolutely thrilling. Cassie steadied herself and took a deep breath. Achilles rolled his shoulders, already eager for the fight ahead. Edward looked at them both, amused. Welcome to the grand stage. Now the real show begins. Capitulo 84. The Holy Grail War begins. The Vimana descended in silence, its golden frame humming as it touched down against the barren soil. Dust rippled outward from the ship, disturbed by the sudden force, before hanging heavy in the air. The shimmer of wards spread faintly across the horizon, cloaking the battlefield in a veil of magic that ordinary eyes would never notice. The land was wide and exposed. There were not many cities here, no crowds to bear witness, only the emptiness of earth and sky, chosen by mages as the stage for a war meant to stay hidden. The air itself felt weighted, thick with the pull of mana gathering from all corners of the world. Edward stepped out first, his boots pressing into the dry earth. His eyes scanned the expanse with calm precision, measuring every inch of open ground and every shadow of potential approach. Behind him, Cassie staggered onto the plateau, brushing her hair from her face. She still looked pale from the flight, her balance unsteady after Edward's reckless burst of speed. Achilles followed last, rolling his shoulders as if limbering for a race, a grin tugging at his mouth despite the rough landing. Cassie looked around, squinting against the sun. Where are the other guys, Dad? Can you sense them? Edward exhaled through his nose, the corner of his mouth twitching. Honey, you're a master now, and I'm the overseer of this war. You can't ask me for help. You're on your own. Cassie puffed her cheeks, arms crossing in frustration. Oh, come on, just a hint. Edward chuckled softly, reaching out to pat her head. Sorry, dear, the war is supposed to be fair. Take care of yourself and don't break stuff. His voice sharpened slightly as his gaze shifted to Achilles. Remember what I said. He gestured with a sharp chop of his hand. Achilles' grin faltered. He shifted slightly, one hand unconsciously moving to cover his crotch as if shielding himself. Yes, sir. I won't let her get hurt or do something reckless. Edward's stern gaze softened into satisfaction. Good. He turned away, his figure lifting from the ground as he rose into the air. He flew toward the city on the horizon, a sprawling construct of stone and steel that shimmered faintly under the weight of enchantments. Valhalla, the city built by mages for the Grail Wars. Its towers were a strange hybrid of modern glass and medieval fortifications, a deliberately artificial creation. The city existed for one purpose only: to host the masters and their servants in battle, ensuring the war could unfold in a controlled arena without threatening the outside world. People who lived there were very few. Edward's eyes narrowed as he approached. His voice shifted, dropping into the quiet stillness of thought. Since I'm the ruler of this war and should hide my actual identity, might as well use your ruler. From deep within his soul, a low chuckle answered. About damn time. I've been bored out of my mind in here. Edward's lips thinned. Remember, we're here to observe and judge, not to kill. The laughter came sharp, edged with mischief. Yeah, Mr. Nice Guy, no ripping off heads. Edward took a slow breath, his voice hardened. Equip, ruler. The air split with a sudden gust, the force sweeping across the land. The bright Australian sky dimmed, sunlight swallowed as shadows stretched unnaturally. Within moments, the world itself seemed to shift. The sky turned black as night, and a crimson moon bled across the heavens. The phenomenon stretched across the continent, pulling the eyes of every living soul. In cities, on farms, along highways, people froze where they stood, staring at the impossible moon above them. Panic spread in shouts and screams, confusion erupting in every corner of the country. But as suddenly as it came, the illusion vanished. The moon blinked out, replaced by the bright, cloudless sun. Memory fog rolled across the minds of all who had seen it, their recollections slipping like water through fingers. Within seconds, it was gone, reduced to nothing more than a vague unease they couldn't place. Far from prying eyes, Edward stood alone. His form had changed. Blonde hair and blue eyes were gone, replaced by long black hair that brushed against his shoulders and eyes of burning red, concealed behind round sunglasses. A long crimson coat draped his frame, his hat tilted low. His very presence exuded weight, dread and oppression pressed against the world, demanding recognition. Yet his manner remained calm, almost gentlemanly, a contradiction that masked the predator underneath. The ruler-class servant he possessed was Alucard of Helsing. But this Alucard was not the one of legends bound to duty. This was something darker, something that had consumed his world until nothing remained, only to rediscover silence, and in it, a strange kind of peace. Edward let the memories slide through him. He muttered under his breath, "What a mess!" His voice carried no pride, no amusement, just quiet resignation. He adjusted his coat and began to walk toward the city. Elsewhere, other masters and servants were arriving, drawn to Valhalla by the same call. At an airstrip outside the city, a sleek private jet descended. From its ramp stepped Bruce Wayne, his movements precise and measured, every step calculated. Beside him walked Saber, Arthur Pendragon, his posture erect, his bearing unmistakably regal. The knight's eyes swept across the land with the quiet discipline of a commander surveying the battlefield. Bruce's gaze lingered on the horizon, his jaw tight. Neither spoke. Words weren't necessary. Both already understood the gravity of where they stood. Far above, another vessel tore through the clouds. A golden ship, ornate and radiant, hovered effortlessly as if the sky itself bent to its presence. Gilgamesh stood on its deck, arms folded, his golden armor gleaming under the sun. Lex Luthor stood beside him, eyes narrowing as he studied the city below. His expression was already calculating. He had chosen their base before they even landed, an immense stone castle at the city's heart, perfectly situated for defense and surveillance. Gilgamesh said nothing, his silence carrying the same weight as thunder before a storm. Across the sea, Ace and Heracles traveled less elegantly. Ace had bent reality with her powers, arranging for them to board a mundane flight bound for Australia. She sat comfortably in the seat, chattering excitedly, legs swinging as if this were nothing more than a trip abroad. Heracles sat beside her, his massive frame awkwardly crammed into the human-sized seat. His words came haltingly, fragments of thought breaking through the haze of madness. Yet when Ace laughed, he laughed too, his voice rough but warm. The other passengers never remembered they were there. Connor and Karna's arrival was rougher still. Hidden away aboard a cargo ship, they endured the cramped, stifling journey in silence. Connor stretched the moment his boots hit the dock, inhaling sharply, his eyes wide as he took in the open expanse. Finally, he muttered, unable to hide his excitement. Karna stood tall beside him, silent but vigilant, his golden armor faintly shimmering as his eyes scanned the horizon for danger. Katana and Shutendaji slipped through the city quietly, stepping off a late-night flight. Katana's hand rested against her sword, her gaze sharp as she swept their surroundings. Shuten moved with far less concern, her smile mischievous as she eyed every flicker of neon and shadow with equal delight. Constantine and Arjuna disembarked from another flight not far away. Constantine shoved his hands deep into the pockets of his trench coat, cigarette dangling from his lip. Arjuna walked a step behind, his posture straight, every movement deliberate. They argued in low voices as they moved through the terminal, drawing no attention yet unable to mask their sharp contrast. Within the city, the masters began to claim their bases. Constantine found an abandoned house on the edge of a quiet district. Its walls were cracked, windows shattered, but with a wave of his hand and a few muttered words, it became livable. Arjuna inspected the place with silent disapproval. "This wastes my skill," he said flatly. Constantine only smirked and poured himself a drink. Katana and Shutin discovered a sprawling manor styled like an old European castle. Its stone walls and shadowed halls made Katana wary, but Shutin's grin only widened as she skipped through its corridors, delighted by the echoes. In contrast, Lex Luthor's castle became a fortress within hours. His resources secured it, Gilgamesh's presence made it untouchable, and soon its towers shone with golden light. The city of Valhalla stirred with new life. Built by mages, it contained every luxury of human civilization: towers of glass, markets, theaters, even homes. Yet its population was an illusion. The humans who once lived here had been moved by memory manipulation, sent away until the war concluded. In their place, golems and machines maintained the city, filling the streets with a quiet hum of activity. For now, there was no fighting, but the air grew heavy with anticipation. The masters and their servants had arrived. The stage was set. The Grail War was about to begin. The artificial city built by the mages was silent under the blanket of night. Neon streetlights flickered, casting pools of light across empty streets. The air was heavy with prana, humming like static, signaling that servants were near. Magic under the surface tightened like a held breath. The wards outlining the arena thrummed. The city's golems paused in their work as if waiting for something. Lex and Batman chose to observe tonight. They stood apart on a high vantage points where they could see the city. Lex's posture calculating, Batman's quiet and watchful. Batman had finished briefing the Justice League about his latest update. Cyborg was monitoring the area with his tech as satelites couldn't penetrate the magical barrier. They would be ready to intervene within moments. Constantine strolled lazily down a rain-slicked street, coat collar high and cigarette glowing like a single ember. He didn't expect a show of top-tier servants on the opening night. Arjuna walked at his side, calm and steady, every step measured. His golden bow rested lightly on his back, but his eyes stayed sharp. "You look like someone constipated, mate. Lighten up." "It's just the opening night," Constantine cracked a joke. Arjuna did not laugh. He only inhaled softly and shook his head. Suddenly his eyes widened as he sensed a strong aura nearby. Arjuna stopped, then spoke to Constantine in a low voice. "It'd be best if you left here, master. I sense a familiar presence. I don't think he'd be happy to see me. If we fight here in your language, you'd be fucked up." Constantine rolled his eyes. "What, mate? You got a jealous ex or something? I have been through hell. Nothing will scare me." Arjuna shook his head once slow. "It's my brother, the strongest one." Constantine spat out his cigarette. "Oh, fuck me and my bloody fucking luck." Nearby, Karna also paused while walking beside Connor. He flinched at the change in his companion's stance. "What's wrong, Karna?" Connor asked with worry. Karna's smile was quieter than usual, polite and old-shaded. "It seems my brother was also summoned to this war." Connor's face tried on optimism and failed. "Well, isn't that good?" he said, slightly hesitant. Karna's hand rested on his spear. "He was the one who killed me," he said cleanly. "Though I hold no grudges, we chose our separate paths and made peace with it." His voice had the steadiness of someone used to ending sentences on final chords. Connor went quiet, then said, "Do as you wish, I'll support you." The boy's tone was nervous but determined. Meanwhile, Constantine was trying to convince Arjuna to carpet bomb the city and be done with it, while Arjuna ignored him. Before Constantine could fire back, footsteps echoed from the opposite side of the street. Two figures stepped into view. Connor Kent, shoulders squared, his stance tense but eager. Beside him, Karna, his silver armor gleaming faintly under the streetlights, golden earrings catching the glow. His spear rested in his hand, quiet, patient, but his expression softened when he saw the one ahead. Arjuna's fingers found his bow string like a reflex. Karna's grip tightened on the spear shaft. "Brother," Arjuna said, voice steady, though his fingers flexed slightly near his bowstring. "Never thought we would face each other in battle once again." Karna smiled faintly. Fate works in strange ways, but this time no gods stand between us. No curses, no deception, only our choices. Arjuna's jaw tightened. Even so, the result will be the same. Karna chuckled softly, without malice. "Perhaps, but I welcome it." The two brothers stood facing one another, tension thick in the air. Constantine, ever the opportunist, flicked ash onto the ground. "Right, so this is a family reunion. Lovely. Hey, kid," he looked at Connor. "You don't belong in this mess. Walk away while you can. I'll even buy you a pint." Connor stepped forward, fists clenched, defiant. "I'm not old enough to drink, and I should be saying that to you, old man. Surrender before you get hurt. I am stronger than I look." Constantine sighed, lighting another cigarette, and watched them circle like a pleased spectator. "Kids these days have no bloody respect," he muttered with annoyance. "But I don't feel like hurting a kid tonight." Arjuna's bow appeared in his hands with a flash of divine light, strung with energy that hummed with restrained destruction. His eyes locked on Karna's. Karna spun his spear once, its edge glinting gold. His calm never wavered. Then the silence shattered. Arjuna loosed an arrow, a streak of blinding energy tearing through the night. Karna's spear flashed, deflecting it with a ringing clash of metal against light. Sparks scattered across the street like fireworks. The two leapt into motion. Arjuna fired rapidly, each arrow like a star falling from the heavens. Karna danced between them, spear flowing in perfect arcs, parrying, spinning, deflecting. The ground cracked beneath their movements, each strike heavier than mortal weapons could bear. Constantine ducked behind a half-collapsed wall, cigarette still in his mouth. Bloody hell, they're gonna level the street before the bar even closes. Connor's eyes widened as he watched Karna fight with composed grace. But his fists tightened when he saw Arjuna summon a massive arrow of divine flame. "Master," Karna called calmly without looking. "Stay back, this is between us." Connor growled, "Like hell, I'm not letting you fight alone." Constantine fired a few magical blasts and spoke, "Pills." Connor lost his balance and slipped. He tried get up. Constantine casually muttered, "NIARTSER." Connor's limbs were magically bound by something invisible. He struggled to break free. Constantine spoke with nonchalance, "You are strong, kid." Then he smirked, "But I'm John Constantine." Meanwhile, the battle between brothers continued. Arjuna loosed a few flaming arrows. Karna met it head-on. He muttered softly, "Oh, Agni." His spear burst forth with radiant flames. The clash lit the night in a thunderous explosion, shockwaves ripping across the street and shattering windows. Both brothers slid back, heels digging trenches in the cracked asphalt. Arjuna had few cuts while Karna was almost unscathed. Arjuna's voice was firm but quieter now. "You should never have been born. Your existence only brought chaos. Fate cursed us both, but I do not enjoy this. Why stand in my way again?" Karna lifted his spear, eyes calm but heavy. "Because I lived my life on my terms. I died from treachery, so my karma was wiped clean. And now I will live my second the same way. I have someone to protect now. If we must fight again, then so be it." Capitulo 85, The Clash of Desires. Not far off from the clash between two brothers, the forest around Valhalla rustled. Heracles stomped forward, massive and wild, his stone sword dragging against the dirt. On his shoulder sat Ace, small hands gripping his hair for balance, eyes scanning the tree line. "Hey Herc, do you hear that?" Ace moved her ears and tried to listen to the approaching sound. Heracles tensed up. "Enemies, fight." She leaned forward and pointed. "There, someone's coming our way." A blur crashed through the forest ahead. Cassie landed in a crouch, dirt spraying beneath her boots, a grin on her face. Achilles followed, spear spinning casually in his hand, eyes bright with excitement. "See, Ryder, I told you there's someone here," she snapped, scanning the trees. Then she saw them. Ace and Heracles, and the words left her mouth clipped and immediate. Why is a little girl here? I thought the masters were supposed to be expert mages and stuff. Achilles' grin widened. What a strong guy. And that stone sword is huge. It almost looks like Heracles from the stories I heard as a child. Ace's face tightened into a small frown. Are you also a master? I suggest you surrender before Berserker crushes you too. Achilles caught the bait and stepped forward, twirling his spear with the easy arrogance of a man bred for war. Surrender isn't in my blood, little miss. I'm itching for a fight. Cassie cracked her knuckles, eyes narrowing. Give up, little girl. You are alone by yourself while Ryder takes on Berserker. I don't want to hit a kid, but I will if you make me. Don't try to test my patience. Ace's smile never left her face. She waved a hand once, simple as that. The trees stopped being trees. The trunks bent and crawled into shapes that were almost beasts. Roots tore like teeth, branches lashed. Vines thickened and braided themselves into barriers. Stones merged and turned into giant golems. Who said I was alone? Ace smirked. Cassie whistled out a surprised, impressed note. That's a neat trick. Are you a wizard or something, kid? She asked curiously. Ace's smile faltered. My childhood was anything but magical. You would never understand. Cassie drew a sleek and curved sword from her waist. You're strong, kid, she said, watching the landscape twitch and warp to Ace's will. But, her voice hardened, I'm pretty strong too. She moved with a practiced snap, producing a strangely shaped blade almost too bright for the dim night. Pretty sweet, right? I nicked it from Dad when he wasn't paying attention. It's called Harp, the legendary blade of Perseus. Ace gave an offhanded shrug. It's useless unless you can come close and cut me with it, she replied. Cassie snapped to flight, harp brandished. Achilles moved like a shadow of combat, spear arcing down the line. Heracles' face was stone cold. Under the fog of madness enhancement, his speech came in short, simple bursts. Protect, friend, Ace, safe, he said. He hefted a stone blade, stepped forward, and the ground answered his footfall. Achilles' first charge was thunderous. He slammed into a line of tree-like constructs, each strike shattering them. Heracles observed, then rushed toward him. When the process turned to swarms, roots lashing out, trying to ensnare, Achilles' speed showed. He darted between attacks, spearing a corrupted trunk and twisting, bringing it down with a long, practiced cut timed for minimal motion. Cassie moved with a dancer's precision, harp cutting at vines, severing tendrils before they could wrap. Ace laughed, high and bright, and fed the land another trick. Rocks peeled from the soil and became small, armored figures with jagged edges. They attacked with crude swings, but their cuts were deep. Cassie ducked, barely, a sliver of stone nicking her shoulder. Blood bloomed quick and red on pale skin. Achilles charged, spear pointing, and slammed into a stone golem. The impact sent tremors across the field. But Heracles moved to intercept, arm like a boulder, and their weapons met with a sound that sent out a shockwave. The giant's rage translated into force. He slammed onto Achilles, sending the rider skidding back across a scattering of pebbles. Achilles recovered, grin fractured by the force of the blow, eyes bright with the joy of it. Finally, he breathed, someone who can make me go all out. Cassie took advantage of the moment, flying and slashing harp across the base of a root that had encased Ace. The blade bit, flames of some old myth licking vines, the tendril withered. Ace's expression flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected the harp to cut through her constructs so cleanly. For the first time, her guard faltered. Cassie, breathing heavily, glared. You think your magic can win everything? She lunged, harp singing, and for a razor second the weapon flashed cold and true at Ace. The little girl twisted, reality buckled, the blade passing through where her shoulder should be, but finding nothing. Cassie stumbled, face pale with the shock of almost slicing what was not there. Ace clapped slowly, delighted. Close, she said. Try again. Meanwhile, Achilles fought like a storm. His spear spun in dazzling circles, striking with speed and precision. Heracles met him blow for blow, each swing of his sword a quake, each roar shaking the air. Not bad, Achilles shouted, laughing even as sweat streaked his face. But I'm faster. Heracles bellowed, eyes blazing with madness. Protect! Ace! His next swing nearly split the ground in half, forcing Achilles back. Achilles skid to a stop, panting, then smirked. "Ha, haven't had this much fun in years." Cassie darted past the clash, charging at Ace again. Her blade sang through the air. "Surrender, kid, I mean it." Ace lifted a hand, and vines lashed upward, blocking the strike. Cassie sliced through them, but more replaced them instantly. Ace's smile widened. "You'll have to do better." Cassie's eyes narrowed. "Gladly." She kicked off the ground, blade flashing in rapid arcs, cutting vines left and right. Cassie, meanwhile, slashed through the last wall of vines, finally leaping close to Ace. Her blade was poised at the girl's throat. "Game over, kid." But Ace only smiled and whispered, "No." Heracles' roar shook the forest. In an instant, he was there, intercepting Cassie's strike with his massive hand, crushing the blade in his grip. He ignored the spear that was stabbed in his body, leaving Achilles, who lost his weapon, stunned for a moment. Cassie's eyes widened. What the F? The giant backhanded her, sending her flying across the clearing, crashing into a boulder with a sickening crack. "Cassie!" Achilles roared and leaped back to her side. She groaned, pushing herself up, blood on her lip but eyes still burning. "I'm fine," she spat, gripping the shattered hilt of her weapon. "But that bastard's mine." Achilles tightened his grip on his spear, eyes blazing as he stared at Heracles. "Then, let's finish this together." Ace, perched again on Heracles' shoulder, smiled with chilling calm. "Try if you dare." Cassie breathed hard but smiled, sparks of blood in the corner of her mouth as harp hummed faintly with old power. Achilles, shaking out the stiffness, laughed. "This is proper fun," he managed between gasps, unashamed to be thrilled. Katana watched from the rim of the trees, Soul Taker across her lap, with Shutendaji beside her with a half-empty bottle of sake. Katana's voice was flat and patient. "We can't fight them head-on," she said. "They will tire themselves out. We wait, then we strike." Shuten rolled her head like a cat and hiccuped. "That's no fun." She dipped her hand into the sake and offered Katana a slow, mocking bow. "But perhaps later. For now, let them play." Katana's jaw stayed tight. "Later," she agreed, "but we control when later happens." Two figures stood apart on the open ground, separated by 50 paces of empty earth. Arjuna raised his bow, its frame glowing with a soft golden light. His eyes were calm but sharp with focus. His stance held no wasted motion. "Brother, it seems fate binds us again." Karna shifted his spear from shoulder to hand, the weapon's crimson point catching the moonlight. His expression was steady, his tone composed. "Fate has always drawn us back to this, but here no gods will tip the scales, only us." The space between them vibrated with tension. Connor swallowed hard, standing a few paces behind Karna. His palms were damp. He could feel the heat radiating from both men even at this distance, the air thick with prana. "Karna, this is really happening." Karna did not look back. "Yes, stand firm." On the other side, Constantine flicked ash from his cigarette, eyes narrowed under the brim of his coat. "You too sure this is necessary? Could save us all a headache and have a pint instead." Neither brother responded. Arjuna's bowstring drew taut, glowing brighter. "I won't hold back." Karna angled his spear, his stance shifting. "Nor will I." The battle broke. An arrow screamed through the darkness, faster than Connor could track. Karna's spear flashed, intercepting it mid-flight with a clean metallic clang. Sparks burst outward, scattering across the ground. Another arrow came instantly after, then another, Arjuna's arms ablur. Each shot carried deadly precision, each one angled for a kill. Karna advanced a step, then another, blocking with the rhythm of a warrior who had lived and died by his weapon. The spear spun and struck, meeting each arrow in midair. The sound of steel colliding with energy filled the plain like thunder. One arrow slipped past, detonating against the ground behind Karna in a blast of heat. Connor threw his arms up as dirt, and flame erupted around him. "Bloody hell," Constantine swore, stumbling back as his coat singed at the hem. "You two are gonna flatten half the bloody continent at this rate." Neither servant so much as glanced his way. Arjuna pivoted, sliding across the ground with supernatural speed, loosing 3 arrows in quick succession. Each blazed with energy, streaking like comets. Karna's spear swept wide, the shaft cracking against the first, redirecting it harmlessly skyward. He ducked under the second, letting it slice past his shoulder. The third he caught with a precise jab, the spear's point shattering it into sparks. Dust swirled around his feet as he pushed forward, closing the distance. Arjuna stepped back, his bow shifting smoothly, the next arrow already drawn. Karna lunged, spear thrust like a bolt of lightning. Arjuna twisted, the spear grazing his arm as he fired point-blank. The arrow burst against Karna's armor, sparks and light scattering. Connor gasped, "Karna." The servant didn't falter. He pushed the attack, spear striking again, each blow sharp, efficient, aimed to force Arjuna back. The ground cracked with every step. Arjuna deflected with his bow, the weapon striking like steel, arrows loosed between movements. Sparks lit the night where spear met bowstring, where arrow clashed against armor. The battlefield became a storm, light and steel, speed and precision. Neither yielded an inch. One arrow finally slipped through, slicing across Karna's shoulder. The wound was shallow, but blood marked his armor. Karna steadied unfazed, his lips curved faintly, sharp as always. Arjuna's face was unreadable, and unyielding as ever. For a moment, both lowered their weapons slightly, breaths visible in the cool night air. Connor's voice cracked the silence. "That's enough, right? You've proven your point. No one has to die tonight." Constantine took a drag, muttering, "Kids got more sense than the pair of you combined." Karna's eyes never left his brother. "This is only a measure. Tonight, nothing more." Arjuna nodded, lowering his bow. "Another time, the Grail won't allow this to rest." The pressure that had held the plane captive lifted, the air easing as if released from a vice. Karna lowered his spear fully, turning his head just enough to glance at Connor. "We walk away intact. Be grateful for that." Connor exhaled shakily, nodding. "Right." Constantine flicked his cigarette into the dirt, grinding it out with his heel. "You lot are gonna give me ulcers before this war's over." The brothers said nothing more. Their eyes met one final time, acknowledgement, not peace, and then they turned, each retreating with their master into the night. The clash had ended without death, but the plain still bore the scars, burned craters, shattered earth, and the lingering weight of two legends testing one another. The war had only just begun. The battles tore across the Australian night, each clash a storm of steel, power, and fury. Yet high above the ruined district, a separate tension brewed. Lex Luthor stood on a rooftop balcony overlooking the fighting, his fists clenched on the railing. His scowl deepened with every passing second, his jaw tight enough to crack a tooth. Gilgamesh, in his golden armor, leaned against the stone parapet beside him, watching with detached amusement. His crimson eyes flicked to Lex, noting the human's rage. "What got you so worked up, Luthor?" His voice was calm, curious, but edged with contempt. Lex's lips curled back in a sneer. He spat his words out like venom. "Those two kids down there, I created them, my facility, my project. I raised them, trained them, made them weapons. And how did they repay me? They escaped. They destroyed one of my facilities before vanishing into the world." His voice trembled between fury and obsession. "I have been looking for them ever since." Gilgamesh squinted, his tone dripping disdain. "How disgusting. Instead of becoming strong yourself, you've wasted your existence raising tools. But you forgot the truth, human. Tools always fail. The only thing you can rely on is the hand that wields them. Yours." The words hit like a lash. Lex stiffened, but then exhaled, his shoulders lowering slightly. He paused and for once spoke without arrogance, only cold resolve. "You are right, Castor. I am just a weak human born without gifts, but I've built something despite that. My intellect is unmatched. My vision is unmatched." He adjusted his tie, his voice growing steadier. "I don't experiment on myself because I never gamble. I take no risks. I perfect things first. I am creating the flawless sequence, genes, powers, skills, all combined into one vessel. When it is complete, I will claim it. Strength greater than the strongest heroes. None will stand in my way. Then I will fulfill my dream." Gilgamesh chuckled lowly, shaking his head. His red eyes glowed faint in the dark. Dreams disappear the moment the dreamer awakes. Every last one, without exception. Lex's hand tightened against the railing, but he said nothing more. Far away in the shadows of the Batcave, Another man was watching the same battle through encrypted feeds. Bruce Wayne's face was lit by the pale blue glow of monitors as he scrolled through data at impossible speed. His cowl lay discarded on the table, but his jaw was just as tight as Lex's. He dug deeper into the global database, peeling back government seals and Cadmus firewalls with precision only he could manage. His fingers paused when two files opened side by side. Ace, Connor. He read line by line, his eyes narrowing. Orphans, taken, trained, raised in captivity as experiments of Cadmus, conditioned into soldiers, escaped. Bruce's hand hovered over the keys, frozen. He kept reading, Ace's body breaking down after escape, unstable due to the very powers Cadmus forced into her. Connor surviving only because his hybrid body adapted better. Bruce leaned back in his chair, gaze drifting away from the screen for a moment. His fists clenched. If I hadn't had Alfred, if my parents hadn't been wealthy, if I'd been taken as a boy, would I have become them? Another weapon, another Ra's al Ghul. The thought twisted in his chest. He inhaled slowly, then exhaled, forcing the calm back into place. He had no luxury for sentiment. "They're just kids," he muttered, then quieter, "and I'll make sure they walk away from this alive." His eyes slid back to the data. Lex Luthor's sudden travel to Australia coinciding with Castor's presence. Connections lined up neatly. Bruce didn't need proof, his instincts were enough. Lex was Castor's master. His gaze fell again on Ace's profile. He lingered there, the orphan girl's face staring back at him from the grainy Cadmus file photo. He shut his eyes, then he straightened, resolve hardening. End this war, keep the kids alive. That's the mission. Edward stood apart from all of them, his long coat stirring faintly in the breeze atop a skyscraper. His red shades reflected the chaos below. Unlike the others, his scowl was not anger but regret. He watched Ace's ferocity, Connor's unease, Cassie's stubborn fire, Achilles' restraint. Children thrown into bloodshed. Tools, weapons, pawns. He sighed softly. This war never changes. He thought back, further than any of them could imagine. This dying timeline had been born twisted. Edward knew what it should have been, what he had already altered. Darkseid should have conquered Earth during his first invasion. The Justice League was never meant to exist here. Bruce was supposed to die in the Himalayas. Superman's ship should have landed in Metropolis, where the government would dissect him in secret. Diana would never have left the Messira. Steve Trevor was a sleeper Nazi spy here, meant to die and push her into declaring war. Hal Jordan should have been shot down by federal agents before wielding his ring. Flash should have drowned in tragedies, collapsing under them. Cyborg was fated to become Darkseid's herald, a slave of the Mother Box. Edward had broken all of it, pulled threads, saved lives, forced changes. Now the timeline limped forward different but unstable. He did not know if he had made it better, only different. He lowered his head, speaking to no one. If I keep interfering, I'll make things worse. His gaze cut back down at the battlefield as the night waned. The eastern horizon faintly burned with the earliest hints of dawn. Edward whispered, "Time to call it a night." He stepped from the skyscraper. His boots touched ground without a sound. Cassie was mid-motion, fist cocked back when her eyes lit up. "Edward." But the man's glare snapped to her instantly, silencing her before the name escaped. His look was sharp, fatherly, commanding. She froze, lips pressed shut. Ace shifted defensively, her arms raising. She eyed the tall man in crimson coat and dark shades. Two heavy pistols gleamed at his waist. Even in night's darkness, his presence was unmistakable, an abyss wrapped in human form. Her voice was cautious, low. "Are you on her side?" Edward's rasping voice answered, deep and certain. "I am ruler, overseer of this war. Dawn approaches. This battle ends here. All combatants will rest." He stepped forward, unhurried, the weight of countless voices echoing faint behind him. "Anyone who defies this, I will deal with personally." The words hung heavy. Ace narrowed her eyes. Something primal told her not to test him. He was danger beyond comprehension. The whispers she sensed from him were not lies of fear, they were truths, countless truths. She exhaled, lowering her guard. "Fine, come berserker, we're done here." Her eyes cut to Cassie one last time, cold and sharp. "Next time you won't be so lucky." Cassie snapped back instantly, defiant fire in her eyes. "Next time, I'll suplex the shit out of you, kid." But Edward's head turned slightly. His stern, fatherly stare cut her off mid-rant. Cassie flinched, shrinking back slightly, mumbling under her breath. Edward said nothing more. He turned, walking into the shadows until the night itself seemed to swallow him whole. Ace clicked her tongue, frustrated. She gave Cassie one final glare, then vanished into the darkness with Berserker at her side. Cassie let out a long groan. "Us, every damn time." She rubbed her neck, muttering. Ryder floated beside her, shaking his head. Together, they turned to leave. Not far away, Batman rose from his crouch on a rooftop. His cape swayed faintly as he turned his back on the battlefield. He returned to his hidden base, footsteps echoing in the silence until he stood before Saber. Arthur waited, arms crossed, calm and composed. "How did the recon go?" Saber asked. Bruce didn't meet his eyes. He peeled off his cowl, setting it down as he spoke. "I got what I needed. We can move forward now. Castor and his master are a priority. Assassin too. I've deduced several of the servants' identities already." Arthur smiled faintly, his voice warm. "As expected, you are a great detective." Bruce shook his head, eyes shadowed. "This war will be more problematic than I predicted." The monitors flickered around them, data scrolling, maps updating, threats multiplying. The Holy Grail War was only beginning. Capitulo 86, the bonds between them. The sun broke slowly over the horizon, bleeding light across the battered Australian district. The night's destruction was left raw in its glow. Cracked streets, uprooted trees, broken glass littering the pavement. Smoke drifted in thin wisps where buildings had burned, and the air still carried the echo of clashing noble phantasms. The Grail War's first true night of battle was over. Cassie trudged along the edge of the ruined block, rubbing her shoulder. Every step felt heavier than the last. She glanced up at Ryder, who floated just above the ground, his cloak rippling faintly as if ignoring the exhaustion of the night. "That was a mess," Cassie muttered. Her voice cracked between frustration and fatigue. "She nearly got me. If Dad hadn't stepped in, I don't know if I might have ended up hurting a child." She stopped herself, jaw tightening. Ryder gave her a side glance. His tone was calm and measured. "You did well. Berserker is not an opponent you can defeat with raw strength while holding back. You learned how she moves. That knowledge will matter more than a single victory." Cassie groaned. "I wanted to beat her into the ground, not just learn her moves." She kicked at a piece of rubble. Ryder actually smiled faintly at that. "That attitude reminds me of my younger self, always forward, always reckless. But listen, Cassie, survival is victory in this war. Every night you live, every battle you endure makes you stronger." Cassie frowned, but the words settled in her chest. She glanced at him again. "Thanks, Ryder." He nodded once, then drifted alongside her toward the small safe house they'd set up before the fighting began. Across the city, Ace sat on the roof of a half-collapsed warehouse, legs pulled up to her chest. Berserker crouched nearby, his massive form looming like a shadow that refused to leave. Her hands were trembling. She stared at them, frustrated. "They weren't supposed to fight that hard," she muttered. Her voice was sharp, angry, but underneath it was something more fragile. "I thought we'd crush them, just like Cadmus trained us for." Berserker rumbled, not with words but with presence. The aura of his power wrapped around her, protective and steady. Ace took a long breath, pushing her hair out of her face. "No, we can still win. We'll win. They won't look down on us again." Her fists clenched tighter. The faint instability in her body made her skin prickle, and she grimaced, ignoring it. "Next time, I'll make them take me seriously." Berserker tilted his head, silent, but his loyalty never wavered. Elsewhere, Connor sat on a stone bench outside a dim motel, his head lowered, sweat still running down his neck. The fight between Karna and Arjuna still replayed in his head, arrows like lightning, spears like sunfare. He'd been caught between two legends, powerless to stop it. Constantine leaned against the wall nearby, cigarette hanging from his lips, watching the kid carefully. "Not your fault, mate. You're green, too green. Anyone would shake, watching gods chuck fire at each other." Connor didn't look up. "But I'm his master. I should be stronger." His voice was quiet, not just standing there useless. Karna stepped forward then, his golden armor fading back into spiritual form. His expression was calm, composed. You were not useless. You stayed. You did not run. His tone carried weight. For a master, that is enough. Strength will come later. Connor blinked at him, surprised by the words. Constantine smirked, flicking his cigarette into the street. Listen to the man. He's been around, more than I can say for you or me. Karna's gaze lingered on Arjuna's fading presence across the battlefield. His voice dropped, almost to himself. The Grail brings us together, only to pit us against each other again. There will be no peace for brothers. Connor finally lifted his head, hesitating. But you still fight. Karna's eyes were steady. It is what I am. I do not run from fate. The boy fell silent. Constantine stretched, shaking his head. Bloody Grail war. No one comes out happy. Bruce stripped off his armor and tossed it onto the platform. He sat heavily in the chair, eyes on the screens replaying the night's battles from his hidden drones. Saber approached, his cloak trailing behind him. Arthur's voice was calm but edged with curiosity. You look troubled. Bruce didn't answer immediately. His eyes were locked on Ace's face frozen on one of the monitors. Finally, he spoke. She's just a kid, an orphan. They used her like a weapon. Arthur folded his arms. The Grail War does not forgive youth. You know this. I know, Bruce admitted. His voice was quiet but firm. But I'm not going to let her end up like me, or worse. Arthur tilted his head, studying him. Your compassion will make you hesitate. That can be fatal. Bruce finally turned to him, his eyes sharp. It's not compassion, it's strategy. If I can keep those kids alive, I can end this war with fewer bodies. That's the goal. Arthur gave a faint smile. Then I will follow your lead, detective. But remember, even kings know that sometimes mercy must be wielded as a blade. Bruce leaned back, hands steepled. He didn't respond, but the words sank in. At the same time, in his penthouse suite overlooking the city, Lex poured himself a glass of wine. His movements were precise, calm, but the fury under his skin had not faded. Gilgamesh lounged in a chair nearby, his golden armor now absent, replaced by simple robes. He sipped from his own cup with amusement. You hide your anger well, Gilgamesh remarked, but it burns still. Lex set his glass down sharply, the sound echoing. They think they've escaped me, but they're wrong. Ace, Connor, they'll crawl back eventually. Their powers will consume them and then... He stopped himself, smirking thinly. No, I don't need them. I'll build better. Perfect. They'll be nothing but reminders of failed experiments. Gilgamesh chuckled darkly. Your arrogance will destroy you, human, and yet... He leaned back, eyes gleaming. I find it entertaining. Lex ignored the jab. He stared out at the rising sun, the city beneath him. In his mind, the war wasn't about servants or masters. It was about proving himself greater than gods. Edward stood alone on a rooftop as dawn painted the sky in shades of red and gold. His coat fluttered faintly in the wind. He watched each side retreat, regroup, nurse wounds and doubts. None of them noticed the faint ripple in the air around him, the weight of countless voices murmuring in the void he carried. He whispered to himself, his tone quiet, heavy. Pieces are moving, but the board's already broken. His hand rested briefly on one of the pistols at his side. For a long moment, he simply stood in silence, the light of dawn reflecting off his shades. Then, with a final glance at the city below, he turned and disappeared into the shadows. The first night of the Holy Grail War was over. But the seeds it planted, resentment, fear, determination, would only grow sharper with each sunrise. None of them rested easily. The sun hung higher now, steady and bright, as the city of Valhalla shifted into daylight quiet. The chaos of the night before had left scars, scorched ground, broken concrete, air heavy with the faint taste of smoke and steel. But now, under the warmth of morning, the war paused. For a moment, it felt almost like peace. Ace sat cross-legged on a stack of crates in the warehouse they had claimed. Her jacket was folded beside her, and she wore a black and white tank top that had club symbol from cards. Berserker stood by the window, his massive frame nearly filling it. His stone weapon leaned against the wall, silent for once. Ace was quiet, staring down at her hands. They trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the familiar current that always ran through her body. A reminder of what Cadmus had done. Berserker, she said finally, her voice low. Do you ever think I'm just broken? The giant turned, his expression unreadable. His voice rumbled out, heavy and slow. Not broken, strong. Ace let out a sharp breath, half a laugh, half frustration. Strong, huh? Cadmus didn't make me strong, they made me unstable. A bomb waiting to go off. You weren't there, but... Her voice trailed off. She closed her eyes. The memories came whether she wanted them to or not. White walls, restraints biting into her wrists, the sound of humming machines. She remembered needles, cold metal sliding into skin, and scientists staring through glass like she wasn't even human. They used to tell me I wasn't a person, just an experiment, Project Ace. She swallowed hard. Every time I slipped, every time I lost control, they said it proved them right, that I wasn't human. Berserker moved closer, each step deliberate. He crouched low so his huge frame wouldn't tower as much. You are human. Ace blinked at him. You fight, you feel human. For a while, Ace didn't speak. Her eyes stung, but she blinked hard and forced it back down. She gave him a weak smirk. You're better at pep talks than Lex, that's for sure. He fell silent and stared with an almost expression. Ace nudged him with her feet. What? Berserker turned his head, his heavy gaze meeting hers. Worry. Ace gave a short laugh, though there was no humor in it. What could a guy like you possibly have to think about? He didn't answer right away. His silence wasn't empty, it had weight, like every word he chose took effort to shape. Finally, he rumbled, you. Ace's smirk faltered. She looked away quickly. Don't waste your time. I'm a mess, Berserker, always have been. I guess Lex and Waller called it right. A broken weapon is useless. The words spilled before she could stop them. She pressed her palms against her knees, remembering the cold sting of restraints against her skin, the sterile smell of Cadmus labs, the sound of doors locking. The way scientists whispered numbers and designations instead of her name. Ace, not broken, Heracles grunted. Ace stared at him, caught off guard. Broken, weapon, not care, Berserker continued. His words were slow, deliberate, but each one struck with the force of truth. You care that, strength. Her chest tightened. She blinked hard, fighting the burn in her eyes. Strength, huh? Feels more like weakness most days. Berserker's lips twitched in something close to a smile. Then, weak, too. That earned a small, shaky laugh from her. She reached out, pressing her fingers lightly against the back of his massive hand. Guess we're both screwed up then. Berserker's lips twitched in something that might have been a smile. He reached out, careful, and rested one giant hand near her shoulder without pressing down. A silent reassurance. For the first time, she didn't feel the weight of Cadmus pressing down on her. For the first time, she felt seen. Far from the warehouse, Connor walked with Karna along a cracked stretch of road where weeds pushed through broken asphalt. Morning air clung cool to the skin, carrying the faint smell of salt from the sea. The Golden Warrior seemed almost out of place under the ordinary daylight, armor gleaming faintly even when subdued. They had chosen this path to avoid eyes, a road lined with half-abandoned houses and empty cafes. Connor had his hands shoved deep in his jacket pockets, head tilted down. You know, I keep thinking about last night, about Arjuna, the way you two fought. His voice trailed off. He clenched his jaw. I didn't do anything, I just stood there. Karna walked silently beside him, steps measured, until he finally said, You did not run. Connor gave a dry laugh. Yeah, you said that before. But it doesn't change the fact that you were out there taking hits meant to kill, and I couldn't lift a finger to help. They stopped. Karna turned to him, his gaze steady. Do you know why I fight Master? Connor frowned. Because of the Grail. Karna shook his head. His expression softened, faint but real. Because it was the path carved for me before I could choose. My life was bound to war, my death as well, but you are different. You choose to remain true to yourself. That choice has weight. Connor looked away, words stuck in his throat. He remembered white walls, the mirror in Cadmus Labs, the day they told him who he was. Not Clark Kent, not Superman. Just a copy stitched together from pieces of DNA. A project meant to replace a man who didn't want him. They said I wasn't real, Connor whispered. Just a stand-in, someone else's shadow. No matter what I do, I keep thinking maybe they were right. Karna stepped closer, his golden armor faintly catching the sun. A shadow does not struggle. A shadow does not doubt. You feel the weight of your choices. That makes you more than what they tried to write into your blood. Connor froze. The words hit deeper than he expected. He swallowed hard. You really believe that? Karna nodded once firmly. Connor's shoulders eased, tension breaking just enough to let a small smile through. Thanks, partner. Karna gave a faint smile of his own. Always. They started walking again, side by side. Connor finally didn't feel like he was walking alone. As the others rested, Katana lay against the tatami mat in the manner she had chosen with Shuten Doji. The Oni was curled up nearby, half-empty sake bottle in hand, snoring softly. Katana closed her eyes. Sleep came quickly, but it did not bring peace. She stood in a garden. The sky above was warm, clear, the kind of evening where the air itself feels kind. A familiar garden, one that belonged to her home years ago. The smell of cherry blossoms carried on the wind. Tatsu, a voice called. Her heart clenched. She turned. There he was, her husband Maceo, standing in the path. His smile was exactly as she remembered. Soft, kind, the kind of smile that could ease every burden. She stepped forward before she realized it. Maceo. He reached out, taking her hands in his. They were warm, steady. You've carried the sword too long, he said gently. You don't need to fight forever. Her eyes blurred. She tried to speak, but the words caught. I can't stop, not until. He touched her cheek, silencing her. I know, you're stronger than anyone I know, but even strength deserves rest. The blossoms swirled around them, petals brushing her hair, her face. For a moment, it felt like she had gone back, like the years of blood and loss had never happened. She clung to him, her voice breaking. I miss you every day. I know, he whispered back. His form began to blur, fading into light. But don't let the past chain you. Live, Tatsu, even if I cannot. She reached out desperately as he faded. Please don't go again. But the garden was empty. Only the petals remained, falling into silence. Katana's eyes snapped open, tears wet on her face. Shuten Doji stirred, mumbling in her sleep, then settled again. Katana wiped her face quickly, sitting up. The weight of the sword at her side felt heavier than ever. She whispered into the still air. I'll carry you, but I'll try to live too. Her voice was steady, but the ache in her chest did not fade. Morning came again, slow and quiet. Each master and servant carried the night's scars differently, some with newfound resolve, others with buried pain. But for all of them, the Grail War was only beginning. And the bonds formed now would decide how far they could go. Valhalla City changed when the sun went down. By day it looked like any sprawling metropolis, glass towers, wide streets, neon bleeding across polished billboards. But at night, when the sky darkened and the lamps sputtered to life, it revealed itself for what it truly was, a stage. Streets emptied, alleys deepened, and silence wrapped itself around the city like a cloak. It was made for battles, and everyone who walked its streets after dusk understood that. The first night had drawn bloodlines, tested weapons, and laid bare grudges older than the city itself. The second night promised escalation. Batman stood on the roof of a half-built skyscraper overlooking the river. The unfinished steel beams groaned under the wind. He scanned the cityscape, every movement methodical, his mind piecing together information gathered the night before. Saber stood a few paces behind, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his blade. You're restless, Saber observed. Bruce's eyes didn't leave the skyline. There's too much I don't know. Identity of caster and assassin. Caster's a danger with Luther pulling the strings. And Katana, he paused, his jaw tightening. She doesn't belong in this. You've seen the look in her eyes, Saber said evenly. She made her choice, as did you. I don't accept that, Batman replied, his voice sharp. People like us, we don't get to walk away, but she still can. So what are you waiting for? Saber asked softly. I'm listening, Bruce answered. His voice was calm, but his body was coiled with focus. To what? The city, Batman said, his eyes narrowed. It's too quiet tonight, that means they're moving. He didn't need to wait long. A shadow flickered below, precise and deliberate. He knew the shape immediately. Katana stepped out from the darkness at street level, her blade glinting faintly in the light. Bruce dropped from the beams, landing without a sound. Saber remained above, watching. "Katana," Bruce said as he straightened, cape falling around him. Her eyes were hard, her stance sharp. "Batman." "You don't have to do this," he told her. "You've lived enough battles. This war isn't yours to fight." Her grip on Soul Taker tightened. "It is exactly mine to fight. The Grail demands blood, and I will give it." "There's always a choice," Bruce pressed. His tone sharpened, but there was weight behind it, something close to pleading. "Killing isn't the way." "You still cling to that illusion," Katana said coldly. "I've seen what happens when you hold back. The only mercy in war is ending it quickly." Her blade came up in a swift arc. Bruce moved with it, parrying with his gauntlet, the steel screeching as sparks scattered across the pavement. "Then I'll stop you without killing," he said. Katana's eyes narrowed. "Try." They clashed. Her strikes were fast, disciplined, honed by years of training. Bruce countered with precision, using his armor and cape to redirect, disarm, delay. She pressed harder, each swing meant to break his defense. He gave ground, never striking to kill, only to disable. Above, Saber's head turned suddenly. His eyes narrowed as the air shifted. "Assassin," he murmured. From the shadows of the unfinished skyscraper, movement darted fast, quicker than human eyes could track. A figure cloaked in darkness lunged, twin blades glinting with poison's sheen. Saber's blade was already moving. Excalibur sang as it cut through the air, meeting the twin daggers with a ringing clash. Sparks exploded, light and shadow fighting for control. "So you choose to face me directly," Saber said evenly. His stance was calm, balanced. Assassin's reply came like a whisper, a voice without weight. "Not directly, never directly." The figure blurred, vanishing into the dark. Saber shifted, sword angled low, senses sharp. Every sound carried weight, the creak of steel, the hum of the wind, the whisper of feet on metal. Assassin struck from behind, blade slicing for Saber's neck. Excalibur turned just in time, steel on steel again, sparks scattering. "You won't find me so easily broken," Saber said, pushing Assassin back. Assassin melted into the shadows once more. The rooftop became a battlefield of absence, Saber's eyes scanning for the faintest flicker of movement. The duel began not in strength, but in patience, steel against silence. In the old quarter, Constantine muttered to himself as he lit another cigarette. "Should have stayed in bloody London. Cheaper booze, fewer demigods trying to get me killed." He felt them before he saw them, footsteps, strong and fast. He spun just in time to see Cassie, her fists glowing faintly with divine spark, rushing him head-on. Achilles followed a heartbeat later, his spear angled with lethal precision. "Found my punching bag," Cassie grinned. "Oh, piss off," Constantine spat, stumbling back. He flicked his cigarette, muttered a sharp incantation under his breath, and a wall of flame burst up between them. Cassie punched straight through it, fire scattering in waves. Constantine yelped and dove sideways as her fist cratered the street where he'd stood. "Bloody kids," he cursed. "No respect for a man's smoke break." Achilles' spear came next, whistling through the air, forcing Constantine to roll behind a half-collapsed wall. "You can't run forever, mage," Achilles called, his voice steady and sure. "Wasn't planning on running," Constantine shouted back. He lit another sigil in the dirt with trembling fingers. His magic flared weak but sharp, binding the ground with runes. Cassie jumped over the wall, fist cocked back. Constantine gritted his teeth and triggered the sigil. Chains of fire lashed up from the earth, coiling around her midair. For a second, she was caught. Then she ripped them apart with a snarl. Constantine's face paled. "Ah, bollocks." Achilles was already there, spear driving forward. Constantine barely raised a warding circle in time, the impact cracked it like glass. He stumbled back, swearing, "Next time, John, pick a bloody easier war." On the city's southern edge, Ace walked with Berserker along a wide boulevard that led out toward the docks. The streets here were lined with empty towers, windows dark, every sound echoing louder than it should. She kicked at the pavement, trying to mask the tension in her chest. Berserker walked beside her like a silent wall, his heavy steps steady, the club strapped to his back. For a moment, Ace almost felt calm, but then a voice cut down from above. "Well," it said, dripping with condescension, "Good to see you're still alive, Ace. It's time to come home." Her whole body went rigid. Lex Luthor hovered above them, immaculate in his battle suit, its thrusters humming softly. Beside him, arms crossed and golden eyes narrowed, floated Castor, Gilgamesh himself. Ace's breath hitched. The sight of Lex froze her blood. Every memory came flooding back, the cold rooms, the endless drills, his voice telling her she was property. Her hands trembled and her thoughts spiraled with anger, sadness, and a sick pull of hesitation. Berserker stepped forward, massive and immovable. His hand lowered gently onto her head, grounding her. His voice rumbled with simple finality. "I protect, Ace." Gilgamesh snorted, uncrossing his arms. "Pathetic, a broken doll clinging to a beast. And you," his golden eyes fixed on Berserker, "dare to raise your weapon against me, you'll be buried under my swords." Golden portals shimmered into existence behind him, blades and spears glinting within. Ace's fists clenched, her breath ragged. She could feel Lex's gaze on her like chains. Part of her wanted to crumble. Part of her wanted to scream, but Berserker's steady presence held her still. Lex raised a hand, signaling, "Subdue her, don't kill her, she's still useful." Gilgamesh smiled thinly. "It will be entertaining." The first volley of weapons screamed from the portals, streaking toward Ace and Berserker like falling stars. Berserker roared, stepping in front of her, his club rising with thunderous force. Steel met steel in a storm of sparks. The ground shook with the impact. Ace's fear burned into fury, her eyes locked on Lex. "I'm not your tool anymore." Lex only smirked. "You'll remember your place soon enough." Capitulo 87, Shadows Beneath the Light. The neon lights of Valhalla City flickered against the night sky, their glow distorted by the sheer magical energy that filled the air. On the wide boulevard, rubble from earlier skirmishes still lay scattered across cracked pavement. The silence of the street broke as golden light erupted high above, flooding the darkness with a brilliance so arrogant it felt suffocating. Lex Luthor stood atop the Vimana, clad in his battle armor, surveying the scene like a king over conquered land. His expression was calm, but carried the smirk of someone who believed victory was already secured. Beside him, lounging with all the casualness of a man who owned the heavens, Gilgamesh reclined on his golden throne. One arm draped lazily over the rest, eyes half-lidded but sharp, his presence made it clear who dominated this battlefield. "Castor, if you will do the honors," Lex spoke smugly. "It doesn't leave a good taste in my mouth," Gilgamesh said, his tone smooth, every syllable dripping with disdain. "But consider it your misfortune to cross paths with me." He didn't even raise his voice. The words carried regardless, echoing down the ruined street toward Ace and Heracles. A single flick of his finger followed. The sky tore open with golden light as the gate of Babylon bloomed into existence. Hundreds, then thousands of portals unfurled like petals of light across the night. Each one brimmed with weapons, swords, spears, axes, shields, ancient relics that pulsed with their own magic. Ace's breath caught. Her eyes widened at the sheer immensity of it. It wasn't an army, it was a storm. Heracles, standing in front of her, growled deep in his chest. The massive stone sword clenched in his hand looked small against the endless tide of divine weapons. His red eyes burned with primal focus as he rumbled, "Protect, Ace." Ace's hand shot forward, desperate. "Wait, Berserker." But he was already moving, charging forward with unstoppable momentum as the first volley screamed down. The weapons rained like a storm of meteors, blazing arcs of light tearing through the night sky. Heracles swung his blade in a wide arc, smashing aside spears and shields, his body absorbing impacts that would have leveled city blocks. Steel and stone clashed with deafening thunder, sparks raining down in waves. "Berserker," Ace shouted, fists clenched, her power already building. But her eyes flicked upward, locking on Lex. If Heracles could handle the weapons, she had to deal with the one giving orders. She focused, calling on her ability, trying to seize his thoughts, twist his will. Nothing happened. Her mind pressed against a wall that didn't budge. She tried harder, pouring more of herself into it, yet Lex remained untouched, smirking down at her. He raised his left hand slowly, showing off the ring that glowed with unnatural energy. "Surprised?" he taunted. "That little trick of yours doesn't work anymore. Thanks to my new partner, I've got my hands on tools that, let's say, level the field. Magic really is convenient. The ring pulsed. Ace screamed, clutching her head as a sharp, invasive frequency tore through her senses. The resonance bent her own powers inward, distorting them until they lashed back at her. It felt like her very mind was splitting apart. Heracles bellowed in fury, his massive body shaking as blades embedded into his chest and shoulders, piercing his flesh. Blood spattered, but he didn't falter. He surged upward with another leap, weapons tearing through his side and robbing him of one of his lives. Pain meant nothing. His purpose was clear. "Protect, Ace," he roared, leaping toward the golden throne. Gilgamesh sighed as though inconvenienced. "Unfortunately, I can't allow you to harm that man. I can, however, grant you a swift death." With a single motion, the king extended his hand. From one of the gates emerged glowing chains, living, writhing, divine. They snapped outward like serpents. "Enkidu," he said softly, as if invoking the name of an old friend. The chains shot downward, glowing with divine power. Heracles swung his blade, smashing aside several, but they twisted and coiled back, binding tighter with every motion. They wrapped around his legs, his arms, his torso, their weight unnatural and suffocating. He thrashed, muscles bulging, veins straining, but the chains were alive, adjusting with every surge. Bound, Berserker was yanked upward, suspended in the air. From the gates, another storm of weapons screamed forth. They pierced him from every angle, spears through his arms, swords into his chest, axes splitting skin and bone. Explosions rocked the boulevard as treasures detonated on impact, engulfing Heracles in fire and smoke. His roar shook the city, but it was drowned beneath the cascade of destruction. "No," Ace screamed, staggering forward, her vision blurred by tears. She threw her hand out, her command seal burning red against her skin. "By this seal, return to my side." But the chains held. Enkidu pulsed with golden light, its nature divine, specifically made to bind those of greater strength. The command seal's magic sparked, but could not break through. Ace's chest heaved. She coughed, blood flecking her lips. Her powers, though distorted, surged again. She raised her trembling hand, fingers curling into a grasping motion. Her nails dug into her palm as if holding something unseen. Gilgamesh leaned forward slightly, curious now. His golden eyes narrowed. The chains quivered. Ace's fingers clenched tighter, and the invisible pressure forced the divine bindings to groan. Cracks of golden light splintered across their length, as though some greater hand was trying to rip them apart. "How interesting," Gilgamesh said, his voice no longer dismissive but intrigued. "Never before has anyone overpowered Enkidu's hold. No wonder Lex covets you. If you surrender without a fuss, I may even grant you life. Perhaps I'll spare the brute as well." Ace's voice shook, but her resolve didn't. Go back to that lab." Her scream ripped through the night as power exploded from her. The chains twisted violently, straining against both her force and Heracles' primal strength. Berserker roared with renewed fury, muscles bursting with energy as he pulled with all his might. With a shattering crack, the bindings broke. Heracles dropped heavily to the ground, still riddled with wounds but far from defeated. 7 lives burned within him still, his aura blazing red. Lex's composure cracked for a moment. "Castor, stop wasting time and deal with them. This shouldn't be difficult." Gilgamesh didn't move from his throne. His gaze slid to Lex with a glare sharp enough to silence him. "Do not presume to command me. We are allies only for mutual benefit. Your petty obsessions do not bind me." Lex's jaw clenched, but he swallowed the retort. His tone softened, forced into civility. "Of course, but if those matters interfere with our victory, surely that demands your attention." Gilgamesh exhaled through his nose. "Very well." He turned his eyes back to Ace and Heracles. His tone was calm, even regal. "By my order, ready the arrows. Use my treasures to show them the power that guarded Uruk. My resolve shall flood the earth. Melamu Dingir." Behind him, the air rippled. A massive golden wall unfurled, stretching high and wide. Embedded across its surface were countless magical cannons, each glowing with immense energy. Their barrels rotated, locking onto Ace and Berserker. The glow built until the street itself vibrated with the hum of charging power. Ace stared at Heracles, her breath ragged but her eyes steady. "Berserker, with all 3 of my command seals, I order you." The marks burned away on her hand, flaring brilliantly before vanishing entirely. Her voice rose with conviction. "Defeat all enemies, stay with me, and protect me forever." Heracles froze. Then his entire body lit with a red aura, a primal surge of command seal energy wrapping him like fire. His roar thundered through the boulevard, glass shattering across the block. His muscles swelled, veins glowing, as his stone sword pulsed with brutal power. The cannons fired in unison. A storm of beams brighter than daylight ripped down, each strike strong enough to obliterate city blocks. Heracles met them head-on. His sword swung upward, shattering through the first volley with sheer force. The clash detonated with a blast so strong the air rippled like water. The boulevard shook. Lex leaned forward, anticipation burning in his eyes. Gilgamesh's gaze remained sharp but calm, as though studying. Ace shielded her face from the light, her heart hammering in her chest. The real clash had begun. The boulevard had become a cratered battlefield, its towers half-collapsed under the weight of divine treasures and explosions. Firelight painted the night in red and gold. Rubble still fell from shattered windows, and the air stank of ozone and burning steel. Gilgamesh no longer lounged. He rose from his throne, golden armor materializing around him in radiant plates that shimmered with divinity. His crimson eyes fixed on his opponents with cold, aristocratic disdain. "Very well," he said, voice carrying like a decree. "You have earned the honor of seeing me fight in earnest." The gate of Babylon roared behind him, thousands of portals widening until the sky itself gleamed like a tapestry of light. The storm of weapons hung suspended, waiting for the will of their master. Heracles bellowed, charging forward once more. His massive stone sword swung with earth-splitting force, cleaving through the rain of weapons. Each impact tore shockwaves through the boulevard, pavement cracking under his feet. His skin was already torn, wounds glowing faintly as more of his divine lives slipped away. Ace staggered behind him, her body racked with strain. She pressed her hand outward, reality itself bending in her grasp. Buildings twisted, the air shivered, the ground rippled like water. Her voice cracked, but her eyes blazed. "Stay away from him." Gilgamesh's expression didn't change. "Shah Nakba Imuru." The world shuddered. A faint golden aura enveloped him, a subtle distortion that spread like a dome around himself and Lex. Every warp of reality Ace forced unraveled the moment it touched the barrier, nullified as if swallowed into nothingness. She gasped, her knees buckling as backlash tore through her body. Blood leaked from her nose and ears, her frame trembling as though the very act of standing upright was rebellion against her limits. Lex chuckled, unbothered behind the protection. "Marvelous, isn't it? No matter what trick you use, Gilgamesh has already accounted for it. Every possibility, every outcome, it's all within his reach. And once your servant is down, you're mine." Heracles roared again, his voice drowning Lex's gloating. He broke through another volley of spears, his sword shattering weapons like brittle glass. But Gilgamesh didn't flinch. He raised a hand. The storm descended. Treasures fell in coordinated waves, a symphony of destruction guided by absolute mastery. Each strike was aimed not randomly, but with surgical precision, slicing tendons, striking joints, embedding into weak points Heracles couldn't block. One blade pierced his chest, a spear skewered his leg, an axe cleaved into his shoulder. Heracles dropped to one knee, blood spraying from wounds too severe even for him. His body convulsed as another life was burned away in light, the injuries closing only to be replaced by fresh ones. Lex's eyes gleamed. Yes, take him down. With her protector gone, she'll have no choice but to obey. Ace screamed, reaching her trembling hand toward Heracles. "No, stop, please." Her reality warping flared again, but the golden aura of Shah Nakba Imuru crushed it flat. The strain ripped through her, skin cracking with glowing fissures, bones groaning as if her body itself was rejecting her existence. Heracles staggered upright despite it all. Another volley came, and another life vanished in a burst of light. 7 became 6, 6 became 5. Every step forward cost him a life. Every roar shook the boulevard, defying inevitability. Gilgamesh's lips curled slightly. How pitiful, to struggle so fiercely when the outcome is set. Yet, there is valor in this futility. The gate roared again, unleashing a spiraling rain of swords that buried themselves in Heracles' torso. He tore through them, but blood poured freely, his chest riddled with holes. 4. A chain lashed from the gate, binding his arm, dragging him sideways. He ripped it free with sheer strength, the links snapping like brittle wire. 3. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed faintly. Persistent mongrel. Another wave of treasures detonated around Heracles in simultaneous explosions, the street consumed in fire. His silhouette emerged from the blaze, staggering but unbowed. 2. He charged again, his roar shaking the heavens. Ace sobbed, powerless to stop what she saw. Every pulse of her power only fractured her body further, her frame splitting under the strain of forcing reality to bend. Yet she refused to stop, refused to let him fight alone. Gilgamesh's voice rang out, calm and final. Fall, Heracles. The largest volley yet rained down, hundreds of treasures converging at once. Heracles swung his sword in a defiant arc, smashing dozens aside, but too many pierced his body. Light flared, his final life before one burned away. 1. He dropped to a knee, blood painting the shattered pavement. Weapons jutted from his body like the spines of a beast brought low. Lex's grin widened. Perfect, finish it now, Castor, I'll handle the girl. Gilgamesh didn't answer him. His crimson gaze lingered on Heracles, measured, appraising. Even now you stand, foolish, yet admirable. Perhaps there is some worth in you after all. Heracles' chest heaved. His vision blurred, yet one thought burned in his fractured mind. Protect Ace. Lex descended from the Vimana, armored boots striking the ground. He advanced toward Ace, raising his hand. It's over. You're mine again. Don't resist, and this won't have to hurt more than it already does. Ace's trembling body straightened. Her skin cracked further, glowing lines spreading like molten fractures, but her eyes locked on him with raw hatred. I'll never go back. The air distorted violently around her. Buildings warped inward, the boulevard rippling like liquid. Energy flared, tearing through the fabric of space itself. Lex faltered, eyes widening. What the? Her body was coming apart from within, but her will drove it beyond reason. If I'm going to die, I'll take you with me. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. His treasures flared brighter, suppressing much of her distortion, but even it groaned under the pressure. So, she chooses self-obliteration. How? Defiant, almost reminds me of myself. Ace's scream tore through the night. The ground split beneath her feet, arcs of distorted energy ripping skyward. Then Heracles moved again. His body, pierced and broken, surged with one last burst of primal strength. The divine chains that had begun binding him again snapped apart under his sheer will. His sword dropped from his hands as he staggered toward her, each step shaking the rubble beneath him. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed. What? How can he break free from Enkidu again? He then smiled. How amusing for a mindless beast. Very well, I shall allow it. Heracles reached Ace and collapsed to one knee. His massive frame hunched, his bloodied hand reaching for her. Lex cursed, stepping back instinctively. He looked at Gilgamesh accusingly. Gilgamesh merely shrugged. I recognize his efforts. I shall allow his final act. Heracles' hand touched her shoulder, glowing faintly. His remaining life force surged, pouring into her with raw divinity. His voice was rough, broken, but carried clarity beyond madness. I protect Ace. His body shimmered with light, dissolving into motes as his final life was gifted away to Ace. His sanity, restored in the last breath, gave him peace. His other arm wrapped around her weakly, pulling her into an embrace. Ace's eyes widened, tears spilling down her cracked cheeks as she felt the vitality returning to her body. No, don't. Please don't leave me. You're the only one who ever cared. You are my only friend. Heracles' faint smile softened his brutal features. He leaned closer, his voice a whisper carried only to her. Live, on, Ace, friend. She looked up, her vision blurred. His massive face, usually twisted by fury, now carried the faintest of smiles. No, I can't, not without you. Her nails dug into his skin, desperate to hold him there. You promised, you said you'd protect me forever. Forever ends here, Heracles said, his breath fading. But not my will. His hand ruffled her hair, slow, tender, before his form dissolved into motes of golden light. One by one, his fingers slipped away, his chest faded, until only a single flicker of light remained in her arms. It flew up, scattering into the night sky. His arms, once unyielding, slipped away, leaving only warmth fading from her skin. Ace's scream tore through the battlefield, raw and broken. She clutched at the fading motes as though trying to hold them together, but the light slipped away, vanishing into the night sky. She collapsed to the ground, hollow, her hands stained with blood that wasn't her own. Above her, Gilgamesh folded his arms, regarding the scene with distant curiosity. Lex, however, smiled with pure triumph, eyes fixed on the broken girl. The battle was over. Her protector was gone. Lex's polished shoes clicked against the fractured concrete as he stepped down from the Vimana. His expression was carved in smug triumph, his gaze fixed on the broken girl before him. Ace remained on her knees, head bowed, her hands still trembling where Heracles had vanished. Her eyes were empty, her breaths shallow. The battlefield that had shaken under the roars of Berserker now felt hollow in his absence. Lex's voice cut through the silence like a blade. I win. Each step brought him closer, the confidence of inevitability in his stride. He raised his hand, the ring glinting faintly in the moonlight. Ace did not move. Then a violent gust split the air. Whoosh! A golden spear slammed into the ground between them, the earth cracking under the impact. The air quivered with divine energy, forcing Lex to halt mid-step. His eyes narrowed. From above, a young figure descended, black hair catching the faint glow of the ruined city. His boots hit the ground with a resounding thud that echoed across the ruined street. He stood tall between Lex and Ace, shoulders squared with defiance. Lex Luthor, the boy said, voice steady, though his fists were clenched. You're even more despicable than I thought. I feel disgusted knowing your DNA aided in my birth. His gaze hardened, and a spark of something long suppressed flared in his eyes. I will stop you before you hurt more people. He turned, and for the first time since Heracles' fall, Ace felt a hand extend toward her. His smile was small but warm. Hey, you're safe now. Her cracked lips parted, her voice hoarse, fragile. Who are you? Before he could answer, Lex's fury exploded. His voice thundered across the field. Superboy, are you done running? He spat the name like venom. His hand gestured sharply toward Ace. Just because you've summoned a heroic familiar, you think you can defy me? Pathetic. Both of my disobedient tools have come together, it seems. Connor's jaw tightened. His heart hammered against his ribs, but his voice came out firm, steady despite the storm inside. I won't let you keep hurting others. Not her, not anyone, even if I have to take you out myself. Beside him, golden light shimmered into form. Karna, the son of the sun, stood tall, his armor gleaming like dawn against the battlefield's ruin. His calm eyes swept from Lex to Gilgamesh before settling on Connor. Well said, Karna murmured. His voice carried quiet pride. Take the girl, Connor. Leave, I'll take care of this. Gilgamesh stirred, the faintest smirk curling on his lips. He rested his chin on his hand, golden eyes flashing with interest. Another strong mongrel. How amusing. He stood, golden portals flaring wider behind him. This night keeps getting better. Capitulo 88, the ruler of blood. Connor planted his feet and refused to step back. The rubble under his boots bit at his ankles. Concrete, twisted rebar, scorched asphalt painted a grim picture, but he didn't move. The cratered block still smoked from the earlier clash. Heracles' absence didn't erase the destruction the battle brought. Ace sat at the center, small and hollow, and Connor couldn't leave her. I'll stay back and deal with that guy. You can take care of the servant. He spoke resolutely to Karna. Karna's face softened into a half-smile. He nodded once, though the motion carried a question, not of loyalty but of prudence. He understood the boy's stubbornness. He did not pretend it was always wise. Connor stood rigid, every nerve screaming as Lex's cold gaze bored into him. The man who had engineered his existence now watched him like a technician appraising a used tool. You were made to be my weapon against him, Lex said icily. A weapon perfected. You will come back to heal. I'll remind you of what you are. Connor's jaw tightened. He felt the old anger rise, the lab lights, the drills, Sarah's face as she shoved him out of a window and told him to run. He held Lex's stare and answered simply. "No," Connor shot back, his fists tightened. "I know what I am, and I choose what I do, not you." Lex's lip curled at the defiance. He lifted the ring on his finger. A thin, high-frequency pulse raced from it and rubbed the air like a knife. Ace folded on the ground, hands clamped over her ears, like a small animal shrinking from thunder. Connor did not hesitate. He stepped forward and put himself between the wave and the girl. "Stay behind me," he muttered to Ace. Lex's eyes narrowed. He had expected obedience or panic. Neither would do tonight. "So that's how it is. You side with the defective tool over your creator." Connor's voice came hard. "I side with people who aren't monsters." The words landed hard enough to make Lex's expression twitch. For all his control, he was not used to being called a monster to his face. A hand from his pocket produced a green chunk of rock, cradled in a device that glowed ominously. Connor's chest went cold when he saw it. Kryptonite. The word left his mouth like a curse. He took a breath and refused to look away. Lex smiled like a man who'd always expected obedience. "Then you'll be dismantled with her. I can make a better one next time, an obedient one." Below them, drones dropped from the Vimana, spiraling down on silent rotors. They spread like a net, arc welders, energy canisters, mini cannons swiveling and primed. Connor braced. Karna sighed, a small sound. He nodded. Whether he thought it wise or not, he accepted Connor's will. The Golden Warrior's attention shifted outward. He could have insisted, pulled Connor back and smashed Lex's drones without argument. Instead, he offered a calm, measured option that carried the dignity of someone who had accepted similar choices long ago. Karna raised his spear calmly. His presence radiated unwavering composure, an anchor in the chaos. At the same time, Gilgamesh rose and the gate of Babylon roared. Gilgamesh's amusement cut the quiet. He was lounging as if at a festival, the gate of Babylon yawning wide behind him like a city's gate. "You stand boldly, son of sun," Gilgamesh said. "Few mongrels ever do in my presence. Yet you know what awaits, my treasury eclipses all creation. Even your flames can't do much against the infinite." Karna's reply was even simple. "Treasures alone do not decide victory. The warrior holding the weapon does. I'll take you on as is my pride as a Kshatriya." "Then you will die trying." Gilgamesh clicked his tongue and the air changed. The gate of Babylon roared. Portals unspooled across the sky, each one a slit into a different age. Weapons poured out, not falling but choosing trajectories, glancing and darting like composed predators. The first volley pitched outward with ruthless precision. Karna reacted as if he had trained for nothing else his life. He spun the spear with a motion that was both art and method. Golden flame warped the metal. "Oh, Agni, burn them," he muttered softly. A blazing fire pit erupted around him. Each weapon that struck that field melted and collapsed in a hiss. He stepped forward with each parry, burning foot by disciplined foot into the rain of treasures. "Excellent, melt them well. I'll use your divine flames for reforging. My treasury is infinite." The line fell from Gilgamesh as though sharing an afterthought. Even his amusement carried arrogance. Unending waves came, twice as many, 3 times. The sky filled with shining forms, so many they seemed the night. Karna's face did not change. He moved through the storm, spear flashing, each strike rout and answer, not so much defense as containment. He advanced. He closed distance. He sought the soul of the enemy's command, not merely their weapons. "You waste your effort," Gilgamesh said with cool amusement. "I do not run out of treasures." "And I do not stop." Karna's voice was a blade cutting the space between them. While the heavens rained gold, Lex deployed his machines. A cluster of drones split from the Vimana and spread in quick, efficient arcs toward Connor and Ace. They were not toys. They were instruments, welders, plasma cutters, energy projectors, designed to break muscle and disconnect wiring. Connor moved like something already practiced in survival. He dashed forward on instinct, each step cracking the pavement beneath him. The first drone loomed to flank. Connor met it with a launching punch and slammed it into the ground. The machine crumpled under his force. He barked like he had to, a rope of command for Ace. Stay close, he said, urgent. Ace muttered barely, okay. Lex watched from above with clinical satisfaction. Still new, still sloppy, you think brute strength makes you a hero. Connor wiped a smear of blood from his cheek and answered with the simplest defiance he had left. It makes me someone who can stop you. Lex sneered, knave child. He tapped the ring again, the pulse that followed bit at the skull like tinnitus tuned to civic collapse. Ace screamed and collapsed, her body convulsed under the wave. Connor spun, panic slicing his face. Ace. That second was all Lex needed. He unveiled a small device and produced a glowing green rock from a box. The sight of it folded Connor's insides into ice. Kryptonite. Lex grinned as he grabbed the kryptonite in his armored hand and punched Connor with the force of a meteor. Boom! Connor crashed into the ground, tasting metal and bracing against the sickening thud, but he did not falter. He spat out some blood and rose again. Ace watched it with a confused look. Losing her friend, then about to die, then suddenly getting saved by a boy her age who had suffered a somewhat similar fate under the same man. Her mind was in disarray, trying to figure out what to do. The drones reformed and tightened. They orbited like a net and began to close, cannons spun into position. Connor intercepted with motion and will. He smashed the air and tore the machines apart with concussion and bone. One drone splintered under his fist and showered sparks. But the hits accumulated. One cannon found a seam and spat plasma into his side. He skidded across a shard of concrete and came up coughing, blood in white foam. He pushed through, each step a decision that might be his last. Karna's fight was different but no less severe. Gilgamesh threw more elaborate treasures, blades that sang of cities, spears that unmade edges of time, relics that ripped at defensive spells. Karna answered with the spear's bright discipline. He stepped like a line of dawn, each strike a pattern meant to pry holes in Gilgamesh's arrangement. The ground where he advanced ignited with radiance and then fell back to ash. The gate of Babylon responded like a well-tuned instrument. Gilgamesh's voice came with the authority of one who owned the narrative. Rejoice, mongrel, to fall before the king's arsenal is a privilege, his tone cut with mockery. Karna did not rise to scorn, he pressed on. Then I will prove that privilege is not enough, he said. At the center, Ace watched it all through the blur of pain and grief. Every time a cannon launched, she flinched. Every time Connor drove a fist through a drone, a small flare of relief stirred, and then was smothered by worry. The kryptonite glowed in Lex's hand, a green certainty of obliteration. Connor, bleeding and furious, advanced at Lex. The barrier flared, a shimmering wall raised from the ring itself. Connor slammed into it. It creaked but did not hold. He pushed again and the force cracked the shell like ice. For a heartbeat, Lex stumbled. Surprise cracked his composure. You cannot defeat me, Lex barked, reasserting the posture of the man who built cages. Connor answered with the damn near reckless clarity of someone who knew there was no other option. I'm not just defeating you, I'm ending this. He shoved until the barrier splintered. Lex rocked back under the force, then drones converged, forming a ring of death guns waiting to relock the boy in place. Connor planted his feet in the ash and grit and said, flat, then come on. The battlefield reached a new level of conflict. Karna pressing toward Gilgamesh's throne and Connor pushing at Lex's line of control. Both fights felt like the same movement. Break the thing that orders suffering and make room for something else to grow. Gilgamesh scoffed. Since you refuse to go down, I shall have to obliterate you in a single strike. He reached into his gate to pull out a weapon. Karna also created some distance. I will burn your arrogance away, Brahmestra. Then everything changed. A pressure slid through the air, subtle at first and then absolute, like the temperature of the world dropping by a degree and the sound of everything pressing down into silence. The sound of footsteps broke through the silence. A deep, amused voice reached their ears. My, I go out for an enthusiastic walk through the forest to enjoy the scenery, and I stumble upon a fight that can flatten the continent. A tall man in a red coat and hat walked towards them. Despite the darkness, he had an orange sunglass on. He had a scary-looking smile on his face. Edward, or rather Alucard, the ruler of this war, had entered the stage. For a beat, the fighting stopped as they stared at the newest arrival. Gilgamesh's amused expression changed. Karna's grip tightened. Lex's jaw went cold and precise. Connor felt the blood beat in his heart and he straightened up, every sense sharpened. Edward's smile stayed, patient and bored. The silhouette in red moved forward a small step, and even the battered street seemed to take a breath. How they reacted to him would decide the outcome of the war. Karna nodded with his usual calm as the figure stepped into the clearing. His voice was steady, carrying no surprise. "Ruler." Edward returned the nod with a half-smile. "Lancer." Gilgamesh's lip curled as though he had just tasted something bitter. His crimson eyes burned with contempt. "You think a creature of darkness can presume to interfere in my battle. Perish for your insolence, mongrel." With a single flick of his hand, 3 gleaming weapons shot from the gate of Babylon. They weren't ordinary treasures, each radiated holy power, weapons forged to burn away corruption. They screamed through the night air toward Edward. Edward didn't move, his grin widening. "Well, mongrel king, let me give you a lesson in humility then." The weapons hit. Boom! A violent explosion swallowed Edward, the ground shattering beneath the impact. Connor instinctively moved forward, but Karna extended a hand, blocking him. "You don't need to interfere. Ruler can deal with him." As if answering Karna's words, a sword suddenly spun out of the smoke. It whistled through the air faster than an arrow and carved a shallow cut across Gilgamesh's cheek before exploding behind him in a shower of sparks. Karna chuckled quietly. To think his speed is so fast. Connor blinked, struggling to follow. Karna explained without taking his eyes off the scene. Ruler caught the first sword out of the air and struck down the other 2. Then he turned it back against Gilgamesh before the king could react. The smoke cleared. Edward stood where he had been, not a speck of dust marking his red coat. He looked as if the blast had never touched him. His lazy voice drifted through the clearing. I must have gotten rusty. I was aiming for your arm, guess I should have gone for the head. Ha ha ha." The laughter rolled out of him, low and dark. Connor and Ace shivered despite themselves. Ace's breath caught. She remembered his appearance the night before, when he had stopped her fight with the crazed brute of a girl. His presence felt heavier now, almost suffocating. Edward noticed the 2 of them and waved casually, as though they were children he caught sneaking out at night. "Sup, kids, isn't it past your bedtime? Naughty kids get spankings." They both gulped in unison. Finally, Lex Luthor spoke, his tone clipped and sharp. "If I assume correctly, you are the ruler of this war. Why did you interfere? That's against the rules." Edward turned his red eyes on him and grinned, twirling his pistols idly. "And you broke the rule first by trying to harm another master after their servant perished. I don't care what you do in your personal little empire, but here, you follow my rules." He spun the massive pistols once more and let them fall neatly into his hands. "Now then, how about we call it a night? I still need to punish a stupid girl who forgot the ground rules I set." His head tilted slightly as he felt the distant tremors, the faint pulse of divinity trying to claw free from its seal. He sighed. Lex's eyes narrowed, but he bowed slightly, masking his fury. "Apologies, we will follow your advice and return for tonight." Gilgamesh, however, nearly exploded with rage. His voice shook the air. "You dare ask me to leave like a dog running away? How ridiculous. I shall defeat this monster for his insult." Dozens more portals snapped open around him. An endless array of weapons gleamed under the moonlight, each humming with destructive energy. Edward sighed, as if dealing with an impatient child. "You just can't take a loss, Goldie, but you really shouldn't have brought swords to a gunfight. Let's start with regular mode." He lifted his pistols, Helsing and Jackal, and fired. The deafening roar of gunfire filled the air. The pistols, even without his noble phantasm, were monstrous weapons. Each shot unleashed a bullet of compressed mana, destructive power equal to high-level spells. The best part, they fed off the ambient mana around him, allowing for endless firepower. Only the recoil mattered, and Edward handled it with ease. Gilgamesh's eye twitched. His portals released weapon after weapon, but the steady stream of mana bullets shattered them midair. It was the perfect counter to his arsenal. Then Shah Nakba Imuru whispered to him, and Gilgamesh's face darkened. The vision showed him an outcome he did not want to accept, his defeat. Unwilling to accept it, he chose escalation. The next wave of treasures were not common relics, but his finest divine and holy weapons. Each one carried the authority of gods long past. They streaked toward Edward like guided missiles. Edward shook his head, smirking. He channeled his inner Chinese young master as he spoke. Courting death, he chuckled at his own joke. The words came out like a mocking joke, but his presence suddenly darkened. To those watching, he looked like a lunatic, laughing like a predator about to strike. Then his deep voice carried like a curse through the air. By my wrath, let the earth rise in agony. 1,000 spikes, 1,000 fates, impale the bones of all who stand against me. Let your screams feed the hunger of the centuries. His voice boomed. Noble phantasm partial deploy, the impaler king. The ground itself screamed. The moon vanished behind dark clouds, and the night turned heavy. Then countless stakes erupted upward, dripping with phantom blood. They rushed toward Gilgamesh's divine weapons like a tidal wave of death. Despite their holy origin, the weapons faltered. The sheer number of stakes overwhelmed them, splintering and destroying each one. Gilgamesh's nose wrinkled in disgust. His voice dripped with venom. How revolting! Now I am certain of who you are. A mere bloodsucker dares to oppose me. I shall show you why you belong in the shadows. From his treasury, he drew a weapon unlike the rest, a flaming sword that radiated the light of the sun itself. The air burned around it, heat waves distorting the ground. This is the ultimate weapon of Udu, imbued with the sun's power. Perish before the king's judgment, mongrel. He leveled the sword at Edward. Flames burst forth, a torrent so hot the earth itself cracked. It was like standing at the surface of the sun. Connor shielded Ace with his body, but the heat seared even his Kryptonian skin. Karna planted his spear into the ground, golden light forming a barrier that wrapped around them, holding back the inferno. Ace buried her face against Connor's chest, trembling. She could barely breathe under the weight of power clashing before her. Connor held her tighter, but his eyes stayed on Edward, trying to see what the ruler would do against something even Karna treated with caution. The flames roared, consuming everything in their path, and Edward stood there at the center of it. Capitulo 89, the place beyond divine influence. Edward sighed as the inferno roared toward him. The sound cut clean through the field, a heat wave that melted asphalt and singed air. He looked up once, eyes flat. Seriously, what a drag, he said, like he was commenting on the weather. Karna and Connor flinched at the calm in his voice. Ace, still trembling, stared at him with wet eyes. Edward turned toward them, grinned, and then spoke in a way that made both of the kids gulp. Hey kids, wanna see some dead bodies? They both shook their heads so fast it was obvious they meant it. Edward shrugged like he expected the answer. It's not optional, I'm afraid, he chuckled. The way he said it put weight in the air. Up close, Edward did not look like a joke. His grin stretched, but it cut into the scene like a promise. The mood changed. His laugh stopped feeling casual. It sank into the ground with them. Then his expression shifted. The place went quiet in the way sea falls silent before a storm. A blood-red aura enveloped Edward's body. If before his aura was that of a dreadful repulsion, now it felt like pressure, heavy, cold, as if death was staring at you. If we are going to fight, let's make it a bloody one, he said. He smiled wide like a man about to do something terrifying. The world around them changed. The moon turned red, slowly at first, then bright as a wound. The ground trembled. Eyes opened in the earth. Endless black eyes with fangs, not metaphorical. They looked real and hungry, staring up through cracks in the dust. The sight was ugly and bone-chilling. It was as if something crawled under your skin. Connor's stomach rolled. He had to look away. Ace managed to hold her ground longer, but even she swallowed hard. Lex lost his face for half a second. He had authority, plans, machines, and yet his breath hitched. Castor, I strongly suggest you retreat before this escalates further, Lex said, voice tight. The command had the edge of someone who was scared of losing more than anything else. Gilgamesh didn't look scared. He sneered at Edward, but his hands were not idle. He let the contempt show and shot back with anger, not fear. "What happened, mongrel? Are you scared?" Lex answered quickly, steadying himself with intellect. "Yes, I am terrified. This fear is something so primal, I don't think he is messing around anymore. This fight won't help us with anything, and we have another servant watching us. It's not wise to fight here now. Our true goal is the Grail." Gilgamesh weighed the words. Pride held on for a breath. Along with the wisdom of Shah Nakba Imuru, he also knew unless he went all out with EA, he might not defeat ruler. Then he gave a low growl and then made a decision. "Very well then, I'll humor you this once." Before anyone fully relaxed, Edward stepped in. He didn't shout. He tilted his head, disappointed as if addressing a child who wanted to skip school. "Did I permit you guys to leave?" he asked. He sounded almost bored until he didn't. The flat tone folded into cold. "I thought you would be smarter than that, Goldie. If you wish to leave, why not leave your head behind as an apology for wasting my time?" Where he looked, the ground trembled. Shadows crawled up through the dirt, black as ink and thick with teeth. They crawled like crawling things should not, swallowing light. The smell of old blood hit the air, rotten and sharp. Gilgamesh exploded in response. The king's voice was filled with rage. "You dare insult me, mongrel. I shall destroy you till there's nothing left." He was about to summon EA and fight to death. Lex reacted in panic and command at once. He slapped his palm to the air, and the command seal flared. "With my command seal, I order you. Gilgamesh, retreat from here with me to safety immediately." The DC-style command seal was absolute. Even Gilgamesh, a king who could defy gods, had to weigh the cost. He could refuse, but the risk was not worth it. The argument with Lex would come later. For now, he allowed it. Gilgamesh glared at Lex a beat, then the two vanished in a gold flash. The sudden absence left a silence that felt like a held breath. The shadows pulled back. The stakes that had erupted earlier sank. The eyes that had been watching slid under the dirt again, closing like shutters. Edward watched the receding darkness with a small, annoyed sound. "What a waste of time," he muttered. He shook it off like a man brushing dust from his shoulder. Then he looked at Connor and Ace. He shrugged, as if he had nothing better to do, and everything in the world was small. "Well, I'm off to take another enthusiastic walk through the woods. Scratch that, let's fly," he said, casual as ever. He glanced at Connor and Ace, looked like he was searching for the right words. He scratched his chin and nodded sagely like he found something clever to say. "Aight, kids, eat your veggies and don't do drugs, peace out." He flashed a V sign. Without waiting for their reactions, he turned to leave. He changed shape in a blink, and in one instant, he was a giant bat and he was gone, folding into the night sky. Connor and Ace stood empty-handed, watching the spot where he'd been. For a beat, neither of them moved. Then Connor spoke first. You can stay with us for now if you want, Ace. I will protect you." His voice had a new steadiness to it. It wasn't bravado so much as resolve. Ace looked at him. The expression she had for hours, grief mixed with burning anger, shifted to something that looked like grit. "I want to kill Lex. He ruined my life and now killed my only friend," she said. The words came out raw. Her fingers curled into a fist and she ground them into her palms to stop shaking. "Until this war ends, we can work together." Her words were simple, but they were filled with determination. Connor deflated a little, a nervous laugh hiding pain. "Oh yeah, all right." Karna moved then. "We should head back now." The three turned and walked away from the wasteland toward the base. Their steps were slow at first, measured by the shock. They kept their heads down, thinking of what they'd lost and what they still had to do. They reached the shelter, a simple, patched-up place the mages had arranged. Karna walked ahead and settled them in. "Rest," he said plainly. "Strength returns with sleep. We fight again tomorrow." Connor nodded and sat down. The adrenaline had begun to disappear and tiredness took over. Ace didn't say anything and just curled up in the corner, trying not to let the sadness overwhelm her. She muttered softly, "Sorry, Heracles, I couldn't save you, even though you saved me." Meanwhile, Edward flew over the forest. He thought of his daughter. A part of him, the small part that kept him human, felt annoyed. "I swear I'll spank her till she can't sit if this continent sinks." He muttered to himself, half laughing and half vowing real punishment. He angled toward a distant flash on the map, the place where his daughter was now fighting a poor drunk British magician. The sky was still hot above Valhalla City. The war kept going. Men and gods burned and bled and made choices. Down on the plain, Karna watched the horizon for a long time. Connor finally closed his eyes. Ace cleaned up and rested as well. The night was not over. They had survived a handful of deaths, and a handful more were sure to come. But for a moment, they had a place to breathe before stepping forward again. The war in Valhalla City didn't burn in one place alone. While Edward clashed with Gilgamesh, another storm of violence unfolded further east, tearing through a district already hollowed by abandoned skyscrapers and empty streets. The night split into two fronts. One was a battle of pure magic and muscle, Constantine struggling against Cassie. The other was the clash of legends, Achilles against Arjuna, two heroic spirits whose very existence warped the battlefield. Constantine's lungs were burning. His boots skidded across the broken asphalt as a crater bloomed where he'd been standing seconds ago. Cassie landed lightly at the center of it, her lasso glowing faintly at her hip, fists radiating golden light. She was calm but relentless, every step pressing him further back. "Bloody hell," Constantine wheezed, ducking into a ruined storefront. "Girl fights like darn tank built to tear the world apart." Cassie called after him, voice sharp, controlled. "Stop hiding, mage, you're only delaying what's coming." He grimaced, muttering under his breath as his fingers traced runes in the dust. "Yeah, love, that's the bloody point." He slapped the floor, and shadows crawled upward, shaping into twisted hounds with fiery eyes. Cassie walked forward, gaze steady. "Summons won't save you." The first beast lunged. Cassie sidestepped, her fist snapping upward. Bone shattered, smoke exploded. She turned smoothly, lasso flashing out to cut down two more. Constantine stumbled back as she tore through his defenses like paper. He created more distance between them. A snap of his fingers, and three fire elementals burst from hastily drawn runes, clawing at her with tongues of flame. She smashed through them with no hesitation, fists moving too fast for the human eye. Constantine swallowed hard, scratching at his cigarette with trembling fingers, not even managing to light it. "This is not working," he muttered under his breath, coat flaring as he rolled. "Why's it always the pretty ones who hit the hardest?" "Cheap tricks," she said, shaking ash from her knuckles. "Is that all you have?" "Oi, these cheap tricks kept me alive till now," Constantine shot back, dragging on a cigarette he'd somehow lit mid-chaos. "And trust me, I'm very invested in staying alive." Cassie lunged again. Constantine cursed, diving for cover as a fist cratered the wall behind him. He threw out a talisman, glyphs exploding into chains of fire around her arms. For a moment, Cassie strained, caught. Then with one flex, the binding snapped. Flames scattered like sparks in a storm. Constantine froze. Bloody hell. She broke through like it was nothing. Who the hell is she? Cassie advanced again, her eyes hard but not cruel. "Why do you keep resisting? You're not a match for me. I'm trying to not blow up the city, but if you keep standing in my way, I won't hold back." Constantine flicked ash, forcing a smirk. "Story of my life, love. Wrong place, wrong time, about to get flattened by a demigod. At least you're easier on the eyes." For the first time, Cassie hesitated, her lips twitching between annoyance and the urge to smirk. But she didn't break stride. She punched at his head. Constantine barely dodged and rolled away from the fist that smashed the ground into a crater. "Right, this is gettin' out of hand." He glanced at his hand, feeling the familiar weight of darker spells pressing at the edges of his mind. Summoning an archangel, he thought about it, seriously thought about it. But even he knew the risks. Still, it was that or getting pulped by Wonder Woman Jr., in a bad mood. "I better win the darn cup after all this mess," he muttered under his breath. Not far from them, the real storm tore through the night. Sparks of residual magic flickered along shattered walls, but the battle that now unfolded carried a tension all its own. Arjuna stood near a collapsed building, bow in hand, surveying the battlefield with his usual calm precision. Achilles darted across the cracked streets like lightning, spear flashing in wide arcs. His armor glowed with the faint green aura of immortality, his shield strapped tight against his arm. Every motion was fluid, like a dancer's steps honed by war. Each pull of Arjuna's string unleashed an arrow infused with blazing mana. They streaked across the night sky like comets, detonating with thunderous force. Achilles laughed as he cut them down with sheer speed. Sparks flew, craters bloomed where arrows struck. "You've got precision, boy, but arrows alone won't take me down." Arjuna's expression didn't shift. His eyes stayed cool, sharp, dissecting every move. "You are fast, Achilles, perhaps the fastest, but speed alone cannot guarantee victory." He loosed another volley, each arrow splitting mid-flight into a dozen more. A rain of death fell, forcing Achilles to weave and block, shield ringing under the onslaught. The hero grinned through it, the thrill of combat burning in his veins. "Not bad," Achilles lunged forward, spear slicing through the barrage. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, spear thrusting for Arjuna's chest. Arjuna sidestepped smoothly, summoning a radiant blade formed from his bow. Their weapons clashed, bronze spear against divine light. Sparks exploded, the ground fracturing beneath them. Achilles pushed harder, laughing. "Now that's what I'm talking about. Face me up close like a real warrior." Arjuna's reply was steady, measured. "You mistake composure for weakness. I do not need to get closer to win." Arjuna's eyes narrowed. With a flick of his wrist, a volley of arrows sang into the air, each one precise, each one calculating the gap between Achilles' speed and his own foresight. Achilles twisted mid-stride, dodging, leaping, and slashing with his spear, its tip grazing the concrete where Arjuna had stood moments before. "Fast," Arjuna noted silently, knocking another arrow. He released it, but Achilles deflected it with the back of his spear, sparks flying where metal struck magic-infused wood. "Stronger than I expected," he added, shifting his stance, feet barely touching the ground as he danced around the incoming shots. Achilles grinned, closing distance. "You think arrows can stop me? Let's make this interesting." He feinted a thrust to the left, then spun to strike from above. Arjuna's reflexes matched the motion, his bow spinning into a staff-like defensive position, parrying the blow with a resonant clash. The sound echoed down the broken street, metal singing against divine-infused wood. "You anticipate too well," Achilles muttered, recalculating. He lunged again, this time aiming low, trying to sweep Arjuna off his feet. Arjuna leapt, spinning over the attack, releasing a flare of arrowlight toward Achilles' side. Achilles rolled through it, the light grazing his armor but leaving no mark. "They're testing me," Achilles said, voice low and amused, more to himself than Arjuna. "I can feel it. Precision, discipline, human skill matched against demigod reflexes." Arjuna's response was measured. "Your speed is exceptional, but your range is limited. You are strong, yes, but even a lion can be led into a trap." Achilles laughed, spinning in place, spear arcing through the air like a golden comet. "A trap, you say? Then let's see who traps whom." He leapt high, flipping over a toppled lamppost. Arjuna's arrow, guided by his eagle-eyed vision, grazed Achilles' shoulder, a reminder that even legends bleed. "That's the first blood," Arjuna said softly, not with satisfaction but acknowledgement. "You're serious," Achilles replied, shaking off the minor graze. "Good, I like that." Their duel tore through the streets. Achilles pressed with relentless speed, spear thrusts a blur. Arjuna countered each one, parries and counters flowing with perfect precision. Neither yielded an inch. For several minutes, the two circled, striking and parrying in a deadly ballet. Arjuna's arrows sang like whispers of fate, precise yet restrained, while Achilles' spear slashed and struck, exploiting any opening. The ground between them crumbled, walls shattering under the force of their clashes, sparks of light and fragments of concrete flying in every direction. Achilles took a moment to assess, eyes narrowing. "Your skills are impressive, but your divine presence is your source of strength. You rely on that too much." Arjuna's hand hovered near his quiver. "I rely on foresight and technique more than divinity. That will not fail me." Finally, Achilles stepped back, planting his spear into the ground. The air warped. "Guess it's time to even the playing field. Let's see how you handle this." Achilles shouted as he launched his spear, "Go forth." "My lance, my conviction." "Diatrekon ester lonke." The spear stabbed into the ground and vanished with a blinding light that made Arjuna shield his eyes. Reality cracked. The cityscape melted away, replaced by a vast green battlefield under a burning sun. Rolling plains stretched in every direction, the air thick with heat and dust. Achilles spread his arms, grinning. Welcome to my stage, Diatrekanaster Lonke, a reality marble where gods have no power. Here, it's just us, man against man. Arjuna looked around, unfazed. His voice was calm, almost bored. Interesting, you would strip me of divinity, but you misunderstand one thing. Achilles tilted his head. Oh. Arjuna raised his weapon, eyes narrowing. I do not need the gods to surpass you. Achilles grinned. Then prove it with you warrior's pride. Arjuna's calm eyes flickered, but he adjusted quickly. Very well, let's see who is stronger without gods or fate guiding them. Then the clash resumed, fiercer than ever. The first strike came without hesitation. Achilles charged with a speed that even the eye struggled to follow, fists aimed at Arjuna's torso. Arjuna shifted, sidestepping fluidly, his own fists rising to block or redirect the blows. Every punch and strike made the ground crack, the sound ringing in the confined arena. Achilles shot forward, faster than sound, fists thrusting in rapid succession. Arjuna matched him, each strike met with his own. The battlefield shook under the sheer speed of their exchanges. Achilles was laughing even as sweat dripped down his brow. You're good, better than most I've faced, but I live for this, fighting head-to-head, no excuses. Arjuna's strikes grew sharper, forcing Achilles to block harder. His voice remained calm. Your joy blinds you. A warrior who fights only for thrill is bound to fall. Maybe, Achilles deflected a kick, spinning into a counter that struck Arjuna's shoulder. But not before I show you my best. They clashed again, fists and feet, elbows and knees, every strike met with a calculated block or counter. The battle became a blur of golden armor and disciplined martial skill, dust and sparks rising around them as their physical blows shattered remnants of the cityscape. Arjuna feinted left, then delivered a series of strikes aimed at Achilles' torso and ribs. Achilles twisted, letting one punch glance off, ducking another, and finally spinning into a backhand that sent Arjuna skidding several meters back. The ground beneath Arjuna cracked, small fissures radiating outward from the force of impact. You rely too much on technique, Achilles said between breaths, advancing again. Strength and speed can bypass it. Arjuna's lips tightened. Technique is what turns speed and strength into precision. He lunged, using the momentum to strike Achilles' side. Achilles blocked with his forearm and headbutted him, both of them grunting as the force collided, radiating through the arena like a shockwave. Blood dripped, but Arjuna didn't flinch. He loosed an uppercut at point-blank range. Achilles barely blocked with his guard, the blast sending him skidding back across the plain. Achilles attempted a sweeping leg attack, trying to knock Arjuna off balance, but Arjuna leapt, spinning, and landed a blow to Achilles' shoulder, cracking armor plates. Achilles staggered, but his grin widened. You're holding back, he said. Come on, show me everything. Arjuna's calm tone never wavered. I do not need to. One mistake ends us both. The two paused for a fraction of a second, breathing heavy, circling each other, fists up. Sweat and dust coated their skin. Despite exhaustion, neither showed fear. The reality inside Diatrekanaster Lonke was brutal, a true test of human limits. Achilles adjusted his stance, eyes narrowing. Fine, if you insist, I'll force your hand. He charged, faster now, a flurry of strikes that combined speed, strength, and pure martial instinct. Arjuna countered with a fluid series of blocks and parries, each move designed to use Achilles' momentum against him. The impact of each strike sent shockwaves across the arena, cracking stone, dislodging chunks of concrete, and leaving scorch marks from friction and energy of the collisions. You're strong, very strong, Achilles admitted, grunting as he was pushed back several steps by Arjuna's well-timed counter. You are not weak yourself, Arjuna replied, sidestepping and landing a precise blow to Achilles' midsection, twisting his ribs. Achilles staggered but caught himself on the debris, smirking. Hours could have passed in the world outside, but inside the marble, every second was an eternity. Arjuna adjusted, timing his strikes, reading Achilles' body language. Achilles, equally skilled, used his battle-honed instincts to anticipate Arjuna's counters, feinting and striking in near-impossible rhythms. Finally, Achilles' expression changed. He realized that despite his strength, he could not outmatch Arjuna's speed and precision with brute force alone. With a sharp grunt, he stepped back, eyes glinting with amusement and respect. "You're good, better than I thought," Achilles said, catching his breath. "So we do this the hard way." He reached into his body's limits, muscles tensing like coiled springs, eyes sharp with resolve. Arjuna mirrored him, bowing slightly as if acknowledging the escalation. "Then let's finish this." Neither had magical abilities, neither had divine enhancements, and yet the intensity of their battle made the surrounding Valhalla city tremble. The dust swirled around them, chunks of concrete spinning through the air, creating a deadly obstacle field. They locked fists in midair, grunting, muscles straining. Eyes met, mutual recognition of skill, respect, and sheer determination. Achilles smirked through the pain. "Not bad, demigod, not bad at all." Arjuna's expression remained calm. "Nor you, hero of Greece. This is what it means to be a warrior." Achilles coughed up blood but grinned. "But it seems I'm reaching my limits. One last move to decide it." Arjuna smiled, wiping his own blood. "Very well, let's settle this fight." The two heroes rushed at each other with all they got left. Meanwhile, Constantine was down to his last wards. He slammed another talisman into the pavement. A spectral serpent erupted, hissing as it lunged for Cassie. She caught it by the jaws with one hand, divine strength cracking its form apart. Her golden lasso snapped forward, wrapping Constantine's arm. She yanked, dragging him close. "You can't keep this up. Stop wasting both our time and surrender." Constantine coughed, half smiling despite the bruise forming on his jaw. "You know, love, if you weren't trying to kill me, I'd say you've got potential as a bloody hero." Cassie's eyes flickered, conflicted. For a heartbeat, her fists trembled. "I'm not a hero, my dad is. I know better than being a hero. They never end up well." Constantine paused. "Wait a minute, your dad's a hero? Who are you really? A Greek demigod. But if your father is a Greek god, he's far from a hero, I'm afraid." He thought in his head, "With such brute strength, I won't be surprised if her dad was bloody Hercules." Then the ground shook again, the distant echo of Achilles and Arjuna tearing reality apart. Both of them turned briefly toward the sound as the reality marble disappeared slowly. Achilles fell to his knee, while Arjuna stood bloodied, but victorious. Achilles smiled weakly at Cassie. "Sorry, master, looks like I have lost. This guy is too damn strong. This is the end of my journey, it seems." Cassie clenched her fists in anger as her divine aura started to break free. "Thank you, Ryder. You tried your best. If only I could help more." Despite knowing Achilles for only a few days, she found a friend in him. He was just like a boy version of herself. Reckless, hungry for battle, but not a savage, bloodthirsty killer. She had fun hanging out with him and fighting together. The golden bracelets Edward crafted for Cassie to control and restrict her divinity to an acceptable level started to crack. The mana around them started to condense and change texture. It felt more purer and ancient. Her eyes filled with light. Constantine widened his eyes. "Oh, fuck me in the arse, she's actually a full-fledged goddess. What kind of shitty luck is this? Why would a goddess join the war?" Edward, who was rushing there, almost fell down from the sky. "What the? Is she awakening a new divine domain?" The Grail War wasn't just one fight. It was a dozen storms colliding at once, each threatening to consume Valhalla City. Capitulo 90, Servant Profiles. Servant, Avenger. True name, Kratos. Alias, the Ghost of Sparta, Godslayer, the Broken God. Source, Greek myth, reimagined God of War series. Region of origin, Greece. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Gender, male. Class skills. 1. True name revelation X. Kratos' legend is unavoidable. Even those unfamiliar with the gods of Olympus feel a primal fear and recognition when standing before him even if they don't know him. His name echoes in divine memory, a warning to all who claim godhood. 2. Magic resistance, B+. Due to divine blood and endless exposure to gods and titans, Kratos exhibits powerful resistance to magical effects. High thaumaturgy and ritual spells are significantly weakened against him. 3. Godslayer's Authority X, class exclusive. A twisted inversion of divine authority. Kratos possesses the right to judge gods, strip them of privileges, or negate their domain-based abilities. Against divine spirit class enemies, he receives bonus parameters and advantage in mental resistance, durability, and aggression. Hammer personal skills. 1. Spartan Rage A. When wounded, humiliated, or pushed beyond limits, Kratos channels a berserker-like fury. Temporarily increases strength and endurance, granting superhuman bursts of violence. Cannot be maintained for long, risks sanity. 2. Ghost of Vengeance A+. Kratos cannot be bound by fate, mind control, or divine influence. He has resisted the charms of gods, illusions of titans, and even the manipulation of the fates. Grants high resistance to mental interference and command spells, and allows him to resist inevitable effects. 3. Remnants of Olympus B. Even after casting off his godhood, Kratos retains fragments of divine energy, enough to surpass normal servants. His regeneration, speed, and strength are beyond mortal limits. However, these fragments are unstable and fade with prolonged battles unless recharged through conflict. Alpha Nu Alpha Iota Rho Epsilon Sigma Iota Sigma, Theta Epsilon Omega Nu, Anerces Theon, the Undoing of Gods. Rank X. Type Anti-Divine/Anti-World. Range 130. Targets divine spirits, demigods, pantheon constructs. Let the heavens bleed. A manifestation of Kratos' entire myth, not a single weapon, but a pantheon-breaking concept. This noble phantasm represents Kratos' feat of slaying the entire Olympian pantheon: Ares, Poseidon, Hades, Helios, Hermes, Hera, Hephaestus, and finally Zeus. When invoked, he manifests all the divine tools he once wielded: blades of exile, Nemean cestus, claws of Hades, and more, surrounding him in a vortex of divine hatred. Activating Anerces Theon allows Kratos to enter a divine execution state, where all strikes are guaranteed criticals against enemies with divine blood or domains. This noble phantasm grows stronger depending on how many divine enemies are present. Against true gods, it doesn't just wound, it erodes their divinity, burning away their conceptual immortality. Lambda Eta Theta Eta Kappa Alpha Iota, Epsilon Lambda Pi Iota Delta Alpha, Lisi Chi Elpida Leth and Hope. Rank A. Type Anti-Self/Anti-Fate. Range Self. Targets Kratos. I release what I never deserved and embrace what I was never given. Kratos' final act, when he impaled himself with the blade of Olympus to unleash the power of hope, lives on as this noble phantasm. It is a reflective, paradoxical noble phantasm that allows Kratos to temporarily transcend his own karma. Once per battle, Kratos may negate his death, resist fatal damage, or purge all status effects at the cost of locking Anerces Theon for the remainder of the battle. The act of choosing to preserve life over vengeance is what gives this phantasm its power. ALUCRD. True name, Vlad III Alter. Class, Ruler. Title, Ruler of Blood. Origin, real-world/Helsing universe, post-Schrödinger paradox. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Gender, male. Height/weight, 198 cm/91 kg. Attribute, Earth D. Rates, undead, divine, humanoid, male, king, demonic. Profile. When Schrödinger's paradox consumed him, Alucard ceased to exist, and yet, paradoxically, existed everywhere. Centuries later, when the world fell into ruin and human life dwindled into myth, he returned. Not from death, but from absence. He looked upon the empty earth, no Helsing, no humanity, no prey, and laughed. Boredom became hunger. Hunger became instinct. Instinct became creation. To feel alive again, he devoured all that lived. Beasts, birds, ghosts, gods, the concept of life itself. Until all that remained was him. Until all of existence breathed through the black veins of a single monster. And thus the world called him ruler, the ruler of blood, the last servant, the final king, and the first sin reborn. Personality. A paradox incarnate, Alucard is both utterly detached and violently alive. He speaks like a poet of despair, laughs like a beast, and kills like a man who has already killed everything. He mocks divinity, derides heroes, and yet reveres those who struggle against him. To him, the weak are not prey but reflections of his own lost humanity. Beneath the smirk and crimson eyes lies a being who despises eternity, longing not for death, but for an ending that can mean something. He calls himself the god of nothing, yet whispers prayers to the silence he created. Class skills true name discernment, A. As a ruler, Alucard can immediately perceive the true names, parameters, and histories of other servants. Yet his version manifests through absorption. By tasting the enemy's blood, he knows everything they are. God's resolution, B+. A twisted variant of the ruler's divine duty. While the standard ruler arbitrates holy grail wars, Alucard judges existence itself. Any falsehood of life, undead, spirits, conceptual entities, is subject to his decrees. His divine authority extends even over immortality, should he deem it unjust. Madness enhancement ruler, A. Unlike berserkers, Alucard's madness is sovereign. It does not cloud his judgment, it defines it. His sanity and insanity are indistinguishable, his thoughts fractal and recursive. This grants immunity to mental interference and conceptual binding. Personal skills immortality, true undeath, X. Alucard is no longer an immortal being but an immortal concept. After consuming all life, his immortality merged with the world's death itself. Destroying him requires erasing the very idea of existence. Even then, something, a shadow, a reflection, a droplet of blood, would remember him. Schrödinger's paradox, the ubiquitous self, X. The evolution of Schrödinger's cat phenomenon. Alucard exists simultaneously everywhere his blood has touched. If he is observed, he exists. If he is denied, he becomes nothing. To kill him, one must deny his existence across all consciousness simultaneously, a metaphysical impossibility. Vampire Lord, A+. The ultimate perfection of vampiric divinity. Grants dominion over blood, shadow, and soul. His blood can reconstruct life, create familiars, or rewrite the nature of reality within his domain. Every drop of his blood is an autonomous fragment of himself. Charisma of the tyrant, B. His presence commands reverence and terror. Even servants who despise him feel compelled to kneel. It is not leadership, it is gravitational dominance, the inevitability of submission before the primordial king. Noble phantasms, the impaler prince, stake the world upon my hate. Rank A+ type, anti-army range, 150 max targets, 1000. A reality marble that manifests the fields of Wallachia, reborn under a crimson sky. The landscape blooms with stakes, each one impaling the souls Alucard has slain. Their bodies twitch in eternal agony as rivers of blood flood the ground. Within this domain, Alucard becomes omnipresent. The sky, the ground, and the blood itself whisper his name. Behold the forest of my sins. Each tree, a man I have slain, each root, a promise I broke. Now, let the world taste the weight of a king's hate. Helsing Callus and Jackal, the twin executioners of fate. Rank X type, anti-existence/anti-life range, 150 max targets, 1. Forged as conceptual weapons of judgment, these twin guns represent the dual law of the ruler of blood. Helsing Callus fires the concept of erasure, stripping the target of all supernatural identity, immortality, divinity, conceptual defense, reducing them to fragile humanity. Jackal fires the concept of certain death. Once fired, death is inevitable. Even if the shot misses physically, the concept connects, and the target's fate is sealed. Chant, first I strip you of all pretension, Helsing Callus. Then I gift you what you've long forgotten, Jackal, the mercy of an ending. Crimson Graveyard, my body is the burial ground of millions. Rank X type, anti-world/self-sacrifice range, max targets, unlimited. The culmination of his curse, the release of all souls devoured across existence. When invoked, Alucard unleashes an ocean of lives, each screaming, fighting, burning in his name. Kings, peasants, beasts, and gods all emerge from him, each carrying a piece of his will. The world becomes an endless battlefield of blood and memory. In this form, Alucard is no longer a servant but a collective, the aggregate of everything that ever lived. To kill him is to kill existence itself. I am the graveyard of mankind, each soul, a monument, each drop of blood, a requiem. Come, my children, let us remind the world that it once lived. Lore. After being trapped in Schrödinger's paradox, Alucard wandered through nothingness, dissolving and reforming across infinite probabilities. When the world decayed and most of life vanished, a single thought pulled him back: loneliness. No master, no enemy, no meaning. He walked the empty earth, calling out to the dead, to the forgotten, to the void itself. None answered, so he began to consume life, memory, time, the very concept of being, until there was nothing left but him. He became the world's last heartbeat, its blood, its law, its God. A ruler born from boredom, crowned in solitude, reigning over a kingdom of silence. Now, when summoned, he appears not as a servant of justice, but as the arbiter of extinction. His throne is the graveyard of all creation, and his commandment is simple. If all must die, then let death be beautiful. Quotes. You call me a monster, then let the monsters weep for you. I am all that remains when life grows tired of itself. There is no hell, there is no heaven, there is only the grave I've built for both. Even now I envy you, you who still have something left to lose. Come, servant of the Grail, let us see if your soul can fill the silence. Bondcraft essence. Name, red solitude. Description, an endless plain of blood beneath a dead sky. In the distance, a man sits upon a throne of bone, smiling faintly as he watches the horizon, waiting for something that will never come. For a brief moment, he seems human. Effect: increases NP strength by 15% when HP drops below 20%, automatically activates guts, revives with 1 HP, and boosts buster performance by 30% for 1 turn. Servant profile: Edward Elric. Class: Grand Ruler. True name: Adam. Alignment: Lawful Good. Origin: Biblical myth/Eden. Titles: The Father of Humanity. Bearer of the original sin. The one who witnessed the end. The perfect human. Appearance: cloaked in a pure white divine shroud. Gender: male. Height/weight: 182 cm/78 kg. Likes: Eve, humanity, freedom, and desserts. Dislikes: injustice, divine tyranny, suffering of humans. Attribute: star. Traits: humanoid, divine male, servant of humanity, founder. Parameters: strength A+, endurance A+, agility A+, mana A, luck A, NP X, personal skills black square, progenitor of humans A+++. As the first human molded by the gods in their perfect image, Adam possesses a flawless physical form, unmatched in strength, speed, and reflexes. His abilities are not learned but innate, making him the embodiment of human potential, untainted by fear, doubt, or limitation. He possesses a perfect body that never falls sick, gets poisoned, or gets magically charmed. Magic resistance A. Negates up to a level magecraft spells completely. Adam's body, created by the gods, naturally resists magical influence. Combat instinct A. The ability to feel danger and react instantly. A pseudo-clairvoyance in battle that allows near-perfect reflexes, stemming from his assimilation of countless heroic spirits. Ruler's authority X. He shall rule over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, and in all that which roams the earth. The ultimate authority over everything, further augmented by the class boost. Charisma of the king A. An unusual form of charisma that doesn't command loyalty through just position, but through presence, force of will, and sheer aura. Divine Slayer's aura X. Classified by the Throne of Heroes as ultimate divine killer after slaughtering many gods. Unknown reaction to divine constructs or pantheon-bound beings. Divine Shroud A+++. Adam was created naked, so to preserve his dignity, God gave him a divine shroud to not only protect his dignity, but also to shield him from any attacks. Any attacks below a rank are nullified when they touch this shroud. Mask of the Fake Smile. A personal skill derived from Edward's past life. Despite being unable to feel anything, Edward managed to put on a smile and act like a regular human. His acting has personified it into a skill. When activated, despite any abnormal status condition, Edward can calmly smile and continue any action. Charm of mystery and solitude, A+. As his origins and life remain shrouded in mystery, Edward exudes an undeniable charm that comes with his mysterious persona and solitary life beyond humans. Activates automatically around the opposite sex from any race and incites their curiosity and desires. Eyes of the Lord, X. A supreme skill that grants Adam the ability to perfectly imitate and counter any technique he sees, no matter how divine or supernatural. Whether it's a martial art, magic, or noble phantasm, once Adam lays eyes on it, he can read, decode, and reproduce it with flawless precision. Passive replication is instantaneous. Cannot be used on reality-warping abilities or abstract divine mysteries that transcend action, e.g., causality manipulation. Overuse causes spiritual strain. Extended use against divine opponents risks soul collapse. The father of humanity, A. Adam is viewed by mankind as a symbol of pure innocence, love, and rebellion for the sake of his children. He is the father of humanity. This grants him bonus resistance to mental interference, corruption, and divine judgment. However, it also draws the ire of some divine beings who see him as an icon of disobedience. Unbreakable will, A+. Even when faced with omnipotent force, Adam's resolve does not waver. He fights not to win, but to protect. This skill allows him to function even under extreme duress, including lethal wounds, despair, or exhaustion. His love for mankind fuels him beyond normal limits. The Divine Forge. Rank A++. Effect: Adam was blessed by the heavens as the first human. He can copy and conjure any weapon, be it holy or demonic. He gains the ability to wield them masterfully as he summons them. Noble Phantasms. Eve's Blessing, the reason I fight. Rank A. Type: support/self. A passive secondary noble phantasm. Eve's love and sacrifice live within Adam's core. When Adam is fighting for the sake of others, his parameters increase by 1 rank. If protecting a specific individual, his master, or an ally, he gains temporary resistance to death for 1 turn. His wounds do not bleed, for they are endured in love. Effect: while protecting an ally or fighting for another's sake, all parameters increase by +1 rank. If defending a specific individual, such as his master, Adam gains 1 turn of death resistance. Fatal damage instead leaves him standing until the end of the turn. Wounds inflicted during this period do not bleed or hinder him, sustained purely by the love and sacrifice he inherited from Eve. The Sealed Garden, Eden. Rank X. Type: anti-world, anti-creation. Adam's origin was not of earth, as he was born in heaven. He lived in the Garden of Eden, an utopia and eternal paradise. Yet he forsook it all and walked away with Eve, but he never lost his connection to it. Once activated, it alters and overwrites everything and turns the world itself back to the Eden where eternal paradise awaits. It is the final salvation and reset for humanity when all is forgiven. Adam will guide humanity back to the Eden. Effect: reality is overwritten with the concept of Eden, purging curses, poison, and corruption. Within the garden, Adam's parameters are enhanced, and all non-divine beings instinctively recognize him as ruler. Can serve as a mass salvation, restoring life to the dead, purifying the corrupted, and resetting the world state to its first condition. Symbolizes the ultimate forgiveness. Even enemies may find their will to fight fade in the overwhelming peace of paradise. The one who witnessed the end, Land of Steel. Rank X. Type: anti-world, anti-creation. As the last survivor of humanity, Edward had witnessed his world end and the land of steel that awaits humanity. It has been painted deep within his soul. Once activated, it does the opposite of the sealed garden. It takes the world to the end of humanity, where the land of steel awaits. When invoked, the world around him shifts to this dying landscape, forcing all who remain to feel the despair of extinction. It is both a curse and a judgment, a punishment for the folly of mankind. Effect: overwrites the world with the concept of humanity's extinction. All living beings within are afflicted with a crushing despair that erodes morale, fighting spirit, and magical energy. Environmental hazards are constant, the air is toxic, the earth burns underfoot, and even the sky feels hostile. The longer an enemy remains, the more their body and will decay, symbolizing the slow death of a doomed race. The first sin, fall from Eden. Rank, X. Type, anti-world/anti-Genesis. True name release, all shall fall and begin anew. Range, 1 end of world, practically unbounded. Maximum targets, entire world. This is Adam's other ultimate, irreversible noble phantasm, the manifestation of Adam's greatest tragedy, bringing about the fall of man from heaven. Activating it is equivalent to symbolically reenacting that event, except here, the fruit of knowledge becomes a weapon. When invoked, an enormous wave of primordial truth bursts forth from him, forcing all who see or feel it to experience the original sin in their souls. Humanity is forced to bear his sin, which he carried on his shoulder, making them collapse and perish in agony. The world remains unharmed, only life itself is gone. Nothing can survive this. Thus, Adam and Edward have both chosen to seal this noble phantasm forever. Mechanics. Concept erasure. Nullifies magecraft, noble phantasms, and divine blessings within its area for a set duration, anywhere from 1 minute to 10 minutes depending on mana supply. Moral collapse. All who fail a high difficulty will save are overcome by despair, losing coordination and fighting instincts. World breaker. Against certain bounded fields or territory-based noble phantasms, this move forcibly tears them apart, overriding their reality marbles or defensive worlds. Drawback: once activated, Edward's own saint graph destabilizes. After 10 minutes, his body begins to collapse. This is a last resort meant for decisive battles. Lore. Adam is the first human, crafted by divine hands in paradise. A perfect being, born without sin or flaw, Adam walked among the gods until he chose to stand against them. When Eve was wrongfully judged and cast from Eden, Adam followed her without hesitation, choosing love and free will over blind obedience. Despite being human, he can fight on equal ground with the supreme deities, relying only on his own will, strength, and the eyes of the Lord. Though mortal, his spirit was unshakable. Even at the cost of his life, he proved that mankind can challenge the divine. In the Nasuverse, Adam's existence borders on myth and archetype. He is the foundation of the human order, a being whose very body is a prayer for freedom. Summoning him brings forth not just a warrior, but a symbol, the will of humanity to survive, defy, and protect. Bonded with Edward, who witnessed the end of humanity, Grand Ruler achieves perfection in contradiction. The desire to save his children, knowing the inevitable end. Bond essence. The card depicts a colossal figure standing upon a bridge of golden light stretching across the void. One half of his body shines with divine radiance, clad in regal, sunlit armor etched with the tree of life. The other half is wrapped in ancient, towering warplate marked by the aquila of a far future empire. Behind him, galaxies spiral like halos, and a single golden throne burns at the end of time. Effect: max limit break. Increases NP damage by 20% and debuff resistance by 30%. Additionally, once per battle, survive with 1 HP when receiving lethal damage. In the first moment, I was the breath of creation. In the last moment, I shall be the fire that ends the night. From dust to star to dust again, I am the covenant between Alpha and Omega, humanity's first cry and final word made flesh. No tyrant shall chain them, no void shall consume them. This I swore when the world was young, and this I shall keep when all worlds fall silent. Assassin, Altir ibn Lahad. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. True name: Altir ibn Lahad. Alignment: neutral good with lawful tendencies. Background/legend. Altir ibn Lahad is a legendary member and eventual leader of the Levantan Brotherhood of Assassins during the Third Crusade. Born to an assassin father and orphaned young, he was trained from childhood to embody the creed. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. His life was one of precision and shadows, never killing without reason, but striking with swift and silent finality when the creed demanded it. Altair rejected personal glory, carrying out his duty as if it were a law of nature. His faith lay not in kings or gods, but in the liberation of mankind from tyranny and corruption. Within the Nasuverse, Altair's legend has transcended into myth, the archetype of the silent, unseen killer. Summoned as a servant, his mastery of stealth, observation, and parkour movement allow him to operate beyond the normal limits of human perception. He is not merely an assassin, he is the shadow of inevitability. Parameter rank description strengths his kills rely on precision, not raw power. Endurance C+ trained to survive prolonged missions and injuries. Agility A+ exceptional speed, reflexes, and fluid movement. Monacy minimal magecraft relies more on technique and conceptual weaponry. Luck be guided by fate toward his target, rarely at disadvantage. NPA his noble phantasms are highly efficient one-hit kills. Class skills. Presence concealment. A+ at this rank, it is nearly impossible to detect Altair until the very instant he strikes. Even other servants with high detection abilities will only sense him moments before his blade reaches them. While idle or not preparing for an attack, he becomes almost entirely undetectable. Independent action. B can operate for extended periods without mana supply from a master, allowing prolonged infiltration missions. Personal skills. Eagle Vision, AA sixth sense that allows Altair to detect threats, hidden enemies, and weaknesses. In the Nasuverse, this is treated as a form of clairvoyance insight, letting him perceive intent and target kill points even on servants. Master of the Creed, B represents Altair's complete embodiment of assassin principles. Increases efficiency of killing blows, grants resistance to mental interference, and boosts presence concealment while moving. Peerless infiltration, A allows him to bypass magical barriers, mundane locks, and complex defenses by exploiting the smallest of openings. Even bounded fields of equal rank can be infiltrated given time. Noble Phantasm's Hidden Blade, the invisible hand of the Creed. Rank B+ type, anti-unit range, 0-1M max targets, 1. The iconic wrist-mounted blade of the Brotherhood. In the hands of Altair, this is more than a weapon, it is a concept. It manifests as a guaranteed fatal strike when delivered from stealth, bypassing most conventional defense so long as the target is unaware or unable to respond. In Grail War terms, if Altair achieves direct contact while concealed, this noble phantasm functions as an instant kill unless the target has conceptual immunity to assassination. Incantation, the blade unseen, the hand unshaken, the shadow strikes before the heart knows fear. Leap of faith, from the heights to the grave. Rank B-type, anti-unit movement range, variable max targets, 1 multiple. A manifestation of Altair's unmatched mobility and fearlessness. This noble phantasm allows him to traverse impossible terrain instantly, leaping from any height and arriving precisely where intended, often directly upon a target. In battle, this can be activated to instantly close the gap from extreme range, delivering a surprise attack from an angle thought impossible. The Creed's final judgment, nothing is true, everything is permitted. Rank A-type, anti-unit conceptual range, 1-2M max targets, 1. A conceptual assassination that embodies the assassin's creed. Upon invoking this noble phantasm, Altair erases the truth of his opponent's survival. This is not physical damage, but a rewriting of causality. The target's death becomes the only permitted outcome from the encounter. It bypasses conventional defense, relying on a contested willpower magic resistance check to resist. Against those who embody tyranny or absolute control, the effect is stronger. Incantation, I deny your truth, I permit only your end. Personality. Calm, disciplined, and often perceived as cold, Altair harbors no malice toward his targets, only conviction. To him, killing is not cruelty, but the removal of corruption. In the Grail War, he will act with quiet respect toward allies, but maintains an unwavering focus on eliminating threats. His loyalty to his master depends entirely on their alignment with the Creed. Bondcraft Essence. Feather of the creed, the white feather carried to mark a target's death. Pure, unstained, and silent, a promise kept. Effect: increases effectiveness of critical hits and boosts presence concealment when HP is above 80%. Capitulo 91, The Intertwined Souls. The night over Valhalla's old docks was soaked in mist and pale light. Water slapped against the stone pilings with a sound like muffled applause. The warehouses loomed around the pier like silent watchers, their windows black and empty. A smell of rust, oil, and salt clung to the air. The rain had stopped only minutes ago, but the streets of Valhalla City still glistened as if covered in black glass. High above, the moon hung pale and cold. Steam rose from cracked sewer grates, curling between the ruined columns of an unfinished civic square. This place had been a monument to heroes, now it was a battlefield. Just as in other places, another battle was taking place here. Saber stood at the center of the square, the faint glow of invisible air around his sword distorting the air like heat haze. His armor was dulled from earlier fights, streaked with mud and ash, but he still carried himself like a noble king, regal and authoritative, expression steady. A few paces behind him, Batman moved soundlessly, eyes under the cowl scanning the dark edges of the plaza. He knew an ambush was coming, but not when. The mist thickened. A sweet, cloying scent rolled in with it, sake and copper. Then a voice, low and lilting, floated across the empty space. In front of them, Shoot and Dodgy floated just above the wet boards, her kimono's colors dull in the moonlight, her horns gleaming faintly. A second figure emerged beside her, Katana. She still wore her black combat uniform, but her eyes had changed, deep violet, rimmed with faint red. Soultaker glimmered in her hands. When she saw Batman, something flickered behind the calm expression. "You shouldn't have followed me," she said quietly. Batman tightened his expression. "I need to stop you before you lose yourself, Katana. I know what happened to you was not right, but you can't go around killing people. That's not justice, just vengeance." The smell of sake and blood emanated from Shooten, but it was Katana's rigid posture that caught Arthur's attention. She looked like a woman torn between duty and love. "You came, King of Knights. I can sense your sword even though it's invisible." Shoot and Dodgy stepped from the mist as if it were a curtain. Her horns gleamed faintly, her eyes half-lidded and amused. Her kimono trailed behind her like Valhalla City, built for this Grail war, and yet it feels so much like the feasts of old. Arthur's voice carried across the water, low and clear. "This is not your hunting ground, demon. I can smell the lives you have taken to empower yourself. I don't acknowledge you as a heroic spirit." Batman's eyes narrowed. "You mean she bypassed the rules and absorbed human souls?" Arthur nodded. "Yes, Master. I can sense more than hundreds of souls inside her." Shooten smiled, eyes half-lidded. "If you find it consoling, those were the scums of humanity that I devoured. My master is rather specific about not killing innocents." She sighed. "How dreary. I came to taste the city's pleasures and wine, and they send a king to stop me." She tilted her head at Katana. "And you, why do you tremble? You are my master, and still you hesitate. You didn't hesitate when I shared the power with you." Katana gripped her blade tighter, glancing at Batman. "I have killed only those who had blood on their hands. I swore to protect people from those monsters. Nobody shall mourn them." Batman shifted his stance and spoke with an edge. "That doesn't give you the right to take their lives. Saber, you take out Assassin. I'll keep Katana occupied." Shooten smiled, one hand stroking Katana's shoulder. She chose this willingly. Husband gone, soul bound to a sword, who better to guide her? Just like you, we also have wishes to fulfill. She looked back at Arthur. "Shall we?" Arthur nodded to Batman. "Understood." He raised his invisible sword. A faint line of golden light outlined its edge. "Excalibur was created to slay monsters like you, to show the humans a path to victory through the darkness." Shooten giggled. "Show me then, King of Knights. Show me the weight behind your legend." The square trembled as magic surged. The mist condensed into shapes, clawed silhouettes of Oni crawling from the cracks in the pavement. Arthur stepped forward, blade flashing. The first rush of shadows dissolved under a single swing. Batman hurled smoke grenades and grappling lines, tangling a cluster of phantoms before they reached him. Katana moved suddenly, intercepting Batman. "Stay back," she hissed. If you try to stop me, I'll have to kill you. Batman paused for a second, then replied resolutely, I will stop you and free you from your burden. He smiled despite the situation. Someone once told me, no one saves us but ourselves, no one can and no one may, we ourselves must walk the path. I swore to be someone who not only fights for justice, but also save those who lost their way. Katana faltered briefly, then sighed. You have my respect, Batman, but I am beyond salvation. The battle began. The first clash was sudden. Arthur dashed forward, his sword cleaving in a golden arc. Shuten's body blurred, sake sloshing as she twisted aside with inhuman grace. Her claws extended, blackened with demonic corruption, and raked against his chestplate. Sparks flew, metal shrieked, but the armor held. Arthur countered with a kick, his boot slamming into her midsection and driving her back into a collapsed wall. Stone crumbled. Shuten only laughed, standing with a sway. Strong, aren't you? That makes me want to taste your blood even more. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Mana burst through him, his body wrapped in light. Each step cracked the ground, and he launched a flurry of strikes. Shuten met them with manic giggles, her claws intercepting, her body twisting unnaturally, poisons dripping from her touch. Every clash of steel against claw sent ripples of heat and stench into the air. But Arthur pressed on, relentless. This is not revelry, demon, this is judgment. Shuten's laughter darkened. Her aura swelled, monstrous strength awakening. Then let me show you why Oni were feared as gods of destruction. Her body expanded with power, skin glowing faintly red, horns lengthening. With one swipe, she shattered the stone under his feet, the shockwave sending Arthur stumbling back. She inhaled deeply, and a wave of multicolored poison poured from her gourd, filling the battlefield with lethal miasma. Arthur swung his sword, wind bursting forth, cutting a path through the poison. But his lungs still burned, vision blurring from the toxins that slipped past even his knightly resistance. I cannot falter, he growled, steadying his grip. Shuten glided forward through the miasma like a phantom. Yes, choke, suffocate, drown in my love. Her claws lunged for his throat, only to meet the sudden flare of Arthur's mana burst. His sword flashed, severing her arm at the elbow. Black ichor splattered, hissing as it corroded stone. Shuten hissed, not in pain but delight. Yes, yes, more. Arthur's face remained cold. Then perish, fiend. Shuten Douji blurred forward, faster than the eye, her clawed fingers sparking against the air. Arthur moved at the same instant, blade flashing up to meet her. The first strike cracked the planks and sent a spray of salt water into the air. Sparks burst like tiny stars. She spun away, her sake gourd swinging, releasing a mist that smelled sweet and corrosive. Arthur cut through it with a single stroke, dispersing the enchantment, his boots sliding on the wet surface. He countercharged, each swing deliberate, measured, the blades arc like a cutting wind. Arthur and Shuten clashed again in a shockwave of force. Her clawed fingers met his invisible blade, sparks ringing out like chimes. She was faster than she looked, moving in loops and swirls, slipping past his guard to slash at his armor. He countered with precise, economical strikes, each blow driving her back a step. When his sword cut across her sleeve, her blood hissed on the stones. You fight like a noble king, she said, licking the wound. But kings are always so tired. Wouldn't you like to drink some sake and forget all your worries? She unleashed her skill, intoxicating aroma of fruits. A sweet, intoxicating aroma spread through the battlefield. Even the faintest whiff would be able to make even the strongest of men drunk. Batman put on his respirator on instinct as Katana swung down on him. But Arthur was no ordinary man. His magic resistance was high to negate it, and Avalon healed his body of the poisons immediately. I fight like a man protecting others, Arthur answered, tired or not. She laughed, a sound both sweet and feral. Then let's see how long that resolve lasts. She released a pulse of miasma. The ground under Arthur's boots cracked, and spectral chains whipped at his limbs. He slashed them apart and lunged, his blade striking so hard the air itself boomed. She leapt aside, spinning midair to fling droplets of poison that burned through stone. Arthur blocked with a sweep, the poison sliding off invisible air's barrier. Arthur's sword clashed again against Shuten's claws, sparks raining. Both combatants bled, Arthur's armor cracked, blood streaked his blade. Shuten staggered, Half her body burned from holy light, yet her smile never faded as she regenerated. "You shine so beautifully. I want to drag you down into the mud." Arthur raised his sword, light coiling around it. "Then this light will purge you." Arthur began to press Shooten harder, his strikes a steady drumbeat. She countered with bursts of raw strength, but for each swipe he closed another inch of distance. "You're weakening," he said. "Am I?" she smiled. "Or am I just drawing you in?" With a snap of her fingers, a ring of oni erupted from the ground around him. Arthur's eyes narrowed. "Enough!" He drove his sword point into the pavement. A surge of wind burst outward, scattering the phantoms like smoke. Shooten lunged in through the dispersing mist, claws aimed at his face. He caught her wrist mid-strike, twisted, and slammed the hilt of his sword into her ribs. She gasped and staggered. Batman managed to knock Katana off balance with a low kick. "Arthur, now." Arthur's voice was steady. "Assassin, release her or—" Shooten's eyes flashed. "Or what, King?" She vanished in a blur and reappeared at Katana's side, clutching her shoulder like a lover. "She's mine, body and soul, and I am hers. We vowed to fight till our wishes are fulfilled, no matter the cost. Do you think your sword can cut a bond like that?" Arthur looked at her, then at the demon. "If the bond cannot be cut," he said quietly, "then I will strike you both free." Shooten laughed softly. "Try it." "Stand down, Katana," Batman said, voice graveled but steady. "You don't have to do this." Katana's eyes, sharp and wet with grief, glared through him. "You don't understand. My path was sealed the moment my husband's soul was taken. This blade is not just my weapon, it is my curse. And I will see it through to the end. The Grail is the only salvation I have left." Soul Taker struck again. Batman barely dodged, the edge slicing his cowl. He countered with a smoke pellet, the battlefield consumed in haze. Katana closed her eyes, feeling the souls whispering in her sword. She moved without hesitation, cutting through the smoke toward him. Their duel was fast, brutal, efficient. Batman's strikes were precise, aimed to disarm, disable, never kill. Katana's were killing blows, each fueled by decades of training and a soul-deep resolve. "You're fighting without caring if you die," Batman said between parries. "That's not the way to live." Katana's voice broke, even as her blade struck harder. "It is the only way for me to be with him, for me to free myself. Either my wish is granted, or I die trying." She slashed low, forcing Batman to leap back. He hurled a batarang. She deflected it with a flick, sparks bursting. Soul Taker pulsed, a faint voice whispering from its steel. Batman's jaw tightened. He could almost feel the blade's hunger. Batman moved toward Katana, cape swirling. "You don't have to do this," he said, voice like gravel. "I'll find another way to help you. Give up your hatred. You don't have to do this." "I'm sorry," she murmured between strikes. "This isn't your fight." "It's everyone's fight when a demon's involved," he shot back, dodging under another swing. He flicked a batarang at her sword hand. She deflected it with a flick and countered with a thrust. He caught her wrist and twisted, but she used the momentum to roll free. "You might have a noble wish, but she won't. Don't you know how many will suffer if a monster gets her wish?" Katana raised Soul Taker. "We vowed to fight as long as one of us is alive and fulfill our wish. If she dies, I die with her. That was our bond, but I can still keep her from hurting innocents as long as I control her. Let me fulfill my wish." She lunged, their blades meeting, his collapsible staff against her sword. The impact sent a jolt up his arms. He ducked her next swing, countering with a sweep of his cape that tried to blind her. "This isn't the way to bring back your husband. You can give up this battle, and me and the Justice League would find a way to save your husband. You can trust me." Batman tried again. She spun gracefully, cutting through the cloth, eyes wet but resolute. "I loved him," she whispered, almost to herself. "And then I lost him. Now the wish to save him all I have left, and I need her help to fulfill it." Batman gritted his teeth. He'd faced killers, monsters, aliens, but this was a woman trying to just save her loved one. Yet, in her desire, she had forgotten the lines between good and evil. Only her wish remained true. He knew it was only human to wish for their loved ones to be reunited with them, but he didn't want to let a monster like Shooten to obtain a wish from the Grail. That could be disastrous. Batman caught Katana's wrist mid-swing. "Katana, think about what you're doing. This isn't what your husband would have wanted." She tried to twist free, tears in her eyes. "It is me," she hissed. "It's all I can do to save him." She pushed off him and spun, their weapons clashing again. Soultaker rang like a bell with each strike. He ducked low, swept her legs, and she rolled back up to her feet, panting. He shifted from offense to defense, letting her strikes glance off his gauntlets, buying Arthur time. He still wanted to resolve this without bloodshed, but it was looking unlikely as every moment passed. Arthur and Shuten's duel had grown harsher. She lashed at him with claw and poisoned mist, her movements like a dance, elegant and lethal. He fought with pure technique, each strike deflecting, parrying, or countering hers. She laughed even as his blade cut a line across her kimono. "Phew, a king, is it? How stiff, how boring. You should relax, handsome knight. Drink with me, and perhaps I'll spare your pretty face when I'm done." Arthur raised his blade, voice steady, measured. "I will not fall to drunken tricks or poison charms. I swore to defend humanity, and you, Oni, are a blight upon it. Prepare yourself." "You're strong," she purred, licking the blood from her claw. "But how long can you keep the mask of a king?" Arthur's eyes flickered. "Long enough." He lunged, forcing her back step by step. She responded by summoning spectral Oni, small, twisted shapes with red eyes that leapt at him from the shadows. He cleaved through them with one sweeping stroke, his blade glowing brighter. The golden aura burned them to ash. The dock planks cracked under his advance. Shuten had stopped laughing. Her eyes glowed crimson, horns pulsing with power. "You've earned the privilege to witness my true self," she hissed. The air thickened with miasma, the water around the pier began to boil. She spoke the chant seductively. "Oh, what a bother, why don't I melt you all at once?" Multicolored poison, Shimpen Kidoku. From the tip of the nails, slowly, slowly. "Oni no Kishin, let us drown this world in drunken death." The world around them trembled and poisonous gas started to spread around, corroding everything. The water around the harbor even turned purple as all aquatic life forms perished and floated, then dissolved into nothing. Batman shouted as he fought. "Saber, we need to stop her before this spreads even further and harms others. Unleash your noble phantasm to end this in one strike." Arthur planted his feet. "Very well, master, then I will answer as a king must." He raised his blade high. "Yes, let's put an end to this." Seal 13, decision start. The words carried power, but Shuten's claw caught his arm mid-call, interrupting the incantation. Her strength sent him sliding back. She darted in again, aiming for his throat. He blocked, but the force of her blow sent a shockwave through the dock, splinters flying. He spoke as he recovered. "Master, I need time to use my noble phantasm. I need you to hold her for a moment or use one of the command seals to bypass it." Batman disengaged from Katana with a feint, hurling smoke pellets to obscure her vision. He shouted over the chaos. "With my command seal, I order you, Saber. Unleash your noble phantasm to destroy this demon and protect the world." One of his command seals vanished as a golden glow enveloped Arthur, boosting his strength. Arthur's jaw tightened. He shifted his grip, pivoted under Shuten's next slash, and drove his invisible blade straight through her miasma, piercing her shoulder. She screamed, the sound a mixture of fury and ecstasy. "Yes, that's it, show me more." Arthur pushed forward, lifting her off the ground and slamming her down on the boards. Golden light burst from the wound. "By the name of the once and future king," he said quietly, "I end this now." His invisible sword became visible as a radiant light erupted from it. Excalibur finally revealed its beautiful form. The atmosphere was enveloped in a calm silence. It's like the world itself was rejoicing its existence. The greatest weapon of mankind that is engraved deeply within their memories. One drop of the planet's light. Crossing over all periods of time, it is the unfulfilled dream itself of many humans. Let its glow shine to eradicate all evil. Excalibur. Shuten's eye widened at the brilliant golden light that eradicated all her defenses and the poison. The night sky was illuminated by the warm golden glow. Winds howled and spread apart with an invisible force. Even Batman and Katana stopped for a moment to witness its beauty. That sword, it hold the dreams of every warrior, past, present, and future as their deaths a prayok. Shuten muttered absent-mindedly. A sad, unreachable dream, huh? It feels rather warm. Arthur's blade sliced through the wave of poison mist and struck Shooten full across the chest. She cried out in pain, stumbling, her form flickered less solid. A true king's blow, she murmured. Almost enough. Arthur raised his sword higher, gathering more wind and light around it as he pushed effort. Then this will be enough. The light burned through all Masama and destroyed Shuten's body even as it regenerated. Shooten coughed blood, laughing weakly as she fell down. Ah, a real man after all. She looked at Katana and smiled faintly. It seems I have failed. Now, beloved master, it's time to fulfill your part of the pact. Katana stopped moving, her sword arm trembled. She stared at Shooten on the ground and then at Batman, whose stance had softened. It's over, he said, voice low. Katana shook her head. Not yet. She stepped back, Soul Taker trembling in her hands. Our bond? If she dies, she will possess my body to continue the battle. That was our pact. I was so blinded by my desire that I accepted it. I thought I accepted any cost to fulfill my wish. But now, I understand this isn't what Maceo would have wanted. I want him to remember me as Tatsu, the young, innocent girl he fell in love with, the mother of his children, not as a monster. All I wanted was to live with my husband and children peacefully. But with my defeat, my wish is no longer possible. There's only one way left now. Batman's eyes widened as Shuten's body disappeared into mist and entered Katana's body. Her body started to change as the demonic horns sprouted from her head. Her mask fell down, revealing a beautiful face twisted in grief and loneliness. Katana smiled, hearing the voice of her husband from the sword, soothing her mind. Thank you, Maceo. It's time for us to be together finally, and I'm sorry, Shooten, I can't go on anymore. Batman realized what she was about to do and reached for her. You don't have to. She raised the blade to her stomach. I can't live on, not without him. Her eyes met his. Take care of my blade, don't let it fall into evil hands. She smiled faintly. And I'll tell him, I kept my promise. Tears slid down her cheeks, but her voice was steady. This is my choice. My soul belongs with him. My blade will keep me at his side. Before Batman could move, she knelt, placed Soul Taker against her stomach, and thrust. The steel slid through her body, glowing as it drew her soul inward. Her words were a whisper. Now, I can be with you again. Soul Taker, seal us both. Reunite me with my beloved. She thrust the sword into her own body, straight through the heart. Light burst from the wound, searing bright. Shooten Daoji gasped, her spirit form unraveling it was sucked towards the sword. Ah, what a foolish girl. She reached out as if to touch Katana's face. But so loyal even in death, I don't mind being stuck for eternity with you. Katana smiled for the first time in a while. You better behave in front of my husband. Shooten laughed, no promises. Katana's body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, but her soul, a faint, shimmering silhouette, reached out and clasped Shuten's hand as the Oni's body dissolved. Their silhouettes overlapped, the Oni and the warrior, then dissolved together into a single column of shimmering light. The light spiraled upward and was gone. Soul Taker clattered to the stones. Batman stood frozen for a long moment, cape hanging heavy. His fists clenched, but he said nothing. Arthur approached, his sword still faintly glowing, expression grave. He looked at Batman, who was silent. The water lapped softly at the pilings. Arthur lowered his blade, his expression unreadable. The mist dispersed, leaving only rain-slick pavement and the faint glow of Arthur's blade. Batman knelt by the sword, picking it up carefully. The steel was cold. She sealed her soul to stop Shooten, he said hoarsely. Went with her to make sure it held. Arthur sheathed his invisible sword, the glow fading. She died as a warrior and a wife, he said. May they find peace in the afterlife. Batman stood, cloak settling around him. We need to secure this area. No one can find this sword. His eyes flicked to Arthur. And you're bleeding. Arthur looked at his arm where Shuten's claw had cut through armor. He smiled faintly. I've had worse. He looked toward the city lights beyond the pier. Another battle won, another soul lost. The mist cleared slowly, revealing the broken planks, scorched marks, and a faint glimmer where Katana's blade had vanished. The night felt heavier, as if the city itself mourned. Arthur turned to Batman. We should leave. The others will be fighting elsewhere. Batman nodded grimly. Let's go, the war isn't over yet. They walked back into the shadows of Valhalla, leaving behind the broken pavement, the faint smell of sake, and the empty sword that had ended a bond neither a blade nor a king could cut. Two warriors carrying the weight of the fight they had just survived, and the memory of the woman who had chosen her own ending. Capítulo 92, Destruction vs. Memories. The other side of the city was chaos incarnate. The horizon bled with fire and steel, and the distant crash of noble phantasms echoed like thunder rolling endlessly. Edward streaked through the skies above it all, his eyes keenly tracing the remnants of battles fought only moments before. The sharp tang of mana dispersing in the air told him more than sight could. One servant had just been extinguished, their spiritual core erased from this war. Edward's lips curved into a humorless chuckle. "Nice work, Bruce," he muttered under his breath, his voice carrying over the wind. "Seems tomorrow will be the last day of this war. So far, the continent is still standing, so I'll count that as a net positive." His words were half amusement, half grim acknowledgement of the devastation already wrought. The closer he came to the source, the heavier the pressure felt. Mana clashed in waves, distorting the air, rattling debris across empty avenues. Edward descended swiftly, landing on the fractured rooftop of a half-collapsed tower. From there, he saw the confrontation unfolding below. Achilles stood squarely in front of Cassie, his broad frame planted with the ease of a warrior who had faced down countless legends. His presence radiated confidence, yet there was tension in his stance, a readiness to intercept death itself if it came for his master. Across from him, Arjuna stood with his bow already drawn, the curve of the Gandava glowing faintly, strands of fire licking along its form as if eager to be unleashed. Edward folded his arms, watching with interest as the battle reached its peak. The Grail War doesn't allow the interference from the divine. Arjuna's voice was sharp as steel, his eyes narrowing when he caught sight of Cassie's cracked bracelets, the faint divine aura seeping from beneath them. His tone carried both disdain and resolve. "I shall defeat both of you right here." Cassie said nothing, but the ground around her spoke for her. Jagged fissures cracked outward from where she stood, stones splintering and dust lifting in swirls around her boots. The divine power she was restraining pressed against the world itself, threatening to tear it apart. Constantine raised his hand in a placating gesture, his eyes flicking nervously between the servants. His voice dripped with the familiar mix of sarcasm and desperation. "Wait, Archer, if you harm a master directly without provocation, we'll be disqualified, and she probably has a family. They'll hunt me down." Arjuna's jaw tightened. His eyes, focused and unforgiving, didn't even shift toward Constantine. "That's not my concern. If she unleashes her powers, this place might not exist." Achilles glanced back toward Cassie, his expression firm yet tinged with worry. His voice softened slightly, trying to reach her. "Come on, Master, we've lost. It's better to accept it and move on." He paused suddenly, his eyes widening as he felt mana surge into him, knitting wounds and burning away fatigue. The light of vitality returned to his frame, and he flexed his hand in wonder. "Whoa, is this a power-up? I feel I can continue fighting again." Cassie's expression shifted as her eyes dimmed back to normal, the dangerous golden glow receding. She smirked, her divine aura calming but her spirit anything but subdued. "What? You thought I lost control and was about to go berserk? Please, I hate losing, but I'd hate it more if I destroyed this place and earned myself a beating from my dad." Achilles let out a bark of laughter at that, shaking his head in disbelief. "Round two, then." Her smirk widened. "Round two." The banter between master and servant only served to grate at Arjuna's composure. His patience, already strained, snapped. With a sharp, fluid motion, he knocked his bow, his voice like a razor. "Master, use your command seal to recover my mana. I'll use my noble phantasm." Constantine stared for a long moment, shoulders slumping. A weary sigh escaped him. "Bloody hell, I'm not getting paid enough for this shit." Resigned, he lifted his arm. The crimson glow of a command seal ignited across his hand, burning with finality. "With my command seal, I order you, Archer. Recover your strength and unleash your noble phantasm to grant us victory." Arjuna closed his eyes for a heartbeat, letting the rush of mana flood into his spiritual core. The Gandiva blazed with renewed brilliance, its wood and flame harmonizing in a terrible hymn. He leveled the bow, his words spoken with solemn weight. "My bow is my will, and my aim shall be true. I shall incinerate you with this strike. Overflow, Agni Gandiva." The bow erupted with fire, so bright that the night sky itself seemed to recoil. A colossal arrow of flame manifested, not ordinary fire, but divine conflagration, fire gifted from Agni, the flame god. The heat blasted outward, scorching the cracked earth at Arjuna's feet and warping the air into a shimmering haze. Then he loosed. The flaming missile streaked forward, a streak of molten death tearing through the sky with terrifying precision. The world seemed to tilt with its passage, its roar like a screaming inferno. Cassie's grin only widened at the sight of it. She raised her hand, pointing toward her servant. "Go, Achilles." Achilles exhaled slowly, a sigh caught somewhere between weariness and exhilaration. He stepped forward, meeting fire with defiance. "Ha ha ha, it's time to show you my will, the will of Achilles." The air split with a roar of thunder. From nothingness, a majestic chariot manifested, bronze, gold, and iron bound together in divine craftsmanship, its wheels gleaming as though freshly polished by the gods themselves. Two divine steeds appeared with it, Xanthos and Balius, immortal gifts of Poseidon, their coats shining with unearthly light, and Pedasos, the mortal but mighty horse taken in war, no less determined than its brethren. The divine horses reared, their neighs echoing like war drums. Sparks burst beneath their hooves though they stood upon no road. Achilles placed a hand on their manes, a smile tugging at his lips, even as the inferno bore down. He vaulted onto the driver's stand with the ease of a man who had lived and died with this chariot. His voice, low and sharp, carried across the field. "Come on, try to stop me. My chariot will run you down like a shooting star. Too late now, Troya's tragedia." The chariot surged forward, pulled by the three steeds with impossible speed. The very sky split as it raced upward, meeting the oncoming arrow head-on. Boom! The collision shook the heavens. Fire and bronze clashed, divine will against divine weapon. The resulting shockwave blasted outward in every direction. Constantine stumbled back, shielding his face with his coat. Cassie raised her arms to guard her eyes as debris and heat whipped around her. The ground shuddered violently, as if the world itself feared to be caught between the two noble phantasms. The arrow struck with unrelenting force, but the chariot refused to yield. Achilles gritted his teeth as the strain reached him. His divine steeds screamed in pain as fire scorched their hides, their immortal resilience the only thing keeping them from being obliterated instantly. Arjuna's eyes widened. The arrow, meant to annihilate, had been halted in its deadly course. For the first time, doubt flickered across his face. Yet Achilles' triumph was not without cost. The chariot's wheels caught flame, bronze cracking under the pressure. The frame splintered, and divine horses howled as the fire burned deeper into their forms. The air was alive with their agony and the groan of breaking wood. Achilles' decision came instantly. He leapt from the chariot as both constructs reached their limits. A moment later, both arrow and chariot exploded in the heavens above, vanishing into motes of light that rained down like dying stars. Achilles landed heavily, rolling to his feet with an effortless grace. His eyes locked onto Arjuna, filled with unbroken resolve. He jabbed a finger toward him, his voice harsh and cutting. "You killed my horses. That will cost you, demigod." Arjuna exhaled slowly, his composure returning with deliberate calm. His fingers tightened around the Gandiva as he drew another arrow, his tone flat, unyielding. "The next strike shall bring absolute ruin." Edward stopped mid-sip and splurted the wine he just drank. "Wait, is he about to use that?" Arjuna's hands trembled with neither fear nor hesitation, but with the sheer weight of the divine weapon he was preparing to unleash. Gandiva was still burning with residual flames from his last noble phantasm, but this time it was different. The weapon thrummed with a different energy, a resonance that felt heavier than fire, colder, more inevitable, like a judgment that had already been passed and was merely awaiting execution. His voice was steady when he addressed Constantine. "Master, you better move far away. I am not certain if I can limit the destruction of my next attack." Constantine stared at him as if Arjuna had lost his mind. "Then you should not be using such an attack." His words snapped out, sharp and irritated, but beneath them was a note of genuine concern. He knew full well how little influence he had over his servant in this state. Arjuna was as headstrong as he was relentless. Resigned, Constantine cursed under his breath, then clicked his tongue and drifted back. The wards he hastily sketched into the air glowing faintly as he widened the distance between himself and the battlefield. The situation on the opposite side could not have been more different. Achilles remained firmly planted between Cassie and Arjuna, his body battered and his aura fraying, yet his stance unyielding. He turned his head just slightly, enough to speak to his master without letting his gaze leave his opponent. His voice carried a quiet gravity, absent of his usual bravado. "Master, I have no more tricks left. I can only block his next strike. Stand behind me. I gave your father word that I shall protect you with my life." Cassie's eyes hardened, her fists tightening at her sides. She shook her head, her voice low but steady. "That guy can't harm me. I am a goddess despite my actions. I am stronger than I look." Then she added, with a flicker of defiance, "My father is surely watching. He won't allow any harm to me." Achilles' lips tugged into a small, amused smile at her stubbornness. "Be that as it may, I believe it's time to write the final chapter of my epic journey." Slowly, deliberately, he drew from his side an ancient shield. Its surface gleaming faintly with divine craftsmanship, runes and engravings etched into its circumference that pulsed with otherworldly light. The faint glow intensified, filling the ruined avenue with emerald radiance. He lifted it reverently, the weight of destiny tangible in his grip. "Allow me to show you my world." On the far side, Arjuna's preparations reached their peak. His voice dropped into a low chant, each syllable carrying divine authority. "My karma shall be unleashed here. As the child of a god and a human, I will dole out punishment." The weapon flared with power, and the air around the arrow he knocked twisted and warped as if reality itself was being bent. The divine energy of destruction leaked outward in pulses, the atmosphere thick with the promise of annihilation. Achilles inhaled deeply, his eyes soft for a fleeting instant as he stared at his shield. "Let me show you the world I lived in, what I held the dearest to my heart." The green glow around the construct grew brighter, swirling outward until Cassie had to shield her eyes. She recognized it for what it was, his final noble phantasm. Her chest tightened with unwillingness. She knew the outcome of this clash would be absolute. Arjuna's gaze sharpened, and his chant escalated into solemn declaration. "Expanding sacred domain, domain secured, divine punishment enforcement limits, all approved. By the wrath of Shiva, here ends thy life." He raised the bow high, the destructive aura condensing around the arrow until it hummed with impossible pressure. His voice carried like a tolling bell. "Behold, this is destruction, Pashupada." The arrow loosed, and the world itself seemed to recoil. It streaked across the battlefield like a bolt of death, tearing a path through the air. Every structure in its wake cracked and crumbled, its presence eroding matter and soul alike. The sheer force warped the sky, burning a scar across the night. Achilles did not flinch. He raised his shield, his voice calm, resolute. "Bear witness to my glory, the life of me, Achilles, Achilleus Cosmos." The shield erupted, its light enveloping them all. The space around Achilles unfolded into something greater, something impossible, a miniature world given form. Ancient Greek architecture rose from the fractured streets, stone pillars and marble walls gleaming as if fresh from Hephaestus' forge. Waves of the ocean circled the outer edge, endlessly swirling as Poseidon's currents encased it. Within, scenes from Achilles' life came to life with breathtaking clarity. Children laughing and playing in sunlit courtyards, warriors clashing in honorable combat within an arena, a mother's gentle smile as she sang a lullaby, her voice echoing faintly across the illusion. Cassie's breath caught in her throat as she took in the vision. This was not just a shield, it was Achilles' very soul, the world he cherished, preserved in eternity by divine hands. Arjuna's eyes widened despite himself, the fiery arrow bearing down but his composure faltering at the sight. "That is a whole separate world." His lips curved into something rare, a smile tinged with genuine respect. "I recognize your will, Achilles. You are indeed a great hero, someone worthy of being my equal. Let's see which is stronger, my destruction or your memories. Achilles grinned back, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth but his spirit unbroken. I won't fall like this. Shine brightly, my shield. The two noble phantasms collided. Cracked. Reality shattered like glass, a shockwave ripping outward with apocalyptic force. Light flooded the skies, blinding, all-consuming. The ground convulsed beneath them, splitting open in jagged fractures. Across the continent, people woke screaming as their homes shook violently, convinced an earthquake had struck. But those who stumbled outside were greeted by a horror stranger still, the night sky blazing brighter than day, as though a second sun had ignited overhead. In one small town, an old man in his 80s stumbled to his porch, muttering curses. His weary eyes widened at the sight of the inferno above, his weathered face paling. "Oh, hell," he grumbled, voice shaking. "Don't tell me someone launched another nuke." The blast was felt far beyond mortal senses. Magi across the globe stopped mid-incantation, heads snapping toward the surge. Ancient wards trembled, ley lines buckled, and even the oldest among them went pale at the magnitude of mana released. The clash was a cataclysm, echoing through the hidden world with undeniable clarity. The explosion did not end quickly. For minutes the light persisted, devouring the skyline, drowning sound in its roar. Then, at last, the radiance waned. Smoke and dust drifted lazily, curling around shattered remnants of buildings. When the battlefield was revealed once more, the outcome stood clear. Arjuna remained upright, Gandava in hand, his expression as composed as ever though his breathing was labored. Before him, the remnants of Achilles' shield cracked, its illusions fading piece by piece, children's laughter fading into silence, marble halls crumbling into nothingness. Achilles himself stood tall despite the blood soaking his chest. He gave a weary, almost helpless smile. "I lost, huh?" Arjuna lowered his bow slightly, then inclined his head in rare respect. "No, I lost. You stopped my ultimate attack. No hero has ever done that except one. Be proud, Achilles. May we meet again and battle to our heart's content." Achilles' laughter was soft, almost fond. He turned to Cassie, his expression warming. "Cheer up, master. You don't look pretty when you frown. Honestly, why is a beauty like you so focused on fighting all the time? Nobody will marry you if you keep this up." Cassie chuckled despite the bitterness weighing on her. "I'm not interested in those things. Fighting is my only passion for now. Man, I really wanted to win this war and summon a strong creature to fight." Achilles smiled wryly, shaking his head as his body began to disintegrate into motes of golden light. "If only you were born during my era, I'd give up my chase for glory and settle down. Farewell, master. May we meet again." Cassie's shoulders slumped, but her voice was steady. "Farewell, Achilles. It was fun to meet you and fight beside you." Within moments, he was gone. Only silence lingered where the great hero had stood. Arjuna turned to Constantine, his voice calm once more. "Our battle is done for tonight. Let us rest." Constantine, his coat singed and his face drawn, fished a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with trembling fingers. He exhaled a plume of smoke, muttering, "I could use some rest, mate." He lifted his hand lazily in Cassie's direction. "No hard feelings, eh?" Cassie cracked her knuckles, her tone sharp. "Don't push it, hobo." Arjuna chuckled faintly as Constantine deflated, the mage grumbling as he trudged back toward his servant. "Bloody kids don't have no respect these days." The two vanished into the night, leaving Cassie alone with her thoughts beneath the still glowing sky. Cassie exhaled slowly, the dust of the battlefield clinging to her hair and clothes, and spoke softly to the empty sky above. "Come down, Dad. I know you're watching." A familiar, amused chuckle floated down to her, gentle but unmistakably full of warmth. "Oh, looks like my little girl has grown up. You are more observing these days." Cassie's lips curved into a wry smile. "You just suck at hiding. Remember how I always found you during hide and seek." From the corner of her vision, Edward materialized as if stepping through the sunlight itself, the battle's devastation fading behind him. He lowered his hand to pat her head lightly, his presence reassuring. "And did you forget how you won? You'd cry and yell, 'I want my daddy,' until I appeared and then jumped on me, saying you won." Cassie's blush spread instantly, a mix of embarrassment and nostalgia. "I was 5, she protested, even as the corners of her lips betrayed her amusement. Edward knelt slightly and hugged her with a gentleness that seemed impossible given the destruction surrounding them. "Are you all right, sweetie?" Cassie returned the embrace, pressing herself against him with a sigh that carried both exhaustion and relief. "Yeah, I wanted to win on my own. I wanted to make you proud, Dad." Edward chuckled softly, the sound deep and comforting amidst the rubble-strewn city. "Silly girl, you and your siblings are all my pride and joy. No matter what you do, you will always be loved and cherished by me. You never need to prove anything to me." Cassie sniffled, tightening her hold around him. "Thanks, Dad." Edward patted her head gently again, his eyes scanning the horizon as though he carried the weight of every battle and every life on this scarred world. It was a tender, quiet moment, stark against the jagged ruins of the battlefield. Flames still licked at collapsed structures, smoke twisted skyward, and shards of stone glittered like dangerous stars in the dim light. Yet, for a brief instant, father and daughter shared warmth in the eye of the storm. The second day of the Holy Grail War had ended. Only 4 servants remained, their exhaustion and injuries etched into their faces and armor. Tomorrow would bring the final clashes, and the victor of this deadly contest would begin to emerge. Perhaps the end of this war rested not in skill alone, but in cunning, endurance, and the will to survive when every option had been exhausted. Far from the ruined streets, in the cold silence of his private quarters, Batman sat grimly on the edge of his bed. The soul-taker rested in its sheath beside him, blackened steel reflecting the dim light of a single lamp. He clenched his jaw, his mind already spinning through scenarios and contingencies. Tomorrow, he would face Lex Luthor, the most dangerous participant in this war. Every strategy had to account for Luthor's brilliance and ruthlessness. Every move had to anticipate betrayal, misdirection, and the lethal ingenuity of his enemy. Arthur, meanwhile, had recovered from his grueling encounter with Shoot and Dowgie. His room was quiet, yet his thoughts churned. He was deep in contemplation, replaying every decision of the past day. Anxiety and anticipation coiled around him like a living thing. Victory was within his grasp, yet the weight of what he intended to wish for pressed upon him. His heart raced with the audacity of his plan, and he couldn't shake the tremor of doubt that whispered of consequences yet unseen. Across another part of the city, Lex Luthor and Gilgamesh sat in tense silence. Their eyes met occasionally, sharp and calculating. Gilgamesh's annoyance was subtle but palpable, his gaze flickering with irritation at Lex's earlier use of a command seal. Lex, however, remained composed, a mask of calm over the storm of calculation inside him. "I cannot risk fallout," he said logically, his voice precise and deliberate. "If we are to secure victory, I must act decisively. I will employ my resources to strike directly at the master. My agents, armed with advanced weapons, will remove the target in one calculated sweep." Gilgamesh leaned back, his expression one of detached amusement. He scoffed, though there was no anger in it, only a regal impatience. "Do as you will, mongrel. The results are yours to bear." Meanwhile, Connor and Ace recovered in their small base, the tension of battle still lingering in the air. Karna, ever vigilant, stood watch over them, his presence a fortress of calm. Connor's mind raced, planning their next assault against Lex Luthor, the man who represented the oppression of freedom and will. Ace, still shaken and fragile from her previous encounters, kept herself guarded, her eyes darting to every corner of the room, every shadow. Connor tried patiently to reach her, sharing experiences and soft reassurances, attempting to bridge the gap of mistrust. Yet Ace remained wary, the trauma of past battles etched into her expression and posture. Not far from them, Constantine had abandoned all pretense of vigilance. He drank from a bottle of scotch, emptying it with a fatalistic sense of relief, and soon sank into deep, oblivious sleep. Even the war, with all its imminent threats and apocalyptic stakes, could not penetrate his stupor. Arjuna, in contrast, remained awake. His eyes were bright with a cold clarity, reflecting on the battles fought and the battles yet to come. His mind, ever calculating, measured the strength of his remaining adversaries and contemplated his next move. One opponent loomed in his thoughts above all others, his own brother. The confrontation awaited, inevitable as the dawn, and Arjuna's resolve hardened with the knowledge that family blood would soon be tested on this battlefield. All across the war-torn city, the survivors and combatants alike settled into uneasy rest. The air was thick with tension, anticipation, and the remnants of divine power that still lingered in the atmosphere. Every shadow seemed alive, every sound amplified in the silence following devastation. What would unfold tomorrow, even the fates themselves could not predict. Every strategy, every loyalty, and every hidden ambition would collide once more, shaping the outcome of the Holy Grail War in ways that even the participants could scarcely imagine. And as the city slept, scarred but still standing, the echoes of past battles whispered promises of blood, honor, and destiny, yet unfulfilled. Capítulo 93, I Love War. Night fell like a blade, cleaving the city into shadow and the last bruised glows of mana. The air tasted of ozone and spent divinity. Every ruined facade still hummed with the ghost of noble phantasms. Under that bruised sky, the remaining masters and servants prepared for what would be the final push, the thin, terrible hour before everything folded into one last conflagration. In a half-collapsed warehouse that had become their makeshift shelter, Ace sat cross-legged on a slab of broken concrete, her eyes cast down. She looked weary but alert, a quiet storm behind her gaze. Connor paced the floor, fists clenched and unclenched, his restlessness almost vibrating through the room. "We don't have the luxury of waiting," Connor finally said, breaking the silence. His voice was steady, but every word carried the blunt edge of necessity. "Lex is the problem. If we cut him out, we stand a chance. If we let him win this war, it's over." Ace shifted, hesitant. "Karna won't be there. I don't have Heracles anymore. You know what that means." There was no fear in her tone, only the sober weight of realism. "Gilgamesh alone is more than any enemy we've faced before. Lex will also be on guard now that he knows about us, and—" She trailed off, biting down on the thought. Connor stopped pacing, turned to her, and shook his head. "We can't count on Karna. He's got his fight." He exhaled slowly, remembering lines of data burned into him from Cadmus files. "But there's someone else. Batman. His profile said he's a hero. The kind that doesn't stand by if there's a chance to stop someone evil. If we make a move, we might be able to get his help." Ace's brow furrowed, skepticism clashing with the faintest spark of hope. "You think we can trust him?" "I don't know," Connor admitted, shoulders tense. "But I remember what I read. He's not Lex, that's enough." From the far side of the room, Karna stirred. He had been silent all this time, meditating with closed eyes, but now he rose, his presence filling the space with quiet authority. His expression was unreadable, but his words were heavy with the weight of ancient duty. "You should wait," Karna said firmly, stepping closer. "I will face my brother Arjuna tonight. When that is finished, I will come, then we strike together." His tone brooked no compromise. Connor's jaw tightened. He respected Karna, admired him even, but this was not a moment for deference. "We can't wait. If we do, Lex will lock everything down. This is our only window." His voice sharpened, urgent. "We go now." Ace stood, meeting Karna's gaze. For a moment, the weight of her own hesitation pressed down on her shoulders, but then she shook her head, siding with Connor. "He's right. We can't hold back. If we hesitate, we'll lose more than this war. It's about we fought to take our lives back." Karna's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of disappointment beneath his stoicism. He understood resolve, but he also knew recklessness. Still, he would not stop them. He had his own oath to fulfill. "Very well," he said at last, his voice like tempered steel. "But know this, without me, your path will be perilous. Do not underestimate him and his servant. They are strong." Ace and Connor both nodded. They already knew. And yet they turned away, the decision made. Across the city, Batman had turned a gutted skyscraper into a command post. Screens glowed in the darkness, satellites feeding him endless streams of data. He had been watching Lex for hours, charting every convoy, every shift of armed personnel Lex was bringing to Australia. His contingencies sprawled across the floor in the form of gadgets, explosives, and tactical notes. Arthur stood with him, Excalibur sheathed at his side. The knight's brow was furrowed, his thoughts caught between valor and doubt. Batman's voice cut through the silence, clipped and practical. "Saber," he said, not looking up from the satellite feed, "can you take on Gilgamesh by yourself?" Arthur hesitated. The question wasn't trivial. It was life and death for himself and anyone near him. He thought of Gilgamesh's arrogance, his unmatched treasury of weapons, his overwhelming presence. Slowly, Arthur exhaled. "It might be possible," he admitted, his voice low. "If I get a clear shot with my noble phantasm, perhaps, but it will not be certain." Batman nodded once. That was enough. On another feed, he saw convoys of armored vehicles, soldiers armed with cutting-edge weapons, drones swarming overhead. They were close to Valhalla City. Lex was preparing a total war, not a duel. Batman's jaw tightened. He tapped into a secure channel. "Batman calling Justice League. I need backup," he said curtly. His satellites had already shown what was coming. The reply was immediate but grim. "We're tied up," came Diana's voice, worn but resolute. She relayed what had happened. An alien named Lobo had crashed onto Earth, throwing the League into chaos. Superman and Feora had fought him and bled for it. Diana herself had subdued the mercenary only when he was too wounded to stand. The League was stretched thin. Still, Shazam and Green Lantern were available. They were on their way, but they would not arrive before the night deepened. Batman filed the timing away without comment. He would act with whatever pieces were left on the board. To others, he was just a mere mortal. But as Joker once said, there is nothing mere about this mortal. Far from the turmoil of strategy, in a high-walled chamber guarded by private soldiers, Lex Luthor stood over a table strewn with blueprints. His expression was cold, methodical. He was already planning how to secure and transport the Grail once it manifested. "We'll move it out within the hour of manifestation," Lex told his inner circle. "The Grail is no different than any other prize. With our agents, our firepower, we will control the battlefield and eliminate the competition. This war is already won." His assistant, Mercy Graves, hesitated. "Lex, are you certain that those Magis won't interfere once they sense what's going on?" Lex smirked. "That's why we take out Ruler before that." Gilgamesh sat nearby, wine glass in hand, lounging on a gilded seat as if the destruction of the city were nothing more than theater. His golden eyes burned with disdain as he watched Lex speak. The King of Heroes had little patience for mortals barking orders. When he remembered the indignity of being forced to act by Lex's command seal, his grip on the glass almost shattered it. "Do as you will, mongrel," Gilgamesh said at last, his tone bored but laced with contempt. "Scurry about with your machines. They are meaningless in the face of true kingship." Lex glanced at him, cool and composed. He had already apologized for the command seal, explaining it with the calm precision of a businessman. He could not risk losing the war because of divine arrogance. Gilgamesh scoffed but said nothing more, sipping his wine with studied disinterest. He had seen how it ends with Shah Nakba Imuru, but he wasn't going to tell Lex. "It's almost time," he muttered softly. John Constantine leaned against the wall of a ruined chapel, a bottle of scotch in his hand. For once, he had thought his war was over. Arjuna was going to face his brother Karna, a fight that required no master. And there's a good chance Jithe both will perish. By all rights, Constantine should have been free, able to walk away, to forget, to drink until his memory blurred. But his conscience would not let him. He cursed it under his breath, cursing his damned morality, cursing the nagging pull in his chest that told him walking away would be wrong. With a groan, he straightened up, flicked the bottle aside, and muttered to himself. "Bloody hell, always the hard way." He set off to find Ace and Connor. If nothing else, he'd throw in his lot with the kids. Better that than living with the guilt of knowing he left them to Lex. High above the ruins, perched on the edge of a tower where the wind cut sharp and cold, Edward sat in calm silence. Beside him, Cassie leaned back, legs swinging idly over the abyss. From here, the whole city spread below them. Smoke, broken lights, shifting shadows. Edward's gaze sharpened suddenly, his senses stretching outward. He felt them, the mercenaries Lex had sent, a tide of steel and weapons marching through the dark. He glanced at Cassie and spoke in a voice that rumbled with quiet amusement. "There's your next fight, dear. Go and beat the shit out of them. Since you're not a master anymore, this will be fine." Cassie grinned, the fire in her eyes flaring. She kissed his cheek happily. "That's why I love you, Dad. You always find a way to make it fun." She pushed herself off the ledge, dropping into the night with eager anticipation. Edward chuckled softly, watching her vanish into the fray below. Then, almost to himself, he whispered, "Time to end this." The stage was set. The third night of the Holy Grail War had begun. The night settled over the ruined city like a suffocating blanket, the tension so thick it weighed on the chest. At the city's broken center, under the fractured glow of shattered lamps and burning cars, the stage for the final act was set. Batman stood with quiet resolve, his cape swaying as the dust-laden wind cut through the empty streets. Across from him, Lex Luthor adjusted his immaculate suit, every motion deliberate, every glance calculating. Behind him lounged Gilgamesh, golden armor gleaming like it was forged to mock the darkness itself. Arthur stood firm at Batman's side, his blade steady, though a tremor of hesitation lingered in his grip. Not far off, within the shadow of the forest, Constantine walked with a cigarette dangling between his lips, the faint orange glow painting his features. Beside him strode Arjuna, cold and determined, eyes set on the horizon. Ahead, they spotted Connor and Ace, weary yet unyielding, faces marked by the weight of survival. Connor lifted his chin. "Didn't expect you to show up here." The mage sighed, exhaling smoke into the night before flicking the cigarette away. "Yeah, well, blame my bloody conscience. Could have sat this one out, but the thought of leaving you two to fry didn't sit well. Don't thank me, though, I already hate myself for it." Ace arched a brow, guarded as always. "And why should we trust you? You've been playing your own game since the start." Constantine gave a bitter grin. "Because, love, I know where this is going. Lex'll be squaring off with Batman, and if he's got Gilgamesh on a leash, things'll get ugly fast. I say we give the bats a hand. 4 servants left, stakes are higher than they've ever been." Connor glanced at Ace, the determination hardening his gaze. After a moment, she nodded. "Fine, but one wrong move and—" "I'll be the first to stab myself, don't worry, lass," Constantine muttered. Behind them, Karna and Arjuna locked eyes, the unspoken promise of brotherhood and rivalry hanging between them. No words were exchanged, none were needed. Both understood this was where their paths split. With a mutual nod, they turned away from the others, ready to settle their score elsewhere, in a place where they could unleash their full power without restraint. And then, the night air shifted. A shadow fell across the group, blotting out the moonlight. The air stilled. The faint hum of magic prickled along their skin. When they looked up, disbelief painted every face. Edward, dressed in his red coat, descended from the heavens as if the world itself was his stage. He held an umbrella, spinning it lightly as though mocking the seriousness of the battlefield. His boots barely touched the ground, and already his grin was wide, sharp, and utterly deranged. Constantine froze mid-step, the half-burned cigarette dropping from his lips. His eyes went wide, and for once his tongue couldn't find the words, until it did, with venom and disbelief. "What in the Mary Poppins bullshit is this?" he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger upward. Connor snorted despite himself, unable to help the chuckle that escaped him. Ace, on the other hand, folded her arms, her tone flat but laced with confusion. "That's the ruler of this war, and apparently from what Gilgamesh said, a bloodsucker or something." Edward's eyes widened in mock offense. He clutched his chest dramatically, the umbrella twirling behind him as if it were part of some grand performance. "Hey now," he declared, voice rising, theatrical and booming. "I'm a fuck-mothering vampire. I killed a lot of people to earn that title." Connor's face paled, all humor gone in an instant. "Why? Why is a vampire the judge of this war?" Constantine groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose as though the world itself had betrayed him. "Because that's how these bloody things work. Holy Grail wars always summon a ruler, someone who is a great leader in their life, someone without a wish to chase. Their job's to keep the rest of you lot in line." He squinted at Edward, suspicion sharp in his tone. "So tell me, Mr. Red, what's your true name?" Edward dropped the act of indifference for a moment. He gave an elegant bow, almost gentlemanly, his sharp grin never faltering. "My name is Alucard," he said smoothly. "But you guys can call me Daddy." Connor blinked, completely lost. Ace tilted her head, unimpressed. "Who?" But Constantine froze, color draining from his face. His hand darted instinctively into his coat, pulling free a small silver cross. He thrust it forward with trembling fingers. "Bloody fucking hell, he shouted. Why's bloody fucking Dracula part of a Grail war? Edward's grin stretched wider, hunger and mischief burning in his eyes. Oh, this was perfect. This was everything he wanted. To see Constantine unravel, to watch the others flounder in confusion, to milk this moment for all it's worth. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising like a curtain before the performance, then spoke in a thick, exaggerated German accent that sent shivers down spines. Why am I here, you ask? Maybe because you think I like war. His gaze locked on Constantine, who visibly flinched. I wouldn't deny that, the mage muttered, inching back. Your obsession with sticking a pole up people's arses is pretty pro-war sentiment. Edward paused, letting the silence build like a tightening noose. Then, slowly, a twisted laugh escaped him. It built higher, louder, until it echoed across the ruined city, carrying into the distance. Ace unconsciously stepped behind Connor, who himself trembled, his fists clenched tight. Edward snapped his grin back into place. Some of you believe that I like war. I wish to dash these rumors. I do not like war. Connor blinked, hope flickering in his voice. You don't. Maybe you can help. Wrong, Edward barked, cutting him off with manic glee. I love war. Constantine cursed under his breath, retreating a step. Ace pinched the bridge of her nose, as if regretting every choice that had led her here. Connor nearly fell back from the sudden declaration, wide-eyed and pale. But Edward wasn't finished. He raised his arms as though conducting a symphony, his voice booming across the city, reaching every corner where the coming battle brewed. Through my life, I have discovered so many forms of war. You wake up in the morning, get into your shitty car, and see some rich CEO who works half as hard as you drive past in his Porsche. That, my friends, is class war. His tone dropped low, conspiratorial. Then you make it to work. Surprise, annual drug test. And wouldn't you know it, you had a puff or two the other night before dinner with your wife's dreadful parents. Drug war. Connor looked dumbfounded as he looked at Edward. Ace covered her face, thinking this guy is probably a nutjob. Constantine shook his head. He ain't wrong. He swung the umbrella like a blade, voice rising again. But then you find out that the only ones called in for testing, your Black and Hispanic coworkers. Race war. The umbrella snapped open with a flourish, spinning in his hand. And when you take to Facebook to rant about it, suddenly everyone's arguing about who's right and who's wrong. Flame war. Edward's grin widened as he leaned forward, eyes glowing. And finally, you get home, you sit on the couch, you turn on the telly, and what do you see? What's in the box? Who gets the box? How much is the box worth? Storage wars. Constantine quipped, I hate that bloody show too, mate. Edward barked a laugh, sharp and unhinged. What I am telling you, sugar cheeks, is that I am a purveyor of war, but I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars. His umbrella clattered against the concrete as he spread his arms wide, bellowing to the heavens. What I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war, a German war, the sequel you've all been waiting for. I want World War III. The city fell into stunned silence. Connor collapsed onto the ground, shaking his head. What the hell is happening? Constantine pinched his nose, muttering something foul as he backed away, questioning every life decision that had led him here. You aren't even German, mate, he sighed, pinching his nose. Ace, unimpressed, gave Edward the kind of glare reserved for the world's biggest idiot. I knew it. That guy is a lunatic. And elsewhere, the speech caused some more interesting reactions. At the city's center, Lex Luthor nearly lost his footing, his normally controlled expression breaking into one of genuine horror. What a bloody lunatic. He makes Joker look like Santa Claus. Wait, did he say World War III? I thought there was only one World War. Batman said nothing. His jaw tightened as he listened, and though he did not speak, the ridiculous performance triggered a flicker of memory. A certain green-haired clown and his endless monologues. His nemesis in chaos, in a way. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. He sure is a colorful character. Even Lex's mercenary army, hardened killers armed to the teeth, halted in their march. For a moment, all they could think was the same thing. What a lunatic. And above it all, moving unseen toward the city, Cassie sighed when the speech carried to her ears. Dad sure is having fun, she muttered, a wry smile tugging at her lips. The final night of Holy Grail War started of rather bizarre. Capítulo 94, Future of this story. Capítulo 95, The Final Clash 1. The echoes of Edward's mad declaration still hung in the night air, rattling the bones of soldiers, heroes, and tyrants alike. His laughter faded into the dark sky like the tolling of some deranged cathedral bell. But beneath that absurd curtain, reality snapped back into focus. 2 fronts, 2 decisive battles, and no space left for hesitation. The city center was a wasteland of broken towers and smoldering rubble, the night sky lit by faint embers and the glint of steel. The streets lay silent save for the faint hum of Gilgamesh's portals and the slow mechanical hiss of Lex's armored suit. His mercenaries and Cadmus agents were stationed far from here, waiting at the city's edge. Even Lex knew they couldn't survive the shockwaves of what was about to unfold, but he still kept some of them near him in case of emergency. Batman stood opposite him, cloak rippling in the night air, Arthur at his side with Excalibur unsheathed. Behind Lex, Gilgamesh's red eyes narrowed, his disdain filling the silence more than any roar could. "End of the line, Luther, it's over," Batman said, voice low, controlled. Lex chuckled inside the purple glow of his warsuit. "End of the line? No, Batman, this is where I begin. While you play detective and toy soldier, I've built an army that spans the globe. Cadmus, mercenaries, weapons you can't even begin to counter. The Grail is mine." Arthur raised his blade, the holy light glinting faintly against the neon glow of Lex's suit. His voice carried the calm weight of a knight ready for war. "Your arrogance blinds you, Luther. You seek the Grail as if it's yours to claim. But power taken through greed only devours the one who grasps it." Gilgamesh scoffed, stepping forward, his treasury swirling open like a maw of gold. "You dare lecture on power before me, faker? You, a mongrel clinging to a borrowed sword, standing beside a man who hides behind a mask and dresses as a mere bat? Very well. Let us end this charade." Arthur set his stance, Excalibur glowing brighter as the clash loomed. Batman, already moving pieces in his mind, spoke sharply. "Arthur, Gilgamesh is yours, keep him busy, I'll take down Luther." Arthur nodded. "Be careful, master. He has other people watching us, beware of sneak attacks." Then, without further words, Gilgamesh unleashed his first volley. Blades and spells of every kind and complexity screamed from the golden gates, cutting through the night with a whistle of death. Arthur swung Excalibur in wide arcs, each swing releasing golden sparks as steel met steel. The ground trembled as the King of Heroes pressed the assault. And on the other side of the square, Batman lunged forward, batarangs snapping from his hands. Lex swatted them aside with contemptuous ease, the explosions scattering harmlessly against his armor. His voice boomed from the suit's speakers. "Pathetic, Batman. Is this the so-called genius tactician who went toe-to-toe with Darkseid? I've accounted for every trick of yours. You're not fighting muggers and street trash now. You're fighting the smartest man alive." Batman rolled low under a pulse blast, cape flaring, and hurled a smoke pellet. The battlefield was swallowed in black haze. Lex's sensors flared, tracking thermal outlines. "You think I didn't prepare for that?" An energy beam cut through the smoke, carving a line of molten stone, but Batman was already gone. His grappling hook caught a twisted beam of rebar, swinging him upward. He dropped from above, launching an EMP charge onto Lex's back. Sparks erupted as systems flickered, but the suit's failsafes compensated, forcing Batman to leap away before the armor could detonate the device. Lex snarled, eyes glowing red through his helmet. "You can't win." Batman's answer was as cold as steel. "Even if I don't win the Grail, I won't let you walk away with it either, Luther." Lex laughed. "You alone? Maybe if your buddy boy Superman or his girlfriend was here. Even then, I have a little gift that can neutralize them." Batman tried to press for answers. "What is Cadmus doing, trying to clone Superman? What did you do with Project Ace?" Lex smirked. "Maybe I'll answer if you can defeat me. Truth be told, I admire your resourcefulness, Batman. Despite being surrounded by costumed freaks and aliens that can destroy cities, you don't fall behind. Even without powers, you have shown what humans are capable of achieving. You have made gods bleed. For that, I offer you a final chance. Give up the Grail and walk away. When I build a new world order, Maybe you can be a part of it. I shall become the new order of the world, something the so-called greatest hero of mankind failed to do. Batman spoke without emotion. You have gone insane, Luthor. You need to be put down. Lex grinned. Try it then. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Constantine trudged alongside Connor and Ace, the night air thick with tension. His cigarette hung limply from his lips until he flicked it away, muttering, "Bloody conscience? I could have walked away. But no, John, you had to play the hero. Idiot." Connor smirked faintly. "Glad you did. We'll need all the help we can get." Ace, still reeling from her loss and exhausted from past battles, crossed her arms. "You really think 3 of us can take down Luthor? He has Gilgamesh with him. That's supposed to be the first hero of mankind, someone who killed gods like Sir Edward the Hero." Connor raised an eyebrow. "How did you know so much about history and myths?" Ace shrugged. "Internet has everything." Constantine chuckled, stuffing his hands into his coat. "Gilgamesh'll be busy with someone else. And Lex, for all his bloody money and armor, bleeds like any other sod if you cut deep enough." As they stepped further into the clearing, 2 figures were facing off in the distance. Arjuna, bow drawn, divine light shimmering in his grasp. Karna, crimson armor gleaming faintly under the moon, spear in hand. The weight of their presence alone made the air feel heavy, oppressive. Arjuna's gaze didn't leave Karna as he spoke, voice even but sharp. "Brother, tonight it ends." Karna's reply was quiet, resolute. "So be it, no more hesitation." The silence that followed was broken only when Arjuna loosed his first arrow. It cut the air like a thunderclap. Karna's spear spun, intercepting it in a shower of sparks that lit the forest. Arjuna jumped back and took his stance as he chanted, "Overflow and burn to cinders, Agnya Gandhava." Karna also gripped his spear. "Know the power of destruction, Brahmastra Kundala." A huge explosion of flames went off, lighting up the night sky. The forest was set ablaze as the 2 brothers clashed without holding back. Constantine grimaced as he looked in the distance. "Yeah, not our fight, kids. Let's move. Batman's going to need all the help he can get." Connor hesitated only a moment, then nodded. "Right." He prayed that Karna would prevail over his brother. He cared for him like a brother he never had. Ace lingered, eyes locked on the direction where 2 divine warriors tearing into each other, before finally turning to follow. Fine, let them kill each other. After Heracles died, she had nothing to care for. She appreciated Connor's help and could see his efforts to befriend her, but something was broken inside of her. She didn't wish to get close to anyone again. Behind them, the clash intensified. Fire and light clashed in bursts that turned night into day, the forest shattering under the strain. Back in the city, the duels reached full fury. Arthur stood firm, his blade a shield of light against the endless storm from Gilgamesh's treasury. Every swing of Excalibur shattered incoming weapons, each clang echoing like a bell of defiance. But he was being pushed, step by step, against the weight of the king's arsenal. Gilgamesh smirked, watching Arthur sweat and bleed. "You are no true king. You are a fraud clinging to a dream. Know your place." Arthur's grip tightened. "My place is to protect this world." With a sudden surge, he swung Excalibur in a wide arc, releasing a blast of light that forced Gilgamesh to raise his axe to parry. The shockwave split the ground between them, shattering pavement and sending debris flying. Elsewhere, Batman and Lex's battle was a war of man against machine. Lex's armor rained destruction with pulse blasts, rockets, and plasma bursts, each one tearing into the broken cityscape. Batman countered with precision. Explosive gel traps detonating beneath Lex's feet, shock charges frying circuits just long enough to open gaps in his defenses. Every move was measured, calculated to wear the suit down piece by piece. But Lex pressed harder, fury building with every failed strike. "You're nothing without your toys, Batman. Nothing." Batman's counter came sharp. "Takes one to know one." Lex roared, charging forward, his fist glowing with energy as it slammed into the ground. The impact created a crater, shockwaves sending Batman sprawling back. Batman's armor cracked, ribs aching, but he rolled to his feet, eyes narrowing. His gauntlet clicked, another contingency ready. The 2 stared at each other, neither willing to back down. And in the forest, the brothers' battle reached its peak. Arjuna fired arrow after arrow, each one imbued with divine authority, scorching the sky with trails of light. Karna met them all, his spear a blur of red fire, splitting, parrying, redirecting. Explosions lit the trees, ash falling like snow. Both bore wounds now. Karna's armor cracked in places, blood staining his lips. Arjuna's bow arm trembled slightly, his breath heavy, but his eyes burned with the same unyielding fire. They charged again, spear against bow, divine fire against divine judgment. The earth split under their feet, the sky itself seemed to tremble. At last, Arjuna drew his bow to its fullest, divine energy spiraling around him until the forest shone brighter than the moon. His voice rang out, cold and resolute. "The next strike shall bring absolute ruin." Karna smiled as he drew back his spear in a launching gesture as it started burning. "I should say that to you, brother." The square seethed with motion, not just the clash of servants but the steady, lethal clash of men and machines. Batman moved like a single-purpose shadow, eyes scanning every angle, pieces shifting in his head as if the battlefield were a board and every move had already been calculated 2 steps ahead. He suddenly heard the arrival of others, footsteps, a presence at the edge of his peripheral vision. He pivoted, cape snapping, and met 3 figures stepping out of the smoke. Constantine took the lead, that crooked swagger still in place even with the knight's grime on his coat. Ace and Connor flanked him, Ace tighter, eyes burning with determination. Connor stood alert and ready, though he visibly kept himself from charging forward. Batman's gaze narrowed to a cool slit. "I know about you kids. You should have left this place and lived your new life." Ace clenched her fists. "Not before we take revenge for taking away our childhood." Connor nodded solemnly. "He killed Sarah. I won't let him go free." Batman's expression softened under his mask. "You are just kids. You shouldn't be too stuck on revenge." "And who are you?" Batman asked, looking at Constantine, voice even clinical. Constantine raised a hand in a half salute. "Name's John Constantine. Don't look at me like that. We've a mutual friend. Zatanna told me about you once. That counts for something." His tone had the practiced arrogance of a man who'd sold his soul and kept the receipt. Batman didn't smile. He simply watched, measuring. Then, with that small tilt of head that meant acceptance rather than trust, he made a decision. "Fine, you help on one condition. You follow my instructions." He turned and spoke quickly, issuing orders that were stripped of any theatrics. "Ace, stay back with Constantine. He's got ways to handle whatever device Lex might use on you. Luther's tech can take a person out in a heartbeat. Connor, you stay out of direct engagement. Luther has kryptonite with him. Support and overwatch. You're both not frontline fighters tonight." Ace bristled, halfway to arguing before the practicality in Batman's voice shut her down. Connor's jaw clenched, but he inclined his head. Constantine made a face like he was about to protest, then shrugged with theatrical resignation. "If I'm your babysitter for the night, I'll take it," he muttered, but the lie was thin. His eyes were already running the scene, thinking of wards and quick curses to sever remote control. Batman moved like a shadow in the night, slicing into the fight with surgical purpose. Lex Luthor, clad in his warsuit, absorbed the first few hits and answered with similar force. The suit's gears screamed as it pumped energy into force fields and retaliatory cannons. He'd been pushed before, he adapted. His gauntlet whirred to life and shells of blue-white plasma blasted toward Batman's last position. Connor stuck to his role, guerrilla warfare. He attacked from the blind spot and jumped back before Lex could catch him, and threw smoke bombs designed to blind sensors and buy Batman the seconds he needed. Ace, under Constantine's watchful eyes, stayed in the back, creating inanimate creatures to support them. Her vines locked Lex's feet and delayed him from time to time, letting Batman and Connor land some solid blows. Constantine, for his part, kept chanting under his breath and tracing sigils in the space between them, preparing a clutch of binding hexes to drop on any remote devices that might try to attack them. Batman struck amidst the confusion. He ducked a plasma arc and rolled under cover, the man with 1,000 contingency tools. He pressed a palm to a panel at the underside of a wrecked car and flicked. An EMP pulse rolled out in a tight sphere, engineered to target the specific frequency of Lex's suit. The armor stuttered. Lights dimmed. Relays screeched. Within a gloriously brief instant, the armor was shut down. Lex snarled and staggered as systems faltered. How dare you? But he wasn't alone. Far from the center, where Lex had kept them deliberately removed from the immediate shock zone, Cadmus agents and mercenary units had been listening to their earpieces and watching for any sign that their employer needed extraction. At Lex's command, a secondary protocol unfurled. Micro-drones, armored APCs, and snipers repositioned. They opened fire in a controlled torrent from the rooftops and alleys that ringed the center, slugs and chain fire searching for targets. Sparks and shrapnel sprayed. Several of Batman's deployed devices went up in smoke. Batman rolled instantly, took a couple shots to his armor, and felt the momentary sting of failure as a dozen bullets tore into the plaster of the ruined street. In desperation, Connor unlocked something he didn't know he possessed. His eyes burned red, and 2 beams blasted from them. Connor's heat vision and Constantine's improvised barriers protected them and rerouted a number of lethal trajectories, but Lex's agents were professionals. They weren't built to be the first wave of an all-out assault, they were built to extract. They converged on the suit in a practiced formation, and pulled their employer clear into an armored shuttle before the EMP could be exploited further. Lex snapped orders into his comms. Tear them apart, keep firing, find the bat and the mage and eliminate them, then capture my specimen, kill them if you can't capture alive. The bullets didn't stop. They sought the figures Batman had shielded. Ace and Constantine huddled behind an overturned tram. Connor, crouched on a demolished statue, provided controlled suppressive fire. Constantine spat curses and flung a binding that knocked 2 stomach-lurching remote triggers out of alignment, but more of the agents were already moving, smoke and tracer lines converging. Batman, calm and focused, recalibrated. Disabling Lex's suit had been only the first step. Letting the man be rescued was not ideal, but part of his calculation. He lashed out from the shadows, precise and cold. Grenade lines that cut off the exit path, grappling lines that yanked down a drone, a batarang that severed an antenna and sent a drone careening into a lamppost. The city center became a picture of destruction and ruin. Lex's extraction vehicle stalled and then collapsed into a mess, a chaos the mercenaries and Cadmus agents had not expected to be drawn into. Lex, chest heaving behind the reinforced glass of his vehicle as systems rebooted, stared through microscreens at Batman. He was preparing a new suit, methodical, certain, and furious. You'll not stop me, Batman. You think you can disable my armor and end the operation? I will get my prize. Send them all in, I want everyone dead. Track Ruler's location, he might alert the clock tower. Mercy Graves nodded and relayed the order. Her face was streaked with ashes and dried blood, but her loyalty to Lex absolute. A cold, raspy voice interrupted them from behind. No need to look for me, I'm right here. Lex and Mercy spun back alert. Mercy kept firing her pistol until it was empty. But much to her shock, the bullets pierced through the red coat and blood spluttered, but the man stood with the scary grin nonchalantly. Edward bit down on the last bullet and spoke amused. What a fiery spirit. Such a pity that your loyalty is wasted on this bald creep. Lex gritted his teeth and tried to negotiate. Ruler, you have no desire for the Grail, just let me have it. If you want, I can offer you anything. Just look the other way. Batman narrowed his eyes and was about to speak, but Edward interrupted him. Should have thought that before you broke the rules and brought a whole army here. Sadly, those thousands of soldiers would become thousands of corpses soon. At the same instant, the other duel clawed at its own heights. Gilgamesh moved like a storm of gold. He took out an urukax. Its edges were dark with ancient fire, runes crawling along the haft. He engaged Arthur with a brutal efficiency that matched the enormity of his hubris. Gate of Babylon opened like a vault, disgorging a river of weaponry and spells. Spears that cracked with lightning, swords that blazed with fire, chains that sang with the weight of 1,000 sieges. Each weapon fell with a predatory intent. Each spell that leaked out carved the air into screaming lines. Arthur met him with Excalibur's blade shining like a pure, white answer. He battled with honed courage, parrying, sidestepping, answering the king's onslaught with an iron patience. But the oddity of Gilgamesh's arsenal lay not just in quantity, but in preternatural knowledge. Shah Nakba Imuru seemed to anticipate Arthur's movements. For every feint Arthur attempted, a golden spear had already been angled to block. For every pull he drew, a chain had coiled to catch him. It felt as if Gilgamesh could see the very rhythm of Arthur's intent. "Amuse me more, King of Knights," Gilgamesh taunted between blows, voice smooth and uncaring. "Let me see your true strength." Arthur's reply was silent and hard, slashing with Excalibur. Each strike he made demanded more of him, his endurance being pushed to the limit. Still, he didn't stop. He pushed Gilgamesh back with a mana burst strike, then retreated to steady himself. For a moment, he found a gap, his opening small but real. He stabbed forward, using the sword's tip to launch a thin but clinical burst-off pure mana. Gilgamesh scoffed and summoned a few weapons to take the attack. "I'm not so easily touched, mongrel." At the same time, Lex, furious not merely at being bested, but at being humiliated by a man who should have been beneath him, did something he'd been reluctant to use. He raised his hand. The command seal flared against his wrist, a crimson pattern that burned with unspeakable authority. He commanded without hesitation. "With my command seal I order you. Gilgamesh, stop holding back. Finish them. Kill the King of Knights and burn the rest. Show them the price of crossing me." Gilgamesh's red eyes flicked toward Lex with something close to rage and disdain. Then his eyes narrowed in measured fury. He had allowed too much indignity from this human, a mongrel he'd tolerated while amused. But his patience had a limit. The command seal's weight pressed on that irritation. He muttered, as the underlying anger seemed to make him spit the words, "I have allowed too much disrespect from that mongrel. To repeatedly order me like that? I'll end him after I finish off these worms." The vaulting portals behind Gilgamesh's back shimmered, and then something different woke there. He withdrew from a pocket of the gate not a mere spear or chain, but a sword of unknown origin and power. It was his ultimate weapon, EA. "Prepare to die, King of Knights. Your story ends here." Arthur's hands tightened on Excalibur. He felt the blade's power and weight in his grip, the restrictions that was about to be loosened. He inhaled, heart hammering, and the light in his eyes steadied as he answered, "Not unless I agree with the ending." Two kings, two heroes, stared at each other and prepared to launch their ultimate strike of kingship. Capítulo 96, The Final Clash 2. The city shook as two battlefields unfolded side by side. Lex's second warsuit hit the ground with a metallic thud. Sleeker than the last, violet plating reinforced with green power cores, its hum filled the air like a predator's growl. He activated its shields as Cadmus agents spread out, rifles glowing with experimental tech. "New suit with better protection, Batman," Lex taunted, voice amplified through his helmet. "Did you think I wouldn't have backups? Did you think I wouldn't plan for you?" Batman said nothing. His eyes flicked across the battlefield, analyzing. He saw Cadmus operatives moving into formation. He saw Mercy Graves step forward, twin plasma pistols in hand. "Take the girl," Mercy ordered, aiming at Ace. The first shots fired. Ace raised her hands, red light sparking as she redirected the blasts into a car. The vehicle exploded, throwing agents back. Connor leapt into the fray, slamming one soldier into the pavement, his fist shaking the ground. Constantine stayed back, muttering incantations, glyphs glowing in the air before erupting into fire that cut through the agent's cover. "You lot picked the wrong bloody side," he spat. Batman moved like a shadow. He hurled a batarang, disarming one soldier, then closed the distance and broke his arm with a sharp twist. Mercy Graves tried to flank, but he was already behind her. A smoke pellet burst, and in the confusion, he struck her jaw with precision. She crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Lex snarled inside his armor. "Mercy, damn it!" He opened fire, twin energy cannons forcing Batman to dive behind debris. Connor noticed, about to charge Lex, but Batman's voice cut through the comms. "Stay back, support only. He has kryptonite to neutralize you." Connor clenched his fists but obeyed. Ace blasted another wave of soldiers, her hair singed, her breathing heavy. Constantine burned sigils into the ground, catching two Cadmus operatives in a chain of fire that dragged them screaming. Lex pressed forward. His cannons tore through Batman's cover, molten rubble spraying everywhere. You're nothing but a man in a stupid bat costume, and I've already surpassed men like you. I am not like any other man. Batman hurled a small sphere. It latched onto Lex's chest plate and detonated in a surge of blue sparks. The suit sparked as systems flickered, joints locking, but not shutting down. Batman charged, vaulting onto the armor, fists striking weak points with brutal efficiency. For a moment, Lex staggered, nearly on the ground. Then the Cadmus reinforcements pushed in. Dozens more, rifles trained on Batman and his allies. The EMP's effects faded as Lex rebooted his systems. With a snarl, he knocked Batman away, the impact shattering a wall. "Kill them all," Lex ordered coldly. Gunfire erupted. Ace dropped behind rubble, panting. Connor shielded her, bullets bouncing off his half-Kryptonian skin, but the force still drove him back. Lex shouted annoyed. "Use the kryptonite bullets, idiots. Normal ones can't harm him." Constantine raised wards to block the rest, the strain cutting into his voice as he muttered curses. "Bloody hell, there's too many." Lex tried to call in more squads through his comms, but only static noises crackled in the speaker. "Where the hell are they? I paid them to fight, not sightsee." Then came a voice, weak, crackling with fear. "I hear you, sir." Lex immediately yelled. "Why aren't you at my location yet? Where are you? What's the status?" The soldier gulped. "Sir? It's..." A crazy girl showed dressed like Wonder Woman. "She's taken out all our men." The voice paused and then came a nervous chuckle. "But she's so pretty, though." Lex froze. "What? That's impossible. Thousands of trained men. Why are you drooling over the enemy, for God's sake, explain." A loud bang cut through the transmission, with a woman shouting "Gotcha!" Then silence. "Hello, answer, goddammit," Lex roared, switching frequencies. Nothing, only dead silence. Batman, pulling himself from the rubble, gave the faintest smirk. "Seems you're losing control." Lex's grip tightened on his armor, fury boiling. "It appears so." On the other side of the square, the clash between the kings reached its peak. Their next clash would determine the victor. Arthur spoke calmly. "Seal 13, decision start release restraint." 13 Phantom Knights gathered around him, each holding a key to the seal on Excalibur. Bedivere approved. The enemy must be more powerful than oneself. Palames approved. The battle must be one-on-one. Lancelot approved. The enemy must not be an elemental. Galahad approved. The battle must not involve personal gain. Gaheris approved. The battle must not be against humanity. Gareth approved. The battle must not be inhumane. The holy blade glowed brighter with each release, the air trembling as its true radiance shone through. The golden sword sang like the sun breaking free. Arthur finally spoke. Arthur Pendragon approved. The battle must be to save the world. Excalibur shined brilliantly as the requirements were met. Although it didn't clear all the 13 conditions, it was ready to fire. Gilgamesh, expression calm but eyes sharp, raised his greatest treasure. The sword of rupture. What kind of king needs permission of his retainer to wield his strength? Pathetic. He spoke disdainfully. EA's segments rotated, grinding against reality itself. Crimson energy bled into the air, distorting the battlefield, space warping at its edges. Gilgamesh spoke with nonchalance. "I shall perform this final blow as a parting gift to you. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split. Nothingness praised creation. My sword of rupture cleaved the world. Mortar of the stars. Heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now you shall die and be silent. Enuma Elish." The sword spun violently, tearing apart space and reality itself as a red wave of destruction spread. Edward whistled. "Always fun to see the mongrel king going all out." "Prepare to die, king of knights," Gilgamesh said without hesitation. "This is where your story ends." Arthur raised Excalibur high, his voice steady. "Not unless I agree with the ending." The ground shattered as they launched their attacks. Excalibur's light roared against E's crimson void. When the blades collided, the world itself screamed. A pillar of blinding energy erupted, splitting the heavens in two. Wind tore through the city, flattening buildings, scattering debris across miles. Batman, Lex, Connor, Ace, and Constantine were flung across. Lex stabilized himself, Batman fired a grappling hook and held on. Connor held Ace firmly to shield her. Ace blushed and struggled. Connor just looked down and smiled. "Don't worry, I got you." Constantine conjured a spell to shield him. He smirked. "Kid's good at this." For a moment, the two forces were locked in balance, the holy sword pushing back against the void. Arthur gritted his teeth, every muscle straining, his feet carving trenches in the ground. But E began to turn faster. Its power spiraled outward, a vortex that tore into Excalibur's radiance. Gilgamesh's smirk widened as he pressed harder. "Did you think your borrowed dream could rival the origin of kingship itself? You are nothing before me." He smirked arrogantly. Arthur felt the weight crushing him, his blade shaking. His thoughts whispered against the noise, "Is this how it ends?" He pushed harder, light flaring, but E swallowed it, layer by layer. The sword of the planet faltered against the sword of rupture. "Master, I could use some help here." He chuckled even as he was pushed back. Batman, catching sight of the clash from the corner of his battle, reached instinctively for his command seals. He could power up Arthur to unleash everything, even beyond his limits. But a beam from Lex's suit cut across his path, forcing him down. "You're not interfering, Batman," Lex spat, firing relentlessly. Batman gritted his teeth and dodged, then threw an explosive batarang. Lex just smirked and crushed it. The clash of kings reached its breaking point. E's energy surged, overwhelming Excalibur. Arthur gasped, his grip slipping as the void swallowed the light. "Fall, so-called King of Knights," Gilgamesh declared. Boom! The explosion ripped through the city. A shockwave expanded outward, throwing Cadmus soldiers through the air like ragdolls. Connor shielded Ace as they slammed against rubble. Constantine's wards shattered, blood running from his nose as he hit the ground. Only Edward stood still. His coat flapped violently in the gale, but his body didn't move. He smiled faintly, as if watching a show only he could enjoy. He finished sipping the wine and threw the glass away. It smashed against the concrete. "So E beats Excalibur. Neat," he murmured. "It's about time, huh?" He sighed and gripped the guns on his hip. The light finally faded after a while. Gilgamesh stood, chest heaving, E still humming with energy. His armor was cracked, his face bloodied, but he remained standing. Arthur was on his knees. Excalibur flickered in his grip, still glowing with energy. His body was fading, fragments of light peeling away from him. He looked down at his failing form, then toward Batman. "Sorry, Master," he whispered. "It seems I failed." Batman clenched his fist and spoke with helplessness. "Sorry, Arthur. I should have done more. It was an honor to fight beside you." Arthur spoke softly. "It was good enough. Farewell, Master." His last breath left him as his body dissolved into golden particles, carried away on the night wind. Excalibur vanished with him, its song fading into silence. Gilgamesh lowered E, his smirk returning. "So ends the farce of the so-called King of Knights." Batman pulled himself up from the wreckage, vision blurred from the shockwave. He looked to where Arthur had been. His jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Connor's fists shook as he stared at the empty space Arthur once occupied. "He's gone." Ace bit her lip, holding back the tremble in her voice. "Then it's just us, and Ruler." Constantine wiped the blood from his mouth, muttering, "Fuckin' fantastic, counting on bloody Count Dracula to save our hides." Lex, emboldened by Arthur's fall, laughed inside his suit. "One more nuisance is gone, soon the rest of you will follow. This is the beginning of my reign." Gilgamesh stood behind him, E still in hand, though his expression betrayed irritation rather than loyalty. His mutter carried across the broken square. "I've allowed too much disrespect from this mongrel. No more." Lex didn't hear. He raised his cannons again, pointing them straight at Batman. The night was far from over. Arthur's last words still hung in the air when his body scattered like golden dust. Batman's grim look never faltered, though his eyes told the story. The battle had just gotten harder. One of their strongest allies was gone, and Gilgamesh still stood unbroken. Batman calculated in silence. He didn't have the raw power to end this fight, but Green Lantern and Shazam were inbound. If he could stall, if he could hold the line, there was still hope. Not to mention Ruler was here, but he felt a weird vibe from Ruler. He couldn't put it in words. He clenched his jaw, survive until backup arrives. Lex didn't think that way. His laugh carried over the ruin of the battlefield, sharp and cruel. The King of Knights is finished, the war is already won. His armor systems hummed back to life, and for the first time all night, he let his guard drop in triumph. Then came a whistling noise. A streak of air cut faster than sound. Lex's eyes widened as a flash of steel sliced through his field of view. A moment later, pain like fire ripped up his body. He looked down, disbelieving. His right arm with the remaining command seal wascon, severed clean. He screamed, falling to one knee, clutching the bleeding stump. Ag, WH what? His gaze turned upward, and his face froze in shock. The one who struck him was no stranger. Gilgamesh, why? Gilgamesh stood, golden eyes cold, in one hand still humming from its last strike. He scoffed, voice dripping with disdain. You dare ask why? You insult me, then order me around like a damn mutt. You think you're qualified to command the one true king? Fool, you should be on your knees, thanking me for sparing your miserable life. I keep you alive only because you are still, mildly useful. I decide what should be done. Edward clapped theatrically. And just like that, everything turned out all right in the end. Lex's face twisted with rage, hesitation, and fear. He was thinking how to change this unfavorable situation in his favor. He turned desperately to Edward, who stood off to the side, an umbrella still lazily resting on his shoulder, watching amused like a man at the theater. Ruler, you can't just watch. He attacked his own master. That's a violation of the rules of this war. You're supposed to stop him. Edward scratched his ear with his pinky, his grin deranged and full of mockery. Do I look like a guy who cares about rules? Don't forget, you started it. I myself am somewhat of a rule breaker. He emphasized the last part with a smirk. Lex's teeth ground together. Sweat dripped down his forehead as reality pressed in. His mercenaries were gone. His Cadmus agents were down. His command seals were burned. His armor was failing, and now even his own servant had turned against him. The mighty Lex Luthor had fallen from heaven to hell in minutes. Batman stepped forward, cape shifting with the wind. Connor and Ace flanked him, both tense, while Constantine lit a cigarette and exhaled a long stream of smoke. Brilliant, Constantine muttered. Now all that's left is the golden bastard, and we can call it a night. Ace crouched down in front of Lex, her eyes unblinking. Hello, Lex. You didn't think you'd see this day, did you? Are you scared? Lex glared at her, even as blood seeped from the stump of his arm. Scared? Why should I be? You can't kill me. If you do, you'll be hunted for the rest of your life. And Batman? He jerked his head toward the silent figure looming above them. Doesn't kill. He'll stop you. Ace said nothing. She simply raised her hand in a grabbing gesture. A spark of invisible energy shot from her palm, stabbing straight into Lex's mind, showing his deepest, darkest nightmares on repeat. He screamed, clutching his head, veins bulging as the pressure built. Batman moved quickly, placing a hand on Ace's shoulder, his voice steady but firm. That's enough. I know he hurt you, Ace, but don't stoop to his level. He'll pay for his crimes in prison. Ace didn't even blink, her voice flat, edged with years of pain. And will that reverse everything Connor, me, and the others went through? Will we get back the years he stole from us? Connor stepped forward, fists tight. I can't forgive him. People like him never suffer in prison. He'll bribe his way out in a few years and the cycle starts again. He doesn't deserve to live. From behind, Constantine shrugged, smoke curling around his words. I say let the kids have their revenge, mate. They've earned it. Batman sighed, shoulders heavy beneath the cape. His voice was low but unyielding. I can't allow it. You're still young. Once you walk down that path, there's no turning back. The tension in the air was palpable, the choice between vengeance and justice pressing down like a weight. Lex sneered through his pain, blood staining his lips, but Batman's presence remained an immovable wall. On the other side of the square, Gilgamesh's focus shifted. He twirled lightly, as if the weapon wasn't tearing reality itself just moments before. His red eyes fixed on Edward, his tone dripping with authority. Now, ruler, I haven't forgotten your disrespect from last time. This time, there will be no escape. Edward chuckled, tilting his head. Escape? You're the one who ran away last time, Goldie. His grin widened, sharp as broken glass. "Though, I do sense something different. You sacrificed half your treasury to upgrade your Saint Graph just to face little old me, didn't you? I'm flattered." Gilgamesh scoffed, raising his blade. "Do not flatter yourself, mongrel. I wish only to crush you so utterly that nothing remains. Not a bone, not a drop of blood. You are just filth, a blood-sucking parasite hiding in the dark, pretending to be a king." Edward laughed. The sound was wrong. It was bone-deep, mocking, and cold, sending shivers through every mortal's spine on the battlefield. "Ahahaha, oh, that's good, that's very good." He clutched his stomach. "So how should we do this? Will you come at me, should I come at you? Shall we come together? Ooh, at the same time, oh you'll come, they always come." Gilgamesh looked at him with curiosity. "You are insane, it seems." He stopped abruptly, smile vanishing. His crimson eyes locked with Gilgamesh's, his voice dropped to a razor's whisper. "I'm not insane, I'm just ahead of the curve. But let's be clear about something first. I am not your equal. I am much, much better." Gilgamesh's smirk returned, though his eyes narrowed. "Delusional mongrel, apologize with your death." He raised its segment spinning, the air twisting under its weight. Edward sighed, tilting his head as if bored. Level 0, restraint release. The world around them changed. Darkness swallowed everything. The city, the stars, even the moon vanished as if they had never been. What remained was blackness, thick, suffocating, infinite. And beneath it came the sounds. Wet, sick squelches. The crawling, slithering noises of mangled flesh. It was as if the battlefield itself had been consumed by some ancient nightmare of horror. Constantine stiffened, his cigarette falling from his lips. His voice was hoarse. "Bloody hell, I smell it, something foul, worse than demons. This is some Lovecraft-level horror." Batman stepped instinctively in front of Ace and Connor, shielding them with his cape. He flipped down enhanced night vision lenses, trying to pierce the dark. At first there was nothing. Then he saw it. A glowing heart, deep red, pulsing. Thump, thump. Every beat echoed through their chests, primal fear digging into their souls. Ace shivered, her eyes wide. Connor nearly gagged, fighting back bile. Even Constantine, hardened as he was, muttered a shaky prayer under his breath. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes, still in hand, but his smirk faltered slightly. "That looks dangerous." The red glow throbbed, growing brighter. It was a heart, enormous, suspended in the dark void. Each beat sent a wave of dread across the battlefield. Then it burst. Blood sprayed across the blackened ground, thick and endless. Connor stumbled back, covering his mouth to stop himself from vomiting. Ace's eyes were wide, torn between disgust and fascination. Even Batman tightened his jaw at the sight, forcing down the instinctive fear clawing at him. From the ruptured heart came a shape. A man, tall and pale, stepping forth as if born from the blood. His hair was long and black, his beard framing sharp, regal features. Red medieval armor clung to his frame, polished yet drenched in gore. Beneath him, a monstrous black horse snorted fire, hooves cracking the blood-soaked ground. The fear in the air shifted. This was no monster. This was a king of monsters. Gilgamesh smirked, though his grip on tightened. "So this is your true form, Dracula." Edward's lips curled into a smile. His voice rumbled like thunder. "Yes, and now, Goldie, it's time you learned what true fear is."